Chapter 1. Soul of the Martial Spirit, Emperor's Armor. Qingyang, do you think we can ever return to the way things were? A tender voice reached his ears, imbued with a yearning for the outside world. Qingyang turned his head and cast a glance at Xiaobo, a frail little boy, around 6 years old, leaned weakly against the iron cage, his eyes brimming with hope as he sought a glimmer of comfort. His clothes were tattered and his entire being was a mess. Even the most impoverished child from a village would not appear in such a state. Yet within this iron prison, apart from him and Xiaobo, there were 3 others, all bearing the same tragic appearance. Qingyang and his companions from the village had been confined in this cave for several days. I could see that moment. Before Qingyang could respond, another companion, Taiju, spoke up, his callous words shattering the last vestige of Xiaobo's optimism. Don't be foolish, they're evil soul masters. How could they possibly let us go? As those words fell, the light in Xiaobo's eyes dimmed, and he murmured to himself, indeed, they're evil soul masters. They captured us to cultivate their powers, and once our martial spirits awaken, we will surely perish. Qingyang sighed inwardly, gazing at Xiaobo and the 4 companions. They lay on the ground, their faces etched with the numbness that comes from enduring relentless torment, embodying a mindset of hopeless resignation. It was not just them, even he too was filled with despair. Since their capture, these companions had tried every possible means to escape crying, shouting, cursing, deceiving, pleading, and fleeing, but all that awaited them was deeper suffering, with some children even perishing on the spot. The curiosity and longing that had filled Qingyang upon arriving in this world had shattered amidst the cruelty he had witnessed in these few days. He was not as numb as these children, he merely possessed a few extra years of life experience. There is still a glimmer of hope. If the Martial Spirit Hall can find this place in time, we might yet be rescued. With no other recourse, Qingyang offered this consolation. Before their village was raided, he had seen an envoy from the Martial Spirit Hall dispatch a distress signal. If they could locate this place, perhaps salvation was indeed possible. Yet, these evil soul masters compelled the children to awaken their martial spirits daily, employing sinister methods to cultivate their powers. It was uncertain whether they could endure until that moment arrived. Qingyang gazed longingly at the sunlight streaming through the cave entrance, yearning for that warmth. Thud, thud, thud. The oppressive sound of approaching footsteps filled the air, and fear flickered across Taiju and the others' faces. A shadowy figure clad in a black robe stepped inside, his greedy gaze fixated upon them as though they were mere prey. Seeing his 4 companions trembling in terror, the ominous man even savored a deep breath, as if relishing their fear. I cannot say whether the Martial Spirit Hall will find this place, but as for you, haha, you shall certainly never witness that day. The man chuckled darkly. Xiaobo gazed at the man before him with a mix of dread and loathing, his body instinctively recoiling. The shadowy figure opened the iron cage, observing the terrified child who was retreating in fear, and furrowed his brow, impatiently stating, hurry up and come out. Before you meet your demise, it'll allow you to experience the sensation of awakening your martial soul. Don't compel me to take action immediately. Qingyang, his complexion pale, struggled to rise, supporting the trembling and utterly frightened Taiju as they moved outside together with their companions. This man was indeed capable of such horrors in the past few days. Many had already met their end. Among them were not only the children sacrificed for the awakening of their martial souls, but also those who had provoked this man's wrath. The evil soul master wielded not just cruel and merciless methods in his training, but also possessed a temperament that was as unpredictable as it was tyrannical. Despite their sluggish pace, they eventually emerged from the cave. In addition to the shadowy man, a robust figure sat upon a massive boulder, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Qingyang recognized him as a battle soul king, his martial soul being a bloodthirsty bear, having witnessed his prowess in the last few days. It was he who had slain the soul masters guarding the village and captured them all. Although the evil soul masters dared not show their faces under the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall, dealing with these children was far too easy for them. The long-awaited sunlight cascaded over them, illuminating the vibrant world. Yet Qingyang's heart remained heavy with despair, for this would be the last time he beheld it. Gui Ying, assist them in awakening their martial souls. It will expedite their training later. I sense that my soul power is on the verge of a breakthrough, the giant commanded casually. Gui Ying, however, dare not show any sign of defiance. Hey, you brat, come over here, he beckoned, and Gui Ying revealed his martial soul, enveloped in a swirling black mist, with glimmers of eerie green light flickering around him, casting a chilling aura even in daylight. That a pair of white and yellow rings alongside 2 purple rings materialized, revealing that this evil soul master was indeed a soul master. Qingyang bit his lip, eyeing the gnarled hand beckoning him, and slowly stepped into the center. Qingyang. Xiaobo could not restrain himself from calling out, yet the fear that gripped his heart stifled any action, leaving him to watch helplessly. The other companions from the village, witnessing this scene, were reminded of their impending fate, and sorrow surged within them. Kid, I hope you possess a good martial soul. It would yield better results for us all, Gui Ing said with a sinister smile, then raised his hand, causing black light to surge into several peculiar stones, forming a luminous barrier that enveloped Qingyang. Closing his eyes, Qingyang felt the extraordinary vibrations within him, recognizing this as soul power, the most wondrous force in the Douluo Continent. Suddenly, he sensed an immense, eternal, and boundless will descending from the infinite cosmos, establishing a profound connection with his mind in the depths of an unknown secret. Countless streams of information and knowledge flooded into his mind, and in that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were one with the universe. It was then that Qingyang discerned the name of this formidable will, the heavenly path. This sensation, seemingly embodying all things, nearly caused Qingyang to lose his sense of self. Fortunately, its arrival was swift, and its departure was equally rapid in mere moments. Only a faint connection to the deep recesses of his mind remained, as the will of the heavenly path began to fade into silence. Suddenly, Qingyang opened his eyes, and within him surged a strand of the heavenly path's power, a miraculous force that erupted from every part of his being. Glimmering pieces of supreme golden armor swiftly materialized from the void, adhering closely to his form, connecting seamlessly to ultimately create a majestic figure, reminiscent of the sole Emperor of heaven and earth. An invisible aura radiated forth, an overwhelming pressure descending abruptly, causing the surrounding flora to bow beneath its weight as if paying homage to the sovereign of all creation. The brawny man opened his eyes, a flash of blood red glimmering across them. He gazed incredulously at the figure before him, unable to fathom. A mutated martial soul? How could such might be possible? This man, who had never feared anything, now felt a tremor of anxiety in the face of this unimaginable power. Chapter 2. Eradicating the Evil Soul Master. Qingyang lifted his hands, staring at his own reflection, rendered speechless by the shock within. The tiger-shaped shoulder armor exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, while the yin-yang crystal embedded in his five-element belt appeared capable of manipulating the very fabric of reality. Wings adorned his shoulders, seeming as though they could pierce the void. His sun-like crimson eyes, encased in armor, radiated an unwavering righteousness, as golden light enveloped him, emanating a divine brilliance, exuding the regal presence of a king destined to vanquish evil. This was the Emperor's armor, the Emperor of Light, the King of War, the heavenly path. His martial soul was an existence of such extraordinary magnitude, defying all reason. If this were indeed the case, he still had a chance. Qingyang slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the astonished brawny man and the ghostly figure. A fleeting crimson hue passed before his eyes, and in the next instant, a tremendous and dazzling golden light descended from the heavens. The resplendent holy radiance cascaded down, transforming the modest valley into a realm of soft golden sanctity. Even from afar, one could sense the vast and boundless divine power. The expression on the brawny man's face shifted, as within this sacred and brilliant sanctuary, his martial soul was unexpectedly suppressed, his soul power rendered obscure, allowing him to exert only 70 to 80% of his true strength. After all, he was a soul king, a domain. What sort of martial soul is this? It has just awakened. How could it possibly be this formidable? I refuse to believe it. With a twisted expression, the brawny man turned to the stunned, ghostly figure beside him, commanding, "You go first and test the strength of that little brat." The ghostly figure's complexion turned pale, his aura unstable, facing such a predicament. His martial soul faltered, engulfed in black mist, rapidly melting away as if exposed to sunlight. If this continued, even if he himself remained unscathed, his martial soul would suffer grave damage. Little brat, wouldn't it be better to submit to your fate? The specter, shrouded in an ominous pallor, clasped his hands together, summoning forth a brilliant fourth soul ring. A dense black mist coalesced before him, forming a profound ebony sphere within which the anguished wails of vengeful spirits could faintly be discerned. This was his fourth soul skill, the wailing of the damned. With a thrust of his hand, the piercing shriek resonated as the dark, foreboding sphere surged towards Qingyang. To be struck by this soul skill would not only subject one's body to the torment of countless phantoms, but also ravage the mind with the relentless assault of the tormented souls. For an ordinary individual, the consequence would be swift within mere moments. They would be reduced to mere bones, their life and soul harvested to nourish the specter's martial spirit. In the past, he had unleashed this very technique to devastate innumerable lives, a testament to the merciless nature of his martial spirit, which had undeniably contributed to his ascension as a soul master. Yet this time was different. Qingyang advanced with an air of indifference, entirely unfazed by the impending attack. What once appeared terrifying to him, in the absence of a martial spirit, now posed no threat whatsoever. Amidst the chilling wails, the dense ghostly mist, intermingled with the howls of vengeful spirits, struck Qingyang fiercely, erupting into a swirling cloud of black fog that seemed to howl in anguish. The surrounding flora and fauna within a 20-meter radius, too close for comfort, were drained of vitality, their once vibrant greens fading into a desolate gray. The specter inhaled sharply, his gaze dark and filled with malice as he observed the explosion of ghostly mist. Surely, this time he would perish. He harbored such thoughts, convinced that he was confronting merely a fledgling soul awakened to its powers, an individual without even a single soul ring. What threat could he possibly pose? He was a foraying soul master. Even if this fledgling was a prodigy endowed with innate soul power, he remained merely a soul scholar, devoid of even the first soul ring. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps continued to approach, and to the specter's astonishment, Qingyang emerged unscathed before him. How is this possible? The specter gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Qingyang halted, and in a flash, his majestic and divine figure appeared before the specter, as if transcending the very bounds of space. This was the art of shadow exchange. Then, with a clenched fist, he gathered his strength and unleashed a punch. Unprepared, the specter was violently propelled away by this seemingly slow, yet astonishingly swift attack, crashing into the mountainside and leaving a massive rift in its wake. Had he not been bolstered by his martial spirit, this blow could have very well claimed his life. The specter trembled, the golden arc of light entwining his spectral form, the divine power of illumination piercing through to the marrow of his bones, inflicting a pain that even he, seasoned by countless injuries, found difficult to endure. Struggling to rise from the ground, the specter lifted his head, his gaze filled with venomous hatred as he fixated upon the golden figure illuminated by light, as if to imprint the image in his memory forever. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qingyang retracted his fist, unfazed by the unfolding events. From the moment his martial soul awakened, it was destined for greatness. Even those so-called divine martial souls were unlikely to surpass his own. His martial soul was, after all, a gift from the heavens. Even in its nascent stage, the unique nature of his soul, illuminated by divine light, allowed him to overpower this ordinary soul master with ease. This was the might of the Emperor's armor, the Emperor of Light, the King of War. Today, you shall face judgment. Qingyang turned his head. His voice, though youthful, resonated with authority, as if proclaiming the inevitable fate of his opponents. The burly man, overwhelmed by this imposing presence, instinctively took a step back. That it was crucial to note that even he, a battle soul king, found it exceedingly difficult to render an opponent unconscious in a direct confrontation with a martial soul like Ghost Shadow. Yet this young boy, had anyone told him that a soul master could be dispatched in an instant by a soul scholar, he would have laughed heartily and then decapitated the fool, serving as a grim warning to all regarding the folly of jesting with a soul king. However, the events that had just transpired seemed to mock his previous understanding, rendering it as fragile and absurd as mere bubbles. At that moment, the burly man suddenly realized that an unfamiliar emotion fear had crept into his heart without his notice. With this thought, he revealed his bloodthirsty bare martial soul, the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black floating ominously around him. His robust frame, cloaked in thick fur, resembled a monstrous beast, appearing even more menacing amidst the surging aura of bloodlust. Such arrogance. When I was carving my path through this continent, you weren't even born yet. Even the spirit hall could not capture me. Do you think this little brat can? With a fierce roar, the man activated his 2nd and 4th soul rings. 2nd soul skill, fierce battle intent. 4th soul skill, bloodthirsty rampage. These 2 self-enhancing abilities caused him to grow to nearly 5 meters in height, his physique becoming unimaginably robust, exuding an aura of terror akin to that of a fearsome beast. Feeling the immense power surging within, The man's confidence soared. He was not to be compared with mere soul masters. Even if this young boy was extraordinary enough to defeat a soul master, what of it? Could a mere soul king not evade danger if the situation turned dire? Chapter 3. The Spirit Hall's Enforcement Team. Thus, bolstered by his confidence, the burly man controlled his expression to reveal a sinister grin, his tones softening just a touch. Little brat, your strength is commendable. Why not join us? The world is vast and full of opportunity sacrifices, wealth, rare treasures, and even soul bones all will belong to us. Let's not even discuss the sacrifices. You surely do not know that rare treasures can enhance martial souls, and soul bones are exceedingly rare, greatly augmenting the power of soul masters. Given your prowess to defeat Ghost Shadow, you would receive 3 parts of the spoils. No, like me, 4 parts. The burly man sincerely articulated words that he deemed to be profoundly earnest. Will we simply let this little devil go? Impossible. He had caused the demise of countless companions from the same village. The enmity was already insurmountable. Even if this little devil were to foolishly agree, he would ultimately eliminate him, using him as a sacrificial offering for his cultivation. Such a formidable martial soul would undoubtedly accelerate his training immensely. As anticipated, upon noticing Qingyang's brief hesitation, a glint of malice flickered in the man's eyes. His robust left hand was raised seemingly without intention, and the third soul ring glimmered secretly, activating his soul skill. Third soul skill, roar. A sound akin to the roar of an ancient beast reverberated through the valley, causing countless soul beasts and wildfowl to shriek in terror and flee in all directions. Some creatures nearby were even rendered unconscious or met their demise from the force of the soul power contained within that roar. The formidable warrior was acutely aware of the potency of his soul skill. Even a soul emperor with unimpressive soul rings, caught off guard by a single strike, would find themselves momentarily daunted. All the words he uttered were mere prelude to securing that crucial first strike, ensuring an opportunity for a decisive kill. With blood-red eyes reflecting a savage cruelty, he hesitated not for an instant. Following the activation of his third soul ring, the singular black fifth soul ring ignited in brilliance. Child, rest assured and embrace your demise. Fifth soul skill, Crimson Radiance. A dense column of blood-red light erupted instantaneously from the warrior's bear-like maw, replete with a nauseating stench that even corroded the air it traversed. In mere moments, the sacred domain of light was suffused with a grotesque aura of bloodshed. Stubborn and unrepentant, Qingyang's gaze turned icy, and in the incredulous eyes of the burly man, his hands traced circular motions simultaneously, causing specks of luminous energy to materialize from the void. After completing half a circle, he thrust forward. Qian Kuanji Guang. A golden beam of light seemed to absorb all nearby radiance as it surged forth. The moment the crimson and golden energies collided, a tremendous clash of air currents and soul power ensued, creating a wave of energy that expanded outward, plowing through the earth within a radius of over 100 meters. The nearby specter was affected by this force, violently spitting blood in his unconscious state, aware that his situation was dire and his end near. In the next instant, the golden energy beam advanced with an unstoppable momentum, striking the burly man, who resembled a ferocious beast. How could this be? He thought, his eyes wide with shock as he staggered 2 steps before collapsing into the soil. The fearsome reputation he held was shattered. He could never have imagined falling to the hands of a mere child in such an obscure place. Observing this, Qingyang gradually retracted his movements and stood still, gazing ahead. The majestic golden armor he wore transformed into light and vanished, revealing his frail and diminutive figure. The environment, once reminiscent of a radiant sanctuary, began to dissipate. Without the armor's protection, the boundless energy and vitality he felt evaporated, and an overwhelming fatigue assailed him, causing him to sway unsteadily. Just as he was about to topple over, Xiaobo appeared from behind to support him. Qingyang, are you all right? Seeing the concern etched on Xiaobo's face, Qingyang could not help but smile with a sense of relief. Thanks to his deliberate protection, Xiaobo and the other villagers were unharmed by the aftermath of the battle. Even in his exhausted state, Qingyang's heart brimmed with hope for the future. We are free, he declared slowly yet resolutely, gazing at the bright sunlight. He raised his hand slightly, but could no longer withstand the relentless fatigue, plunging into a profound unconsciousness. Qingyang, wake up, don't scare me. The dazed Tai Zhu rushed forward, wanting to shake Qingyang awake, yet fearful of causing any harm. His bewilderment was like a cold splash of water, extinguishing the fervor that had ignited among the others. What do we do? Qingyang cannot be harmed. How should I know? Quickly look around for anyone who might help. Plead for their aid. What are the chances of finding someone in these desolate mountains? Amidst the clamor, they found themselves at a loss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures flickered into view before the children. Clad in the uniforms of the Spirit Hall, they differed from the ordinary attendants. Adorned with dark gray trim that lent them an air of solemnity, yet imbued them with an even more formidable presence. The leader, a middle-aged man, swiftly scanned the scene, his gaze lingering on the children for a brief moment before sweeping over the ravaged battlefield, ultimately fixating on the ghostly figure and the burly man. His previously stoic expression faltered, revealing a hint of astonishment. Mingy, apprehend this bloodbear and ghost shadow and take them back to the Spirit Hall for judgment. Ensure they receive medical attention and do your utmost to avoid bringing back any corpses. Understood, Captain. A man nearing 30 stepped forward with alacrity, producing a specially crafted soul-guiding device from the Spirit Hall to bind the two individuals. As he manifested his martial spirit, a sprinkle of green light descended upon them, calming the breaths of bloodbear and ghost shadow. The middle-aged man approached the children, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Children, I am Wang Tao, the captain of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team and a six-ring battle spirit emperor. I am exceedingly relieved to find you unharmed. Before we escort you home, we will ensure your safety. His smile faded slightly, and his demeanor turned serious. I came here in response to a distress call to hunt down these two evil spirit masters and rescue the victims. Upon witnessing the recent phenomenon, I hastened to this location. Can you recount to me what transpired here? These two malevolent spirit masters are part of an organization of considerable standing. I did not anticipate their downfall today. Did that distinguished individual who saved you disclose their name? Xiaobo and the team, unable to contain their joy, eagerly approached, each speaking in haste to relay the events. They recounted their abduction from the village, the ritual sacrifices, the awakening of their martial spirits, and the defeat of the two assailants. In unison, they implored Wang Tao to save Qingyang. Despite the chaotic nature of the children's accounts, Wang Tao managed to piece together the events. His expression transformed from one of seriousness to astonishment, and then to shock, before settling once again into a grave demeanor. Are you saying that this child, who has just awakened their martial spirit, defeated a battle spirit king and a battle spirit sect master responsible for countless lives? Even though he endeavored to suppress it, his tone still betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. Chapter 4. Hatred 3 days later, at the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. The Spirit City serves as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, situated in the heart of the continent, built against the mountains. Countless majestic halls soar into the clouds, resembling a celestial paradise, resplendent and enchanting, embodying a fairy tale aesthetic. At this moment, Qingyang found himself within a modest hall, seated in meditation within his opulent chamber, attuning himself to the essence of his spirit. The circumstances exceeded his expectations, due to the overwhelming strain on his body and spirit. The state of unity with the heavens during his awakening lasted less than a fleeting second. In that brief moment, Qingyang barely managed to grasp a wisp of heavenly power. Now, as that power had dissipated, his imperial spirit exhibited signs of regression. The five-element yin-yang emblem at his waist dimmed, and the shield armor that adorned his chest vanished. Yet the existence of his spirit remained intact. This was of utmost importance. Had the spirit shattered, the consequences would have been far more dire. What lay ahead was the restoration of his spirit, a task not particularly daunting. According to the dictates of destiny, accomplishing this would necessitate the aid of a light and shadow stone, conforming to the world's established rules, known as soul rings. As the embodiment of the strongest force of the heavenly way, the Emperor of Light, Qingyang need not seek out soul rings himself. Furthermore, there were scarcely any soul rings on the continent that could match his spirit. Now that the heavenly will had fully nurtured the light and shadow stone, he merely needed to attain sufficient soul power to receive and assimilate it. The privileges granted to this child of destiny were indeed remarkable. Qingyang retracted his martial soul and, after a brief moment of contemplation, proceeded towards the exit. Today marked the occasion for the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall to receive him. Logically, upon his awakening, he should have gone to meet the esteemed figure. However, the significance of the martial soul necessitated that Qingyang first ascertain the stability of his own condition. Indeed, the martial soul constitutes a substantial proportion of one's strength. It could even be said that without a martial soul, one cannot possess true power. In this realm, lacking strength serves as a cautionary tale, exemplified by previous experiences. Within the hall, Bibi Dong grasped her staff, adorned in elaborate robes, her posture dignified as if she had been waiting for an extended period. Her nearly flawless visage bore no extraneous expressions, concealing her thoughts from view. Yet, an aura of chilling detachment emanated from her, hinting at an unapproachable demeanor. Qingyang exited the room and entered the hall, where he encountered Bibi Dong. He paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly regaining his composure. The woman before him could only be Bibi Dong. She had personally come to await his arrival, which was unexpected, as he had anticipated the need to visit the papal hall to pay his respects to her. This revelation allowed him to tentatively ascertain the timeline. The Pope of the Spirit Hall was indeed Bibi Dong, not Qian Xuanji. Thus, the unfortunate events must have already transpired. He could only wonder if Qian Xuanji was still alive at this juncture. Regardless, the tragedy had already unfolded, and the domestic affairs of this family were, for the time being, of no concern to him as an outsider. As his thoughts swirled, Qingyang fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong. His voice tinged with urgency as he posed the question that weighed most heavily on his heart. Your Holiness, may I inquire about the fate of my village? Are Xiaobo, Taizhu, and the others safe? Bibi Dong regarded the youth before her, lost in contemplation. The children are indeed safe. They have returned to the village and reunited with their parents. The Spirit Hall has allocated funds to assist in the village's reconstruction. However, after a brief glance at Qingyang, she continued with measured calm. According to reports received, several villagers have perished, including your parents. The melodious tone of her voice delivered words that sent a chill coursing through Qingyang's body. Previously, he had dared not speculate on such matters. During the torment of those days spent in captivity, he had consciously avoided dwelling on this issue, almost engaging in self-deception, numbing himself with the cruelty of the evil soul masters. Perhaps his parents had only sustained injuries and were still alive. Each time he was forced to confront the memories, he would offer himself such solace, clinging to the flicker of hope that remained. Yet, the brutal truth was ever so merciless. He had emerged unscathed, even thriving, while his parents had irrevocably lost their lives. How could this be? Qingyang murmured, her expression momentarily lost in a haze. Her parents, in a desperate attempt to shield her, stood in front of her and were grievously struck by the specter, collapsing helplessly to the ground. They could only watch in despair as she was taken away. The final images of her parents lingered incessantly in her mind. From that moment onward, even though Qingyang's feelings towards her parents in this lifetime were not particularly profound, their faces had been indelibly etched in her heart, leaving an unerasable mark. And now, her parents had succumbed to the hands of the malevolent soul master. How could she possibly accept this? Qingyang clenched his fists tightly, an immense fury burning fiercely within his heart, manifesting in an unstoppable manner. The malevolent soul master. Qingyang enunciated each word with a heavy and suppressed tone, as if he wished to etch them deeply into his memory. Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. Qingyang's demeanor evoked memories of herself. Ever since she disowned the true nature of Qiang Sunji, she too had harbored an overwhelming loathing. Since that moment, the innocent Bibi Dong had perished, replaced by a vengeful woman, akin to a serpent, whose heart was consumed by thoughts of retribution. Strangely, a flicker of compassion blossomed within her, prompting her to inquire. I intend to arrange for you to join the Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Temple. There, your exceptional talents will surely allow you to stand out. I believe your parents would find solace in this knowledge, even in their eternal rest. What are your thoughts on this? Bibi Dong articulated her plans directly, neglecting to ask Qingyang whether he wished to join the Wuhuan Temple, as if it were an unspoken agreement. It was evident that such a prodigy would not be overlooked by the Wuhuan Temple. Qingyang has ceased to ponder such methods. Bibi Dong's arrangements are already remarkably advantageous for an ordinary person. The Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy can be regarded as the most prestigious Soul Master institution on the continent. Even the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy and the Xinghua Royal Soul Master Academy cannot be compared to it. This exemplifies the profound heritage of the continent's foremost power. An ordinary Soul Master with an educational background from this esteemed institution would undoubtedly be held in high regard in any corner of the continent, achieving modest wealth and status with ease, and perhaps even acquiring a noble title. Furthermore, considering Qingyang's formidable spirit, adorned with the aura of the Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy, he is destined to shine as a brilliant star among his peers, becoming a prominent figure revered by countless young soul masters across the continent. Wealth, fame, and success, all of these are within reach. Who would not yearn for such a life? Yet, Qingyang simply cannot come to terms with it. He cannot accept the notion of a peaceful and stable existence, one that is destined to lead to a brilliant future. The malevolent soul master obliterated his village and murdered his parents. With sufficient strength, he finds it utterly impossible to cast aside the past and remain indifferent to this hatred, living selfishly only for himself. Your Holiness, I wish to join the enforcer team of the Spirit Hall. Such malevolent soul masters should not exist in this world. Qingyang lifted his head, speaking with utmost seriousness, his delicate features radiating determination. Chapter 5. Bibi Dong's arrangement. Do not be overly harsh on yourself. At the very least, you have safeguarded your companions. Bibi Dong offered a rare moment of consolation, a feat nearly unimaginable given her disposition. Observing Qingyang's unwavering demeanor, she felt a twinge of introspection. A child whose heart is consumed by hatred. So be it. Grasping her scepter adorned with countless jewels, she turned away. Spirit masters are known for their ruthless nature and formidable power. Only such traits allow them to flee from the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Are you certain you can fulfill the duties of the enforcement team? If you are resolute in your decision, I shall acquiesce to your request. But with one condition, you may only join the enforcement team after you have attained the rank of Great Spirit Master. At that time, you may return to seek me. With that, she took her leave, stepping outside. Strictly speaking, the title of Great Spirit Master merely serves as a standard for joining the enforcement teams of the more remote branches on the continent, whereas in the Spirit City, the enforcement teams require a minimum rank of Soul Sect. However, in Qingyang's case, Bibi Dong was confident he possessed the requisite strength. When Wang Tao brought Qingyang back, he had already been tested. His innate spirit power was at level 20, a level that rivaled even that of the angel spirit. Despite her disdain for that family, Bibi Dong could not deny the unparalleled strength of the angel spirit. Perhaps it would be prudent to introduce Shuer to him. If the two were to unite and produce offspring, the legacy of the angel family as spirit might be entirely severed. Qingyang gazed at the retreating figure of Bibi Dong, imperceptibly nodding without uttering a word. This was the condition she had presented. Failing to fulfill it would render any talk of vengeance unnecessary. Yet, such trivial matters hardly held significance. Outside the palace, an inquisitive voice pierced the stillness. What are you doing here? Bibi Dong's tone was somewhat harsh as she noticed a charming young girl hiding behind the grand entrance. The girl's delicate features and porcelain skin were complemented by her simple, flowing orange-golden hair, exuding an aura of warmth. Despite her tender age, hints of her future beauty were already apparent. Upon spotting Bibi Dong, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes reflected a flicker of anxiety, but she steadied herself and declared, I merely wish to see whom you were meeting. Is that not permissible? Bibi Dong's gaze flickered. Her feelings towards Qian Renxue were exceedingly complex, leaving her uncertain of how to engage with this child, perhaps harboring ulterior motives regarding Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong softened her tone, speaking in a manner previously unknown to her. Shuer, you must have overheard my words. I hope you will assist Qingyang, fostering a sense of belonging towards the Spirit Hall within him. Given your similar ages and comparable strengths, you may very well become genuine friends. A look of astonishment filled Qian Renxue's youthful face as she regarded Bibi Dong, her lips parting in surprise, yet no words escaped her. Since Bibi Dong had expressed such sentiments, perhaps it was worth exploring. She felt sympathy for the boy, who had suffered the loss of his parents at such a tender age. Though her own mother showed her little affection and her father was often indifferent, they did occasionally engage with her, and her grandfather cared for her. But that boy, he must be in profound sorrow, she mused. In the expansive courtyard, silence reigned. Qingyang stood upright, the terrain around him vast and unoccupied, perfectly suited for the task at hand. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as he turned to gaze towards the direction of the rear gate. A diminutive figure came to an abrupt halt. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Qingyang gazed at the petite, charming girl before him, his tone tinged with impatience. He had intended to absorb a soul ring and ascend to the rank of a great soul master, subsequently joining the enforcement team. The unexpected arrival of this young girl undoubtedly impeded his plans. Most curiously, where had she emerged from? Surely, there were few individuals capable of intruding into the various halls of the Spirit Hall at will. Upon realizing she had been spotted, Qian Renxue approached with an air of grace, her white robe making her resemble a delicate angel. I am Qian Renxue. You seek a soul ring, am I correct? I can guide you to the Spirit City's Soul Beast Forest, where an abundance of soul beasts resides. Her melodious voice carried a hint of concealed pride. Qingyang scrutinized her seriously, acknowledging her undeniable beauty. Yet, what of it? I do not require assistance. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave and not disturb me. You. Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed with indignation, her expression reflecting a touch of anger. Since the dawn of her memories, who had dared to address her in such a manner? Those of her own age who encountered her were invariably respectful. Now, seeing Qingyang in a pitiful state, she had offered her help, only to be met with such dismissal. At that moment, Qian Rengshu found herself at a loss for words, merely staring at Qingyang, her frustration palpable. Qingyang cast a fleeting glance at Qian Rengshu. He harbored such thoughts. Observing the demeanor of the other, it was evident that the eighth layer would not obediently depart. With an additional presence here, Qingyang was compelled to contemplate the potential ramifications. After a moment's reflection, in order to preempt any deliberate trouble Qian Rengshu might cause later, Qingyang finally spoke. Since you wish to assist, during my absorption of the soul ring, I entrust you with the task of safeguarding me. Remember, do not allow anyone to disturb my process. Disregarding the astonishment etched upon Qian Rengshu's face, Qingyang closed his eyes, revealing his martial soul. The supreme and illustrious Emperor armor materialized from the void, enveloping his form entirely. Under the protection of this armor, Qingyang sought to commune with the fragment of heavenly while residing within his mind. In this universe, where the Emperor of Light did not exist, the only path to wielding the unparalleled might of the Emperor armor from his memories lay in Qingyang's own gradual evolution towards becoming the primordial god of war. Without spirit beasts, from whence do you gain your spirit rings? Do they simply descend from the heavens? Qian Rengshu murmured softly, biting her lip. At such a critical juncture, he entrusted his protection to me. Does this boy truly comprehend that in moments like these, one requires the guardianship of a close companion? Otherwise, even the slightest malevolence could lead to his soul master meeting a tragic end. In that instant, a wave of happiness born from trust left Qian Rengshu's heart in disarray. Chapter 6. Grand Soul Master. Two streaks of light, one crimson and the other azure, pierced through the atmosphere of this planet at an unimaginable velocity, leaving behind trails reminiscent of shooting stars. Should anyone have the fortune to witness this phenomenon, they would discover that it contained merely two uniquely shaped small meteors. Qingyang slightly raised his head, and beneath the crimson armor, his gaze pierced through the clouds. Catching sight of two stones amidst the flames, these were none other than the two stones of light and shadow, the fire shadow stone and the wood shadow stone. At that moment, two streaks of light seemed irresistibly drawn together, carving exceptionally conspicuous trails across the sky as they descended towards Qingyang's location. In this instant, the entire Spirit Soul City, along with countless residents, beheld this rare celestial phenomenon, mistaking it for ordinary meteoric stones and engaging in lively discussions about it. Yet, those who truly understood the mystery behind it were rendered powerless, for the event transpired with such swiftness that, save for the one at the Spirit Hall, a limit Douluo, no one else could perceive the immense energy encapsulated within the five element stones unless they were drawn in by the glaring red and blue flames. Qingyang placed his hands upon the five elements belt, and the yin-yang symbol began to glow softly, giving rise to a peculiar force of attraction. At that moment, the fire shadow stone and the wood shadow stone descended from the heavens, precisely entering the belt, merging seamlessly into the armor as it was absorbed by the five elements yin-yang belt. Instantly, the emblems of the flame dragon of fire and the wind eagle of wood illuminated with brilliance, two circular halos emerging and soaring behind Qingyang, manifesting the appearance of the Emperor's demon-vanquishing annihilation slash. One halo bore a purple hue intertwined with red patterns, featuring the character for fire at its center, while the other was purple with blue patterns, inscribed with the character for wood. The purple represented age, while the patterns indicated attributes, amidst the interplay of light and shadow. They appeared exceptionally extraordinary. This was the Emperor's martial soul halo, transformed from the fire shadow stone and the wood shadow stone. At this moment, Qingyang could indeed be regarded as a formidable soul master. As Qingyang's thought shifted, two soul rings followed his intent, materializing before him and transforming into a square formation, casting intricate light patterns at 2 points of the pentagram, thus creating the profound and enigmatic fire kill and wood kill techniques. This incomplete manifestation of the five shadows kill was unexpected. He had not anticipated being able to execute such a technique. It was evident that with the acquisition of these two soul rings, the power of the Emperor armor could finally begin to be unleashed. Upon completing the experiment, the light patterns of the kill techniques, under Qingyang's command, gradually diminished, reverting to their original soul ring form and returning to the five elements belt at his waist. Meanwhile, he attentively perceived the transformation of his martial soul. Having absorbed two light shadow stones, the enhancement in strength and speed was indisputable. What was more significant was the newfound connection with the heavenly Tao, which had grown increasingly intimate, allowing him to even harness a fragment of the heavenly Tao's power. If all went as anticipated, absorbing the 5 light shadow stones would elevate his Emperor martial soul to its rightful ultimate form. Have the soul rings truly been absorbed so swiftly? How is it possible that your soul rings appear in such a peculiar form? Moreover, without any soul beasts, how could you possess soul rings? Qian Rengshu exclaimed, her words tumbling out in confusion, her delicate face etched with disbelief. The scene before her brimmed with absurdity. Setting aside the extraordinary circular shape of Qingyang's soul rings, who could explain why he could obtain soul rings solely through 2 stones without any soul beasts? She clearly observed how Qingyang's golden armored martial soul treated those stones as if they were soul rings. Could it truly be a gift from the heavens? Yet, how could this be conceivable? Qian Rengshu suddenly realized that her unique martial soul talent paled in comparison to Qingyang's prowess. She could not absorb soul rings in an instant. Nor would soul rings descend from the heavens to her, even though her martial soul was the most formidable angel martial soul on the continent. Qingyang retracted his martial soul, and only a brief moment had passed. He glanced at Qian Renshui's incredulous expression, unwilling to elaborate further. In this continent, soul masters had existed for a considerable time, and it was undeniable that there were individuals with extraordinary soul rings. In fact, in the future, those without such uniqueness could scarcely be regarded as protagonists. He found it hard to believe that the Spirit Hall had no records of this. Moreover, his situation was indeed exceptional, and Qingyang was at a loss for words in explaining it. He decided to let it be, as any confusion others might harbor could simply be attributed to the distinct nature of his martial soul. Take me to see the Pope. She has promised me something that is now to be fulfilled. Qian Renshui took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. There is no need to meet her. I will take you directly to Elder Ghost Leopard. The affairs of the enforcement team have always been overseen by the elders. Qingyang's gaze was filled with astonishment. Could it be that Qian Rengshu, at such a tender age, had the authority to make such decisions? Or had Bibi Dong perhaps given her prior notice? Thus, Qingyang posed the question, was the Pope's arrangement made in advance? Qian Rengshu, with an air of nonchalance, explained, it is merely a matter of joining the enforcement team. There is no need for such complexity. You are overthinking it. I see, Qingyang replied. After contemplating for a moment, Qingyang nodded in agreement, refraining from any rebuttal. Following Qian Rengshu, he departed from the nameless small hall and arrived at the headquarters of the law enforcement team of the Spirit Hall, in stark contrast to the previous location. This place was considerably larger, bustling with personnel coming and going. Aside from the enforcement team members who were on actual missions, numerous administrative staff were diligently managing the documents at hand. Upon seeing Qian Rengshu, everyone regarded her with respect. Not a single individual dared to obstruct her passage. Some even offered courteous bows, to which Qian Rengshu responded with a nod of acknowledgement, indicating her esteemed status within the Spirit Hall. Qingyang, lost in contemplation, recognized the unparalleled dominion the angelic family held over the Spirit Hall. Should there be a desire in the future to harness the power of the Spirit Hall for significant endeavors, such as the complete eradication of evil soul masters or the transformation of the continent, Qian Rengshu could very well prove to be the most vital ally. Just as it is now, merely being brought into the headquarters of the enforcement team by her has significantly elevated Qingyang's status, granting him direct access to the highest authority within the enforcement team. Qian Rengshu, accustomed to traversing the front hall, proceeded towards the central hall, her extraordinary destiny evident since birth. These ordinary soul masters could never aspire to reach her heights. With this thought in mind, Qian Rengshu discreetly assessed Qingyang. With innate soul power at level 20 and a formidable martial spirit complemented by a unique soul ring, her mother was indeed correct. He was indeed exceptional. As if recalling something, Qian Rengshu shared information about Elder Guibao with Qingyang, preparing him psychologically. Elder Guibao is a very approachable individual, with your talent. He would not refuse your desire to join the enforcement team. Qingyang nodded slightly. The ghost leopard Douluo would certainly not refuse. With both the Pope and the heir of the angel family in agreement, how could he possibly oppose? To speak frankly, as long as both parties were aligned in their intentions, even if it meant his demise, he would inevitably meet his end here today, regardless of the ghost leopard's esteemed title. Yet, they would never resort to such extremes. Chapter 7. The so-called genius miss? A hesitant call interrupted their conversation. Upon hearing the voice, Qian Renshui instinctively furrowed her elegant brows. This individual was as insufferable as ever. Jinyo? What brings you here? Qian Renshui lifted her gaze slightly. her exquisite eyes scrutinizing the tall youth before her, her tone laced with displeasure. I came to report to the elder. The enforcement team has made a significant discovery this time. With this achievement, I trust one will soon earn the position of team leader, Jin Yao declared, revealing a self-satisfied smile. His short brown hair added to his refreshing appearance. He possessed an innate charm that captivated countless admirers. Jin Yao cast a casual glance at Qingyang, seemingly steering the conversation with faint nonchalance. Miss, I've been away on a mission for quite some time and am not very familiar with the Spirit Hall anymore. For instance, I don't believe I have encountered this young brother before. Is he a new student at the academy? Qingyang cast a glance at Jin Yao, whose eyes possessed the uncanny ability to perceive the world's myriad illusions, accurately discerning the truth and deception within. The fluctuations of his soul power were notably potent, surpassing that of Qian Rengshu beside him, yet falling short of the deceased ghost shadow, preliminarily assessed at the 32nd rank, marking him as a rare soul master. Externally, Jin Yao appeared to be merely around 10 years of age. Achieving the rank of soul master at such a tender age indicated an exceptionally gifted martial spirit, categorizing him among the elite of prodigies. This level of prowess would enable him to graduate from numerous prestigious soul master academies across the continent, where most students were around 20 years old. However, Jin Yao was merely 10, highlighting a disparity between genius and mediocrity that was strikingly vast, a gap that would likely widen with time. Yet, this unparalleled talent, in comparison to Qingyang, was scarcely remarkable. Should I report to you? Jin Yao thought. Remember your place. You are merely the grandson of the second elder. Qian Rengshu's phoenix-like eyes brimmed with a chilling authority, exuding an aura of intimidation that evoked reverence. Jin Yao's complexion paled slightly under the subtle pressure of Qian Rengshu's released soul power, causing his previously graceful demeanor to dissipate. Certainly, his soul power was greater than Qian Rengshu's, yet he dared not openly defy her. After all, he was not the grandson of the second elder, even with a golden crocodile martial spirit. His standing in the old man's eyes might not be as significant, for not every golden crocodile could evolve into a golden crocodile king. My apologies, Miss, Jin Yao said, lowering his head slightly and bowing respectfully. Qian Rengshu merely huffed in response, disregarding him, and continued her path toward the elder's location. The concealed pride of the angel clan emanated so naturally, as if it were an inherent right. Jin Yao raised his gaze to meet Qingyang's, who returned the look with a somewhat indifferent expression, while Jin Yao's held a clear hint of provocation. An unspoken tension burgeoned between them, thickening the air. Qingyang, the elder awaits you. Why do you linger there? At the sound of Qian Rengshu's call, Qingyang glanced at Jin Yao's increasingly displeased visage and remarked coldly, your strength is commendable. I hope you will apply it wisely. With that, Qingyang quickened his pace to catch up with Qian Rengshu, continuing their conversation as they departed side by side. Jin Yao seethed with indignation, letting out a derisive snort before striding swiftly to a familiar female staff member. Xiaokuei, could you enlighten me about that little brat's background? Xiaokuei promptly set aside her work, responding respectfully, young Master Jin Yao, I am unsure. This is his first time at the law enforcement hall. However, I did hear recently that Captain Wang Tao brought back a talented youth, and I suspect it is he. Talented? Jin Yao mused, gazing at the direction in which Qingyang had departed. How dare he claim my strength is merely commendable. There will come a time when I shall demonstrate just how commendable my strength truly is. On the other side, Qingyang ventured into an expansive area, where, in stark contrast to the bustling front hall, the presence of individuals was woefully sparse, rendering the atmosphere even more serene. Throughout this journey, he found himself preoccupied with a singular question. Logically, Jin Yao, after more than a decade, should be in the prime of his life as a soul master, radiating brilliance at his zenith. Yet, there was no trace of this individual in his memories. How could such a prodigious talent possibly remain obscure? Had he met an untimely demise? Suddenly, Qingyang contemplated the events that would soon unfold within the Spirit Hall, harboring a sense of speculation. Perhaps the atmosphere within the Spirit Hall was not as harmonious as it appeared. We have arrived, Qingyang, Qian Rushue declared, pushing open the door and leading Qingyang inside with an air of authority, as if she were the rightful owner of the place. Displaying no trace of trepidation in the presence of the titled Douluo, it was as if she had dismissed Jin Yao entirely from her thoughts. Such innate confidence, bordering on arrogance, could only be fostered by a formidable foundation of power. Ah, young master, what brings you to my humble abode? A languid female voice emanated from within. Upon entering, Qingyang was greeted by the sight of a strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned in a specially tailored black bodysuit, seated gracefully in an opulent chair. She beamed at them with an air of familiarity, as if she had anticipated their arrival. Undoubtedly, this captivating figure was one of the esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. Known by the title of Ghost Leopard, a title Douluo wielding the martial spirit of the black-patterned Ghost Leopard, and a formidable agile attack Spirit Master. To his surprise, he had not expected her to be a woman. "Elder, this is Qingyang, who wishes to join your enforcement team. I hope you can look after him in the future," said Qian Rengshu, addressing the enchanting woman with a directness that matched her wild allure. Qingyang stepped forward, gazing at the formidable woman before him, and introduced himself with a degree of seriousness. "Greetings, Elder Ghost Leopard. I am Qingyang, a second-ring Soul Master, and I hope to join the enforcement team to eradicate the malevolent Soul Masters." Lianyo, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed her temples and looked at Qingyang with a sigh of resignation. "This is quite troublesome," she lamented. "They've sent another child to the enforcement team. What is the Pope thinking? Do they consider the enforcement team a daycare? The youth are always so reckless. 8 months ago, I accepted that young lad out of respect for the second offering, and now they've sent a Grand Soul Master? The enforcement team is no playground, and I have no desire to play the role of a babysitter." Before Qingyang could speak, Qian Renshue expressed her dissatisfaction, retorting without hesitation, "Indeed, your words are quite abundant. Qingyang's strength is no less than mine. Although you hold the position of elder, one should not underestimate others. Is that so?" Lianyu observed the two with keen interest, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing spectacle. "Let us make a proposition. If you, Qingyang, can endure for a minute against the young master, I shall appoint you as the captain of the enforcement team. How does that sound?" Qian Renshue's eyes sparkled with excitement at this enticing offer. "This trivial matter holds no significance, Elder. Even if I were to lose, could you truly deny my entry into the enforcement team?" Qingyang gazed at Lianyu's smiling visage and, with a stoic expression, retorted, "That is not permissible." Lianyu, appearing rather troubled, propped her chin in contemplation, only to ultimately relinquish this captivating notion. "Very well. I shan't tease you any further. The youth of today are truly remarkable. At your age, I was still attending lectures at the Soul Master Academy, while you were so eager to join the enforcement team, which is hardly a favorable environment." Shifting her posture, Lianzhou reclined against the opulent chair, accentuating her striking figure with an alluring grace, and continued to speak to herself. "Qingyang, I have heard about your prowess from Wang Tao. Coincidentally, I am in the process of assembling a new enforcement squad, and I would like you to serve as its captain. I shall appoint a seasoned individual to assist you as the vice-captain." With a tilt of her head, she regarded Qingyang's dark eyes and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this proposal?" At that moment, Qingyang noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Qian Renshue's mouth, her youthful countenance betraying an expression of discontent. Upon realizing she was the object of his gaze, she instinctively turned her head away, a hint of awkwardness enveloping her. Responding to Lianyu's inquiry, Qingyang replied succinctly, "I have no objections." Faced with this nearly predetermined position, he found himself devoid of any grounds for refusal. Lianyu nodded in satisfaction, and at that instant, the desk before her suddenly shimmered with a soft, pale white light, accompanied by a gentle ripple of soul power that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. In its wake, a document resembling a formal letter materialized upon the table. Qingyang speculated that the item possessing the ability to transmit documents must be an unknown soul guide device. After all, it is not surprising that the Spirit Hall, with its grand legacy, possesses artifacts that have been handed down from ancient times. Lianyu let out a soft exclamation as she retrieved the document and opened it. Extracting a letter made of peculiar material, a bemused smile gracing her lips. She lifted the letter, her voice tinged with a hint of astonishment. "What a coincidence. The Pope has approved my suggestion. It is truly remarkable that the Grand Offering would agree with her perspective." "Grandfather?" Qian Rengshu inquired. Upon seeing Lianyu nod, she promptly snatched the letter from her hand and began to read it with earnest attention. Qingyang observed the myriad expressions flitting across Qian Rengshu's face, a wave of curiosity washing over him regarding the contents of her thoughts. He surmised that it must not pertain to anything malevolent. His grandfather had unexpectedly invited him to join this small team, claiming it would serve as an opportunity to hone his combat skills. Qian Rengshu murmured in disbelief. Yet her spirits quickly soared with joy. She had long yearned to leave the Spirit Hall and explore the world beyond, yet her grandfather had consistently denied her, citing her tender age and the potential dangers that lurked outside. To his astonishment, he had finally acquiesced this time. "Elder, I am grateful for your counsel. Qingyang, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Qian Rengshu exclaimed with a cheerful tone. Lianyo supported his forehead with a sigh, lamenting that his enforcement team had now gained 3 children, transforming it into something akin to a nursery. This was not my suggestion. I merely proposed forming an enforcement team centered around Qingyang and Jinyao. Who would have imagined that the Pope would recommend your inclusion? Qian Rengshu was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this outcome had transpired. Does my mother truly care for me? She mused, unable to suppress her thoughts in that direction. I cannot fathom her reasoning. Now, the 3 of you perfectly constitute a minimally staffed team, which is rather fitting. Lianyo straightened his posture, cleared his throat twice, and announced with a tone of seriousness. Thus, the establishment of the 32nd Squad of the 7th Division of the Enforcement Hall is now official, with Qingyang as the captain, Jinyao as the vice-captain, and Qian Rengshu as a member. Upon concluding his declaration, he broke into a smile, adding, "Congratulations to you all." Qingyang held no objections to this. The members of the team were unparalleled geniuses, possessing strength that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, while also circumventing the series of issues that could arise from significant age disparities. Currently, their team exhibited commendable strength, with 2 members capable of confronting typical soul masters. The primary concern remained their lack of experience. Nevertheless, in a continent where power reigns supreme, Qingyang was confident that his prowess could rectify any shortcomings. Furthermore, in this princely team, could it truly be the case that no one would provide clandestine protection? So, Elder, what is our first task? Qingyang pondered meticulously and, upon finding no issues, directly inquired about the forthcoming task. The existence of malevolent soul masters, with each additional one living even a second longer, inflicts immense harm upon humanity. He wished for no one else to endure the unimaginable suffering he had experienced. Upon broaching this subject, Lianyo adopted a serious demeanor, retrieving a map from the table to elucidate. According to the most recent intelligence, in a remote village near the starry forest within the kingdom of Kexierbo, there is suspected to be a malevolent soul master organization. Your mission is to investigate and gather detailed intelligence to bring back to the Spirit Hall. After a brief pause, Lianyo emphasized, this task is of significant importance. Do you understand why you have been chosen for this investigation? Qian Rengshu contemplated this question, which indeed surpassed her comprehension. After a moment of distressing thought, she found herself at a loss. After all, she was only 6 years old at this time. Despite her intellect far exceeding that of her peers, she was still not the future Xue Qinghe, who would navigate the treacherous intrigues of the Tiando royal family and nearly accomplish a monumental change of dynasty. Qingyang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, as if grasping an understanding, and remarked, could it be that the local spirit hall is facing some issues? Otherwise, it would suffice to dispatch personnel from the branch hall for an investigation. There would be no need for the headquarters to intervene. Lianyo looked at Qingyang with surprise, astonished that the child could conceive such a notion. With admiration, she responded, indeed, the reports from the local spirit hall indicate that everything is functioning normally. Yet the discrepancies between what Jinyao witnessed and the descriptions provided are far too significant. Subsequently, the nearest branch hall also sent personnel to investigate, but there has been no word since. For more specific intelligence, you may inquire with Jinyao. He is the first-hand witness and the one who first identified the issue. Qingyang's expression suddenly turned grim. If there truly existed a malevolent spirit master organization, and if the Spirit Hall subchapters were embroiled in turmoil, it was beyond comprehension to fathom the tragedies that had already befallen the local populace. He was acutely aware that the Spirit Hall governed the vast majority of soul masters across the continent. Should the local branch encounter issues, one could hardly expect the local authorities to manage effectively. They often represented the first wave of downfall. In contrast, the Spirit Hall, owing to its status and might, seemed to exist in a realm apart, allowing it to endure until the end. The potential consequences of collusion among several factions would far outweigh the havoc wreaked by a solitary malevolent spirit master. Contemplating this, Qingyang felt an intensified urgency within. He ultimately inquired, is there anything else I should be mindful of? Lianyo shook her head in response, saying, nothing further. Take this identity token for the enforcement team, and then locate Jinyao. You may commence your mission. Time is of the essence. I shall lead the team forthwith. Qingyang nodded without the slightest hesitation and turned to walk outside. Chapter 9. The desire to change the world. Qian Rengshu followed Qingyang until they departed from the enforcement hall. At that moment, she could no longer contain her overwhelming curiosity and posed her question. Could there truly be such individuals within the Spirit Hall? Her expression was one of confusion and hesitation, genuinely perplexed by this inquiry. Despite Qian Rengshu's limited experiences and youthful naivety, she understood the implications of Lian You's words. The sub-branches of the Spirit Hall must undoubtedly play a disreputable role. This revelation starkly contrasted with the illustrious image of the Spirit Hall she had previously held, leaving her profoundly impacted. Qingyang, with an air of indifference, did not attempt to conceal or soften the truth. He candidly exposed the wound, stating, "Is this not painfully obvious? Wherever humanity resides, there will inevitably arise myriad conflicts. Even the Spirit Hall, which prides itself on its integrity and righteousness, is not exempt. Human desires can compel individuals to commit acts that are utterly unforgivable." Qingyang turned around, gazing intently into Qian Rengshu's frantic eyes. Her dark pupils seemingly intent on absorbing her very soul, imprinting upon her a mark that belonged solely to him. This was merely the initial step in seizing control of the Spirit Hall. Relying solely on his own strength would ultimately prove to be but a drop in the ocean, insufficient to effect significant change across the continent and transform this increasingly ruthless and cruel world. He had numerous tasks ahead, beginning with the eradication of the organized evil spirit masters that still plagued the realm, but this was just the first step. What lay ahead would not be any simpler and would likely provoke widespread opposition. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to gather a group of individuals who could assist him, who recognized his vision, and who were willing to fight alongside him to achieve this objective, advancing towards his ideals. Throughout this journey, the power of the Spirit Hall would be indispensable. Hence, the significance of Qian Rengshu, the natural heir of the Spirit Hall, became increasingly irreplaceable, especially at this tender age when her thoughts had yet to be molded by the harsh realities of the world. "Little Shui, may I call you that?" Qingyang inquired. Qian Rengshu lifted her gaze, observing Qingyang's delicate features, and with a hint of innocence, she nodded slowly. For reasons unknown, she felt that at this moment, Qingyang exuded an innate aura, one that surpassed even her grandfather's in its brilliance and nobility, stirring within her a sense of yearning. The God of Angels established the martial soul hall with the noble intention of guiding humanity towards virtue, aspiring for all to lead a better life. Qingyang turned away, retracting the subtly oppressive demeanor he had exhibited. Standing in an inconspicuous corner of the Spirit Hall, his gaze coldly fixed upon the spirit city below. Yet now, even after countless years, the state of affairs on the continent remains tumultuous. The two great empires engage in both overt and covert conflicts, while the ongoing slaughter between spirit masters and spirit beasts persists unabated. Even within the Spirit Hall, many traitors have emerged. Compared to the past, there has been no discernible change, and the future promises to be even more chaotic. This world, burdened by the accumulation of errors, has reached a critical juncture where transformation is imperative. At this point, the somber tone in Qingyang's voice dissipated, and with a shift in inflection, he conveyed his final words to Qian Rushue, extending an invitation. "Little Snow, would you join me in altering this tragic continent?" Qian Rushue's mind was a whirlwind, her heart engulfed in confusion. She had never anticipated that, in Qingyang's eyes, the continent could be so wretched. His perspective on the world and his unparalleled resolve for change struck her like a bolt of lightning, stirring her very soul. In that moment, she felt Qingyang's grand ambition was breathtakingly magnificent, and a myriad of emotions surged within her. Unwillingness, admiration, and reverence left her in a state of disarray. Instinctively, she glanced at Qingyang and beheld his slender, gaunt frame, resolute yet solitary. An overwhelming impulse surged within her, a desire to stand by his side and face all adversities together. "If it is Qingyang, I am willing to join you." Qian Rushua bit her lip, uttering the words that filled her with shyness. Qingyang nodded lightly, turning gracefully to reveal a smile that left Qian Rengshu utterly captivated. "Thank you, Xiaoxua." When Jinyao received the notification and reluctantly abandoned his day off to arrive at the assembly point indicated by the identity token, he was confronted with a scene that featured two individuals whose bond appeared far more intimate. For reasons unknown, an intense displeasure surged within him, particularly upon catching sight of one figure who had incited his ire earlier that day. "Once again, it is you," Jinyao seethed, gritting his teeth, with the repetition of you underscoring the depth of his disdain for Qingyang. "So, you have usurped my position as captain." His gaze fell upon a token affixed to Qingyang's waist, and his fury became unbearable, prompting him to advance with the intent to reprimand this audacious youth. "What do you think you are doing, Jinyao?" A stern reprimand halted him in his tracks. He turned slightly, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld Qian Rengshu. "Young miss, what brings you here?" Qian Rengshu's face flushed slightly, seemingly out of anger. "Do not let me witness you laying a hand on Qingyang again, or you shall be well aware of the consequences." Jin Yao, filled with indignation, retracted his half-extended fist, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Qingyang halted the words that Qian Rengshi was about to utter, stepping forward to stand directly in front of him and extending his hand. "Qingyang, captain of the enforcement team S32nd Squad, a second ring soul master. Jin Yao, vice captain of the enforcement team S32nd Squad, a third ring battle soul sovereign." With a soul power level of 32. Without any hesitation, Jin Yao grasped Qingyang's hand firmly, secretly channeling his soul power to unleash a tumultuous surge against his opponent. To his astonishment, no matter how much soul power he exerted, it seemed to vanish into the abyss, failing to elicit even the slightest change in Qingyang's expression. Could it be a fade? Just as Jin Yao was unable to suppress his doubts, his countenance abruptly shifted, and he withdrew his hand as if it had encountered a searing rod. How could this be? Jin Yao clutched his palm in shock, staring incredulously at Qingyang. Just moments ago, he had felt his soul power collide with an immense and blazing sun, rather than inflicting any damage. It had been repelled by the insignificantly radiant aura of his opponent. Now, his right hand seemed as if it had been scalded, emitting a faint stinging sensation. "Now that we are acquainted, Jin Yao, without further ado, please lead us to the mission site." Jin Yao's expression twitched, and he bit down on his teeth to retort. A mere child, lacking the rigors of enforcement team training, with no elder to guide him on missions, and not a shred of experience in solo tasks, what indeed qualifies you to be a captain? Qingyang spoke softly. "What you have stated is indeed significant. Yet let us not forget that the most fundamental aspect on this continent is strength. Furthermore, please refer to me as Captain or Qingyang next time." Upon hearing this, Jin Yao's expression grew cold. He let out a barely perceptible snort and refrained from engaging in a futile dispute, turning away to walk in another direction. Follow me. Chapter 10. Conspiracy within the premises of the Law Enforcement Hall. A resounding cry of an eagle echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic giant bird soared into the wind, heading towards the horizon. Standing atop the back of the flying spirit beast, Qingyang felt the increasingly powerful gust of wind. With a subtle flick of his right hand, a shimmering ring of purple interspersed with green patterns unfurled, transforming into a delicate wooden barrier that shielded him from the relentless winds. Once the disturbances of the fierce gusts were mitigated, Qingyang took a moment to inspect the flying spirit beast beneath him with keen interest. Jin Yao, who had been observing Qingyang intently, could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing this scene, ensuring that he was not mistaken. Although some members of the Spirit Hall could employ various methods to ward off the harsh winds, it often came at a significant cost in soul power, leading them to abandon such practices. Moreover, the technique Qingyang utilized, if he was not mistaken, appeared to be his sole skill. Yet how could such a peculiar soul ring exist? The yellow ring, laced with azure patterns and nearly circular in shape, diverged from the conventional rings that others possessed, which were merely annular. Such a phenomenon was utterly unprecedented. Jin Yao cast a deep glance at Qingyang, suppressing the emotions within, and proactively elucidated. "This is a mode of transportation meticulously cultivated by our spirit hall, known as the Swift Eagle. It is the offspring of a 10-year spirit beast, the Rapid Eagle, and a common wild beast, boasting impressive speed and remarkable endurance. Its greatest drawback, however, lies in its substantial appetite. Thus, unless for particularly significant missions, it is generally not utilized." Jin Yao's words betrayed an unmistakable pride. As a member of the Spirit Hall, he possessed the confidence to stand tall against any rival force in terms of soul masters. Be it the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, the 7 major sects, or any hidden factions, none could rival the Spirit Hall on the level of soul masters. Given that soul masters are the prevailing force in this world, the title of the foremost power on the continent indeed belongs rightfully to the Spirit Hall. Qingyang stood atop the back of the flying spirit beast, gazing down at the diminutive mountains and villages below, feeling a sense of agreement within. In an era still predominantly reliant on horse-drawn carriages, the Spirit Hall had already embraced the use of flying spirit beasts, highlighting a significant disparity. The cultivation and refinement of spirit beasts was simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. Qian Rengshu, listening to Jin Yao's words, seemed rather indifferent, as she was currently beside Qingyang, eagerly observing the scenery that swept by beneath them, occasionally engaging in discussions with him. Her curious and innocent demeanor not only quelled Jin Yao's inner resentment, but also positively influenced Qingyang's state of mind, causing a rare smile to grace his lips. Due to the considerable distance of the Kexierberg Kingdom from the Spirit City, situated to the west at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Traveling by flying spirit beasts still required a significant amount of time. Consequently, Qingyang, Qian Rengshu, and Jinyao were compelled to make brief stops at various branch halls along the way. Even though Qingyang could endure the journey, Qian Rengshu and Jinyao ultimately needed their rest, and the long-distance eagle required proper nourishment as well. However, thanks to Jinyao's extensive experience and the identity token from the headquarters enforcement team, they encountered no issues in resupply during their travels. By the afternoon of the following day, the trio successfully arrived at their destination, a remote town known as Noah City. The long-distance eagle flapped its enormous wings, creating a gust of air that sent the fallen leaves and dust swirling before gently settling. Once the flying spirit beast stabilized, the three of them leaped gracefully to the ground. Go, Jinyao commanded, and the long-distance eagle immediately soared towards the local spirit hall's breeding ground, awaiting its next call. Qingyang cast a serious and cold glance at the two individuals, stating, to save time, we shall proceed directly to the spirit hall sub-branch. Jinyao was taken aback and quickly inquired, what if there are ambushes? Qingyang halted his forward motion, slightly turning his head as he replied, those who collude with evil spirit masters shall be executed on the spot. With that, he stepped resolutely into the city. Qingyang harbored such thoughts and acted accordingly. As for the task at hand, is mere investigation sufficient? Would it not be more prudent to resolve the issue entirely? Why send additional personnel merely to squander time? Fortuitously, the enforcement team possesses not only the authority to apprehend and judge externally, but also a degree of investigative power internally. Even in the absence of such authority, the esteemed identities of Qian Rengshu and Jin Yao render any obstacle trivial. Is he truly serious? A chill ran through Jin Yao's heart as he realized that Qingyang was not only inscrutable in strength, but also unervingly formidable in character. Such an individual, intolerant of malevolence, was unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Qingyang, do you have confidence? Qian Rengshu inquired softly at his side. Typically, a branch in a remote city would be guarded by a spirit master, yet given the suspicious circumstances here, we may face challenges far beyond our expectations. Qingyang's footsteps did not falter for a moment as he replied with resolute conviction, rest assured, I am confident. If the situation turns unfavorable, you may send a distress signal. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu nodded in agreement. With Qingyang's keen intellect, it was no surprise that he anticipated the presence of protection, and she was eagerly looking forward to the events that would unfold. Moreover, Qian Rengshu was deeply curious about Qingyang's prowess. Although she understood that he was formidable, she had always lacked a clear conception of his strength. Should a battle indeed ensue, it would provide her an excellent opportunity to gain further insight into Qingyang. In the city of Nuar, within the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere remained as usual, with pedestrians occasionally entering its grand premises. The passers-by, upon gazing at the city's most magnificent structure, regarded it with reverence, casting the most devout glances. It was solely due to the esteemed individuals of the branch hall that the city of Nuar was spared from the disturbances of soul beasts. As for the meager price paid, it was hardly a concern. Inside, the aged bishop sat in an opulent high-backed chair, admiring the lavish hall that was the culmination of his life's work. Suddenly, he sighed with a tone of regret. It is truly unfortunate that the Spirit Hall has begun to harbor suspicions about this place. It seems these riches may not be ours to carry away. Beside him, his son, a well-known steward of Nur, casually tossed a piece of fruit into his mouth and smiled leisurely. Father, arrangements have already been made, and they have promised to send someone to protect us. Once we reach their territory, given our years of accumulation, we need not worry at all. The bishop nodded slowly, then spoke kindly to his son. From now on, everything shall depend on you. I shall enjoy my twilight years. Just as the middle-aged steward was about to respond, a guard burst in from outside, his expression tense. Your Excellency, esteemed steward, the Spirit Hall has dispatched an enforcement team to investigate. Siyu's countenance changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet. How could they arrive so swiftly? This does not bode well. Ayu, remain calm. Come with me to welcome our guests. Let us hope they do not display the same lack of discernment as the previous group, the bishop replied, his speech measured, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Chapter 11. An atmosphere of unease. Qingyang entered the side hall with measured steps, overwhelmed by the opulent decorations that even someone familiar with the splendor of Wuhuan City found somewhat disorienting. The ivory-like long brick flooring, the glass that resembled crystal in its transparency, and the myriad of decorative items, each clearly of considerable worth, spoke volumes of the extraordinary nature of this place. In his youth, Qingyang had once visited a small town nearby, where the Spirit Hall branch was commendable, yet when compared to this place, it resembled nothing more than a humble chicken beside a resplendent phoenix. Of utmost significance is the observation made during the journey. The inhabitants here do not appear particularly affluent, and even the lord of the city likely does not possess substantial wealth. The fact that the local bishop has amassed such fortune to establish a branch of such opulence clearly indicates underlying issues, as the other party has begun to reveal their intentions without any pretense. Xiaxue, Jinyao, prepare for battle. What we are about to confront is unlikely to be a warm and cordial reception. Qingyang issued a brief admonition, his gaze penetrating the hall as it ventured into the depths within. There lingered an unsettling aura that caused him considerable discomfort. Observing Qingyang's unwavering determination, Jinyao had no choice but to accompany his lead, remaining vigilant and voicing a cautionary note. Captain, do exercise caution. While they may not possess formidable strength, the art of poisoning and deceit is a favorite tactic of the malevolent soul masters. As an elite member of the enforcement team, having endured numerous trials, he had cultivated a keen sense of the broader picture. He understood that in circumstances like these, personal grievances between him and Qingyang were trivial, rendered insignificant in the face of impending peril. Rest assured, Qingyang, I can safeguard myself. You must also remain vigilant. Qian Ringshu's voice brimmed with excitement as she, alongside Jinyao, closely followed Qingyang. This being her inaugural mission outside, the prospect of contributing to the Spirit Hall through her own prowess instilled a profound sense of pride within her. Upon her return, she resolved to recount this experience to her grandfather, and indeed, she would invite Qingyang to share in the tale. At the forefront, a seemingly ordinary female soul master was diligently recording notes with pen and paper. Upon noticing the three children approaching her, a look of curiosity flickered across her face. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, her expression shifted swiftly to a somewhat insincere yet standard smile, and in a tone that feigned warmth, she inquired, "Greetings, little ones. How may I assist you?" Qingyang raised his gaze to observe the individual before him, as a fleeting golden glimmer vanished within the depths of her black pupils. She appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary soul master, her soul power emanating a mere whisper, leading to the conclusion that she possessed but a single soul ring. Externally, she seemed to be in her 30s. However, her physical condition suggested a lack of vitality, as if some unseen force had drained her life essence. Upon discerning the essence of this woman, Qingyang unfastened the token from his waist, presenting it before her. Enforcers of the Spirit Hall, summon the bishop at once. We require his cooperation in an investigation. The female soul master's countenance paled, her hands seemingly devoid of strength, causing her pen to fall from her grasp. Instinctively glancing at Qingyang, she noticed him narrowing his eyes, fixating on her peculiar reaction. A shiver coursed through her, compelling her to lower her gaze. The small figure before her exuded an unparalleled pressure, more terrifying than that of the bishop himself. This was the enforcer squad of the Spirit Hall headquarters, truly daunting. "Ah, my apologies, it seems my hand has grown somewhat stiff," she stammered, hastily bending down to retrieve the fallen pen and placing it aside, repeatedly expressing her contrition. "I shall notify the bishop at once. Please bear with me for a moment." With an effortful smile, she hastened to depart, eager to vacate the scene. Due to Qingyang and Qian Rinshue's youthful appearances and modest statures, the Enforcer Hall had not prepared suitable uniforms for them, as they had come directly after accepting their assignment. Furthermore, Jinyao, enjoying a day off, was naturally not clad in work attire, had it not been for the urgent summons. He would still be leisurely passing time in Spirit City. Consequently, the female soul master did not immediately recognize the trio upon first glance. Qingyang swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself directly in her path, and spoke in a tone that brooked no opposition. "There's no need for that. We shall accompany you." The female spirit master, resigned, proceeded deeper into the hall alongside Qingyang and his companions. Along the way, she discreetly exchanged glances with a man not far off. After their eyes met, he quickly made his way in the opposite direction. Indeed, something was amiss. Qingyang perceived the situation with acute clarity. As anticipated, the female spirit master employed various tactics to delay their progress, extending what should have been a brief journey to nearly double its original length. During this time, even Jinyao and Qian Rinxu began to exhibit signs of impatience. Just as the two were contemplating more forceful measures, the principal figure finally arrived. "You three must be members of the enforcement team, am I correct?" The bishop, clad in resplendent robes and exuding an air of calm authority, emerged from within. However, Upon observing the trio, a look of uncertainty crossed his face. Their youth was strikingly apparent. It was simply inconceivable. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Beside the bishop, the attendant Suyu also harbored doubts and took a step forward, probing cautiously, "Are you three jesting? Have you strayed from your families and come to seek our assistance?" It is important to note that certain jesting should not be taken lightly. Qingyang cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, the unsettling aura emanating from him particularly pronounced, second only to that which lingered in the depths of the hall and beside the bishop. "Do you believe I am jesting?" Qingyang stepped forward, retorting to Suyu, with a formidable soul power within him surging and ready to erupt, showing no inclination to further prove his identity. Observing the other party's attempts to obfuscate and argue, his expression turned cold. "Then allow me to play a jest with you. Golden crocodile, manifest." Jin Yao, sensing an impending conflict, promptly invoked his martial spirit. A radiant golden light enveloped his form, further enhancing his already impressive physique, exuding an intimidating aura without restraint. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings floated around him, proclaiming to all that he was a formidable soul master. Jin Yao took a step forward, maintaining a slight distance behind Qingyang, facing Suyu directly. With a slight bow, his icy beast-like eyes fixed on Suyu, who was breaking into a cold sweat. "This child is actually a soul master." Suyu gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the oppressive atmosphere, unable to restrain himself from taking a step back. "This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The bishop, recognizing the precarious situation, quickly interjected with a forced smile, positioning himself between the two to shield Suyu from the mounting pressure. Chapter 12. The 10,000-Year Soul Beast, King of the All-Seeing Soul Devourer. Misunderstanding? Qingyang softly murmured, turning to gaze upon the remarkably vibrant old man. Despite his apparent age, there resided within him an extraordinary vitality, rivaling that of even the most robust youth. After appraising him from head to toe, Qingyang displayed a gentle smile and warmly inquired, "Might you, esteemed bishop, elucidate why I sense an aura of malevolence within this chapel?" The bishop's countenance stiffened momentarily before he quickly donned a smile, masking his discomfort. This enforcement team was indeed unpredictable, comprising unexpectedly youthful members and deviating from conventional procedures. Typically, he would be expected to host the enforcement team and assist them in their inquiry. Yet, they commenced by questioning a bishop, as if intent on placing the blame squarely upon him. Could there have been a misunderstanding? The spirit hall was traditionally a bastion of sanctity. How could evil possibly find a foothold here? The bishop, his brow furrowed with confusion, found the question utterly astonishing. While he could not fathom how this individual had discerned the truth, he had concealed that secret well enough. Even if these youths were formidable, they would likely fail to uncover it in a short span. Without evidence, they could not take action against him. Nevertheless, he recognized the need to expedite his plans. Once he escaped this place, he would be beyond the reach of the spirit hall. Wouldn't he? Qingyang nodded slightly, refraining from uttering another word. The golden battle armor materialized from the void, seamlessly enveloping his form, creating a majestic silhouette that emanated in ethereal grandeur. This was the most formidable armor in existence, the Emperor. Once the armor was fully donned, Qingyang spoke no further. An array of intricate blue rings adorned with mysterious patterns emerged behind each member of the martial soul branch, binding them all in place. It was as if they were sinners awaiting judgment. This was the ultimate technique of the wood element, the Emperor's wood suppression. The bishop, in a state of terror, realized he was utterly immobilized, his soul power firmly restrained, moving at a pace slower than that of a snail, rendering him incapable of even summoning his martial soul. He glanced at the others, equally suppressed, the female soul master, his son, and those who had participated in that fateful incident, all ensnared by this overwhelming soul technique, desperately struggling in a state of panic. "Father, please save me. What on earth is this?" Suyu cried out in distress, feeling akin to a lamb led to slaughter, a sensation that filled him with dread. The bishop, hearing his son's cries, gritted his teeth and admonished Qingyang sternly. "What are you planning to do? Do you not realize that it is forbidden by the martial soul hall to act against a bishop? If you do not rescind this soul technique at once, I shall report you to the Holy See." Qingyang paid no heed to the panic and cries of the onlookers. With a gentle lift of his hand, radiance illuminated the surroundings. The fire of the 5 elements, the Emperor's blazing flame. A crimson halo floated in the sky, expanding to nearly half the size of the spirit hall. A column of scorching red flame descended from it, piercing through the ornate ceiling and melting the polished floor, burrowing deep into the earth below. At that moment, an unearthly shriek echoed, unlike any human wail. An eerie aura pervaded the air, impervious even to the searing pillar of fire. Qian Ringshu's mouth slightly agape. She turned towards the source of the sound. A colossal black soul beast emitted a cry of anguish. Surrounded by countless smaller, bizarre soul beasts, all succumbing to the terrifying inferno. Strangely, this soul beast retracted its soft, near-liquid form, causing the encompassing darkness of the basement to gradually dissipate, revealing numerous pale, breathless humans. The hundred-eyed spirit devourer. Qian Ringshu appeared utterly incredulous. She had only encountered such a soul beast in the records of the Spirit Hall's legacy. True to its name, the hundred-eyed spirit devourer possessed numerous eyes, each capable of extracting the life force from living beings, transforming it into a tainted form of life energy. Its grotesque, twisted figure resembled a putrid sludge, with its main eye serving as the reservoir for this energy, capable of unleashing terrifying malevolent soul techniques. Once the hundred-eyed spirit devourer amassed sufficient energy, it could evolve into a 10,000-year soul beast, the spirit devourer sovereign. Legend had it that the soul beast was a favored sacred beast of an evil deity, annihilated when the angelic god descended upon the continent. Yet here it was before her once more. In that instant, Qian Ringshu understood why Qingyang had acted without hesitation against these individuals, disregarding even the procedures of the enforcement team. These people dared to harbor malevolent soul beasts within the Spirit Hall's branch, inflicting harm upon life. A long-buried fury ignited within Qian Ringshu's heart. These scoundrels were utterly defiling the glory of the Spirit Hall. Angelic possession. Qian Ringshu immediately invoked her martial soul, transforming into a figure of heightened sanctity and beauty, radiating an aura of reverence. Without a moment's hesitation, her yellow second soul ring glowed, activating her defensive soul technique. Second soul technique. Angelic guardian. A spectral figure of an angel unfurled its gossamer wings, casting a delicate golden light that enveloped the three of them, shielding them from the malevolent energy emanating from the soul beast. The crimson eyes of the Eye Devourer King fixated upon Qingyang and his companions with a fierce roar. Its massive form began to glow faintly. A stream of green malevolent energy shot forth from its main eye, colliding with the luminous protective barrier. Qian Ringshui immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure, channeling all her soul power into the barrier. For nearly 3 seconds, they stood in a stalemate, ultimately managing to withstand the soul beast's casual strike. She gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she gazed at the colossal soul beast, her heart heavy with trepidation. This time, the adversary was formidable, had it not been for Qian Ringshui's powerful martial soul, which possessed a purifying effect that countered the beast's malevolence. Even with the strength of a grand soul master, she would have been utterly incapable of withstanding a strike from such a millennium-old soul beast. Qingyang retracted the wood soul ring and supported the weary Qian Ringshui, infusing her with pure vitality and soul power to compensate for the immense consumption of her soul skills. Witnessing his futile attack, the King of Soul Devouring Eyes extended one of its black, sludge-like tentacles, striking out with ferocity. The initially short appendage elongated endlessly, the air around it detonating with a terrifying sound that sent shivers through all who heard it. Jin Yao, observing this seemingly earth-rending assault, steeled his resolve and stepped resolutely in front of the two. The first soul ring illuminated, activating the soul skill Golden Crocodile Body, followed closely by the third soul skill, Terror Claw. The dark golden claws slashed through the air with ferocity, colliding violently with the tentacle, resulting in the remaining structure of the Spirit Hall crumbling into genuine ruins. Chapter 13. Inescapable. A piercing shriek resonated, laced with unmistakable fury, as the unique, feral aura of the 10,000-year soul beast surged forth, making it abundantly clear to all present that it was enraged. The previous 2 failed attacks had revealed to it that the beings before it were not the easy prey it had encountered before. Momentarily, it hesitated, its numerous eyes darting about as if contemplating alternative strategies. Jin Yao clenched his teeth, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His sharp right claw quivered slightly, having carved 2 distinct grooves into the ground to withstand the force of the blow, resulting in some internal injuries. After all, it was a 10,000-year soul beast, akin to a soul king in strength, even though the golden crocodile was a beast martial spirit known for its physical prowess. The vast disparity in power could not be overlooked. It could be said that withstanding such an attack without sustaining significant harm already attested to his and his martial spirit's strength. Captain, based on the soul beast performance, its power is equivalent to that of a 30,000-year soul beast. We must devise a plan, whether to fight or flee. Jin Yao exclaimed urgently, his complexion flushed. In his view, it was imperative to retreat swiftly, With the combined strength of the three of them, self-preservation was still a viable option. The 10,000-year soul beast had already surpassed their capabilities. Qingyang approached Jinyao's side, channeling the vitality of the wood soul ring to heal the injuries sustained from the collision, while simultaneously assessing his own condition and evaluating the situation at hand. As his gaze fell upon the multitude of emaciated civilians in the basement, their frail forms resembling little more than skin and bones, his hands instinctively clenched. He could perceive their faint, pained groans, their labored breaths, and the relentless loss of life due to the depletion of vitality surrounding them. Qingyang once believed that his heart was as unyielding as iron, impervious to any upheaval. Yet this exceedingly cruel scene successfully challenged his emotions. We cannot depart at this juncture. There are no formidable soul masters stationed nearby. Even should the closest spirit hall dispatch reinforcements, it would require considerable time. In such a scenario, the populace of this city would suffer catastrophic losses. Our only recourse is to eliminate this beast. It is the most prudent course of action. Jinyao, first send a distress signal to the nearby spirit hall. The situation in this city necessitates their intervention. Qingyang gazed intently at the imposing figure of the hundred-eyed devouring spirit king. His voice, though gruff and unyielding, bore no trace of hesitation or panic, instilling immense confidence in Qian Rushiwei and Jinyao. Jinyao nodded affirmatively, immediately signaling his unwavering support for Qingyang's decision. He produced a radiant crystal, and, as he channeled his soul power, he applied pressure, producing a crisp crack that heralded a peculiar wave of soul energy that swiftly dissipated. This was a unique device employed by the enforcement hall for summoning aid. Upon activation, provided the distance was not excessive, the nearest enforcement team would be able to detect the soul energy fluctuation and roughly ascertain its direction. With this signal, reinforcements could arrive without delay. Of course, the Martial Soul Division also possessed its own internal communication methods that were more precise and definitive. However, given the current circumstances, such options were evidently impractical. Seizing the fleeting moment while Jinyao sent out the distress signal, Qian Rushiwei once again invoked Angelic Guardian, enveloping the three of them in a soft golden light before she inquired, "What shall we do now?" Qingyang maintained an unwavering expression as he stated, "I can exert control over this soul beast, rendering it incapable of any response for a duration of 10 seconds. Are you confident in your ability to eliminate it?" Qianren Shui pondered for a moment, releasing a vast surge of soul power, a resplendent white longsword materializing in her grasp. "Prior to our departure, my grandfather lent me this extraordinary weapon. With the aid of my angel martial soul, I can harness a portion of its capabilities." The Sword of Angels, indeed. Even without direct contact, Qingyang could sense its remarkable essence. Jinyao, no longer concealing his own prowess, allowed his right arm to emanate a fierce wave of soul energy. A dark golden soul bone on his right arm radiated a faint glow, barely perceptible. He turned to Qingyang, his demeanor earnest as he declared, "This is my right arm soul bone, capable of unleashing formidable skills with devastating power. If you can truly exert control over it, I assure you, breaching the defenses of this soul beast will pose no challenge." The unmatched aura of sharpness affirmed Jin Yao's assertions. Qingyang nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, let us commence our actions. What are the 5 elements?" "Fire of the 5 elements." Qingyang extended his arms, and a divine radiance manifested above him. 2 luminous halos, one trailing the other, soared forth, positioned before and behind the colossal soul beast. Amidst the intertwining blue and red lights, a mysterious and enigmatic rune was inscribed in the void. Seal, the formation of yin and yang. Qingyang clasped his hands together with fervor. The King of Hundred Eyes emitted a final, anguished cry, struggling violently, and in the instant the luminous patterns of the spell took shape. The terrifying soul power that had once instilled fear in all beings suddenly fell silent. An opportunity. Jin Yao's eyes sparkled with determination as he lunged toward the primary eye of the Hundred Eyes King with utmost speed, his right arm brimming with potent soul power, poised to unleash its might. The unyielding bone of his right arm, empowered by the soul bone technique, dark golden claw, coalesced immense soul energy into a gleaming dark gold claw, exuding a chilling aura that raised the hairs on his body. Observing the colossal soul beast, firmly ensnared by 2 radiant halos, Jin Yao acted without hesitation. Aiming directly at the enormous primary eye, he unleashed a strike infused with all his soul power. The sound resonated like the clash of metal, piercing and jarring. After a moment of stalemate, Jin Yao's expression hardened. He bit his tongue, forcing forth the latent soul power buried deep within. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as the dark golden claw, wrought from his soul power, tore into the beast's vast pupil as if rending iron. Violet blood erupted violently, engulfing Jin Yao in its sinister waves. Covered in blood, he made one final thrust. The sensation of piercing through flesh and sinew brought a sense of relief to his heart. In the next moment, he was violently propelled backward by the surge of blood, crashing to the ground. I have succeeded. Jin Yao turned his weary head toward Qingyang, a relieved smile gracing his lips. I have not betrayed your trust. Jin Yao. Qingyang turned to gaze at Jin Yao, who lay on the ground, comprehending the words he yearned to convey. In his moment of intense focus, he experienced a fleeting lapse in concentration. Consequently, his grip on the soul beast weakened ever so slightly, and the two halos displayed signs of instability. How infuriating! Qingyang withdrew his attention, seething with resentment. With a twist of his clasped hands, the soul power within him intertwined with a trace of heavenly might, emanating a more oppressive aura that counterattacked the king of soul-devouring eyes. The colossal form of the king was enveloped in two luminous rings that slowly revolved around it, their interplay of light swiftly suppressing the flicker of resistance that had just been rekindled. Xiao Xue, now is the moment. Strike with your most formidable attack at the point of injury created by Jin Yao. That is its sole weakness. Chapter 14. The Gift of Life. Qian Rengshu took a step forward, the voice of Qingyang resonating in her ears, adding a sharp glint to her clear eyes. She pressed her lips together, her delicate face slightly furrowed. With all her might, she unleashed her angel martial soul, and the white angel sword in her grasp emanated a surge of fervent energy. The elongated blade subtly revealed the sacred visage of an angel. This weapon had been passed down through countless ages within the angel lineage. Though it bore the shape of a sword, it was, in essence, a genuine soul bone, a component of the angel set. Aged an astonishing 99,999 years. Even though Qian Rengshu was not the rightful owner of this blade and could not fully harness its true power, she was resolute that this strike would determine life or death against the utterly defenseless king of soul-devouring eyes. She raised her hand, channeling all her soul power into the angel sword. An ethereal sword of light, composed of pure soul energy, enveloped the blade, its formidable purifying force seemingly transforming the tainted air into something a touch fresher. Qingyang, leave it to me. As her words fell, her first soul ring ignited. First soul skill, Angel Assault. With the enhancement of her soul skill, the ethereal sword became even more solidified. With a single, sweeping motion of her hand, the phantom sword, as if endowed with intelligence, broke free from the confines of the sword itself and flew towards the main eye of the king of soul-devouring eyes with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A radiant light burst forth, and the massive form of the king, which had been writhing and struggling, abruptly ceased its movements. In the next moment, its colossal body crashed down like a falling mountain, the site where its main eye was pierced marked by signs of severe burning and purification. Simultaneously, a black soul ring materialized. Upon witnessing this scene, Qingyang let out a sigh of relief and swiftly dissipated two soul rings, hastening towards Jin Yao and Qian Rushue. A faint blue light emanated, gradually restoring the pallid complexion of Jin Yao to a healthy hue. Qian Rushue, her longsword poised, was panting heavily. Her once elegantly bound orange-golden hair now lay drenched in sweat. Among the trio, she retained a modicum of stamina, second only to Qingyang, as she surveyed her surroundings. The once opulent spirit hall had transformed into a veritable ruin in nearly half of its expanse, and without prolonged restoration, it would remain irreparable. The aftermath of the battle had caused many insignificant members to flee, and the closer one ventured to the battlefield, the greater the toll of death became. Particularly in the basement where the King of the 100 Eyes had appeared, the number of casualties among the weakened was nearly half. This was already considered a favorable outcome. During the conflict, no one could afford to consider others. With Qingyang's healing, Jin Yao had regained some strength and, with a slight effort, managed to rise, surveying the desolate surroundings with a faint click of his tongue. How terrifying! I never imagined I could withstand a direct confrontation with a 10,000-year soul beast. If this achievement were to be revealed, even the venerable second elder would regard me with newfound respect. Amidst his musings, his gaze halted upon a familiar, disheveled figure. He promptly strode forward and delivered a kick, sneering, "Old man, you haven't fled yet? Where is that steward? Why didn't he take you along?" Ever since the Emperor Mu town had been reclaimed by Qingyang, the bishop had been lurking in an inconspicuous corner, fearful of being implicated, and to his surprise, he had still been discovered by Jin Yao. The bishop stumbled and fell to the ground, his ornate robe now a tattered mess. Upon hearing Jin Yao mention his son, his aged visage contorted into a mask of malevolence. That wretch. If he hadn't abandoned me to flee alone, would I have to endure this childish humiliation? Receiving another kick, the bishop immediately pleaded for mercy. This is not my doing. It was all the steward's fault. Even if you kill me, it changes nothing. Moreover, these commoners lack vitality and will inevitably meet their demise alongside me. Why not spare me? I can lead you to Leiden village to return the gathered life force to them, thus granting them a chance at salvation. Jinyo paused, turning to Qingyang to seek his counsel. Leiden village was indeed the destination of their current mission, situated within the jurisdiction of Noah City. Furthermore, the old man's words warranted consideration. Their struggle against the 10,000-year soul beast was, after all, to protect the people of this very place. Suddenly, a tremendous force hurled Jin Yao away, revealing the bishop's martial soul, with 4 soul rings floating around him. He exhibited no intention of engaging in combat. Despite being a soul master, he unhesitatingly turned and fled. At that moment, Qingyang raised a hand, grasping at the air, as a sacred golden energy materialized within his palm. Concurrently, the bishop struggled with his legs, his entire form suspended in midair. As he clutched at his throat with both hands, his complexion turning crimson, as though an invisible force were constricting his neck. With a casual wave of his hand, Qingyang sent the bishop's body hurtling into the ruins. The bishop staggered to his feet, half-crouched on the ground, coughed twice, and gazed at the approaching, cold yet imposing golden figure. A tremor ran through him as he nervously pleaded, "Do not kill me. If you do, those wicked soul masters will not spare you." Observing the bishop's desperate entreaties, akin to the pitiful whimpering of a dying dog, Qingyang felt no flicker of compassion within. Such a deeply stained and bloodied soul master was unworthy of existence. Even if taken to the spirit hall, his fate would be nothing but judgment. Moreover, in the name of the spirit hall, he had committed countless heinous acts. His very existence was a desecration of the lives that had been lost. A warm spray of blood marked the reality that the deceased was once a human being, not a callous and merciless demon. Yet, it was this very person who had perpetrated such atrocities. After dealing with the bishop, Qingyang turned his gaze toward the group of over 100 individuals sprawled on the ground, their vitality severely depleted, and sighed inwardly. What shall we do with these people? Qian Rushiwei approached, expressing her concern. She understood well that due to his past experiences, Qingyang harbored immense sympathy for these ordinary souls. If they were to perish, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. It is all the fault of these wretched beings. Qian Rushiwei glared fiercely at the bishop's corpse, as if wishing to vanquish him once more with her gaze. Allow me to take care of this. Qingyang gazed upward at the sunlit sky, where the soul ring of Muji ascended into the heavens, radiating a resplendent brilliance. The wood of the 5 elements, a gift of life. Countless droplets of vibrant blue-green starlight, akin to raindrops, cascaded upon each individual, infusing their parched and weary bodies with an abundance of vitality, nurturing their wounded spirits and flesh. The armor adorning Qingyang faded into light, yet he remained unperturbed, his pallid visage fixated on the unfolding scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 15. The City Lord. Although the bodies of these individuals had been restored, the enduring scars of their past afflictions had inflicted psychological wounds that would require time to heal. Even Qingyang, at this moment, found himself powerless, reliant solely on the passage of time to gently soothe their tormented spirits. Fortunately, the king of soul-devouring eyes lacked any psychological capabilities. Otherwise, the current situation could have turned perilous. Who are you? What on earth has transpired here? A squad of 7 clad in leather armor and armed with weapons briskly traversed the remnants of the buildings, arriving before the trio, their vigilance keenly directed at the surroundings. The leader, a middle-aged man with an uncle-like demeanor, upon witnessing the lifeless bishop, exhibited unmistakable disdain, mingled with a hint of satisfaction. As he glanced at the vaguely familiar faces in the basement and the colossal carcass of the soul beast, astonishment overtook his features. I am Crayon, the squad leader of the Soul Hall patrol team in Noah City. The Soul Hall has been subjected to an unknown assault, and you are the only ones conscious at the scene. Please provide an accurate account of the situation. Crayon took a couple of steps forward, scrutinizing the trio of unusually composed children, instinctively softening his voice. His common sense informed him that these 3 children, present at such a time and place, were far from ordinary. Unlike other children who would be flustered, their attire surpassed that of the affluent he had encountered, and most strikingly, an aura of immense confidence radiated from them, a phenomenon he had never before witnessed. Yet they were merely children. Qingyang looked up, a fleeting glimmer of light extinguishing in his eyes. The second ring soul master exhibited a normal vitality. Aside from the captain, The others were all first ring. Judging by his expression, he appeared unaware of the circumstances here, which suggested that a preliminary assessment of the situation could be undertaken. We are the enforcement team of the Spirit Hall. We kindly request Captain Crayon to allow your men to address the matter first. Now, we would appreciate it if you could lead us to meet the city lord. Qingyang removed the insignia, signaling with a clear yet indifferent voice. He was about to meet with the local authorities to resolve the matter decisively. A chill ran through Cray's heart as he confirmed the authenticity of the insignia. He regarded the boy, who exuded an inexplicable aura of authority, and sensed that a storm of bloodshed was poised to erupt within the city of Noel. After some contemplation, he concluded that such a significant event bore no relevance to him, and thus chose to adhere to the established protocol without deliberately involving himself. I understand, he said to the members of the enforcement team. Please follow me. With that, he instructed a companion behind him, and once they each proceeded with their tasks, he returned to Qingyang and the others. After observing for a brief moment, Qingyang confirmed that they were soothing the civilians and requesting manpower support for the aftermath. Subsequently, they accompanied Crayon to the Lord's mansion. In the entire continent, how many organizations can nurture a 10,000-year soul beast? As they walked along the path to the Lord's mansion in Noir City, there was an unmistakable frailty in Qingyang's voice. Bestowing one's life force upon others was indeed far beyond his limits. The sheer horror of the life force that those 100-odd individuals lacked was unimaginable. Had it not been for the unparalleled might of the Emperor of Light, any other individual attempting to intervene would have been drained to the bone. There simply was no one capable of such a feat, not even the titled Douluo, who was tirelessly gathering evil soul masters in an attempt to establish a faction. Jin Yao shook his head upon hearing the question, responding without a moment's hesitation. Qian Rinxue expressed her surprise, asking, "Is there truly a titled Douluo among the evil soul masters? Wasn't it your grandfather who eradicated them in his youth?" Qian Rinxue vividly recalled how Qian Douluo had often recounted the glorious history of the Spirit Hall, highlighting his own remarkable achievements. Among these was the extermination of the malevolent soul masters who continued to thrive under the pursuit of the enforcement team, growing ever stronger. It was precisely due to the relentless onslaught from the angel family and the enforcement team that the evil soul masters never gained a foothold on the continent, at times even rendering the title of evil soul master non-existent. That particular title Douluo emerged only 7 years ago, known for his extreme caution, despite numerous attempts. The Spirit Hall was unable to locate him. Jinya spoke with a wry smile, revealing that he had spent considerable time within the enforcement team and had a profound understanding of those who stood against them. Qingyang nodded and remarked, however, they must possess some knowledge about the situation here. Since the clues lead to Leiden village, we cannot afford to overlook this. Qian Rangshu's delicate face was etched with concern. But your condition, do not fret. Our own state is far from ideal, so let the people here resolve their matters independently. This shall serve as an opportunity for them to choose their allegiance, Qingyang replied, her gaze revealing a hint of coldness. To the Lord of the city, I hope your decisions do not disappoint me. Unavoidably, these words reached Kreen, who preferred to remain oblivious to them. Cold sweat streamed down his brow. These individuals. Kreen could not help but quicken his pace, yearning to distance himself from the trio. Along the way, numerous armored personnel, fully equipped with weapons, patrolled the streets, while even more hurried toward the Martial Soul Branch Hall. Since both the Martial Soul Branch Hall and the Lord's Mansion were situated in the most prosperous area of Noel City, Qingyang and her companions swiftly arrived at their destination. Led by Cran, the trio from Qingyang navigated through various interrogations before ultimately entering the most towering edifice. Unlike the Spirit Hall's branch, the Lord's Mansion, though undoubtedly impressive, were evident signs of recent disarray. The surroundings were heavily guarded, as if the Lord had been unnerved by some frightful occurrence. Nevertheless, the inhabitants here treated them with utmost courtesy. The term Spirit Hall was not merely a trivial phrase. My lord, I shall take my leave. Crayon ventured tentatively upon entering the chamber. After receiving a nod from the brawny, bald man, he hastily departed, as if fleeing from a den of demons. The Spirit Hall indeed boasts a plethora of talent. Several youths have already become members of the enforcement team. In comparison, my own children fall significantly short. The Lord offered as a courteous preamble, hoping to ease the tension. However, Qingyang was unyielding, his gaze piercing as he spoke with blunt directness. Lord, I care not for your past actions. If you wish to avoid the ire of the Spirit Hall, you must lead all soul masters of rank 2 and above under your command to Leiden village. Remember, this is your final opportunity. The Lord's countenance immediately darkened. In all his years, none had dared to threaten him. not even the previous bishop, who had always shown him deference. Chapter 16. Not yet concluded. Ultimately, the Lord acquiesced. The humiliation and helplessness were palpable. The might of the Spirit Hall was beyond the capacity of a mere lord of a small principality to confront, and even the demands of a member of the enforcement team required his careful consideration. Moreover, he had an impeccably valid reason. Should the Spirit Hall demand a thorough investigation into this significant incident, the Count would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. Regardless of his connections, he would still face the stigma of incompetence in management and risk losing his position as Lord. Thus, his only recourse now was to attempt damage control. Even if it meant merely softening the potential repercussions from the Spirit Hall, it was a worthy endeavor. In a short time, "These are all the soul masters I can summon," the Lord stated as he walked alongside Qingyang, surveying the over 100 soul masters gathered. As Qingyang had noted, these were formidable individuals of rank 2 and above, including over 20 soul venerates and 2 soul sects, all in the prime of life, unlike the frail elder soul masters. Such strength represented a considerable investment. Perhaps the Lord understood that evasion of this calamity was futile. All that transpired would ultimately be beyond his control. As for why the city guards were not mobilized, due to the nature of these small-scale skirmishes, it is evident that soul masters are more suitable for the task. Moreover, if time is of the essence, such an endeavor becomes impractical. It would be quite unfortunate to surround a village only to discover it deserted. Very well. Let us now proceed with the Lord of the city leading the way to Leighton Village. Qingyang turned around, seemingly perplexed, and gently inquired, "By the way, what shall we do if we encounter evil soul masters there?" Upon hearing this, the city lord immediately felt a pang of distress, gritting his teeth as he responded, "Naturally. We must eliminate them all without exception. That is my duty." The city lord understood that this venture would likely result in considerable losses, for he was all too aware of the nature of Leighton Village, essentially a den for evil soul masters. He regretted succumbing to temptation. Had he reported them directly, it would have been far better. Even with the assistance of the martial soul branch, the truth would eventually surface. The soul masters before him were the fruits of his labor. He had not only rallied his own forces, but had also employed various methods to bring in soul masters from several families within the city. These individuals represented his power and were the foundation of his standing in the kingdom of Kexierbo. Undertaking such a profitless endeavor was akin to a grievous wound. Hearing this response, Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Since the soul masters had enjoyed privileges for so many years, they must also bear a commensurate share of responsibility. Taking advantage of this moment, Qingyang and his companions took a brief respite, for he sensed that the unfolding events were far from over. In Leighton Village, countless individuals busied themselves, organizing the items accumulated over the years. Their movements were swift and adept, and the work was both orderly and precise, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary people. Those with heightened perception would realize that in this seemingly unremarkable village, every individual was a soul master. "Retreat, a horse." Detached voice reached Su Yu's ears. Disheveled and clad in tattered clothing, he appeared a stark contrast to his earlier composed self, having sacrificed much to reach this place: his poise, his wealth, and even his father. Su Yu gazed at her, the woman draped in a black robe, her face obscured by a peculiar mask, incredulous. "What did you just say?" he asked, uncertain, desperately hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. Did she just say to retreat? Such a departure would mean relinquishing the territory painstakingly cultivated by the organization over the years, severing the tenuous connections they had established. This encompassed countless investments, relationships, assets, personnel, and precious resources, all rendered futile. It was imperative to understand that achieving this under the scrutiny of the martial soul hall was an unimaginable challenge. It had taken 2 years to establish a foothold in this remote village. And now, she suggested abandoning it just like that? A part of their Su family was intertwined in this. Do I need to repeat myself? Leave a portion of the personnel to cover our retreat, destroy the scene. And the remaining members should take the collected life energy and retreat to the Stardoe forest. The woman turned, her visage obscured beneath the mask, rendering her features indistinct. Had it not been for the fact that this individual belonged to a select few families associated with their organization, possessing significant symbolic value, she would have dispatched this fool, who was even inferior to a monkey, long ago. Upon hearing her words, Su Yu's expression betrayed his reluctance. "My lady, why should we not eliminate those individuals? This way, we would not have to hastily abandon numerous resources." The woman cast a glance at Su Yu as if he were an imbecile. Were it not for your two foolish selves, would I have made such a drastic decision? The situation had already been compromised, with every moment wasted. The reinforcements from the Spirit Hall would arrive more swiftly. Even if they were victorious, it would merely be a matter of prolonging the inevitable. And they did not possess an abundance of reinforcements. Despite her impatience, she offered a slight explanation. However, you do present a valid point. Those 3 members of the enforcement team, being so young, are undoubtedly prodigies of the Spirit Hall. If we could retain them here, our organization would undoubtedly fare much better in the future. She seemed to mention this casually. Siyu's eyes brightened, since they could not take their amassed wealth. Eliminating their enemies would suffice. Yet, upon recalling the terrifying prowess of the 3, he hesitated. Forget it, as long as I survive. There remains an abundance of wealth and rewards yet to be claimed. Revenge can wait for another time. With this thought, Siyu had already crafted an excuse for himself. Perhaps we should let it go. The focus of our mission is merely to bring back the results. Since we have already exceeded our objectives, it is better not to complicate matters. The woman regarded him with even greater disdain. She strode towards the village's outskirts, where a squad of the most elite troops had been prepared, bearing the items entrusted by the organization, awaiting her command. Now, proceed to the outer stronghold of the Douluo Forest. This mission is considered complete. As Heiyu concluded, she sensed the uneven fluctuations of soul power approaching from a distance, knowing that the enemy had arrived and there was no time to linger. With the destruction of Leighton Village, the Spirit Hall should remain subdued for a while. As long as the stronghold within the Douluo Forest remained untroubled, all would still be acceptable, for it housed a crucial experimental subject. For now, consider this a temporary victory for you. The woman cast a final glance towards the direction of Nor City before resolutely departing in the opposite direction. Chapter 17. Extermination. Crayon swiftly dispatched the evil Soul Master in front of him with a powerful strike, sending the foe crashing to the ground. His companions from the temporary squad activated their soul skills to finish off the fallen adversaries. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming that this fragmented battlefield was temporarily devoid of enemies, allowing him to finally relax and take deep breaths. Behind him, the protected support-type Soul Master diligently cast various buffs on him and his allies, striving to restore as much soul power as possible during this brief respite. Occasionally, other Soul Masters from different temporary teams traversed past them, joining the skirmishes throughout Leighton Village to confront the evil Soul Masters. The air was filled with anguished cries. Some were from the defiant evil Soul Masters, while others emanated from their comrades in Nor City. Each agonizing scream often signified the loss of a vibrant life. Crayon had not anticipated being dragged into the fray, forced to battle the evil Soul Masters. Fortunately, in this miniature war of Soul Masters, Nor City held a numerical and qualitative advantage, rendering the casualties less catastrophic than one might fear. Nonetheless, even with such advantages, it was likely that dozens among the 100 or so Soul Masters would not return to Nor City. The ferocity of these evil Soul Masters was truly alarming. Just moments ago, he witnessed one on the brink of death resort to an unimaginable method, taking the Soul Master battling him down with a self-detonation. Who could withstand such a fate? Even if one held a slight advantage, a self-explosion could not be easily disregarded. That one seems to be in dire straits. Let us hasten to provide support, urged the temporary squad leader, a Soul Master of considerable rank, upon recognizing a tense situation unfolding. Crayon sighed inwardly, hoping to return to the city unscathed after the battle. In the distance, 3 figures from Qingyang stood observing the fierce battle between the Soul Masters. Upon entering the village, these malevolent Soul Masters launched a reckless and audacious assault, catching the defenders off guard, causing the Soul Master battalion organized by the city lord to be temporarily pushed back. Fortunately, bolstered by superior overall strength, they soon regained their footing and stabilized the situation. This was especially true after the city lord, unable to bear the sight of his Soul Masters suffering losses, could no longer restrain himself and joined the fray, tipping the scales decidedly in their favor. A formidable Soul Master, nearing the rank of Soul King, was indeed capable of altering the tide of battle. Had it not been for the Soul Master's desperate and suicidal attacks, Leighton Village would likely have fallen. However, at this point, it appeared that they could only hold out for a few more minutes. With merely over 70 Soul Masters present, whose abilities were rather unremarkable, it seemed they were on the verge of surrendering this position. Qingyang had been closely observing the battlefield, noting with surprise that among the malevolent Soul Masters, there was not a single Soul Master of the Soul Sect present. Instead, The ranks were primarily composed of Soul Masters and Great Soul Masters, with only a handful of Soul Emperors present. While these foes were somewhat more seasoned, their overall strength was evidently lacking. Additionally, the ruins of the village, coupled with the previously discovered concealed traces, clearly indicated that the enemy had voluntarily abandoned this location. These individuals were merely left behind as cannon fodder to divert attention, their sole purpose being to buy time for the main forces to retreat. Once we eradicate this place, our mission will be deemed accomplished, right? Qian Ringsha remarked, her expression somewhat relaxed yet tinged with fatigue. The task assigned to the enforcement team was merely to investigate the situation here and report any issues back. However, they had managed to capture the malevolent Soul Masters along with the entire city of Noel, which could be considered an extraordinary fulfillment of their mission. Generally speaking, matters would have been concluded at this juncture. Qingyang nodded slightly and turned to Jin Yao. For some unknown reason, since Jin Yao's arrival, he appeared somewhat distracted. His gaze continually swept across the village, as if he were searching for something. Captain, I believe I have discerned the direction in which those malevolent Soul Masters retreated. Should we investigate? No need. Qingyang pondered for a moment before ultimately declining, noting that their strength had not yet been fully restored. Should they venture into the depths? Complications might surely arise. Are you truly not inclined to take a look? I believe this journey will yield significant rewards, Jin Yao insisted, seemingly reluctant to concede. Qian Ruxue gazed at Jin Yao with astonishment, her rebuttal methodical, yet tinged with dissatisfaction. Given our current capabilities, we lack the confidence to confront the elite of the evil Soul Masters. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we could very well face total annihilation. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall branch here requires our attention. Jin Yao, as the vice-captain of the enforcement team, how can you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Despite their prior camaraderie forged in battle, the bond between Qian Ruxue and Jin Yao is not one to be trifled with during such perilous times. With their present strength, should they venture alone, even the presence of a single Soul King could plunge them into dire danger. Jin Yao opened his mouth, managing an awkward smile, when suddenly a faint ripple of soul power emanated from within his embrace. It seemed he sensed something, his tone imbued with evident excitement. The enforcement team nearby has arrived. They should be at the Spirit Hall branch now. He turned to Qingyang, for he knew well that Qingyang would not let the evil Soul Masters escape unpunished. Qingyang pondered for a moment, then lifted his head to meet Jin Yao's gaze. Could you elucidate the rationale behind this course of action? You must understand that while vanquishing the malevolent Soul Masters is our duty, I am equally responsible for the safety of each member within our team. Qingyang's gaze was unremarkable yet profound, his deep-set eyes quietly fixed on Jin Yao, who felt as though his very soul was being laid bare. After a moment of silence, Jin Yao suddenly relaxed, a bitter smile escaping his lips. After a lengthy pause, he slowly articulated, I simply sensed a familiar aura. During my last mission here, I discerned evident issues, and as I was about to depart, I was inexplicably ambushed, without ever encountering an enemy throughout the ordeal. I should have perished silently that time. Yet for reasons unknown, I survived and found myself outside of Noir City. This time, I intended to lead the team to thoroughly investigate everything, but unexpectedly, Qingyang appeared to be in deep contemplation. Jin Yao, driven by his personal sentiments, sought to unravel the mysteries behind their previous mission. According to his assertions, this group of malevolent Soul Masters evidently possessed some extraordinary attributes. The immense energy they wielded, capable of colluding with the entire city of Noir, indicated that their ambitions were far from ordinary. Should they succeed in locating their stronghold and launching an assault, the potential rewards could be beyond imagination. The only concern lay in their strength. Despite being among the continent's most exceptional talents, they remained mere prodigies, far from being formidable forces. With 2 Grand Soul Masters and a Soul Venerable, they would struggle to navigate even a slightly escalated situation. Were they to call upon those 2 for assistance? Qingyang hesitated. Chapter 18. Recommendations for Rest. My lord, I have compiled the statistics. A total of 142 Soul Masters participated in the battle, among which 32 have perished and 27 suffered severe injuries. Crayon gasped as he approached the lord, his voice heavy with the weight of the report. Around him, personnel moved about, some carrying the wounded, while others engaged in post-battle cleanup and management of the scene. The lord surveyed the chaotic battlefield, his robust hand instinctively pressing against his chest, where he felt a lingering ache. Leighton Village had been utterly devastated. This minor skirmish among Soul Masters had concluded, albeit at a significant cost. The toll of the casualties among the soul masters of Noer City was staggering, and this was merely a fleeting opportunity for redress. Whether he could retain his position as Lord hinged critically on the disposition of the Spirit Hall. As long as the Spirit Hall refrained from meddling in the internal affairs of the duchy and strongly demanded accountability for his ineffective governance, he could still secure his position by making certain sacrifices to appease the factions within his domain. He was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, after the battle concluded, he hastened to Qingyang's side, eager to demonstrate that his stance was unequivocally aligned with that of the Spirit Hall, declaring that those malevolent soul masters were deserving of eradication. My lord, I have witnessed your efforts. I hope that in the future, you will continue to unwaveringly combat the wicked soul masters and avoid any further missteps. Qingyang did not impose any difficulties upon the other party, offering the promise he sought. As long as the city lord had not truly allied himself with the malevolent soul masters, the Spirit Hall could not genuinely pursue him relentlessly. At most, they would merely administer a reprimand. The city lord sighed in relief, discerning the implication within Qingyang's words. He immediately regained his composure and declared resolutely, "As long as I serve as the city lord, I shall ensure that these vile soul masters will have no opportunity to exploit." Thus, the matter appeared to reach its conclusion. After conducting another thorough inspection of the premises to confirm no oversights, Qingyang and the city lord led their party back to Noer City. This incident would be explained by the city lord, characterizing it as a conspiracy orchestrated by the malevolent soul masters. It neither tarnished the glory of the Spirit Hall nor diminished the city lord's reputation. As for the malevolent soul masters, who would concern themselves with their plight? Moreover, they had not been wronged. Along the path into the city, some individuals who had recently awakened and had been rescued from the Spirit Hall's branch, upon hearing of Qingyang and his companions' return, insisted on personally expressing their gratitude. "We are immensely thankful to all the esteemed members of the Spirit Hall. Without your intervention, our family would have faced utter destruction," a woman said. Bowing deeply alongside her husband in heartfelt appreciation, Qingyang remembered that her husband was one of those rescued from the basement, and she was astonished to find that he had regained consciousness. "It is of no concern. It is our duty at the Spirit Hall to assist," she said graciously, accepting their gratitude. "If there are no further issues, you may return home." The woman, holding her husband's hand, expressed her heartfelt thanks once more, and after much persuasion, they slowly made their way back. Throughout this exchange, Qian Rinxue wore a serene smile on her delicate face, clearly in high spirits. Qingyang received several groups of individuals, persuading them all to return before politely declining the city lord's invitation to stay. He proceeded to remain at the branch hall of the Spirit Hall. The injured had already been sent away for medical treatment, and what was once a flourishing branch hall now lay in ruins, with only remnants of its former grandeur. The law enforcement team, having arrived earlier, had already notified the nearest main hall of the Spirit Hall, which would determine the personnel to be dispatched anew and allocate resources for the restoration of the buildings, temporarily assuming the responsibilities of the branch hall. After their discussions, Qingyang and his companions sought out a nearby inn to rest. Fortuitously, the innkeeper had connections with those they had rescued and graciously waived their accommodation fees for the day. Qingyang resolved to take a night's rest, replenishing his spiritual energy while contemplating deeply before making a decision. In the evening, within the inn of Noer City, Qingyang still had not made up his mind. According to the reports from the reconnaissance team, the evil soul masters had retreated towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest, where they would find it difficult to wreak havoc in the short term. Furthermore, the fact that these malevolent soul masters could control the King of the 100 Eyes indicated that their strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of the Spirit Hall branch here. Given the capabilities of the three of them, it was hard to foresee any significant achievements. What was more crucial was the risk of endangering themselves. The danger was exceedingly high, having experienced the battle against the King of the 100 Eyes. He was reluctant to put Qian Rinxue and Jin Yao in jeopardy again by engaging in a confrontation with the evil soul masters. Thus, he could only relay this intelligence back and allow the Spirit Hall to dispatch personnel to address the situation. Although this might delay their response, it was, at present, the most prudent course of action. "You seem to be in deep contemplation. Have you encountered a difficult dilemma?" A familiar voice echoed within the room. Qingyang turned around, only to find the ghost leopard Douluo had mysteriously appeared in the room, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Qingyang was aware that along this journey, there would undoubtedly be someone secretly following and safeguarding them. Previously, he had sensed it vaguely, but he never anticipated that it would be her who came in person. An elder? Qingyang's expression remained unchanged as he addressed her without surprise, then inquired, "You must know what I am hesitating about. Do you have any suggestions?" A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Lianyo's eyes before she gently nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, I understand. You are hesitating about whether to continue the investigation, correct? It is commendable to be receptive to the Council of Elders." Lianyo praised, then continued, "My suggestion is to pursue it wholeheartedly. The three of you are different from the other enforcement teams. This experience will foster your growth, and our presence is to ensure your safety." This response was somewhat unexpected. Qingyang had previously thought that those covertly protecting them should prioritize caution and avoid any danger. Although the title Douluo was formidable, it could not guarantee the absence of unforeseen events. He was surprised to find that even Lianyo would support their actions. "Then I shall assign you another mission. For I have gathered information regarding the locations of the evil spirit master strongholds on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. I have uncovered something remarkable. If you delve deeper into the investigation, you may uncover clues about that title Douluo. Eliminating him could lead to the downfall of the evil spirit masters, leaving them in disarray or even obliterating them entirely." Lianyo revealed a hint of information, then stated, "Qingyang, your task is to destroy this stronghold. Moreover, given the significance of this mission, I shall accompany you." Chapter 19. The elevation of soul power. The following day, after refreshing themselves, Qingyang and the others descended to the hall. The staff had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, the aroma of grains, meat, eggs, and milk wafting in the air. Though the ingredients were quite ordinary, the chef's profound skills were evident. The inn was modest in size, lacking a dedicated dining area, so the hall served as a temporary dining space. It may have lost some tranquility, but gained a lively atmosphere. "Good morning," Qingyang greeted Qian Rengshu as she came down. Her youthful appearance devoid of excessive embellishments, surprisingly charming. Her orange-golden hair was simply tied back, and her specially designed battle attire, though simple, retained its allure while not hindering her combat capabilities, adding a touch of heroism. Upon noticing Lianyo beside Qingyang, she felt a wave of surprise and asked, "Elder, what brings you here?" Lianyo leisurely picked up a piece of bread and took a bite, appearing as if she had just awakened, resembling a languid cat. With a slightly muffled voice, she replied, "Well, I was just concerned for you all, so I came to take a look." Upon hearing this, the smile on Qian Rengshu's lips gradually faded, and her previously pleasant mood inexplicably turned irritable. Why could this woman not be a little less attractive? How can one feign pretense before these children, without reflecting upon their own age? Furthermore, what purpose does your presence serve in our mission? You who bears the title of Douluo? Qian Rengshu, who initially found Lianyo to be quite amiable, now feels an overwhelming aversion towards the sight of her face. Qingyang nodded slightly to Qian Rengshu and then called out to Jinyao, who had just emerged from the stairwell. Jinyao paused upon seeing the three of them, but soon a relaxed smile crossed his face as he descended the stairs leisurely, effortlessly reaching for some food to eat. His demeanor bore a resemblance to Lianyo. Yet in Jinyao, it exuded a certain flair and charm. For a moment, the modest lobby of the inn appeared remarkably tranquil, at least on the surface. After satisfying their appetites, Lianyo retrieved a crystal-like cylindrical object from her storage soul guide, its exquisite craftsmanship evident. The cylinder measured roughly the length of a hand and was adorned with 10 evenly spaced gradations, ascending in clarity and brilliance, allowing anyone who beheld it to recognize its intrinsic value. This is a soul power testing device, a portable and refined version. Lianyo remarked playfully as she revealed the cylindrical crystal. "Shall we test her current strength?" With that, she handed the soul power testing device to Qingyang. Her eyes glimmering with anticipation, Qingyang immediately comprehended the situation. He took the crystal and, after a cursory examination, marveled at its intricate design. Following the battle at the Spirit Hall's branch, he sensed a genuine enhancement in his soul power, yet it seemed he had yet to assess it. As Qingyang spoke, he infused his soul power into the crystal, which immediately illuminated with a pristine white light across its 4 segmented scales. Level 24 of soul power, quite impressive, Qingyang. You are merely a little over 6 years old, aren't you? Lianyo exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration upon witnessing this spectacle. Not just impressive. This is nothing short of monstrous talent. A sense of unwillingness stirred within Jinyao, who then shook his head, resigned to the situation. At his age, his soul power barely reached around level 16, and even then, the records he had set were unparalleled, with his family members exaggeratingly hailing him as the second coming of the golden crocodile Douluo. However, in comparison to Qingyang, the disparity between genius and mediocrity became painfully evident. Qingyang felt a tinge of surprise, albeit a slight one. At his level, there was no longer any need to compare soul power with peers for the sake of glory or vanity. Such actions would merely diminish the prestige of the imperial martial spirit. Casually tossing the soul power testing device to Qingyang remarked nonchalantly. A soul master's initial cultivation progresses rapidly, but as one advances, it becomes increasingly challenging. This level is hardly something to boast about. Although the sentiment held merit, Qingyang understood that his situation was distinct. Soul power for him was perpetually on the rise. Even in moments of inactivity, it would elevate itself. Thus, he regarded the matter with a sense of indifference. Nevertheless, an accelerated enhancement was ultimately a positive outcome. Jinyao chuckled lightly, channeling his own soul power into the testing device. Instantly, the same 4 segments of light illuminated. Remarkably, I've advanced by 2 levels. It seems the previous battle has contributed to my growth, perhaps even thanks to you. Jinyao's tone carried an air of astonishment, and then a realization seemed to dawn upon him as he glanced at Qingyang. He distinctly remembered the profound warmth that enveloped his being during Qingyang's healing. It appeared even his martial spirit had reaped certain benefits. However, solely relying on the experience of battle would not typically yield such a significant leap in levels. Upon hearing this, Qingyang nodded, recognizing that the profundity of the Emperor martial soul transcended mere strength. He resolved to engage in a thorough contemplation of the dormant thread of heavenly Dao's will within his mind, delving deeper into understanding himself. Jinyao, not dwelling on the matter for long, handed the testing device to Qianrengshu. With eager anticipation, she infused her soul power into it, and the 3-bar crystal illuminated, only to leave her feeling utterly deflated. What is this? A mere 23rd level? Qianrengshu was acutely aware of her own capabilities after acquiring her second soul ring. Her soul power had reached level 22, and shortly thereafter, she encountered Qingyang and joined forces to arrive here. This meant that her soul power had only advanced by a single level, falling short of both Qingyang and Jinyao. Young master, there is no one else on the continent who can reach your level. How do you think others perceive this? Lianyo lamented, offering her counsel with a hint of exasperation. Reflecting on this, Qianrengshu acknowledged the truth in her words. If she had been of Jinyao's age, she was certain she would have surpassed him. With this thought, she turned her gaze toward Jinyao, her expression gradually becoming haughty, convinced that her innate talent could easily overshadow his, which instantly bolstered her confidence. Jinyao, puzzled by Qianrengshu's scrutiny, was taken aback when she suddenly uttered the words so weak, prompting a wry smile from him as he regained his composure. During their time at the Martial Soul Hall, he had often been subjected to such condescension from Qianrengshu, who maintained an air of superiority. Lianyo, amused by the trio's interaction, retracted the testing device, clearing her throat to recapture everyone's attention before continuing. All right, back to the main topic. Judging by the results, you have all performed exceptionally well in this mission. Not only eliminating the traitors of the Martial Soul Hall, but also eradicating the hidden evil soul masters lurking here. You have unearthed concealed threats, which is quite remarkable. Even I must commend you. Chapter 20. Douluo Forest. The Law Enforcement Hall will record your merits, which will be highly beneficial for exchanging for cultivation resources or for promotions upon your return. With that, Lianyo shifted her tone, stating, Next, I will lead your team in pursuit of the fleeing evil soul masters. If you are prepared, let us depart now. Our destination is the Douluo Forest. Outside the Douluo Forest, numerous soul master teams gathered, all seeking to hunt for soul rings to enhance their strength. Additionally, commercial districts, born from the presence of soul masters, thrived in this area. Qingyang and his companions did not linger in the area, but rather ventured directly into the periphery of the Douluo Forest. Instantly, the clamor of the surroundings vanished. What filled their ears and met their eyes was a profound silence, occasionally pierced by the primal howls of wild beasts. Wasn't the Douluo Forest supposed to be perilous? Why, then, had they yet to encounter any formidable soul beasts? After traversing a considerable distance, Qianrengshu finally voiced her perplexity. Qingyang had also noticed that throughout the journey, apart from a few seemingly feeble-souled beasts, he had yet to encounter even a single moderately larger one. According to his recollection, during this period, the outskirts of the Douluo Forest should have been teeming with century-old soul beasts. It was utterly improbable that not a single one could be found. This phenomenon could be attributed to the heightened danger perception possessed by formidable soul beasts, as well as certain unique species. I had deliberately released my soul power during our trek, and upon sensing it, they all fled in terror, explained Lianyo with a smile. Only a powerhouse of her caliber, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, could wield such influence. Of course, this tactic was effective only against less formidable soul beasts. Should we venture deeper, it might backfire, provoking them instead. Qian Rengshu came to a realization. This knowledge was something she rarely encountered, not due to a lack of qualification, but rather because it was entirely unnecessary. Even the soul beasts providing the first and second soul rings were prearranged by the Spirit Hall, so there was no need to hunt them personally. Just as Qian Rengshu was about to speak, a bird-like soul beast suddenly darted out, scuttling swiftly on its claws at an astonishing speed. It was a magnificent eagle-type soul beast. Tall and robust, its plumage resplendent, one could tell at a glance that it was a powerful creature. Yet, its wings appeared to be constrained, preventing it from soaring. And it resorted to walking on its claws instead. Jin Yao instinctively activated his martial spirit, and with his third soul ring aglow, a brilliant flash of golden light, imbued with potent soul power, surged forth, causing the much larger soul beast to collapse to the ground, convulsing helplessly. Jin Yao glanced at the fallen creature, wailing in distress, then turned his gaze to Lianyo, feeling somewhat bewildered and unsure of what to say. Lianyo chuckled awkwardly and explained, "This situation likely indicates that someone is pursuing the soul beast, compelling it to recklessly flee in desperation." Just then, as if to affirm her words, several figures approached, accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps. The leader was a man with the sharp gaze of an eagle, his black hair streaked with white, appearing somewhat aged. He was slender, and even his glasses could not mask the intensity of his gaze, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. Beside him stood a man in his early 40s, with nearly white hair, exuding considerable strength. Following them were two teenagers, a boy and a girl, both in their teens. The two parties regarded each other for a considerable time, sensing the complexity of one another. After a prolonged silence, the man with the piercing eagle-like eye spoke. "I am Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, a level 73 cat eagle battle soul saint. Might I inquire about your esteemed identities?" His words were polite, yet combined with his piercing gaze, none would perceive him as a man easily subdued. The renowned Flinder of the Golden Iron Triangle? Upon hearing his self-introduction, Lianyo's demeanor became more casual. "Indeed, it is an honor." Flander felt a sense of foreboding. To encounter someone so composed, despite having heard of his reputation, suggested that their strength was far greater than he had anticipated. "I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, the master of the Law Enforcement Hall, known as the Ghost Leopard. You must have heard of me." As Lianyu spoke, 9 spirit rings gradually emerged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, emanating a formidable psychological pressure that compelled Flander to retreat a couple of steps. Cold sweat streamed down his brow uncontrollably. One of the Golden Iron Triangle members had an inexplicable connection to the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. "Ah, so it is the Ghost Leopard Elder. It is an honor to finally meet you. We regret the oversight that allowed a mere 1,000-year soul beast to escape. Fortunately, no casualties occurred. We sincerely apologize," Flanders said, his tone involuntarily tinged with respect, not only due to the Spirit Hall but also because of the title Douluo. "This matter is trivial. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be seeking a spirit ring for your students. This magnificent bird shall be yours. In return, could you assist me with a small favor?" Lianyu casually proposed, leaving Flander in a difficult position. However, under the circumstances, he felt he had little choice. Tentatively, he inquired, "What is it that you require?" Lianyu's gaze swept over Flander and his 3 companions, and he smiled. "It is nothing major. I am currently pursuing a group of evil spirit masters. Your team's strength appears commendable. Would you be willing to lend your assistance temporarily?" Flander hesitated. Pursuing evil spirit masters carried inherent risks, although he was not particularly concerned. Especially since the evil spirit masters lacked significant power, he was accompanied by 2 students. Generally, they would be adequately equipped to handle the situation. But requiring the direct involvement of a title Douluo was anything but ordinary. Rest assured, there will be rewards. Afterward, my law enforcement hall will sponsor Shrek Academy with 500,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? 500,000 gold soul coins. A substantial sum. Flander adjusted his glasses, his heart pounding uncontrollably. With such wealth, the children would enjoy better food, clothing, and living conditions, allowing them to cultivate in optimal conditions without the burden of part-time jobs to earn money. Moreover, they could finally purchase the coveted cultivation equipment that had long been out of reach, enhancing their training speed significantly. In light of this, the risks seemed trivial. He had not heard of any particularly formidable evil spirit masters making a name for themselves lately, and with himself and Li Yusong keeping watch, nothing disastrous should occur. This task was worth undertaking. Absolutely. Eradicating evil spirit masters is a duty we at Shrek Academy embrace wholeheartedly, Flander declared, thumping his chest with fervor, his demeanor exuding confidence. Excellent. In that case, let your students absorb the spirit ring from this soul beast. Strengthening them will prove beneficial for our endeavors ahead. After Lianyo's words, she gestured for Jin Yao to release the nearly lifeless soul beast. Chapter 21. No comparison, no hurt before long. The male student Qin Ming had successfully absorbed the soul ring, enhancing his physical abilities, and Shrek Academy gained another soul master. Observing the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floating above him, Lianyo praised, Dean Flander, your student is remarkable. Achieving the rank of soul master at such a young age, his future accomplishments are bound to be impressive. Flander, gazing at Qin Ming, wore a beaming smile. The compliment from Lianyo greatly satisfied his vanity. Individuals of his caliber might never aspire to become a titled Douluo, thus lacking significant personal ambitions. He merely hoped to nurture students who would far surpass him, fulfilling his own regrets. At that moment, receiving praise from a renowned elder of the Spirit Hall. A titled Douluo was a tremendous affirmation for him. How could he not feel elated? With a modest smile, Flander humbly remarked, "It is indeed commendable for Qin Ming to become a soul master at the age of 14, yet his future still depends on his own fortune." The other female student, Yi Xingxuan, is also commendable. Although she falls slightly short of Qin Ming, she too is a 16-year-old soul master. Our Shrek Academy operates on the principle of accepting only geniuses, not the inept. Should they fail to attain the rank of soul elder by the age of 20, I would not allow them to graduate. Listening to Flander's roundabout praise of his students, Lianyo shook her head with amusement. Although these students could be deemed outstanding among numerous advanced soul master academies, they still paled in comparison to the 2 great academies of Tiando and Shuya. As for the Spirit Hall, Lianyo cast a glance at Qingyang and his companions. There was simply no basis for comparison. Let us depart. Our destination lies some distance away, and I trust they will acclimatize. Noticing that everyone had finished their rest, Lianyo assertively issued the command, and with her strength, no one dared to voice dissent. The 2 teams merged into one, with Lianyo and Flander leading the way, while Li Yusong trailed behind, maintaining a closely knit formation as they continued onward. Qingyang glanced at the 2 youths beside him, who were casting curious glances in their direction, and he felt a slight sense of helplessness. It was evident that their inquisitive nature stemmed from a desire to understand why these children were present in such a place. Had they been a few years older, their presence in the Stardow Forest on a mission would have seemed entirely reasonable. However, their youthful age rendered them conspicuously out of place, drawing attention to their every action. Little ones, what is your relationship with that esteemed titled Douluo? Why has she brought you to the Stardow Forest? Yu Xingxuan could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned in, whispering her question. Her tone, somewhat patronizing, seemed to reflect her perception of their youth. Xingxuan, Qin Ming admonished softly, signaling her to refrain from prying further. After all, such matters were internal to the other party, and it was rather abrupt for an outsider to inquire. Jin Yao rolled his eyes, turning away, clearly unwilling to engage with Yu Xingxuan. Upon hearing the term little ones, Qian Rinxue's delicate face flushed with annoyance as she interjected, "Did you not hear? We are here to hunt down evil spirit masters. What more is there to ask?" However, Yu Xingxuan was taken aback by Qian Rinxue's imposing demeanor, instinctively shrinking back, her expression betraying a desire to speak yet hesitating. Qian Rinxue scoffed softly, fully aware of the implications of her thoughts. Did they presume that their youth rendered them insignificant, mere burdens that would complicate matters? That is not our intent. The esteemed lady brought you here for her own reasons, Qin Ming clarified, recognizing that this was not the moment for disputes. Yet, Yu Xingxuan's expression clearly conveyed otherwise. If I were like you, I would have met my demise long ago, Qian Rinxue huffed, choosing not to engage in such futile arguments. They were, after all, perceived merely as children, and any words spoken would be in vain. But we are soul masters. How can you say such things, little sister? Our instructors at the academy deemed us geniuses. Yu Xingxuan retorted defiantly. The definition of genius appears rather lowly if even Jin Yao could be classified as one. Qian Rinxue thought, gesturing toward Jin Yao, clearly intending for him to respond. Jin Yao, meeting Yu Xingxuan's doubtful gaze, could only manage a resigned smile, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, Li Yusong, listening to the children's dialogue, remained indifferent. While their students might not rival the continent's top talents, they certainly couldn't be as inept as the little girl suggested. Even the Spirit Hall would not simply equate two individuals to be superior to Qin Ming. Just then. However, Li Yusong's eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them in astonishment, his reaction unexpectedly humorous. 3 spirit rings? A soul master. Under the intense gaze of Qian Ringshu, Jin Yao revealed his martial soul, the 3 soul rings floating above him, delivering a profound shock to all present from Shrek Academy. How old could this child be? How could he possess such remarkable strength? It was beyond belief, even for the Spirit Hall. As a powerful soul master on the verge of becoming a soul emperor, Li Yusong had encountered many extraordinary talents. Even within the esteemed royal academies of Tiando and Xinglua, none had attained the rank of soul master at such a tender age. With a hint of curiosity, Li Yusong hastened his steps and inquired, "May I ask how old you are, young lad?" "I am 10 years old. With a soul power of 34. These 2 beside me are my teammates, aged 6, and their soul powers are 24 and 23 respectively," Jin Yao replied candidly. Introducing Qingyang and Qian Ringshu, Li Yusong was momentarily taken aback, but the manifestation of Jin Yao's soul rings compelled him to accept this astonishing truth. After a prolonged silence, he let out a sigh of realization. "It seems I have been too narrow-minded." Meanwhile, the ever-smiling Flander, who had been attentively observing from behind, now wore a rigid expression. He was well aware of the extraordinary events unfolding. A 10-year-old soul master and a 6-year-old great soul master? Was this world truly so bewildering? Or was he merely still in a dream? He glanced at Lianyo beside him, whose expression bore no surprise, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had he been overly sentimental? Elder Guebao, are these 3 nurtured by the Spirit Hall? "I must admit, I feel quite inadequate," Flanders said with a wry smile. Compared to Qingyang and his companions, Qin Ming and Yu Xingxuan now seemed rather inconsequential. Chapter 22. The Ruins. As the group consisted entirely of soul masters, their pace was far swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, their formidable strength allowed them to traverse the path without fear of soul beast ambushes. Thus, after traversing for most of the day, they approached their destination. This area represented a deeper section of the Star Doe Forest outskirts, where 1,000-year-old soul beasts were relatively commonplace, and it was rare to encounter any signs of human presence. However, the location now welcomed new visitors. Surrounding them were ancient trees over 100 years old, with flourishing vegetation and abundant wildlife. Hidden within this unassuming thicket lay a fragment of a dilapidated structure, resembling a ruin. Over time, it had succumbed to decay, nearly indistinguishable from the forest itself, and could scarcely be regarded as a building. Aside from the unusually dense arrangement of massive stones and some peculiar patterns and scenery, it bore no distinctive features. "Is this the place?" Upon halting, Qingyang was the first to sense something amiss. He took a few steps forward, slightly bowing his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the earth. In his perception, beneath this corner of the ruined structure, there were immense waves of soul power, complicated and colossal. Though the soul power was cleverly concealed and confined beneath the earth, not a trace of it escaped into the open. Nevertheless, Qingyang sensed its presence. Reminiscent of the underground chamber in the martial soul branch of Nuar City, it was difficult to fathom what lay below. Here, at the entrance, there were several mechanisms that needed to be activated to gain true access. Lianyo appeared to be visiting this place for the first time, as she was searching for something on the side. Upon being questioned, she confirmed her observations. The group gathered together, and Li Yusong no longer needed to maintain formation, taking on the role of a guardian. Upon hearing Lianyo's words, he approached, circling the inconspicuous ruins twice, observing his surroundings. Rubbing his chin, he remarked with a sense of wonder, "To establish a lair underground while also hidden within the Star Doe Forest, had we not known in advance, we might have searched in vain for this place forever." This band of evil soul masters is indeed formidable. Their secretive nature was characteristic of evil soul masters. Although Jin Yao internally agreed with this assessment, he outwardly dismissed it. He would never allow the evil soul master's arrogance to flourish in plain sight. "I found it." With Lianyo's deft manipulation of a massive stone, the seemingly ordinary ground suddenly split open, revealing a stone staircase leading deep into the abyss. The mechanism itself hinted at the uniqueness of this location. "Let us descend," Lianyo declared, clapping her hands as she took the lead downwards. Though her actions appeared reckless, her strength assured her that no traps would pose a threat. With the title Douluo leading the way, Flinder and the others followed closely behind Qingyang. As the last of them entered the underground, the once unremarkable entrance returned to its ordinary appearance. The sounds of birdsong, beast roars, and the whisper of the wind resumed, everything returning to its usual state. The stone staircase was lengthy, yet the illumination was not dim, Something above seemed to emit a gentle glow. After an indeterminate duration, the corridor-like descent finally reached its end, revealing a sizable complex of buildings reminiscent of a town, spacious yet eerily silent, like a deserted ghost realm. Gazing upon the ancient structures that resembled an underground ruin, Flender sensed that this group of evil soul masters would not be easily confronted. It appeared to be a remnant from an era long past. Lianyo stood at the entrance, observing the architectural style that diverged markedly from the predominant preferences of the continent, and speculated aloud. Flander adjusted his glasses and paused before a column at the entrance of the ruins, scrutinizing the uniquely shaped decorative patterns, attempting to retrieve a corresponding memory from his mind. Eventually, a nearly forgotten recollection surfaced. Tentatively, he remarked, "I believe this resembles the architectural style from the era when soul-guiding devices were prevalent." Upon hearing this, Lianzhou expressed a hint of astonishment. The director is surprisingly knowledgeable about such matters. Generally speaking, unless one actively sought such obscure knowledge, it was seldom retained. People on the continent were far more concerned with the issue of soul power. In their understanding, strength has always outweighed knowledge. Thus, interest in information that is both impractical and divergent from the mainstream naturally wanes. Waving his hand dismissively, Flander replied, "Oh, not at all. I merely possess a passing familiarity with it. The traces of activity on the ground suggest that this place has been occupied by numerous individuals, and since our arrival, an oppressive aura has subtly permeated the surroundings. I wonder if the elders have any intelligence regarding the pursuers. I sense that this endeavor may not be straightforward." As he spoke, the light-hearted expression on his face vanished, replaced by a serious gaze that scanned the vicinity. Although his martial spirit was not particularly renowned for its perceptive abilities, it was still quite astute. This instinctive wariness of the environment indicated to him that some danger surely lurked nearby. Lianzhou shook his head. The nature of this mission was indeed unexpected, and detailed intelligence was scarce. He could only hope that this ruin bore no remnants of formidable technologies inherited by the sinister soul masters. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Conversely, there were potential advantages to consider. If they could retrieve some information regarding the soul-guiding devices, the overall strength of the spirit hall might experience a significant enhancement. Perhaps the gains from this venture would exceed my expectations. Confirming that their objective lay within, Lianyo issued a directive. "Very well, let us proceed. Exercise caution. Should anything unusual arise, act accordingly." Although the intention was to investigate discreetly, it was essential to proceed with caution rather than brazenly advancing into the depths. The seasoned trio exhibited an air of familiarity, reflecting their wealth of experience. In contrast, the younger members, aside from Jin Yao's relative expertise, were ill-acquainted with such covert operations, particularly Qin Ming and Yi Xingxuan. Despite their rapid learning, they had yet to achieve a commendable level of proficiency. As they traversed a certain distance, the group discerned that the cluster of buildings, reminiscent of a town, was not as desolate as it appeared from the outside. In front of some structures that had been transformed into prison-like enclosures, the presence of soul masters on guard was unmistakable. Notably, the most well-preserved and imposing edifice at the center was patrolled by a dozen or so individuals. Chapter 23. Infiltration. 2 patrolling guards ambled along the path, their demeanor casual as they engaged in idle chatter. Such monotonous duties were typically endured in this manner. It was rare to find anyone genuinely devoted to their watch. "Achong, what do you think led to the discovery of that village?" one of them lamented, his appearance unremarkable and his tone filled with discontent. "I had hoped to use it as a cover to enjoy some leisure time in the city. Ever since we established a foothold in Noah City, life has been considerably more comfortable compared to now, when we must hide in these secluded valleys." The other guard swayed as he walked, appearing lethargic. "Who knows? If it weren't for my lack of talent, I would have pursued a carefree life instead of joining the evil soul masters to enhance my soul power. Mind your words. Your inability to restrain yourself has left you no choice but to follow the organization. If you stray from the path, the spirit hall will inevitably eliminate you." As their murmurs gradually faded, several figures emerged from an inconspicuous corner. Due to the vastness of their collective mission, the group had split into 2 smaller teams to gather intelligence from nearby locations. They awaited the revelation of all pertinent information, particularly concerning the whereabouts of the titled Douluo. Before Lian, you would obliterate this place entirely. By the way, aside from the vacant rooms, what might be contained within those guarded, sealed buildings? Yi Xingxuan inquired curiously, directing her question toward Qin Yang, who was younger and more amenable to conversation. Qin Yang, without a moment's hesitation, had already arrived at the answer. "A person. Yu Xingxuan momentarily froze, her complexion paling, and she forced a smile, saying, "This joke is rather unamusing." Qingyang gazed upon her pallid visage, inevitably shifting his gaze to the other side where Qian Ringshu stood. She would not exhibit the same powerless and fearful demeanor as Yu Xingxuan. With a slight sigh, he remarked, "Perhaps I have misjudged. Soon we shall uncover what lies within." Upon finishing his words, Qingyang turned and commenced his actions. Not far away, there stood a secluded house, guarded by merely 2 spirit masters, positioned at a considerable distance from others, while the patrolling personnel had only just passed by. It was indeed an opportune moment to strike. Qingyang moved with the grace of a specter, swiftly approaching the 2 spirit masters who were not far away, concealing himself behind a wall. At that moment, one of the sentinels, leaning against the wall, appeared to catch a glimpse of a shadow flitting by. Filled with curiosity, he intended to investigate further, but before he could act, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The other sentinel widened his eyes, yearning to cry out, yet found himself unable to utter a sound. Before long, he too followed in his companion's silent fate. Thus, the 2 spirit masters were quietly eliminated without a trace. Qingyang meticulously tidied the traces at the scene, dragging the lifeless body to an inconspicuous location. For him now, eliminating 2 ordinary soul masters required little effort. In a surprise attack, he could even prevent the opponents from revealing their martial souls. Behind him, Yu Xingxuan observed Qingyang's practiced movements, feeling an inexplicable tremor within her body. Those who have witnessed blood often develop a unique sense of indifference, which she sensed emanating from Qingyang. "Very well, you adapt quickly. I have encountered many soul masters, and often their first experience with killing burdens them with significant psychological weight. It is both a blessing and a curse. However, within the enforcement hall, such a feudal mindset only invites death. Therefore, being merciless in the face of a target is the wisest choice." Lian Yu regarded Qingyang's decisive demeanor, using the situation to impart wisdom. If Qian Ringshu were present, she would undoubtedly scoff, displaying her characteristic indifference. "Doesn't he feel fear, teacher?" Qin Ming, who had been watching Qingyang extinguish 2 lives, finally voiced his discomfort. Frank furrowed his brow, sensing the strong scent of blood. Upon hearing the inquiry, he redirected his focus and replied, "This is something you must grow accustomed to. The continent is rife with various conflicts. Often, if you do not kill, you will be killed." As he spoke, a sigh escaped him, reminiscent of the days spent traversing the continent with the Golden Triangle. What kinds of ruthless individuals had he not encountered back then? Now, as they had all gone their separate ways, he wondered how they fared. The principal was correct. You may not like these realities, but you must learn to accept them. Li Yusong stepped forward, his expression grave. "Those like you will need to adapt better to this world in the future. Currently, under the protection of your teacher, you are shielded from the true state of the continent. This opportunity will allow you to gain some understanding." Flandra nodded in agreement, reflecting, "Indeed. The fledgling eagle must eventually leave its nest to soar into the world. It is a good thing for you to learn this lesson a bit earlier." Upon finishing his words, Flandre glanced at the nearby Qian Rinxue and Jin Yao. Jin Yao wore a subtle smile, seemingly unconcerned, while Qian Rinxue's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain as she fixed her gaze on Yu Xingxuan in the distance. This, perhaps, was indicative of the disparity between them. Unable to suppress the thought, Flandre pondered this notion within himself. After dealing with the guards stationed at the entrance, Qingyang pushed against the heavy, unlatched door, which, as expected, did not budge an inch. The room emanated a faint aura of soul power, and merely approaching it evoked a sensation of suppressed energy. It appeared to bear a resemblance to the soul-guiding devices utilized by the law enforcement hall to restrict a soul master's abilities. In such a case, without the appropriate methods at hand, one could only resort to brute force to dismantle it. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the ruins, an array of intricate instruments, rarely seen in the outside world, filled the area, resembling a control console that managed the various facets of the ruins. Several personnel busied themselves, manipulating an assortment of devices. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "My lord, it seems we have been breached." One individual, having conducted a thorough inspection, confirmed the loss of 2 signals from the life recorder and hurriedly reported to the masked woman standing at the center. She nodded, her stance poised upon the expansive steps, her gaze directed towards the experimental subject situated in the middle of the observation chamber. Her voice, laced with a slight rasp, commanded, "Handle it swiftly. The experiment has reached a critical juncture, and we cannot allow any disturbances." She regarded the intruder as merely an ordinary soul master who had inadvertently stumbled into this place to hunt for soul rings. Although this location was discreet, It was not uncommon for individuals to find their way here unexpectedly. However, since they had arrived, they could serve to provide nourishment for the experimental subject. Her eyes drifted towards the vast pool within the observation room, filled with an eerie green liquid that exuded a sinister energy. At its center lay a massive cocoon-like structure. Chapter 24. The experimental subject with a barely perceptible sound. The door was cleaved open by Lian Yu's martial soul. She was the only one present capable of breaching the door without creating a cacophony. As a group entered the chamber, their expressions were filled with astonishment at the scene before them. Yu Xingxuan gazed upon this spectacle, even beginning to retch in response. Qingyang was both correct and mistaken. Within this vast and starry forest, those who could enter were undoubtedly formidable soul masters, yet their numbers were relatively scarce. Moreover, the challenge of escorting individuals all the way to this location was indeed immense. Thus, while the room contained individuals, they were primarily skilled soul masters seeking to capture soul rings, and their numbers were limited. Beyond this, there existed a greater presence of soul beasts, all of whom were ensnared and restrained. In the room before them, aside from a decayed and wretched human corpse exuding a putrid odor, lay a larger soul beast, grievously injured and bearing numerous scars. This creature was a winged tiger, and Qingyang was unaware of its name. Its wounds, some of which were scabbed over, others rotting and infested with maggots, indicated that it was a soul beast of several hundred years of age based on the frail essence of its soul. This once mighty and regal creature now lay on the ground like a defeated dog, utterly powerless. Upon their entrance, it lacked even the strength to emit a feeble cry. The soul beast was bound by 4 distinctive chains, each securing its limbs and emanating a subdued soul power that severely restricted all its movements. Furthermore, a grotesque mass resembling sludge writhed and twisted upon it, seemingly devouring the essence of this soul beast and siphoning its vitality to an unknown destination. After some time, Yu Xingxuan finally regained her composure, stammering and struggling to articulate her thoughts. Qingyang silently observed the scene before him, his heart once again stirred by tumultuous emotions. This desolate and sealed chamber conveyed such a grim tableau. One need not ponder long to surmise that the conditions elsewhere were likely no different. Were it not for the vast Star-Do forest, and were it not for the relentless purges executed by the spirit hall across the continent, those confined here, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter, would surely be human. After all, in comparison to the formidable spirit beasts, the ordinary populace appears far more vulnerable and, in greater numbers, raises the question of what the continent would resemble in such a scenario. This is the realm of spirit masters, a brutal hierarchy where the weak are devoured by the strong. It is far from the idyllic vision one might envision. Upon concluding his words, Qingyang turned his attention away from Yu Xingxuan, stepping forward to mercilessly crush the familiar young beast of the Bai Muji Ling Wang beneath his foot, bestowing upon this winged tiger a painful release. Yu Xingxuan stood there, dazed, her mind in a haze, as the profound impact of this scene overwhelmed her. There's nothing of interest here. Let us depart. After Qingyang resolved everything, Lianyo gazed at Yu Xingxuan and took the initiative to propose. Indeed, witnessing such a scene renders our continued presence here utterly pointless. It merely deepens our understanding of the malevolent techniques employed by the evil soul masters. Qingyang, what do you perceive to be the true intentions of these malevolent soul masters? Lianyo yearned to hear his perspective. Ever since she became aware of the sinister methods employed by this group of evil soul masters, she had formed numerous conjectures, yet she remained unable to ascertain the truth. Only knowing that the evil soul masters must be orchestrating a grand and nefarious scheme. Upon hearing the words, Qingyang was about to speak when the sounds of battle erupted from outside. A quartet of malevolent spirit masters fortuitously encountered Flinder and his companions. These 4 individuals clearly possessed foreknowledge of the situation, as their eyes betrayed a vigilant alertness, their martial souls already manifested, and their focus unwaveringly directed towards their surroundings. Yet, their preparations proved futile. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable by mere readiness. The intruders comprised 3 spirit elders and 1 spirit king, constituting a formidable force. In order to safeguard the confidentiality of their information and provide cover for Qingyang and the others within the room, Flinder resolved to take the initiative. With his cat-eagle martial soul activated, 7 optimally configured spirit rings floated around him, and amid the astonished gazes of the assailants, he unleashed his 4th soul skill. A tremendous surge of soul power, accompanied by dozens of razor-sharp air blades, surged forth from all directions towards the quartet. In the face of this imminent peril, they found themselves unable to react, lacking even the time to release their own soul skills. Flinder's prowess as a seasoned spirit master was evident. as a single strike plunged the malevolent spirit masters into a dire predicament. The sound reminiscent of leather being pierced echoed through the air as a mist of blood erupted from the four, three of whom collapsed under the onslaught of Flinder's soul skill. Who on earth are you? The remaining malevolent spirit master, severely wounded and incredulous, gazed at Flinder in disbelief. The rarity of spirit saints on the continent rendered it incomprehensible to him that one could emerge in this very place. Just as Flinder intended to eliminate the remaining adversary, Jinyao intervened. Hold on, Dean Flinder. We might be able to extract valuable intelligence from him. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the malevolent spirit master, who hastily exclaimed, Indeed, spare me, and I shall divulge the information you seek. His urgent demeanor suggested a palpable fear that any delay in his response would lead to his demise. Faced with a spirit saint, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Upon their emergence, Qingyang and his companions were greeted by a most startling sight. Three bloodied, evil soul masters lay sprawled on the ground, while the soul-standing figure raised his hands high, signaling his harmlessness. I am Zhou Run, 37 years of age, a battle soul king. My previously tranquil existence was shattered when I was coerced into joining the evil soul masters upon the revelation of my soul power. Zhou Run spoke with a countenance laden with sorrow and indignation, striving to extricate himself while recounting the darkness of the evil soul masters. Enough with the trivialities. If you cannot elucidate the circumstances here, then I bid you farewell. Qingyang, furrowing his brow, was far from satisfied with his response. Zhou Run hastily continued. I am aware of the situation here. Just 2 days ago, that esteemed individual dispatched a successful experimental subject to the headquarters. Now, aside from the master, there exists only one half-finished specimen. As he spoke, Zhou Run unveiled several keywords that piqued the interest of the onlookers. As anticipated, Qinming interjected with curiosity. What exactly is an experimental subject? Qingyang recalled the scenes witnessed in Noir City, as well as everything he had just seen, leading him to a certain conjecture. Indeed. The subsequent words of Zhou Run confirmed his suspicions. Experiment subject, he murmured, his face awash with terror, as if he had stumbled upon some horrific existence. It was a person. No, it was a soul beast. Yet, that too is incorrect. It must be a monster. Yes, indeed, it was a monster. Just as curiosity arose among the crowd, compelling them to inquire further, a sudden fear manifested in Zhou Run's eyes, causing his entire being to swell like a pufferfish. With a resounding bang, blood mixed with shattered flesh cascaded down like raindrops. Chapter 25, Transformation of the Soul Beast. Zhou Run's abrupt demise, marked by a gruesome and bloody end, left Flanders and the others in stunned silence. None could comprehend the events that had transpired. A seemingly fine individual had exploded like a human bomb with a single, thunderous sound. Do you wish to know what the experiment subject is? A sudden female voice heightened attention among the group. Instinctively, everyone activated their martial souls, and various colored soul rings emerged in response. It appears to be a title Douluo. The spirit hall is indeed relentless, remarked Flanders, as a masked woman hovered above, casting a gaze downward. Revealing her martial soul, a bird-like beast spirit, entirely black and elongated, exuding an unsettling aura. Her soul rings were of optimal configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. It was hard to fathom that such a place housed a soul sage. This martial soul is the Night Crow. Flanders furrowed his brow. Although the Night Crow exerted considerable pressure upon him, the sense of looming oppression only intensified with her presence. Moreover, their team included a title Douluo. What gave the Night Crow the audacity to appear so brazenly? A soul sage? It seems this place truly holds significance. I recall your organization has only that enigmatic leader and merely 2 title Douluo. It appears there are only 5 soul sages, are there not? Lianyu remarked with a smile, her inquiry seemingly casual. Unbeknownst to them, she was already poised, waiting for the opportune moment to strike down the woman before her. In certain respects, a flying-type soul sage would always possess an inherent advantage. I know you. You are the one who has repeatedly thwarted our plans, forcing us to hide in the shadows like mere rats. The Night Crow's voice, laced with a raspy timbre, brimmed with intense emotion. Isn't this what you enjoy? There is no need to thank me, Lianyu replied with a smile, as her 7th soul ring illuminated, conjuring a colossal black-patterned ghost leopard that materialized behind her. Its immense and seemingly tangible form, accompanied by a terrifying surge of soul power, obliterated the surrounding structures as it emerged. Humph, Elder of the Spirit Hall, Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, do you truly believe you shall leave here alive today? The night raven gazed at the immense destructive power of the true form of the Liunyou martial soul, seemingly unfazed. With a swift motion, she produced a crystal orb and shattered it with great force. Instantly, the soul energy contained within the orb transformed into a pure white beam of light, piercing straight into a certain spot beneath her feet. The previously unremarkable ground appeared to activate some mechanism, gradually splitting open along both sides. A rich, sanguine scent, mingled with an unusual fragrance, wafted forth from within. A colossal cocoon emerged first, beneath which lay a spacious pool of water, the peculiar aroma emanating from the green liquid within. At that moment, the liquid was being absorbed at a visibly rapid pace by the enormous cocoon, and a sudden surge of ferocious soul energy rippled outward, causing the hearts of those present to beat wildly. Today, we shall test our latest research achievement, the combat prowess of this synthetic soul beast. As the night raven spoke with a hint of excitement, a formidable claw violently tore through the massive cocoon, revealing the visage of the artificial soul beast to all. It was bizarre and terrifying. It appeared as though a myriad of soul beast limbs had been brutally fused together to form this abomination. Numerous slimy tendrils adorned its back, and perched upon its shoulders was a goat's head reminiscent of a demon, its vast, pitch-black pupils glinting with a cruel crimson sheen. Its body was segmented, showcasing the forms of various soul beasts, each distinct, with repulsive green liquid continuously oozing from the seams of its grotesque assembly. Such a hideous and improbable creature had come to life before their very eyes. What was this monstrosity? The onlookers were struck with fear at the sight of the colossal and bizarre soul beast, its terrifying presence overwhelming them. Flander, leave this creature to me. You focus on restraining that woman in the sky, Liunyou said, her expression now serious as she regarded the soul beast before her. The mere aura of ferocity exuding from it made her acutely aware that a misstep could cost her dearly. This strange monstrosity was not far inferior to a 100,000-year soul beast. Liu, ensure the children's safety as they retreat. This encounter is likely to be far from simple, Flander instructed, revealing his martial soul and soaring into the sky to confront the night raven. Liu nodded heavily, grasping his dragon-patterned staff and positioning himself protectively in front of the four. A fierce battle ensued between the Soul Sage in the heavens and the Soul Sage below, alongside the tidal Douluo and the nearly 100,000-year-old monster soul beast. The intensity of the clash unleashed terrifying shockwaves, akin to the very heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The ancient ruins, preserved for countless years, began to crumble into dust amidst the dreadful aftermath of the conflict. Children, we must retreat swiftly. Do not let yourselves be caught in the crossfire. Liu shouted anxiously, while his dragon-patterned staff swung fiercely, deflecting the colossal stones that soared towards him. In such a terrifying battle, even a soul king like him faced the peril of death simply by participating. Xingyang swiftly retreated, striving to evade the scattered soul techniques that surrounded him. His gaze fell upon the monstrous soul beast in the distance, from which he sensed an extraordinary force. Although this power was not abundant, its quality was exceedingly high, far surpassing that of even a tidal Douluo. This force harmonized the incredibly intricate elements within the creature, acting like a bridge that connected various aspects. In his memory, only divine power could achieve such a level. Otherwise, how could such a monstrous soul beast possibly exist? The crude techniques employed appeared rudimentary, lacking any semblance of profundity. Even the core technologies found within ancient ruins could not sustain the existence of this soul beast. This phenomenon defied the norms of the continent. Only divine power possessed the ability to transcend such fundamental rules. In Xingyang's mind, a myriad of thoughts swirled, making it difficult for him to pinpoint the most fundamental thread. He followed Liu, venturing further away. Not long after their retreat commenced, the group came to a halt. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the narrow stone staircase from whence they had come had vanished from sight, as if it had never existed at all. Meanwhile, behind them, the silhouettes of the other evil spirit masters drew increasingly nearer. Chapter 26. The sudden assault continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Our soul power is limited, and they are numerous. We cannot endure for long. Jinyo closely trailed Liu, coordinating with Qin Ming and Qian Ruxue to fend off one side of the evil spirit masters. As he observed the approaching foes, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. There were simply too many. Nearly 100 evil spirit masters, among whom were not few soul venerates and soul sect members. Even though the more formidable ones were held at bay by Liu, a soul king, the three of them could only maintain their defense for a limited time, and it was clear that they could not sustain it indefinitely. Qingyang stood protectively beside the somewhat bewildered Yu Xingxuan, stealing a glance at the unfolding situation before swiftly articulating. The crux lies with the elder. As long as we can assist her in achieving victory, then all obstacles shall be surmountable. This notion holds truth. For a title, Douluo possesses the capacity to alter the tide of battle dramatically. Yet, the distant and tumultuous battlefield was far beyond their reach. With even the Night Crow and Flinder soaring high above to evade the clash between the two factions, the sheer power they wielded, capable of evoking cataclysmic upheavals with the slightest movement, was enough to instill dread in the hearts of any onlooker. Qingyang understood this perfectly well. He continued, I sense that something within that central hall is controlling the movements of that soul beast. I need your assistance to delay these soul masters while I destroy the crucial object within that hall. This will turn the tide of the battle. Qian Ruxue once again summoned the Sword of Angels, valiantly fending off the onslaught of the evil soul masters. With the lowest soul power among them, she had no choice but to rely on external aid. The oppressive circumstances ignited a simmering anger within her. These mediocrities, wielding merely higher soul power, had forced her into such a desperate situation. It was utterly unforgivable. Upon hearing Qingyang's request, she hesitated not for a moment, her face resolute as she declared, We are capable here, Qingyang. Proceed as you have suggested. We will handle things on our end. Li Yusong could only smile wryly and shake his head, realizing they were all being thrust into this situation. Yet, he had no alternative at present. Fortunately, Qingyang possessed the perceptiveness to identify the target, so they had no choice but to take a chance. Young man, I have no objections. I will do my utmost to delay them, so go forth with confidence. Even though Li Yusong harbored doubts about Qingyang's abilities, he deemed it unnecessary to voice them and dampen their morale. If Qingyang believed in his own capability, then faith in him was all that was needed. After all, a genius from the Spirit Hall could hardly be a fool. Leave it to me with complete assurance. Qingyang entrusted Yu Xingxuan to Qin Ming and swiftly maneuvered towards his objective. As he ran, the Emperor's armor merged once more, imbuing him with an immense sense of confidence. Stop him. Do not let him pass. The cacophony of voices echoed within the ranks of the evil soul masters. Yet, at that moment, Li Yusong and his companions unleashed their formidable power, managing to momentarily impede their adversaries. By the time some of the evil soul masters broke free from the battlefield, Qingyang had already distanced himself significantly, making pursuit futile. The malevolent figures glared resentfully at Qingyang's rapidly retreating silhouette, reluctantly turning back to launch another assault on Li Yusong and his allies. Faster, even faster. The armored Qingyang moved like the wind, yet he remained unsatisfied. Even a mere second more in speed could profoundly alter the course of events. This potent conviction seemed to awaken an unseen force within him. As a faint golden glow emanated from his being, the five-element belt, adorned with only two emblematic patterns, suddenly illuminated. Qingyang once again felt the exhilarating sensation reminiscent of the moment he awakened his martial soul, as if he could transcend the very limitations of space. In an instant, he vanished, executing a swift and elusive movement. Li Yusong, who had been subconsciously observing Qingyang, blinked in disbelief several times, inadvertently enduring the backlash from the soul techniques of two formidable soul masters. Despite this, he managed to divert a fragment of his attention towards that direction. Although Qingyang's speed exceeded his expectations, it did not evoke such profound astonishment within him. What had he just witnessed? That young lad, Qingyang, has inexplicably vanished in an instant. No, it is not a disappearance. Rather, he has suddenly appeared before the Grand Central Hall. Could this be the soul skill of teleportation? Yet, how could he traverse such an immense distance? Although Li Yusong felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over him. If that were the case, at least Qingyang possessed the capability to flee when besieged, alleviating Li Yusong's concerns for his safety. Now, he need only focus on his own well-being. He must not allow the younger generation to underestimate him. A sudden surge of valor ignited within Li Yusong as he wielded his dragon-patterned staff with renewed vigor. Its power amplified even further. In that moment, he found himself in profound harmony with his martial spirit. Consequently, the malevolent soul masters found it increasingly difficult to breach the defensive formation established by their small group. This is the place. With a swift side kick, Qingyang shattered the ancient, heavy stone door, creating a substantial opening. He leapt into the very heart of the ruins. Before his eyes lay a scene of chaos. Amidst an array of intricate instruments and workstations, a panicked crowd of soul masters scurried about, clearly not adept in combat. As he burst through the entrance, documents scattered haphazardly across the floor, revealing their disarray. Furthermore, within the vast hall, A colossal apparatus emanated a formidable divine energy, intertwined with waves that disturbed the mind, continuously released towards the monstrous soul beasts outside. At last, I have found you. Once Qingyang had locked onto his target, the pressure that had been building within him was instantly released. He let out a soft chuckle and slowly approached. Stop. You cannot damage this object. Otherwise, the monster outside will lose control. An elderly man, resembling a researcher, mustered his courage and positioned himself in front of Qingyang. Despite his trembling legs, he managed to voice these words while gazing at the imposing and sacred figure before him. With the authoritative tone of this seemingly esteemed elder, several others stepped forward, forming a barrier in front of Qingyang. Lose control? What does that have to do with you? Qingyang raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, as golden energy continuously gathered. He then pointed towards the massive apparatus not far away, and a brilliant beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, utterly obliterating the divine power contained within the device. This divine energy was the very essence of the apparatus. Merely damaging the instrument would not yield any significant impact in the short term. Unfortunately, Qingyang was fully aware of this. What does it matter if I destroy it? Chapter 27. Silent Fury. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Once that monstrosity spirals out of control, we shall all perish here. Qingyang's actions seemed to infuriate the old man, who let out a hoarse, piercing scream, venting the profound fear he harbored towards the monster and death itself. As the one who meticulously engineered this artificial soul beast, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences of losing control, should it regain its freedom. Given the animosity this creature bore towards them, there would be no alternative outcome. His attempt to restrain Qingyang was driven primarily by a desperate concern for the lives of his companions. It is you who shall perish. Qingyang, with a hint of indifference, finished his words and disregarded the assembled crowd, turning his gaze towards the most intense battlefield. Were it not for the invaluable knowledge residing within their minds, he would not have hesitated to eliminate them himself. He had done all that was required of him, and now he could only hope the battlefield would unfold according to his desires. The elderly man and the group of researchers, witnessing Qingyang's demeanor, could only harbor silent indignation and pray that once control was lifted, the monstrous entity would not set its sights on their location. The clash of claws and tentacles erupted once more, obliterating countless towering structures and leaving the ruins in utter disarray, until both sides finally retreated momentarily. Lianyo, panting heavily, gazed at the colossal beast before her, beads of sweat visibly glistening on her brow. This creature was indeed extraordinary. Its ferocious demeanor had already begun to overwhelm her. In terms of strength, its bizarre and terrifying appearance matched her own prowess, and with its immense size, it seemed to possess a subtle advantage. Concerning soul power, it appeared to be inexhaustible, with each assault maintaining its ferocity, if not becoming increasingly potent. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for her. Must I retreat? Lianyo pondered, unable to suppress the thought. If further achievements remained unattainable, retreat might indeed be the wisest course. Yet, considering this unknown evil soul master organization capable of producing entities rivaling Douluo, what could happen if left unchecked? The implications of this situation were far too grave, prompting her hesitation. Suddenly, an odd shriek emanated from the creature's maw, as it writhed in agony, toppling several structures in the process. To Lianyo's astonishment, it ceased its assault. The deep crimson light in the creature's eyes gradually faded, revealing hollow sockets that appeared corroded. What could this mean? Lianyo felt a flicker of uncertainty, momentarily refraining from launching an attack. Then, to her incredulity, the massive beast began to shrink. Ultimately, it transformed into a boy bearing gruesome wounds, his body a patchwork of various peculiar soul beast tissues. A human? Lianyo was left in shock. In the sky, Flandra stood stunned. In the distance, Li Yusong and others were equally incredulous. Upon the high altar of the Grand Hall, Qingyang remained rooted in place. No one could have anticipated that this beast was, in fact, a product of human modification. The boy's grotesque appearance, a result of biological alteration, would never be recognized as human in the outside world. In a certain sense, he had transcended humanity to become a true monster. Jin Yao's pupils constricted. From this individual, he sensed a familiar aura. A failed experiment was merely a failure, incapable of yielding any true efficacy. Above the sky, the night crow spoke coldly, retracting her martial spirit's true form. In the current predicament, devoid of the monster's assistance, annihilating those present was utterly impossible. Fortunately, she had already prepared an escape route, ensuring she would not perish here. However, it mattered little now. The Night Crow's tone shifted to one of indifference. Even if you win this time, what of it? The leader has successfully communicated with the divine. When the deity descends upon the world, it will be the time for your spirit hall to pay the price. With a cold laugh, she concluded her statement. A powerful force shot from her body towards the boy, and by the time everyone regained their senses, she had vanished, leaving only drifting black feathers in the air. Ah! The boy clutched his head with his fearsome claws, his expression racked with agony. His inhuman form rapidly swelled, foul and murky blood splattering everywhere. While an unimaginable surge of soul power roared forth, creating evident ripples in the surrounding energy. This is a self-detonation. Lian Yu was horrified, fleeing with great urgency. Yet, the blast radius of such a formidable being's self-explosion was sufficient to envelop the entire ruins. Where could one escape in such a short time? Moreover, aside from her, there were the weaker Qingyang and others, who would undoubtedly be unable to evade the ensuing shockwave. Before Lian Yu could devise a plan, the boy had already taken action. His body, swollen from the turbulent soul power, began to contract, radiating a dazzling array of colors. The previously volatile soul energy burned at an astonishing speed. Without the support of soul power, the self-explosion command issued by the Night Crow lost its efficacy. After evading the crisis of self-detonation, the boy ceased all further actions. Standing or sitting in an eerie posture, an unmistakable aura of silent desolation enveloped him, dispelling the earlier turbulence. Amidst the brilliant luminescence, the boy slowly turned his forehead. Hollow eye sockets deeply scanning his surroundings, as if to imprint everything in his memory. In his vague gaze, a flicker of nostalgia and hatred surfaced, and at last, he looked towards Jin Yao. In the next moment, the boy's form disappeared, his entire being igniting in flames, forming a peculiar soul ring, along with a head soul bone. Veiled in endless darkness yet containing a hint of white. While Jin Yu was still pondering, the soul ring and soul bone rapidly approached him, merging into his body. Instantly, he was forced to close his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness as vast soul power and profound memories flowed into him in the gentlest manner, imprinting upon his mind. How rare it is that it did not seek to retaliate against us. But what of it? After all, it was merely a failed specimen. Indeed, the leader had already acquired that singular successful test subject, and soon, the true deity would be summoned. Such suffocating, mysterious power was truly desirable. Qingyang slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the speaker. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, wholly unrestrained. In an instant, the individual lost all vitality. His face contorted in terror as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This astonishing scene left the previously chattering group in a state of shock and fear, as if their throats had been constricted, rendering them utterly silent. At that moment, Qingyang's heart was a tempest of indescribable emotions, surging and tumultuous. Bitterness, fury, sorrow, and hatred collided and erupted within him. Chapter 28. The extreme north. From this turmoil arose an unparalleled will. Beneath this formidable will, an inexhaustible force surged into Qingyang's being, manifesting as an extraordinary wave of spiritual power. This unparalleled strength possessed the potential to alter the very fabric of heaven and earth. It was the first time he had actively channeled it, and the second time he had borne the might of the heavenly principle. Qingyang raised his hand and gently pressed it against the old man's forehead, drawing forth all the information regarding the whereabouts of that enigmatic leader into his mind. The defensive barrier embedded within the old man's consciousness crumbled before him, as fragile as mere parchment. Startled, the old man abruptly recoiled 2 steps, gazing up at Qingyang's indifferent and merciless countenance, his expression one of sheer horror. Memory retrieval? The leader resides in the far northern reaches of the continent. Do you comprehend the vast distance that separates us? Even if one were to traverse that expanse, what could one possibly achieve against a titled Douluo? Qingyang remained silent, lifting his gaze slightly. In the next instant, his form transformed into light and vanished within the grand hall. The elderly man was drenched in cold sweat. At the moment of contact with Qingyang, he felt an overwhelming presence, one that seemed to gaze down upon all creation, timeless and unfeeling. Even the slightest brush with this entity threatened to completely assimilate his consciousness. That sensation was even more terrifying than when he faced a deity. No, this being existed on an entirely different plane than that of the gods. Meanwhile, the malevolent soul masters besieging Li Yusong and his companions sensed that the situation had turned dire, prompting them to flee and conceal themselves in various locations, leaving behind only the severely injured and the deceased. Within this enclosed underground relic, escape was impossible without thorough familiarity with the surroundings. and the means to unlock the exit were beyond the reach of these ordinary individuals. What has become of Jin Yao? Lien Yao disregarded everything else and returned to Li Yusong's side with Flander, observing Jin Yao, who wore a furrowed brow and appeared somewhat unwell. Her expression was one of urgent concern. The events that had just transpired were too bizarre for her to fully comprehend, especially with Jin Yao, the very person involved, entangled in such a high-stakes situation. She had witnessed the peculiar soul rings and soul bones entering Jin Yao's body, knowing well that his soul power was only at level 34. Furthermore, who could ascertain the potential complications arising from the boy, who had been altered by human intervention? I took a look and found no significant issues. In fact, he appears to be in a better state than before. Li Yusong responded with a serious countenance. He was prepared to vouch for his judgment, as Jin Yao's condition mirrored that of a soul master who had absorbed a soul ring, enhancing both physical attributes and soul power. Coupled with the previous boy's sacrifice, he could not fathom where things might have gone awry. Then why hasn't he awakened? Lien Yao instinctively voiced the question, only to immediately realize its folly. Fortunately, the others failed to notice her slip, attributing her anxiety to excessive worry. Flander even offered an explanation. It must be that his body is adjusting to the soul ring and soul bone. Such immense soul power could not be acclimated to instantaneously. After speaking, Flander cast a deep, contemplative look at Jin Yao, pondering the terrifying being capable of subtly suppressing a tidal Douluo. Why had this entity chosen to sacrifice for this child? What kind of relationship existed between them? And what other powers lay hidden within these malevolent soul masters? For the continent, were they a boon or a bane? Despite the myriad of speculations arising within, for the time being, none of this bore any relation to their Shrek Academy. Moreover, Flinder cast a glance at Yu Xingxuan and Qin Ming. This journey had indeed yielded considerable rewards. In addition to the promised support of gold soul coins, Qin Ming had also experienced significant growth, his mind sharpened through trials. Undoubtedly, he would emerge as an even more exceptional individual in the future, a thought that brought a measure of solace to Flinder as the Academy's dean. Flinder then turned his gaze back to Yi Xingxuan, letting out a resigned sigh inwardly. He hoped that this child would soon acclimate, for only then could she traverse further along the path of a soul master. Elders, hurry and check on Qingyang. He just went to the central hall alone, and it was due to Qingyang's actions that the strange individual could return to normal. We must see how he is faring, Qian Rushue exclaimed anxiously. Until now, Qingyang has not emerged, and her absence weighs heavily on her mind. What if? No, there can be no what-ifs. Qingyang is exceptionally strong and will surely be fine. The utmost priority now is to ascertain her well-being, Yin Shui resolutely contemplated. Lien Yu regained her focus, nodded, and swiftly made her way towards the central hall. With Jin Yao and Yin Shui scathed, it is imperative that nothing befalls Qingyang. She understands clearly that in this operation, their trio is indispensable. They represent the future hope of the Wuhuan Hall. Even she, a titled Douluo, pales in significance compared to the collective strength of these three. As Lien Yu proceeded, the remaining individuals stayed behind to safeguard Jin Yao, who is currently in a fragile state. Should an evil soul master launch a surprise attack, the consequences could be dire. In the extreme northern lands, where the biting cold prevails, a pallid landscape stretches endlessly. Snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, continuously descend from the sky, enveloping the region in an eternal frost. Within a humble wooden cabin, insulated from the external chill, a meager collection of furniture houses an eerie idol. Xiao He is dead. A voice, devoid of warmth, suddenly pierced the silence of the desolate environment. Are you referring to that failed specimen? It matters not. In 3 years, I shall harness the power of the divine and fully merge with you. The aged voice recounted slowly, exuding an air of confidence as if commanding all things. Disgusting. A young girl's voice, flat and devoid of emotion, interjected, as if merely stating a fact. The old man chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by her retort. Behind him, the idol flickered rapidly, drawing his attention. Humph. A simplistic deity wishes to descend through your form. What sheer folly. Yet, thanks to it, I can attain your perfect and powerful body. The aged voice continued, laced with fervor, while an aura of divine power subtly emanated from him. Once I acquire your strength, this so-called god shall not escape unscathed. When that time comes, who on the continent could stand in my way? At this juncture, a hint of excitement crept into the aged voice, as if envisioning the future he so eagerly anticipated. Chapter 29. The power of the heavenly path. How many miles separate the Star Doe forest from the extreme northern lands? In light of the current circumstances on the mainland, the vast majority of individuals will, throughout their lifetimes, never reach this place. The environment here is exceedingly harsh, verging on a forbidden zone for humanity. Even ordinary spirit masters struggle to withstand the extreme cold. Those of greater strength, such as the spirit sect spirit kings, find it impossible to linger here for any extended period. It must be acknowledged that the choice of the nefarious spirit master leader, a title Douluo of the 92nd rank, to seclude himself in this location is astutely wise. Even the spirit hall would refrain from probing here without cause. Nevertheless, these concerns are of little consequence to Qingyang at this moment. The vast distance, he is already capable of traversing light itself. The severe environment, beneath the protection of his armor, he is nearly impervious to all forms of harm. Yet, such unparalleled strength comes at a price. Even merely bearing a fraction of the celestial Tao's power, infinitesimal as it is, nearly overwhelms him, leading him to lose his sense of self and become one with the Tao. Currently, Qingyang is not the true embodiment of the Tao. The imperial armor is merely a spirit and is far from complete, with the forces of the 5 elements and yin-yang still beyond his full control. Originally, Qingyang communicated with the Tao through his will, utilizing the energy of the light shadow stones to transmit the Tao's power. With the imperial spirit serving as a vessel for its manifestation, he awaited the enhancement of his strength, for the Trinity would signify the rightful path of heaven, governing all things. Yet now, as he senses his increasingly numb emotions, Qingyang realizes that time is running short. If this continues, he will be assimilated by the Tao, becoming an unfeeling part of its intent. The relentless transmission of the Tao's power has already surpassed the limits of the 1,000-year spirit rings formed from 2 light shadow stones, rendering the imperial spirit incapable of fully safeguarding his will. Ultimately, all of this is too much to bear. Qingyang has come to a clear understanding of this outcome. Furthermore, he feels a sense of dread regarding it. To be assimilated by the primal force of the Tao, losing all sense of self, leaving no trace of existence in the world, this is not only the highest honor for all life but also the most despairing punishment. To be absorbed by the fundamental power of the Tao means that there will be no remnants of your existence throughout the vast cosmos and history. There will be no record of you, leaving not a single trace, as if you had never existed at all. Yet, Qingyang still chose this path. With fear in his heart, he continues onward. Some matters transcend all else, and even the sacrifice of oneself is imperative. In the extreme north, above the horizon, a brilliant light erupted, as if a true sun had appeared. The sky, once shrouded in profound darkness, now radiates with a brilliance unseen for countless years. This light outshines even the brightest midday sun at the heart of the mainland, illuminating the world with an intensity far more fierce and resplendent. The eternally frozen tundra, impervious for ages, could not withstand the searing brilliance of the merciless sun at this moment. In mere breaths, the vast expanse of ice and snow, accumulated over countless years, transformed into an endless torrent of water. A cataclysmic deluge, unprecedented in millennia, erupted suddenly and violently, intensifying with each passing moment. Countless northern soul beasts scattered in terror, desperately evading this abrupt and widespread natural disaster. Under such calamity, even the ancient soul beasts, aged over 10,000 years, faced the specter of death. The long silent northern tundra, akin to the frozen stillness of ice and snow, erupted in a long-forgotten clamor today. Consequently, within this eternal frost, those terrifying entities that had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years began to awaken, their ancient, cold eyes fluttering open as they yearned to move their colossal forms. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming and unrelenting pressure descended upon these soul beasts, immobilizing them as if they were destined for slaughter. These dread beings possessed no means of resistance. Before they could even comprehend the situation, they were brutally subdued without a hint of mercy. At this moment, whether they had existed for 100,000 years or 800,000 years, it made no difference. What is happening? What is this? Who dares to act against us? A multitude of terrifying thoughts, filled with bewilderment and astonishment, echoed through the air. Ultimately, their gaze fixed upon the heavens, where a diminutive figure radiating boundless light stood. The unabashed aura emanating from this figure unmistakably conveyed to them that it was he who had imposed this relentless suppression, showing no mercy whatsoever. Rage, an unstoppable tide of fury surged forth. In an instant, numerous formidable soul energies erupted, coalescing into thick beams of varied hues, nearly tangible in their form, shaking the icy expanse and stirring a tempest of snow and wind. Qingyang's expression was one of indifference. Following the force of the earth element, the wood element was subsequently mobilized. The Emperor Wood's manifestation, the soul ring of wood emitted a dazzling blue light, transforming into a colossal circular ring that obscured the horizon, rotating fiercely as it pressed down upon the earth, delving deep into the layers beneath. In an instant, the previously radiant pillars of soul power, which had pierced the sky, dimmed and vanished. The once dominant soul beasts, accustomed to their formidable physical prowess, found themselves unable to control even their vast reserves of soul power. This feeling of their dignity being trampled upon, was unbearable for them, plunging them into a state of impotent rage and profound terror. The pride cultivated over countless years was shattered in that moment. After addressing the potential disruptions posed by the unruly soul beasts, Qingyang turned his attention to the true objective of his journey, a small expanse of snowfield nestled among the territories of numerous powerful soul beasts. The Aurora Sword. Qingyang stood majestically against the horizon, gradually drawing forth a golden longsword imbued with boundless light. He pointed it towards a small wooden cabin that remained unscathed amidst the terrifying natural disaster. The tangible pressure of fear instantaneously crushed the snowy expanse, fracturing it into segments of land that sank beneath the weight. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the cabin's owner seemed to realize that the figure, akin to the light of all lights, was seeking him. Helpless, he activated his contingency plan. Truth be told, he had no desire to incite trouble. He merely needed to endure 3 years, after which nothing on the continent would pose a challenge to him. Alas, the affairs of the world seldom align with one's desires. In an instant, a radiant divine power radiated outward, suppressing the flurries of snow and dust. The ground abruptly split open, countless frozen rocks and ice were upheaved and cast aside, while dust and shattered ice scattered in the wake of this tremendous upheaval. A colossal soul beast surged forth from the earth, and simultaneously, the white snow seemed tainted as an insidious aura pervaded, staining the land with a shroud of deathly black. Countless malevolent eyes adorned the distorted form, continuously spewing forth vile energy, while towering tendrils writhed with reckless abandon, as if to obscure the very sun. Qingyang recognized this soul beast all too well. It was the evolved form of the eye-devouring Spirit King, the 10,000-year soul beast, the spirit-devouring Emperor. At the same time, a figure cloaked in gray stepped forth from the void, stooped and frail, standing atop the spirit-devouring Emperor, gazing upward at the blinding brilliance of the light of all lights. Possessing the ability to wield a portion of divine power, his instincts were heightened. Was this man truly just a man? In his acute awareness, facing Qingyang felt akin to confronting the entirety of heaven and earth. His unmasked fury even stirred the enmity of the world. Energy, matter, time, space, everything within creation seemed to conspire against him, harboring disdain and rejection, as if the world had no place left for him. The gnarled, withered hand slowly removed the hood, revealing the man concealed beneath the voluminous robe. He bore a visage of malevolence, an aged body, an existence that was strikingly discordant yet strangely present. My name has long been forsaken. Now, I am known as Mou. Mou's voice carried a sense of twilight, calmly articulating his name without posing any inquiries. Having uttered this statement, he did not await Qingyang's response, nor did he engage in any futile gestures. Instead, he launched directly into an assault. It seemed that his preceding declaration served merely to inform the opponent of his identity. Understanding that the adversary had come to confront him, unabashedly unleashing fury and murderous intent, it became clear that there was no room for negotiation. Only one of them could emerge alive from this encounter. With this realization, any further superfluous dialogue became unnecessary. At Mou's command, the soul-devouring beast emperor beneath him unleashed its true power, a colossal wave of soul energy stirring the very heavens and earth, seemingly affecting the boundless realm of light. It condensed a portion of its form into a massive black sphere adorned with countless eyes, swirling and rolling as it hurtled directly towards Qingyang. Nothing could prove more effective and formidable than its own corporeal manifestation. This part of its being harbored the malevolent and corrupting force, far more terrifying than mere soul energy, once tainted. Not only the body but also the spirit and will would be contaminated, becoming a natural vessel for the dark god. And how could a mere mortal stand against a deity? Qingyang grasped the Aurora sword with a single hand, unleashing 2 luminous blades that cleaved through the air, their golden energy imbued with a divine radiance, colliding fiercely with the encroaching sphere of corruption. This assault, launched with immense effort by the spirit-devouring Beast King, culminated in a tremendous explosion, sending forth a terrifying shockwave, yet it was effortlessly repelled, without the slightest exertion. In quick succession, another golden sword aura surged forth, compelling the soul-devouring king to counter with its own tendrils. At that moment, Mou leapt slightly, ascending into the air, confronting Qingyang from a distance. Meanwhile, the colossal form of the spirit-devouring beast king was brutally driven into the ground, truly returning to whence it came. Its green, malevolent blood gushed forth like a fountain from the grievous wound that nearly cleaved it in two. The beast king emitted a mournful wail capable of shattering one's sanity. Its twisted body, resembling sludge, conjoined tightly as dark energy surged forth recklessly, expelling the golden arcs of light from its wound, gradually mending its fractured form. An unending torrent of blood erupted violently, rivaling even a minor flash flood. "Go protect her," Mou commanded, undeterred, standing resolutely before Qingyang. Following the earlier probing by the spirit-devouring beast king, he had gleaned the extent of Qingyang's prowess. Remarkably strong, 100,000-year soul beast stood utterly powerless against Qingyang. Moreover, the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from that formidable strength was escalating at an alarming rate, signifying that the opponent's power was surging by the moment. Incredible, yet undeniably true. Was this the will of heaven? Mou murmured to himself, tinged with regret and indignation. Frequently, he found himself pondering whether he was indeed a forsaken being by the heavens. Failure and loss seemed destined to accompany him, not only throughout his tumultuous and sorrowful existence, but even now. The Spirit Hall, the two great royal families, the 7 major sects, the sacred lands of divine inheritance. All the formidable existences that remained hidden from the world. He had contemplated them all and devised corresponding strategies. Yet, even so, unforeseen variables emerged. Just as his meticulous plans were nearing fruition, this sudden and unprecedented formidable entity seemed to conspire against him. Before Qingyang's might, all his endeavors appeared to dissolve into an unreachable dream. But this time, I still possess hope. Mou's tone hardened, breaking free from that torrent of emotion. Even if fate dictated otherwise, he would not yield. His experiences had forged a character imbued with confidence and even pride. No matter how many times he faced failure, his convictions would remain unscathed. Boldly aspiring to harness divine power, he stood at the pinnacle of soul masters, his will resolute to an unimaginable degree. Spirit possession. A silhouette of a blue-veined, pitch-black humanoid figure emerged behind him, its visage obscured, leaving only its form partially visible, adorned with loosely draped bandages and chains. This was the martial spirit that Mou encountered after meeting the malevolent deity, the demonic body. In certain respects, it rivaled the formidable power of the 6-winged angel. Yet, for various reasons, each utilization of this martial spirit would drain his life force. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from engaging directly. Mou summoned the divine power at his command, and the snow-covered expanse, which had existed for an indeterminate duration, began to surge outward under the radiance of this brilliant divine energy. An immense, ancient temple, weathered by countless ages, materialized in its wake. At the heart of the temple lay a seemingly ordinary wooden cabin, the site of veneration. With the temple's emergence, the very air was imbued with a refreshing fragrance. Upon closer inspection, the verdant river that coursed through the temple was tumultuously agitated. Mou harnessed the tainted life energy he had accumulated over the past decade, channeling it into his martial spirit. Instantly, the spirit appeared to come alive, and the 9 soul rings shimmered with green patterns, as though they had been deified. Mou felt an immediate transformation. The once formidable and repulsive divine power, which had been exceedingly difficult to wield, seemed to dissipate. And the myriad issues associated with using divine power were effortlessly resolved in that moment. The price, however, was the reckless consumption of his life force, if this continued. The years of accumulation would sustain him for no more than 10 minutes. Chapter 31. The Wrath of the Emperor. Regardless, this power, comparable to that of a deity, was sufficient to instill fear in anyone. It was Mou's greatest trump card. Yet, it did not extend to Qingyang. The azure sun ascends majestically into the heavens, its formidable silhouette radiating an infinite brilliance, indifferently observing the diminutive figure below, akin to gazing upon the futile struggles of ants. A deity? It appears immensely powerful. However, this entity is merely a hollow semblance of divinity, possessing only a scant measure of divine power, devoid of artifacts, and lacking even a divine rank. How could it possibly compare to a true god? This force, though slightly elevated in essence, is merely more adept in application. The extent of destruction it can inflict is likely inferior to that of a title Douluo who has undergone divine assessment. Even a title Douluo at level 98, without divine evaluation, could surpass it in overall prowess. Nevertheless, for this individual daring enough to challenge him, the Azure Sun does not hesitate to extend the utmost respect. At least, Mou does not resemble the other soul beasts of the northern lands, who, upon encountering insurmountable power, abandon all resistance and plead for mercy. Indeed, after enduring such prolonged suppression, those seemingly formidable soul beasts have surrendered. The swiftness of their attitude shift evokes a sense of futility in the Azure Sun's otherwise tranquil mind. It is merely that Mou, once stooped, gradually straightens, his withered and aged visage regaining its luster and vitality, transforming into a strikingly handsome youth, almost ethereal in appearance. He extends his pale, elongated hand, gently tapping, as divine power swiftly manifests and unleashes. Divine technique, domain of corruption, an otherworldly. Dark green domain begins to emanate from Mou, expanding continuously, carving out a realm of his own amidst the blazing, infinite light. Within this divine domain, all things seem to have their vitality siphoned away, losing the very essence of existence, morphing into a bizarre, corrupted energy. After seizing dominion over this realm, the indistinct mark upon his forehead emits a faint gray-black glow. Aware of his inability to sustain this power for long, he resorts to his most potent yet challenging final gambit. Divine technique, blade of pallor. Throughout the divine domain, the decayed and corrupted forces are entirely concentrated and compressed to their utmost limit, forming a crescent blade radiating an aura of malevolence, decay, and desolation. This crescent blade, pale and gray, spans nearly 100 meters in length, and upon its emergence, it has already siphoned away all power within the divine domain, causing it to shatter and be once again suffused with light. In this strike, he seeks solely for lethality, even at the expense of all else. Confident that the Azure Sun, indifferent in the sky, would confront him with overwhelming strength. In the next moment, Mou wields this blade of destruction with his arm, launching the devastating blade of pallor toward the figure that stands aloft in the sky, seemingly the very embodiment of light. Although its speed is not remarkable, any ultimate Douluo could evade it, yet wherever it passes, the space is rendered decayed, revealing the visage of a dark abyss. Should one be ensnared within, even clad in divine armor, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure, let alone withstand the onslaught of the blade of pallor that wrought such devastation. At this moment, Qingyang made his move, yet he did not retreat. He held the Aurora sword with a dazzling sword intent, the blade inverted with its tip pointing downward. Then, with a slight press, he unleashed the Emperor's fury. An infinite radiance converged, giving birth to a colossal sword shadow within the realm of light, accompanied by flickering golden lightning, descending towards the pale blade below. In an instant, the immense sword shadow pierced the crust, cleaving the mountain range in two. The tremendous tremor even reshaped the entire northern terrain, reverberating across the distant central continent. A thunderous roar echoed, an upheaval of the heavens and earth, a calamity of death. Amidst the violent sounds, this event transpired upon the icy expanse. An unparalleled and singular collision lasted nearly 10 minutes before the scene could be discerned. The once mighty soul beasts, now suppressed, trembled under the weight of this celestial might. Across the entire Arctic land, apart from these formidable entities, the soul beasts lay nearly annihilated. At this juncture, boundless light once again shone brilliantly. The dust of the sky and the upheaval of the earth were forcefully subdued. That terrifying disaster seemed to be held down by an invisible hand of immeasurable power. Amidst the seismic rift, the immense energy released from the depths dissipated within the light, while the surface was stirred into a whirlwind of endless snow, cascading gently as if orchestrated. The surging flood, running rampant and increasingly uncontrollable, transformed once more into a solid and heavy glacier under the dominion of the elemental waters. Thus, the brief yet intensely fierce calamity in the northern realm abruptly vanished, leaving behind a landscape marred with scars. Consequently, tranquility reigned once more. Qingyang possesses an extraordinarily sharp mind, yet his will is remarkably sluggish. This accounts for the nearly 10-minute delay in his intervention to avert disaster, as well as the rationale behind his creation of calamity without regard for the consequences. Under the heavens, all beings are equal. The cycle of life and death remains an immutable truth. Qingyang's strength has now grown even greater, and simultaneously, he is drawn closer to that final step. Mou cleared his throat a couple of times. His hair was streaked with gray, his visage aged, and his form seemed almost shrunken, resembling a diminutive old man. "I have failed once more," he uttered in a hoarse whisper, barely audible, devoid of any emotion. It was as if he had grown accustomed to such failures, no longer surprised by them. Consequently, having lost all his soul power, Mou could no longer maintain his flight and plummeted straight towards the ground. Below, the fragmented spirit-eating beast Emperor clung to life, sustained by the soul power of 100,000 years and its innate colossal vitality. barely surviving at the epicenter of this calamity. The location of the temple had long since turned to ashes, leaving behind only an unremarkable wooden house, imbued with the essence of divine power and safeguarded by it. Suddenly, the spirit-eating beast emperor seemed to receive a command. From the countless eyes adorning its massive form, beams of green, malevolent energy shot forth, coalescing with its own immense, sludge-like body to create a peculiar, gigantic silhouette. Engaging in battle was not its true duty. Rather, this was the role of the spirit-eating beast emperor, cherished by the dark god, to summon the descent of divine power. The silhouette, composed of black mist, bore no discernible features. As soon as it appeared, it surged into Mou's descending body, enveloping his martial soul. Stimulated by this surge of power, Mou managed to flutter his eyelids open for a fleeting moment, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. So it is not a god, but rather you, seeking mutual destruction? Thereafter, both Mou and the spirit-eating beast emperor were entirely drained of their life essence, accompanied by the cascading crimson soul rings and soul bones, hurtling towards the wooden house. Therein lay the last vestiges of divine power within the temple, as well as the perfect form that both Mou and the god had eagerly anticipated. Chapter 32. The End. Light. A radiant light, a light that evokes longing. Su Ishue had never before witnessed such resplendent brilliance. Stirring within her once dormant heart an unprecedented tumult, she could sense that beyond this small yet sturdy cage, there existed a being who had cast despairing shadows upon the world, yet bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope. The pallid world thus acquired a touch of color, transforming into a vibrant and exquisite tapestry. With every ounce of her strength, Su Ishue managed to lift her forehead slightly, gazing up at that light of lights. How splendid it is to behold your magnificent form in this final moment. The flawless visage of Su Ishue blossomed into an enchanting smile, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld the radiance. An inexplicable admiration surged within her. Yet, there lingered a tinge of regret. Her frail body teetered on the brink of ruin, rendering her incapable of following in your wake. A conclusion that she had long since accepted now inexplicably felt unbearable. After employing her final means, invoking divine power to slay Mou, the deity too, as she wished, turned its wrath upon itself, bearing the remnants of Mou's last strength. The divine entity entwined with the soul ring of the devouring spirit beast was beyond her current capacity to resist. If this continued, she would become a sacrificial offering for the divine's arrival. To this fate, Su Ishue resigned herself with tranquility, just as Mou had murmured before his demise. Everything unfolding today was a scheme she had devised since being captured here. All was meticulously prepared for a mutual demise. Should she embrace death immediately, the deity could not descend upon the world. While this outcome instilled dread in others, it held no terror for her. Yet now, a sense of reluctance had blossomed within Su Ishue, not for the world, but for the memory of the light. The darkness, to which she had grown accustomed, now felt foreign and unbearable. Qingyang cast a cold gaze from above, observing the last remnants of malevolence steadily growing within that wooden cabin. This was something he could not permit. The entire northern landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation. Glaciers and snow-laden forests lay in ruins, altering the very topography, while countless spirit beasts perished in the icy expanse, merely the aftermath of the conflict. After such an immense sacrifice, if the roots of this evil could not be thoroughly eradicated, all these efforts would be rendered utterly absurd. Thus, he finally set his plans into motion. The golden figure radiated a light that gradually dimmed as he reined in the elemental powers that had subdued dozens of formidable spirit beasts, those once mighty overlords. Despite sensing the pressure that had engulfed them dissipate, trembled in fear, refraining from any movement lest they provoke the celestial light above. It was only when a powerful entity voluntarily succumbed to slumber that the others, awakening to the realization, followed suit, displaying no threat and behaving as docile as young creatures. A brilliant light erupted before the wooden cabin as Qingyang materialized in an instant, crouching briefly before rising slowly. The lingering divine power within the cabin, which had even begun to swell, melted away like snow beneath the blazing sun, leaving no trace behind as it vanished effortlessly. Qingyang stepped slowly into the dimly lit wooden cabin, where, apart from the shattered deity statue behind him, sat a young girl. Blood seeped from her chest, gradually saturating her garments as immense divine power surged within her, engaged in a final, desperate struggle. Su Ishue wore a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the mortal wounds adorning her body. In this moment, the flicker of regret within her heart dissipated entirely. "It is truly wonderful to behold you," she whispered, her voice akin to the flickering life of a candle in the wind, extinguishing completely. as she relinquished her last vestige of hope for survival. Her divine power could no longer manifest its miracles. Without the protection of its host, it dissolved into nothingness amidst the light. Qingyang, however, felt little in response to this. His final will burned fiercely yet coldly, indifference rendering him even more merciless. Instinctively, he extended his hand, enveloping Su Yixue in the quintessence of the five elements, infusing her with the forces of yin and yang. Instantly, flowers and grasses revived, withered trees blossoming anew. Even this lifeless cabin sprouted vibrant green leaves, and the once blank earth burst forth with resplendent blooms. A kaleidoscope of life emerged upon the snowy expanse, the rich and harmonious vitality permeating the air. A force capable of reversing the very fabric of life and death manifested within this unremarkable wooden structure. After a prolonged moment, just as Qingyang's essence seemed to fade, becoming increasingly indistinct, he finally ceased his actions. In that instant, the imperial armor adorning him vanished. The fire and wood crystals, still dormant within him and not yet fully transformed into soul rings, suddenly unleashed a vast, tangible energy of the five elements, coalescing into an enigmatic amber crystal that preserved Qingyang's final essence. Radiant halos of crimson and azure appeared around him, their flicker erratic, emanating an inexplicable resonance. In the cosmos, a green meteor, adorned with peculiar patterns, descended slowly, erupting with tremendous energy, as wild and tumultuous as a waterfall. As this unimaginable surge of verdant energy erupted, powerful entities within nearby planetary realms simultaneously sensed this pure and almost primordial essence of water. However, when they ventured beyond their worlds to investigate, the small, extraordinary meteor had already burst forth with a speed defying the laws of nature, transcending space and departing this star region. In mere moments, the meteor traversed countless worlds and planets, journeying through the cold, dark void of the universe, ultimately arriving at Douluo Star, where Qingyang resided. Upon tracing a brilliant meteor tail across the sky, it descended into the amber crystal enveloping Qingyang, merging as naturally as a raindrop into a river. The water shadow stone, imbued with the power of the five elements, instantly radiated a soothing essence, enveloping Qingyang's nearly assimilated will within its embrace. At this point, all anomalies faded away. The once battered icy expanse regained its long-lost tranquility. Chapter 33. The state of the continent. Seasons changed, time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. The world did not cease its motion due to the departure of any single individual, not even Qingyang. Throughout these 4 years, Douluo Continent continued to operate according to its own rhythms, with conflicts, conspiracies, and grievances arising frequently, creating a whirlwind of events that were both dizzying and thrilling. Among them, the Spirit Hall, the foremost soul master faction on the continent, took the lead. Initially, for reasons unknown, the Spirit Hall mobilized in unprecedented numbers, declaring their intent to eradicate every evil soul master across the continent in the name of peace. Thus, a formidable team composed entirely of soul masters emerged, representing the highest number of participants from the continent, led by the elders and the head of the law enforcement hall. They formed an enforcement team comprising elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall, overseeing various branch teams and even recruiting some powerful registered soul masters. With generous rewards, ample strength, and sheer numbers, they launched a grand campaign that lasted 2 full years, significantly impacting the state of the continent. Notably, the battle at Moreau Mountain marked the final stand of the evil soul masters, resulting in the deaths of a 10,000-year soul beast, 3 soul Douluos, and 7 soul sages, with countless others of lesser strength perishing as well. Following this campaign, the remaining evil soul masters, in a state of panic, fled to the city of slaughter, leaving no possibility of resurgence. Thus, the evil soul masters were completely eradicated from the continent, and no organized, renowned groups of evil soul masters could be found. Even the term evil soul master faded into history. This extraordinary campaign, which captured the attention of all on the continent, was dubbed the extermination of evil. The Spirit Hall's renown soared during this time. However, in such a moment, an unimaginable and earth-shattering event transpired, leaving all in shock. Qian Xuanji, the reigning pope of the Spirit Hall, the current chief elder of the Elder Hall, and the foremost member of the angel family, suffered grave injuries. It is said that this occurred while attempting to capture a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, leading him to confront Tang Hao, the most outstanding genius of the Haotian sect. At that time, Tang Hao was still a soul Douluo, and Qian Xuanji led 2 elders from the Spirit Hall into battle. These 2 elders, much like the chief of the Enforcement Hall, stood at the pinnacle of soul masters, being titled Douluo's. Moreover, with the might of the strongest elder, Chief Elder Qian Xuanji. The trio, though few in number, wielded strength far surpassing that of the demon-slaying efforts. Nonetheless, the magnitude of the reversal was indeed too difficult to fathom. The outcome of that battle has already spread across the continent. The 10,000-year soul beast fell to its sacrificial fate, allowing Tang Hao to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, after which he vanquished the two elders of the Spirit Hall and gravely wounded Qian Xuanji. It is utterly reminiscent of a farce. Following this incident, the Haotian sect has once again affirmed its prowess as the preeminent sect, with Tang Hao emerging as the first individual on the continent to swiftly ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Conversely, the formidable might that the Spirit Hall had amassed through the eradication of evil spirit masters has precipitously waned, resulting in a significant decline in its reputation. A year later, the news of Qian Xuanji's untimely demise further exacerbated this decline. Although the Spirit Hall remains the foremost power on the continent, commanding a degree of respect from the populace, it now appears somewhat diminished compared to its former glory. In the final year, due to the turmoil arising from the internal power transition, the Spirit Hall has been preoccupied with internal strife, showing little external activity. The public has gradually grown accustomed to a Spirit Hall that, while deserving of respect, lacks the former vigor it once possessed. In the Douluo Continent, within the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's chamber, regardless of the passage of time, this location remains a hallowed ground for countless soul masters. Bibi Dong, adorned in an opulent robe embellished with golden patterns, donned with a 9-curved purple gold crown and wielding a scepter encrusted with myriad gemstones, sat regally upon the singular seat. Compared to 4 years prior, her visage had undergone no alteration, yet her aura of authority had intensified profoundly. She slightly turned her head to regard Yu Egwan below, her cold gaze causing him to bow his head even lower. Her strength had indeed grown. Yu Egwan, with his head lowered, was astounded at the thought that, having lost Qian Xuanji's suppression over the past year, Bibidong's power was nearly unparalleled. Were it not for the devoted offerings who remained engrossed in self-cultivation and detached from worldly affairs, the Spirit Hall would likely have fallen entirely under her dominion. Even he, a member of the Elder Hall, who was under the jurisdiction of the Judging Elder, and a title Douluo who should have obeyed Qian Rinxue's commands following Qian Xuanji's death, found himself under the control of Bibi Dong, the Pope. It is worth noting that the Elder Hall has traditionally been directly governed by the younger generation of the Angel family. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Yu Egwan's already handsome features, reminiscent of a feminine beauty, took on an even more respectful demeanor. Your Holiness, it appears that the Grand Offering harbors some dissatisfaction with your actions, he remarked cautiously, lifting his eyes to steal a glance at Bibi Dong. Noting her unchanging expression, he quickly averted his gaze once more. The internal conflicts within the Spirit Hall were far beyond the purview of an ordinary title Douluo like him. This serves as a warning not to overstep my bounds. Since she has made no further moves, it indicates that this matter concludes here. Bibi Dong spoke with a frosty tone, her grip on the scepter tightening unconsciously. Following the death of Qian Xuanji, aside from assuming control of the Elder Hall he left behind and managing the various handover tasks, her greatest obstacle stemmed from the offerings in the Worship Hall. That place encapsulated the essence of the Spirit Hall, the foundation of the most formidable power on the continent. Due to Qian Rinxue, the Worship Hall persistently suppressed the Elder Hall, creating incessant troubles for her, which in turn led to a chronic shortage of high-level combat strength at her disposal. Given the pronouncement of the Grand Offering, she instructed the Ghost Elder to persuade the other elders, assuring that she would not hold past grievances against them. Upon finishing her statement, Bibi Dong rose, her regal and beautiful visage betraying no emotion, and departed alone. This year, under the oppression of the Worship Hall, she had come to understand that only strength constituted the essence of all. Perhaps to the Grand Offering, her every action seemed as laughable as a child's tantrum. Regardless of any unforeseen events, the other party possessed the confidence to suppress them. This unwavering assurance stemmed from their formidable level 99 strength. Thus, in comparison to controlling the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had far more pressing matters to attend to, for within the forces established by the Angel clan, no amount of struggle could free her from the grasp of that limit Douluo. Under the watchful eye of the Grand Offering, the Spirit Hall was destined to fall into Qian Rinxue's hands. Chapter 34, Awakening in the Tiando Empire, within the Tiando City Palace. All the ministers were aware of the existence of the Grand Prince, a young man of exceptional talent and keen intellect. His birth had gradually brought more smiles to the face of the snowy-eyed emperor over the years. Today, in a rare exception, the snowy night emperor permitted the Grand Prince, Xue Qinghe, to attend political affairs as an observer, entrusting him with a matter of significance. The ministers, astonished, began to grasp the implications. Emerging from the palace, the youthful Xue Qinghe wore a modest yet gentle smile. Though still young, his striking demeanor left all who encountered him in awe. He approached a luxurious carriage, where numerous elite soldiers stood guard, bowing in respect. Xue Qinghe smiled and nodded, acknowledging them before stepping inside the carriage. Your Highness, the Emperor's decision to send you to the Tiando Royal Academy signifies great importance. It seems he may intend to designate you as the Crown Prince. A magnetic voice resonated within the spacious, brightly lit carriage. There is no need for such formality. Esteemed teacher, it is I who must express my gratitude for your support, he replied. Xue Qinghe spoke modestly, his courteous demeanor evoking a sense of fondness in others. Ning Fengji gazed at Xue Qinghe before him, secretly marveling, and could not help but feel a tinge of pride. Due to the lack of combat strength within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he had devoted a significant portion of his energy to the guidance of Xue Qinghe. At this moment, witnessing the extraordinary grace of Xue Qinghe was akin to seeing a reflection of himself, equally refined and reminiscent of a paragon of virtue. Moreover, his disciple had indeed proven to be impressive, not only rapidly advancing in his spiritual power, but also winning the favor of the great Emperor Shuiyi. With the position of Crown Prince seemingly within reach. However, with such prospects came the necessity for caution. Contemplating this, Ning Fengji felt compelled to offer a reminder. This journey bears great significance. The Imperial Soul Master Academy of the Tiando Empire is home to the offspring of the majority of the empire's rulers. Therefore, representing the royal family in this visit carries the implication of establishing your reputation. His words, though gentle, carried an undertone of counsel that naturally commanded attentive listening. Xue Qinghe nodded, his demeanor composed. I am fully aware. This is also a form of testing. Until I ascend to the position of Crown Prince, my actions shall remain circumspect, avoiding any matters that should not be touched. Ning Fengji slightly inclined his head and smiled. Exactly so. There is no need to rush. What is meant to be yours will eventually come to you. He was immensely satisfied with Xue Qinghe's demeanor, noting that even with the current advantageous position, there was no trace of urgency, and he possessed a clear understanding of the situation at hand. This was an exceedingly rare and admirable quality. Ning Fengji had invested considerable stakes in this carefully selected individual, believing that once Xue Qinghe became the next emperor of the Tiando Empire, the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be secure, and his somewhat troublesome daughter would also acquire the strength to protect herself. After pondering, he resolved to share some of the secrets of the Tiando Empire with Xue Qinghe, believing that this knowledge would assist him in navigating the intricacies of the imperial city's tangled affairs more swiftly. Xue Qinghe listened intently, his expression serious, occasionally offering insightful observations that left Ning Fengji greatly impressed. As their conversation continued, the grand carriage rolled onward, surrounded by silent soldiers diligently fulfilling their protective duties. After a considerable time, Ning Fengji closed his eyes in satisfaction, while Xue Qinghe maintained his composed posture, taking delicate sips from his tea. The fragrant sandalwood incense wafted through the carriage, enhancing the atmosphere of hazy tranquility. Setting down his teacup, Xue Qinghe inadvertently glanced out at the sunlight beyond the carriage. His thoughts drifting far away. The visage of the person etched deep within his heart grew increasingly vivid. Little Snow was closer to the goal, yet where were you now? In the extreme northern land, where snow falls relentlessly and ice stretches endlessly. Countless soul masters have been drawn to investigate the source of a terrifying tremor that once reverberated across the continent. Whispers abound of hidden treasures, the awakening of the ancient king of soul beasts, and the wrath of celestial beings. Yet, upon witnessing the desolate expanse of this snow-laden realm, all who venture here are struck with profound awe and silence. Such devastation surpasses the capabilities of mortals. Even a titled Douluo would find it insurmountable. Curiosity abounds as many strive to uncover the cause of this cataclysmic change, but no one has succeeded in revealing the truth. It seems that some force or presence has meticulously concealed the deepest secrets, rendering them unknown to humankind. Aside from fragmented accounts from a few survivors of the northern lands, no individual has been able to grasp the full extent of what transpired. Over the years, tales have been woven by countless bards and minstrels, giving rise to a legend of the endless light in the nearest city of extreme ice. This endless light is said to dispel darkness, melt ice and snow, and warm the earth. In a secluded corner of this snow-clad expanse, a wondrous scene unfolds, filled with the melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers. where clear springs resonate with life, and the essence of spring flourishes, devoid of any chill or desolation. It is a veritable paradise. In this extraordinary realm, a breathtaking young woman, around 15 years of age, kneels before a towering tree, fervently engaged in prayer. Her hands, delicate as a flower bud, and her skin, smooth as cream, frame her earnest visage as she bows her head, embodying a profound commitment to a cause worthy of her utmost devotion. This young woman is Su Yixue, whom Qingyang rescued years ago. After being granted a new lease on life, she has spent 4 years here, diligently expelling intruders and safeguarding the tranquility of this haven while devoting herself to prayer day after day. Under her supplications, the once ordinary giant tree now radiates a gentle glow, harmoniously illuminating this ethereal sanctuary. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a figure nestled within the heart of the verdant, almost translucent tree. This figure is none other than Qingyang, who fell into slumber 4 years ago. Since merging with the heavens, he has lost all external perception, enveloped in an absolute void of silence. Here, there is neither light nor darkness, and he feels neither body nor thought, only an expanse of nebulous chaos. Fortunately, this maddening state lasts but a fleeting moment, as a humble thought, imbued with admiration and reverence, pierces the solitude of this dark abyss, warming his gradually withering heart. In Qingyang's gradually clarifying consciousness, she began to recognize her own existence. Su Yixue, the very individual whom he had once casually rescued. Chapter 35. Home in the Tiando Empire. In the Ana province lies the remote village of Haimu. Nestled in the western part of the Tiando Empire, this village is characterized by its scarce resources and arid land. Its only semblance of value is the vast expanse of the black forest that surrounds it, which is why the village has managed to endure, earning the name Haimu Village. Today, this sparsely populated settlement welcomed long-awaited visitors, a young man and woman, whose youthful and radiant appearances captured the curious gazes of the ordinary villagers. Qingyang donned a simple robe of coarse fabric, complemented by modest trousers, though the colors were not vibrant or striking. The exquisite craftsmanship in their combination lent an air of elegance and vitality. This year, he is nearing 11 years of age, and compared to 4 years ago, he has grown considerably taller. Aside from his still somewhat youthful visage, his height and stature are now comparable to those of adult men. Qingyang stood at the entrance of the village, gazing at the newly crafted sign adorned with the words Haimu Village elegantly painted in bright red upon a wooden beam overhead. This familiar yet foreign sight stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. In years past, this sign had been in a state of disrepair, and the village had lacked the funds to replace it. To his surprise, upon his return, it had been transformed into a pristine emblem of the village. It seemed that during his absence, this place had flourished in some ways. Is this the village of your birth? Su Yixue, following closely behind Qingyang, observed the modest village with a hint of curiosity gracing her delicate features. Despite being slightly older than Qingyang, a casual glance might suggest a sibling-like relationship between them. Only upon closer inspection would one discern that her demeanor was predominantly influenced by the boy. Qingyang nodded, a tone of reflection in his voice. Indeed, for years have elapsed, and it is astonishing to witness such significant transformations. Qingyang gazed upon the unfamiliar village, a sense of disorientation washing over him as memories of the events that transpired since his departure flooded his mind. For years had swiftly passed, yet the experiences shared with Tianhe and Daodong remained vividly etched in his memory. He had once believed that he was destined to fade into oblivion, unable to find a way to survive. This was largely due to Su Yixue. Had it not been for her unwavering protection during her slumber, constantly communicating and awakening his will, he might not have endured. It seems they do not recognize you, my master, Su Yixue remarked with a subtle smile, though a fleeting chill flickered in her eyes, barely perceptible. Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into silent laughter. For years had elapsed. It was only natural not to recognize someone who would deliberately remember the visage of a child. After uttering these thoughts, he gazed at the occasional villagers passing by. Just as Su Yixue had remarked, the majority of the men were captivated by her stunning beauty, hardly acknowledging his presence at all. After all, Su Yixue's remarkable appearance was indeed a rarity among the ordinary villagers. Let us venture into the village and see if my home still stands. Upon finishing his words, Qingyang was engulfed by a swirl of intricate emotions. As he traversed the smoothly paved road that had been meticulously restored, he observed that the village's appearance had blossomed into something more vibrant than he remembered. The carpenter's workshop had been entirely refurbished, and new establishments such as a blacksmith's shop and small stores had emerged. Most notably, the streets teemed with people, a stark contrast to the desolation of the past. The journey revealed transformations at every turn. Seeing Qingyang's pace slow and a flicker of hesitation cross his face, Su Yixue stepped forward and softly inquired, "It seems you are somewhat reluctant to return. Is there something troubling you?" To her, Qingyang was exceptional. He embodied the light within her heart, the essence of her existence, and the embodiment of all her hopes for the future. His presence was far more significant than anything else in the world. If any dilemma burdened Qingyang, she would take it upon herself to alleviate his worries, employing every means to eradicate the problem, addressing it at its very core. Anything or anyone that could hinder Qingyang's happiness should not exist. Qingyang sighed softly and remarked, "I once told you that my parents died to protect me. Yet as I return home now, I am inexplicably filled with fear. It is true that I have never paid homage to them. In this regard, I have been exceedingly unfilial. However, one must confront what is inevitable. Let the past remain in the past." Observing Qingyang's silhouette, Su Yixue's faint smile dimmed slightly. This was a matter she found herself unable to resolve. As Qingyang gazed at the small wooden house, remarkably unchanged from his memories, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find the place impeccably clean. Had someone moved in? This thought flickered through his mind. Yet, as he surveyed the interior, noting that everything remained in its original arrangement, doubt crept in. Who would move into a new house and deliberately preserve its original state? A faint cough broke the silence, and Qingyang suddenly became aware of an unmistakable commotion within the house, a detail he had momentarily overlooked due to his restless mind. It appeared that someone had sensed his arrival and emerged from another room. Was it Grandpa Aaron? Qingyang gazed at the figure before him, now graver with age, and uncertainly inquired, "Are you Qingyang?" Aaron widened his eyes slightly, displaying a hint of disbelief. "It is I, Grandfather. How did you come to be here?" Qingyang stepped forward to support Aaron, gently inquiring about his well-being. Aaron, the village chief of Haima village, had always exhibited kindness toward every individual in the community, frequently aiding impoverished families. For years ago, he even stayed behind, valiantly protecting the villagers during their escape. Qingyang has always held him in high regard. But why has Aaron appeared in his home? "Qingyang, you have returned," Aaron exclaimed, still in disbelief, unable to resist rubbing his eyes. "It truly is you. Please, do not be so formal. It is I who should be celebrating your return, for you are the pride of our village." After being assisted by Qingyang to a chair, Aaron stroked his pale beard, scrutinizing the significant changes in Qingyang's appearance, his face adorned with a broad smile. Suddenly, Su Yixue emerged from the soul guide device. Having retrieved all the necessary materials, she respectfully brewed a pot of tea using her soul power and presented it to Qingyang and Aaron. Aaron gazed in astonishment at Su Yixue's beaming face standing beside him, and then glanced at Qingyang before gently lifting the teacup to take a sip. What exquisite tea! Of course, it was exceptional tea. Su Yixue stood beside Qingyang, her hands clasped before her, her smile modest yet warm. This tea was a rare delicacy from the frozen north, a place inaccessible to ordinary folk. Moreover, these leaves had been nurtured under special conditions, possessing the ability to enhance one's soul power. Aaron sighed in admiration and could not help but take another sip. The sensation was like ice penetrating the heart, yet refreshingly invigorating, rejuvenating his weary spirit. Following the coolness, an inexplicable warmth enveloped his body, inducing a comforting drowsiness. Aaron was certain that such tea was exceedingly rare. Even the lord of the nearby city would not possess it. Chapter 36, Transformation. "Qingyang, you have truly achieved greatness," Aaron declared, setting down the teacup and regarding Qingyang's somewhat unrecognizable visage with profound emotion. No one could have anticipated that a child, merely 6 years old and orphaned, would one day enter the Spirit City and join the Spirit Hall, a remarkable ascent indeed. Upon hearing from Taiju and Xiaobo that you had joined the Spirit Hall, I knew you had endured hardships and would finally lead a prosperous life. You have always been so sensible, unlike other children who revel in mischief. In fact, I must express my gratitude to you, dear village chief. As Aaron spoke, he began to rise, intending to offer his solemn thanks. Aaron, please, sit down. Qingyang swiftly grasped the arm of Aaron, the esteemed village chief. Although Qingyang had assisted many and would never dismiss their gratitude, his feelings towards Chief Aaron were distinct. He could not accept the other's demeanor. Could you first enlighten me on the changes that have transpired in the village? It has been quite some time since my last visit, and I find myself somewhat disoriented. Qingyang hastily shifted the topic. For the modest deeds he had performed hardly warranted any expression of gratitude from the other party. Observing Qingyang's steadfastness, Aaron chose not to press the matter further. Yet his admiration for Qingyang deepened. A humble and courteous demeanor devoid of arrogance is a quality that endears him to all. In stark contrast, his own unruly child seemed increasingly detestable. Since your departure, Qingyang, the Spirit Hall has allocated 3,000 gold soul coins for the reconstruction and compensation of the village. Coupled with the monthly salary and soul master subsidies you have sent back, the village has gradually flourished. For years have elapsed, the roads have been constructed. The village has expanded, and even the houses have transformed from wooden shanties to sturdy brick edifices, an unimaginable feat in the past. Qingyang, all of this is attributable to you. The entire village owes you a debt of gratitude. As Aaron spoke, his eyes became misty with emotion. The calamity of yesteryear had inflicted severe damage upon the village, leaving its very existence hanging by a thread, with countless families torn apart. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall promptly dispatched aid and provided compensation to every household. For those families, 3,000 gold soul coins represented a lifeline. Furthermore, you are aware of the demon extermination that occurred 2 years ago, previously, due to the village's remote location. Peace was a rarity, and venturing beyond its borders necessitated companionship. Since that incident, not only have evil soul masters been eradicated, but even bandits and thieves have vanished. For us, as long as safety is assured, all other challenges can be gradually overcome. Qingyang listened in silence to the village chief's rambling words. Perhaps because it had been long since he had conversed with anyone, or perhaps because the changes were so profound that he found them hard to fathom. Through the chief's discourse, Qingyang gradually came to understand how a once remote and dilapidated village had evolved into its current, somewhat flourishing state. His contributions may have played a role, as did the influence of the Spirit Hall, yet one cannot overlook the dedication of the village chief. Regardless, upon returning and witnessing the village's thriving condition, Qingyang felt a sense of fulfillment. After a considerable time, Aaron seemed to recall something. Observing Qingyang's noticeable transformation, his previously comforting smile began to fade, and with a sigh, he remarked, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. I shall take you to see your parents. They must be immensely proud of your achievements." At these words, Qingyang's demeanor subtly stiffened, and the smile on his face gradually vanished. Subsequently, just as the chief was about to notice, he slowly nodded and rose to assist Aaron, making their way outside. Parents. This subject always bore a heavy weight. Behind them, Su Ishua pursed her lips, tidying the room briefly before locking the door and following Qingyang out. Along the way, Aaron frequently introduced Qingyang to various aspects of the village, revealing his genuine concern for its development. The newly established buildings and amenities had indeed improved the villagers' lives significantly. Each household now had a well, eliminating the need to trek to distant rivers for water, and public restrooms had greatly enhanced sanitation in the village. Some families even began to raise chickens and ducks. As Aaron spoke and Qingyang beheld the remarkable transformations, he too felt a deep resonance with the village's progress. Beside the road, a little girl with a pinwheel joyfully ran along, her toy spinning rapidly and reflecting her beaming smile. Suddenly, as she turned a corner, she came face to face with Qingyang and, unable to halt in time, collided gently into his embrace. "I'm sorry, big brother, I bumped into you." The girl adjusted her hat and offered a polite apology. Qingyang shook his head and picked up the fallen windmill from the ground, handing it to her gently. "Next time, be a bit more careful. We wouldn't want you to get hurt," Aaron remarked with a benevolent smile as he observed the scene. "Is that you, Xiaoxian? Isn't your brother returning today to celebrate with you? Once you arrive at the Soul Master Academy, be sure to study diligently." "Grandpa Village Head, I will." "And my brother has already come back," Xiaoxian replied, adjusting herself after receiving the windmill and revealing a radiant smile. As she dashed back, she called out, "Big brother, I'm off now." Aaron chuckled softly, shaking his head. This child, Xiaoxian, is indeed the sister of Xiaobo, and this year, she has just been tested for her soul power. Fortunately, there are a few available spots at the primary academy in the village that are offered free of charge, which allows her to attend. Qingyang gazed at the gradually receding figure of Xiaoxian, who was slowing down, and a knowing smile emerged on his face. The village now possessed such an opportunity, a privilege I recall was once squandered even by those with innate soul master potential, due to the lack of financial means. Qingyang's words hold a kernel of truth. The cultivation of soul masters indeed requires certain resources. If it were entirely free of charge, it is likely that no institution could bear the expense. For impoverished regions, the opportunity for free enrollment is an indispensable element for aspiring soul masters. With a smile, Aaron nodded and remarked, "This has truly been a stroke of fortune for you. By the way, if time allows, would you care to visit Xiaobo and the others? One has gone to the city to serve as an apprentice in a blacksmith shop, while the other has ventured to a somewhat distant academy of liberal arts. Who knows? He might one day become a tax official, which could lead to a promising future. Your house has also been tidied up by them during their spare moments, as I, unfortunately, am no longer capable of such tasks. Besides these two promising youths, there are a few others who are at least following in their parents' footsteps, ensuring they won't starve." As he spoke, Aaron's smile broadened uncontrollably. For him, witnessing the healthy growth of the children and nurturing the prospect of a bright future was of paramount importance. "Then it shall be as you wish, Grandpa Aaron." Chapter 37. Friends Qingyang procured various common offerings in the village in exchange for a handful of freshly picked vibrant flowers from the hands of children. Accompanied by the village chief, he made his way to the cemetery. This site had long served as the village's public burial ground, and perhaps due to a surge in funding, it had been enhanced with walls and a roof. While the structure may not have been particularly aesthetically pleasing, it provided shelter from the elements. However, it seemed that in the wake of that calamity, a multitude of gravestones had suddenly appeared, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and tranquility, casting a sense of oppression over the hearts of all present. Qingyang set down the flowers in his hand, gazing at the unremarkable, ancient black and white stone monument, where an indescribable emotion swirled within him. "Father, Mother, I have avenged you." After a prolonged silence, he hesitated to articulate his thoughts, ultimately uttering these seemingly futile words. Indeed, they felt devoid of meaning, at least in that moment. Qingyang believed so. "I am doing well now. You need not worry. I recall how you always hoped I would become a soul master, and now I have. If you were aware of this, you would surely be delighted. Yet, the life of a soul master appears far from the idyllic image you envisioned. It is fraught with conflict and bloodshed, where life and safety are often threatened. To be frank, I do not relish this existence, nor do I wish for others to endure it as I have. I seek to make a difference, to effect change, if only to lessen such tragedies. I am aware of the power I possess, and I can indeed take action. As long as I am willing, anything is possible. However, you are no longer here." As time trickled by, the world before Qingyang began to blur. A moist sensation lingered in his eyes. The weight of his emotions pressed heavily upon his heart. To his parents, resting in eternal slumber, Qingyang revealed the confusion he had harbored and the thoughts deep within his soul. Changing the world is an arduous endeavor. It requires more than mere strength to accomplish. The fury he felt upon hearing the dreadful news in the spirit hall stemmed largely from his own sense of powerlessness. Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, he instinctively strove to diminish such tragedies. Evil soul masters arise from humanity, from soul masters, born of the malevolent desires nestled deep within the human heart. As long as there are people, as long as soul masters exist, this darkness cannot be entirely eradicated. It can only be suppressed. Nevertheless, Qingyang pursued this path with unwavering resolve. He could not allow the inability to achieve something to deter him. He could not simply use it as an excuse to turn a blind eye to the unfolding tragedies that mirrored his own. Over the years, I have gradually come to understand a profound truth and have cultivated my own convictions. In the realm of light, shadows are destined to exist. Shadows exist because of light. Perhaps I cannot eradicate them entirely, but at the very least, I can continually suppress them, ensuring that light prevails as the dominant force in the world. Qingyang closed his eyes, striving to rein in his spiraling emotions. After a considerable pause, he exhaled softly, casting a final, lingering glance at his parents before resolutely turning away. The past is, after all, behind him. Just as he once remarked, there remains much yet to be accomplished. Su Yixue advanced slowly, positioning herself beside Qingyang, her gaze penetrating the depths of his eyes, which brimmed with sorrow and solitude, causing a pang of distress to arise within her. She crouched down, extending her hand to rest upon the earth, allowing her silvery hair to cascade around her. A deep, inky blackness began to unfurl, enveloping the entire cemetery in an instant, silencing the ambient sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Ethereal, amethyst-hued soul-returning butterflies flickered in and out of sight, dancing amidst the graves, while the blooming night jade flowers lent an enchanting allure to this hallowed ground. An indescribable yet palpable force of pure darkness, serene and eternal, enveloped this modest cemetery, safeguarding its departed souls from disturbance with tranquility, eternal rest, silence, and a gentle fragrance. Qingyang slightly widened her eyes. To alleviate your worries is the very purpose of my existence. Su Ishu gently lowered her head, suppressing her fatigue, then raised her face to gaze at Qingyang. Adorned with an impeccable and exquisite smile, Qingyang gazed upon the cemetery, sensing a profound force emanating from the shadows, safeguarding this place from the ravages of the outside world. To the departed, the allure of the darkness surpassed that of the light. Thank you for your efforts. Qingyang spoke softly, his words, though commonplace, deepened Su Ishue's smile. Rising to her feet, she gazed at Qingyang's retreating figure, seemingly whispering something unintelligible, before hastening her steps to follow him. Outside, Aaron had been patiently waiting for Qingyang. Aware that the young lad undoubtedly had much to share with his parents, it was not an opportune moment for him to intrude. Yet, it wasn't long before Qingyang emerged alongside the breathtakingly beautiful girl. It seemed as though some essence lingered within the cemetery, but Aaron chose not to comment, knowing that Qingyang had always been a pillar of support for the village. Qingyang, hurry over to the village chief's house. My grandson has been eagerly anticipating the presence of our village's pride, Aaron exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor, hoping to dispel the sorrow buried within Qingyang's heart. The cemetery, after all, was never a place that fostered joy. Regardless of who visited, their spirits often remained heavy. That child, Qingyang, may not speak of it, yet one can sense the weight he bears. Perhaps the old man is powerless to effect change, but at the very least, he must help Qingyang extricate himself from this sorrowful state. Let us depart. It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes upon Xiaobo and the others. Qingyang also donned a smile, graciously accepting Aaron's kind gesture. The village chief's residence is situated in a rather central location within the village, which, in the grand scheme of things, cannot be deemed a particularly splendid place. It merely serves to facilitate the elders' management of various trivial matters. At this moment, within the confines of this brick and stone abode, several individuals had already gathered, and under their meticulous preparations, the enticing aroma of delectable dishes wafted freely through the air. At Aaron's behest, Qingyang first pushed open the door. Before him, four diminutive figures scurried about busily: Taizhu, Xiaobo, Yisi, and Xiaoxian, their laughter and cheerful banter occasionally ringing through the air. Before them stood a grand wooden table, continuously laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, the kind that one might find in an ordinary household yet possessing a touch of luxury. The modest room had been thoughtfully adorned, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Xiaoxian was even attaching her pinwheel to the wall, its irregularity lending it a unique charm. A small fireplace crackled, infusing the cozy space with a lively, bustling spirit. Though simple, this scene was remarkably enchanting. Qingyang stood transfixed, gazing at the scene before him. The atmosphere, oddly enough, was not unwelcoming. Chapter 38. A brief convergence. Qingyang, you have returned. With Taizhu's exclamation, they immediately encircled him, blocking his way at the entrance, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Perhaps it was the length of their separation that ignited such fervent gazes from Xiaobo and Taizhu, while Yasi's face radiated admiration, and Xiaoxian wore an expression brimming with curiosity. Qingyang gazed upon his familiar, yet subtly transformed companions. Even after the passage of 4 years, they still harbored a profound concern for him. Tiezhu's skin had deepened in hue, perhaps a testament to his labor in the blacksmith's forge. His physique was robust, exuding a youthful vigor that belied his years. Meanwhile, Xiaobo donned a pair of spectacles, presenting an air of cultured refinement, his gaze imbued with an added glimmer of wisdom. It seemed that these childhood friends had fared well. The calamity they endured at the tender age of 6 had not wrought irrevocable harm upon their lives. Qingyang felt a sense of relief, genuinely delighted for them. Qingyang, Xiaobo called out, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, forgetting the appropriate words to say. It seemed he had countless thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he struggled to articulate them. Make way, make way. What kind of behavior is this? Qingyang has rarely returned to the village, and you won't even let him have a seat? Aaron, blocked at the doorway, feigned anger as he admonished them. Instantly, the few people gathered at the entrance displayed awkward expressions and hastily dispersed, while Taizhu, regaining his resolve, took the initiative to usher Qingyang inside. Hurry and take a seat. After all these years at the Martial Soul Hall, you must surely miss the village. These delicacies that you craved so much in your childhood have been specially prepared for you. Do make sure to indulge. A gentle smile graced Qingyang's lips as he nodded and took a seat at the table. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, accompanied by specially procured fresh milk, sweet pastries, a vibrant fruit platter, succulent lamb, a hearty oxtail and potato soup. and even a rare offering of red wine and tenderloin. Just as Taiju had remarked, these dishes were imbued with the local flavors. Although the cuisine of the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly more refined, both in nutrition and taste, it lacked the nostalgic essence found in this meal. After our repast, we would take a moment to rest before venturing into the town and Qingyang. You will surely be astonished by the changes here. A hint of mystery colored Xiaobo's words, suggesting he was well prepared for this revelation. As Yas and Xiaoxian brought out the final dishes, the atmosphere in the room grew even more vibrant. Particularly, Taiju and Xiaobo seemed to have an endless stream of conversation for Qingyang. Aaron watched their jovial exchanges with a warm smile, feeling a deep sense of comfort in the familial ambience. Big brother, I've heard from everyone that you've joined the Spirit Hall. Could you tell us what level you are now? Xiaoxian inquired, balancing a pastry in one hand while wielding a small knife in the other. Seizing a moment of respite in the conversation between Xiaobo and Taiju, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they turned to Qingyang. Big brother Qingyang must have become a soul master. No, he should be a grand soul master. The Spirit Hall wouldn't just accept anyone. Upon hearing this, Yes became instantly exhilarated, his joy eclipsing even that of becoming a soul master himself. He had idolized Qingyang since childhood, viewing him as a great hero who not only saved many children but also transformed the village for the better, a source of pride recognized by all. Xiao Xian's question was one that posed no difficulty in answering. Qingyang recalled that village chief Aaron had mentioned that Xiao Xian had just become a soul master, and it was only natural for her to be curious about the world of soul masters, much like any child would be. He smiled gently, ruffling Xiao Xuan's hair, and said, I am merely a soul sovereign at the moment, with a soul power level of 37. I do not possess the remarkable talents of others, but with your efforts, you too can reach such heights in the future. Indeed, after 4 years, by the standards of this world, Qingyang had only attained the rank of soul sovereign. Due to his own fundamental existence being severely damaged, nearly erased, he had spent most of his time in slumber, gradually recovering his body and spirit with the aid of 3 luminous stones. Consequently, his level had not risen significantly. However, when it came to strength, Qingyang was confident that he could defeat a soul king in an instant. As for ranks beyond that, he had never attempted, thus remained uncertain. Qingyang, you are truly impressive, Taiju exclaimed, unabashedly praising him. Indeed, it seems our village has not seen a great soul master for quite some time. You have shattered the village's record, Qingyang. Xiaobo could not help but adjust his glasses, his face alight with excitement. Big brother is indeed a genius favored by the Spirit Hall. Xiaoxian gazed at him with envy. Having gained a preliminary understanding of soul masters under the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall's officiants, she recognized the significance of this achievement. A soul sovereign was already an extraordinary figure for a remote village, and considering Qingyang's youth, he possessed even greater potential for advancement. Truly, you deserve the title of Big Brother Qingyang. Asa even rose from his seat, his voice raised in spirited enthusiasm. But, does being a soul sovereign come with any dangers? I have heard that aside from some civilian positions, the Spirit Hall also has a combat division. Unlike the other children who were simply happy for Qingyang, Aaron, with his wealth of life experience, could not help but contemplate this aspect. Qingyang smiled and shook his head, not wishing to burden them with worry. Just as he was about to mask his emotions with words, a knock echoed at the door. Following the rhythmic tapping, a young male voice called out distinctly, Is anyone there? It was Steward Yuan, the very person who had assisted in awakening his martial spirit and imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiaoxian joyfully exclaimed. The village chief, somewhat puzzled, rose and opened the door, welcoming Steward Yuan inside. As the eldest in the room, it was more fitting for him to perform this task. Before long, a man in his late 20s, dressed in the standard uniform of the Spirit Hall's steward, approached under the village chief's guidance, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. I am Yuan Fei, and I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your gathering. Upon entering, Yuan Fei immediately expressed his earnestness and politeness to those present. Steward Yuan, what brings you here? Is it because of me? Xiaoxian inquired eagerly, having jumped down from her chair to stand before Yuan Fei. Ah, Xiaoxian, it is regrettable that I am here on official business, not solely for you. Yuan Fei replied, shaking his head. After surveying the room, his gaze settled on Qingyang. Captain Qingyang, you have finally arrived. The situation at the Spirit Hall has become precarious. If possible, I implore you to return swiftly. The Spirit Hall is in dire need of your assistance. Yuan Fei took a couple of steps forward, slightly bowing, his tone laced with urgency. Chapter 39, The Troubles Facing the Spirit Hall. Qingyang, Are you leaving? At the village entrance, Xiaobo gazed at Qingyang standing beside Yuan Fei, filled with an unusual sense of reluctance. What was initially a joyous welcome had shifted to one tinged with regret. Indeed, I have matters to attend to. I am deeply grateful for all that you have prepared for me. I am at a loss as to how I can repay you. Qingyang smiled gently, patting Xiaobo on the back. What are you saying? If it weren't for you back then, we would all be doomed. You are the pride of our village. Taizhu strode over, inserting himself between the two, nonchalantly taking a seat. Yet, the concern and reluctance that flickered in his eyes betrayed the depth of his feelings, revealing that his outward demeanor was not as carefree as it seemed. Qingyang, follow your heart and pursue your dreams. There are others who need you even more than we do. The old village chief, Aaron, approached Qingyang, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. If anyone present could see the bigger picture, it would undoubtedly be the old chief. Brother Qingyang, keep it up. Yasi, with a serious expression, cheered for Qingyang, believing wholeheartedly that whatever path he chose was the right one. Even if he could not assist, he vowed not to hinder his progress. Brother Qingyang, do not forget us at the Spirit Hall. I, too, will diligently train to join the Spirit Hall. Although Xiao Xian felt a sense of reluctance, she refrained from uttering any sorrowful words and instead earnestly made a promise. Perhaps she might never fulfill it, but she would relentlessly strive towards that goal. Qingyang gazed upon those who cared for him, his smile gradually fading as he nodded earnestly. Xiaobo, Taizhu, Aaron, Yasi, Xiaoxian, and many other villagers stood before him. They were ordinary and unremarkable, lacking exceptional soul master talents, affluent possessions, and perhaps even profound wisdom or insight. They represented the most common and numerous segment of the continent's populace, not the protagonists of grand tales, devoid of captivating legends. Yet they led lives imbued with tranquility and peace. It is they who constitute the very foundation of existence, crafting a history as resplendent as the stars, and forging the cornerstone of human civilization on Douluo Continent. Everything exists because of them. The brilliance and beauty of humanity are vividly manifested in their essence. These are the very people he vows to protect. Qingyang settled into the specially designed soul guide device that the Spirit Hall had intentionally left behind, preparing to return to the Spirit City alongside the Spirit Hall's law enforcement officer, Yuan Fei. It is said that this soul guide was developed based on the intelligence gathered from previous skirmishes between the Enforcement Hall and the evil Soul Master organization. Notably, the relics surrounding the Stardoe Forest, along with the documents and researchers involved, contributed significantly to this endeavor. The evil Soul Master organization founded by MOU not only uncovered fragments of ancient technology but also stumbled upon a trace of the Dark God's legacy, which propelled their rapid ascension. Unfortunately, this drew the attention of the Spirit Hall, even without Qingyang. Their existence was destined to be as fleeting as a flash of blooming flowers. Captain Qingyang, ever since it became known that you ventured into the extreme northern lands, the Spirit Hall has dispatched numerous individuals in search of you, yet none have succeeded in locating your whereabouts. Within the Flying Soul Guide, Yuan Fei recounted the events of these years that pertained to Qingyang. Had it not been for the detection of your life signals, we might have presumed you to be deceased. Since then, the Spirit Hall has sent special envoys to your homeland, aiming to locate you at the earliest opportunity. Qingyang cast a glance at Su Ishiwei beside him. She seemed oblivious to the conversation. Upon noticing his gaze, she offered a gentle and exquisite smile. Despite Qingyang being enveloped by the forces of nature in his slumber, exuding no discernible aura, had it not been for Su Ishiwei concealing the traces of his existence, the Spirit Hall would not have returned empty-handed. Yet, this was not entirely unfavorable. Although they failed to locate him, through diligent inquiry, they discovered that the nefarious Soul Master leader, MOU, had been vanquished by him, greatly aiding the Spirit Hall as subsequent endeavors. Yuan Fei, having spoken, could not help but steal another glance at Qingyang, still grappling with disbelief. MOU was a top-tier figure on the Enforcement Hall's wanted list, a true title Douluo, who had been eradicated by Qingyang. In truth, were it not for the terrifying calamity in the far north and the residual formidable light energy, all of which correlated with Qingyang's actions, the Spirit Hall would have been unable to arrive at such a conclusion. Nevertheless, even in light of these circumstances, the Spirit Hall dispatched specialized soul masters, compelled by the unassailable truth to accept this outcome. Qingyang has come to accept this matter with equanimity. Through previous battles and his experience from 4 years ago, which felt almost like a transcendental unity with the divine, he has come to understand that the might of the Emperor of Light is sufficient to look down upon the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Were it not for the hindrance posed by his own identity as a vessel of the heavenly Tao, he might even contend with the gods themselves. Qingyang began to speak. Please share the troubles encountered by the Spirit Hall. Yuan Fei nodded, gathered his thoughts, and slowly replied, 2 years ago. The Spirit Hall suffered a significant blow when 3 of its elders were slain by the Haotian Douluo, resulting in a considerable decline in its reputation. This has led to a growing sense of instability in various regions, particularly among the 7 great sects. The Pope, preoccupied with managing internal chaos, finds the Spirit Hall somewhat understaffed and unable to address these issues, hence your assistance is greatly needed. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Qingyang's eyes. If this event were to transpire, it would signify the commencement of a narrative belonging to the Douluo Continent. However, the recent circumstances surrounding the Spirit Hall seem to have remained unmentioned, appearing to be an aspect devoid of description. Qingyang inquired, I recall that within the Spirit Hall, there exist 9 esteemed elders in the Elder Hall, alongside 7 revered offerings in the Offering Hall. Even with the demise of 3 elders, surely there are still individuals available for duty? Yuan Fei replied with a wry smile. The Offering Hall has always remained indifferent to worldly affairs. Among the Elder Hall, for elders tend to side with the Offering Hall and are quite disobedient to the Pope's commands. Furthermore, the Pope requires the support of 2 elders to maintain internal order. Thus, it is indeed a case of having no capable individuals at hand. Qingyang comprehended that this was an internal strife within the Spirit Hall. The demise of Qiang Sunji had inevitably triggered a series of personnel adjustments and power struggles. It was implausible for Bibi Dong to immediately seize control following his death. A period of compromise, adjustment, and acclimatization was essential. The apparent shortage of personnel in the Spirit Hall was not a true deficiency, but rather a consequence of the circumstances. Consequently, many measures and policies of the Spirit Hall were adversely affected, with certain factions even swaying allegiances from other powers, leaving the Pope with limited recourse. Yuan Fei sighed softly, empathizing deeply and appearing quite troubled. The series of issues stemming from damaged prestige may seem trivial at first glance, yet their impact was profoundly significant. Chapter 40. Return at the zenith of the continent, a place illuminated by radiant light, lay the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, known as Spirit City, the bastion of the continent's mightiest force. Under ordinary circumstances, even a titled Douluo would not dare to act recklessly here. For the rules of the Spirit Hall brook no violation. Both the 2 empires and the 7 sects held the Spirit Hall's renown in great reverence, let alone a titled Douluo. Despite the Spirit Hall's recent decline and the stirring ambitions of various factions, it remained the preeminent power on the continent. Even after the loss of 3 titled Douluos, its foundation remained formidable. In the Pope's palace of Spirit City, Bibi Dong sat regally upon her grand and ornate throne, flanked by a titled Douluo on either side, standing solemnly. Gui Douluo and Ju Douluo, both rare titled Douluos possessing spirit fusion techniques, were present. Before her gathered a multitude of esteemed figures, including the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, the honorary Elder Lianyo, as well as the remaining elders of the Elder Hall, alongside 2 titled Douluos who had recently allied themselves with the Spirit Hall. These individuals constituted the most powerful assembly of spirit masters within the organization, excluding the Offerings Hall. Bibi Dong surveyed the reverent elders before her, a faint sense of satisfaction blooming within her. Her expression remained somewhat frigid, betraying no emotion. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Yesterday, the grand offering has returned. According to the intelligence he brought back, Tang Hao has sustained grave injuries and has gone into hiding. As her words echoed, the elders below exchanged astounded glances, visibly shocked. The renowned Haotian Douluo, who had slain 2 elders and indirectly caused the death of the Judgment Elder, had been injured by the grand offering and was now in hiding. This explosive revelation instantly quelled their previously restless spirits. I have decided that the vacant positions of the 3 elders in the Elder Hall shall be filled by Gui Bao Douluo, Imo Xiong Douluo, and Sheng Long Douluo. The melodious voice of Bibi Dong caused the elders below to lower their heads slightly, with none daring to voice dissent. Such was the expected decorum, and there was little to be said. However, observing the elders' respectful demeanor, Bibi Dong felt her spirits lift somewhat, as the dissatisfaction that had been suppressed for 2 years found a measure of relief. After the worship hall tacitly acknowledged her authority, the elders rallied to her side. And with the addition of the Elder Hall, her grasp of power significantly strengthened. As for the position of the adjudicating elder, which directly governed the Elder Hall and stood in equal regard with the Pope, she did not even broach the subject. What pleased her was the elders' discerning silence on the matter. Thus, it was decided, the three elders would have their tokens of authority delivered to them after the meeting. And she hoped they would continue to strive for the Spirit Hall. With no objections raised, Bibidong proclaimed the resolution with finality before all the elders. Thank you, Your Holiness. The three, Ghost Leopard, Holy Dragon, and Magic Bear Douluo, stepped forward in respectful gratitude. Among them, the Magic Bear Douluo wore an expression of palpable excitement, clearly having anticipated this moment for long. The Holy Dragon Douluo's calm visage also bore visible delight, while the Ghost Leopard Douluo appeared somewhat indifferent. Bibidong nodded gently, and the three newly appointed elders withdrew. Now, with internal disputes within the Spirit Hall having been preliminarily resolved, the opinions at the central headquarters in Spirit City had fully unified. It was time to settle the score from before, particularly with the increasingly audacious Haoyan sect. If they were not dealt with, they might truly believe the Spirit Hall to be without defenders. Bibidong's gaze turned colder, silencing the elders, who dared not speak further. At that moment, a messenger from the Pope's guard, waiting outside, hastened in. The messenger, breathless, knelt and reported urgently, Your Holiness, He Qingyang has returned. The abrupt announcement shattered the tranquil atmosphere. A rare look of astonishment crossed Bibidong's face. Qingyang? That child truly survived? It was beyond comprehension. He had managed to vanquish a tidal Douluo when he had only just reached the Great Spirit Master level. This would only enhance the strength of the Spirit Hall. But how should he be arranged? The elders, taken aback by the news, could not contain their astonishment and began to murmur amongst themselves. Gue Mei and Yu Guan exchanged a glance, silently communicating their thoughts before nonchalantly turning back. Gue Leopard Douluo and Yu displayed evident surprise. Had the circumstances been more suitable, she might have rushed out to meet Qingyang. Silence. Bibidong struck her staff, and a surge of immense soul power erupted with her gentle reprimand, instantly quelling the clamor within the hall, leaving the elders momentarily stunned. She then turned to the messenger, instructing, Let that child enter. Yes. The messenger acknowledged with a nod and then swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, Qingyang entered the room. Before him lay a captivating scene. 10 individuals, including the Pope, were all gazing intently at him, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, predominantly curiosity and inquiry, as though he were a cherished artifact on display. However, it mattered little to him. Apart from Lianyo and the Pope, he was unfamiliar with the others. Your Holiness, I have returned. Qingyang slightly bowed his head, greeting with an attitude that was neither overly humble nor disrespectful. For an ordinary individual, such a demeanor before the Pope might be considered somewhat impolite. However, the elders appeared to pay it no mind, and even the Pope seemed indifferent to such formalities. This was the transformation brought about by power. A tidal Douluo-level combatant commanded sufficient respect from anyone, anywhere on the continent, although many found it difficult to comprehend how someone so young could possess such strength. They could only strive to win him over, refraining from any inappropriate actions. This was not only because Qingyang had joined the Spirit Hall, making him one of their own, but also because underhanded tactics simply could not be applied to a tidal Douluo. It is enough that you have returned safely. Bibidong gazed at the grown Qingyang, her voice instinctively softening a touch. Compared to 4 years ago, Qingyang had grown taller and more robust. His once boyish face now bore a softness intertwined with resolve. The changes were undeniably significant, yet traces of his youthful visage could still be discerned in the contours of his brow. Then, as if suddenly regaining her composure, Bibidong restored her usual calm demeanor and turned her attention to the elders before her. In an instant, with Qingyang's return, myriad schemes and calculations flickered through Bibidong's mind. After a brief pause, she spoke. Esteemed elders, for years ago, Qingyang vanquished the malevolent soul master leader, Mou, who had plagued the continent for years, thereby making a tremendous contribution to the Spirit Hall's subsequent demon-slaying endeavors. Chapter 41. Decision-making therefore. I have resolved to reorganize the Douluo Hall, forming a formidable team composed of elite soul masters tasked with suppressing disturbances across various regions. With Qingyang appointed as the Hall Master, what are your thoughts, esteemed elders? Though framed as a question, Bibidong's authoritative tone left no room for dissent. However, the notion of the Douluo Hall was that not the memorial site for all tidal Douluos who had perished over the years? While it held a prestigious status as one of the 3 great halls of the Spirit Hall, it had never housed any combat formations. The Pope is wise. We shall heed the Pope's command. In but a moment, despite their lingering doubts, voices of agreement began to resonate, while the Elder Hall could intervene. The Douluo Hall was a different matter. The Pope's inquiry felt more like a formality. A smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she nodded and declared, "Excellent. Since there are no objections from the esteemed elders, the Douluo Hall will be formally reorganized. Personnel will be drawn from the Enforcement Hall, supplemented by the Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy. Once the selection is complete, the Douluo Hall will also participate in subsequent operations. The decision made by Bibi Dong is undoubtedly complex. Beyond merely promoting Qingyang and facilitating the forthcoming endeavors of the Spirit Hall, there lie her personal ambitions. On the surface, the Douluo Hall, the Papal Hall, and the Elder Hall collectively represent the three principal pillars of the Spirit Hall, yet this affiliation is largely one of honor, with little actual authority or responsibility attached. Such widely known information is merely common knowledge. The deeper secrets remain concealed even from these elders. Among these is the sacred land of divine inheritance. The Douluo Hall, while publicly acknowledged as the memorial site for the deceased title Douluo, also harbors the legacy of the Angel God, a secret long held by the Angel family. Even Bibi Dong herself has only heard whispers of it. By appointing Qingyang as the master of the Douluo Hall, her intention is not only to forge an alliance inclined towards her, but also to drive a wedge into this pivotal domain. The potential to influence the sacred inheritance would yield an unforeseen advantage. However, this is merely a strategic maneuver, one that only Qingyang is capable of executing. Any other individual would likely prove ineffective, and the old fellow, Qian Daolu, would certainly not acquiesce. Qingyang, the affairs of the Douluo Hall shall be managed by you, with the various halls offering their cooperation. Additionally, I shall confer upon you the esteemed title of Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's heightened support for Qingyang underscores her commitment to this matter. Leave it to me. Qingyang did not refuse, he acquiesced, recognizing that this appointment would bring him only benefits. The title of Honorary Elder was not unexpected, as it is customary for those who manage specific affairs at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall to hold such a distinction. Within the Spirit Hall, the title of Honorary Elder symbolizes both honor and privilege. In certain respects, the treatment afforded to them may rival that of true elders. Yet their power and status do not equate to that of genuine elders. Once Bibi Dong had given her instructions to Qingyang, the matter was settled. Subsequently, her tone turned somewhat frosty as she broached the forthcoming arrangements. "Let us discuss the plans ahead," she said, addressing the increasingly precarious situation faced by the Spirit Hall and how to respond to it. As the topic was introduced, the elders engaged in fervent discussion. Naturally, their discourse did not delve into specifics. Rather, they aimed to establish a general direction, as they were not necessarily adept at handling the finer details. In this pivotal yet modest gathering, Qingyang, a newly appointed member of the Douluo Palace, possesses the qualifications to partake in the formulation of the current direction. "Your Excellency," he asserted, "the pressing matter at hand is to resolve the internal discord. If the Spirit Hall remains unstable, other factions will undoubtedly lack regard for us." Elder Shenlong was the first to articulate his perspective, placing significant emphasis on the internal situation of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, dissenting opinions emerged. "I beg to differ," Elder Zishiwei interjected. "The current state of the Spirit Hall is fundamentally a consequence of the loss of the three elders, which leads the outside world to perceive our institution as diminished. Hence, if we can demonstrate our strength by achieving a remarkable feat that resonates throughout the continent, we can undoubtedly restore the Spirit Hall's reputation." Elder Zishiwei continued with a nonchalant demeanor. "For instance," he cast a sidelong glance at Elder Shenlong, responding, "For instance, we could compel the Haotian sect to retreat." Following his proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the hall for a brief moment as the elders contemplated the feasibility and repercussions of such an endeavor. Were any other faction to utter such a statement, it would merely evoke laughter, rendering them a figure of ridicule for their audacity. Yet, the Spirit Hall possesses the strength to achieve just that, forcefully pressing back the continent's foremost sect. This course of action, however, might incur substantial losses. If the Haotian sect were to fight to the bitter end, we cannot guarantee our own safe withdrawal. A hesitant voice finally broke the silence, echoing the concerns of the assembly. The elders, all eminent figures of the continent, were understandably reluctant to engage in such a perilous venture, especially one that could jeopardize their very lives. The Haotian sect is not to be trifled with. Its formidable martial spirits and unparalleled secret techniques necessitate careful consideration of the potential outcomes. "I believe the Haotian sect would not resort to such measures," Elder Shilong remarked, surveying the indecisive assembly. "Just as we would hesitate, they are equally unlikely to risk the lives of all their sect members. If we exhibit the requisite determination, they will surely concede." Elder Mo Xiong shook his head, expressing his reservations about endorsing this resolution. Perhaps we should adopt a more moderate approach. Let us first subdue the sub-branches that have slipped from our control, and then address the 4 lower sections. If all goes well, we can concentrate our efforts on the Haotian sect. As the elders continued to struggle to reach a consensus, Lian Yu cleared her throat and articulated a proposal that had been discreetly communicated to her by Bibi Dong, aligning with the most pragmatic outcome. This suggestion holds the merit of allowing for adjustment should complications arise, ensuring that no effort is rendered fruitless. Following her proposition, a contemplative silence fell over the council, eventually leading to tacit acceptance of her reasonable suggestion. Observing the absence of further dissent, Bibi Dong spoke decisively. Then it is settled. Once the foremost of the 7 sects concedes, the authority of the Spirit Hall shall naturally be reinstated. Thus, under the silent resolve of Bibi Dong and the Council of the Elders, a preliminary plan was established to stabilize the various regions and restore the renown of the Spirit Hall, proposed by Elder Xinglong. The plan entailed a significant mobilization following the completion of internal preparations within the Spirit Hall, aimed at cleansing the branches that had lost control and thoroughly resolving internal strife. Ultimately, in accordance with Elder Zishue's advice, efforts would be concentrated on addressing the core issues surrounding the 7 major sections. Chapter 42. The Growth of Jinyao Qingyang, my boy. You've truly outdone yourself, quietly achieving such a remarkable feat. You are nearly on par with me, and you are barely 10 years old. Upon exiting the papal hall, Lianyo swiftly intercepted Qingyang, pulling him aside, her casual teasing laced with evident astonishment. However, from Lianyo's slightly agitated demeanor, Qingyang discerned that she was genuinely concerned for him. Do tell, where have you been all these years? We searched everywhere for you. Do you have any idea how frantic she has become in her quest to find you? Qingyang paused momentarily, observing Lianyo's newfound seriousness, a slight smile of irony gracing his lips as he shook his head. I was indeed too impulsive, paying dearly for my recklessness, he remarked, somewhat tangentially. Lianyo's gaze sharpened, as if she wished to inquire further, yet after a moment of hesitation, the words remained unspoken. Soon after, she shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, Qingyang, if you find some time in the future, you should visit Tiando City. Since your disappearance, the young master has missed you dearly. And what of Xiaoxue? Qingyang murmured softly, nodding in acknowledgement, quietly committing this matter to memory. Despite harboring some suspicions, he still inquired, are Xiaoxue and Jinyao faring well? Jinyao is now quite capable of handling matters independently. However, I am not entirely certain about the situation with the young master. When you have the chance, you might inquire with elders Zishuo and Shilong, as they have always been responsible for the young master's safety. Come, let me take you to meet Jinyao. He will surely be overjoyed to learn of your return. Without waiting for Qingyang's response, Lianyo grasped his hand and swiftly led him toward the law enforcement hall. Qingyang did not break free, allowing Lianyo to lead him. Perhaps in Lianyo's eyes, he remained the child in need of protection. In the enforcement hall's combat training arena, Jinyao donned a simple yet practical black training outfit, accentuating his tall and handsome figure. Compared to 4 years ago, Jinyao, now approaching 15, had undergone significant transformations. Not only had his appearance and physique matured, but even his gestures exuded an air of dignified authority that commanded respect. Before him stood 3 opponents, each equipped with 5 soul rings, all of whom were skilled soul kings trained by the enforcement hall. The 3 were intently focused on Jinyao, meticulously guarding against his every move, though this was merely a training exercise that could not afford to be careless. Suddenly, Jinyao sprang into action. His golden crocodile martial spirit manifested in an instant, radiating a dazzling brilliance. There was no trace of the ferocity typical of beast martial spirits. Instead, he emanated a grand and righteous aura. This martial spirit had begun to transcend the boundaries of the golden crocodile, evolving into a more formidable form. In the blink of an eye, Jinyao, who was not particularly known for his speed, closed the distance to stand before the trio. His calm gaze reflected their slight panic. Roya gritted his teeth, summoning his Tiger King martial spirit, and unleashed a significant portion of his soul power towards Jinyao, causing his purple soul ring to illuminate. 4th soul skill, Fierce Tiger's Roar. Roya inhaled sharply, ready to unleash the soul skill. In that moment, Jinyao's 2nd soul ring suddenly glowed, and he swiftly dodged, closing the remaining distance in the blink of an eye. A powerful kick, accompanied by the phantom of the golden crocodile's tail, struck fiercely towards Roya, who had gathered his soul power at his mouth. Roya could only watch helplessly as the swift phantom approached, the fierce gust of wind causing him pain even in his martial spirit form. If he were to unleash his soul skill, Jin Yao might be momentarily stunned, but he was certain that this strike would land, likely incapacitating him. Thus, Roya begrudgingly retracted his almost released soul skill, the collision of soul powers inadvertently escaping his lips as an awkward sound. At that moment, support arrived from another teammate. A slender, indigo light shield enveloped Roya, deflecting Jin Yao's attack. However, Jin Yao was unfazed. Instead, he seized the opportunity to breach the defense of the Soul Master Roya and swiftly charged towards the two protected individuals behind him. This is bad. The expressions of the trio changed, prompting them to respond immediately. The rhythm had been disrupted. Jin Yao thought calmly to himself. This would mean more openings for the three, and consequently, more opportunities. As anticipated, the support-type Spirit Master promptly enveloped himself in a protective shield, a choice that is both common and prudent. Generally speaking, support-type Spirit Masters are the most vulnerable. In the midst of battle, safeguarding oneself is paramount to maximizing one's utility. However, this is merely a relative notion. In a combat scenario, what value does a lone support-type Spirit Master hold? The battlefield is ever-changing, devoid of absolutes. One must possess a clear understanding of the situation to render the most appropriate judgment. Jin Yao halted his swift advance, and one of his 5 spirit rings illuminated. The first spirit skill, Golden Crocodile Body, activated. With a mere flick of his hand, he deflected the clawed assault of the pursuing Luoya. Just as Jin Yao intended to capitalize on Luoya's momentary haste and expose his vulnerabilities, a robust vine coiled around his foot. A commendable synergy, Jin Yao mused silently. Yet, it was merely that. This time, Jin Yao did not retreat to evade. Instead, he pinned Luoya to the ground, his right hand gathering an abundance of spirit power. This strike was destined to reduce their numbers by 1. Luoya, sensing the accumulation of spirit power, found himself unable to escape Jin Yao's grasp due to his own reckless attack that had left him downed. Realizing he could not retreat easily this time, he resolved to confront Jin Yao head-on. It was a desperate gamble for survival. The rapid shifts in the situation transpired in an instant. Luoya's 5th spirit ring glowed, signaling his last-ditch effort. Yet whether in the execution of his spirit skill or the gathering of his spirit power, he was clearly a beat slower than Jin Yao. The vine entangled at Jin Yao's feet sensed the urgency of the situation, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, the fierce collision of spirit power sent Luoya careening helplessly away. His 5th spirit skill ultimately went unutilized, abruptly interrupted. Jin Yao tore through the encumbering vine and emerged steadily. "You have lost." The seemingly casual proclamation resonated, prompting the 3 to surrender entirely. Typically, a support-type Spirit Master, alongside a control-type Spirit Master of comparable levels, might find the outcome against a battle Spirit Master uncertain. There exists an even greater likelihood for the control and support pair to emerge victorious. However, for Jin Yao, this was not the case. Following that sacrificial event, his strength transcended common boundaries. The two could not hope to surpass him. At the very least, the control-type Spirit Master on his team, even with the aid of the support-type Spirit Master, could not constrain him, let alone endure until his spirit power was depleted. Thus, as Luoya withdrew, the outcome was already sealed. Chapter 43, Reunion Captain, your strength is astounding. I had thought that upon becoming a Spirit King, the gap between us would diminish. Roya retrieved his martial soul and rose to his feet, brushing off the dust as he approached. A look of resignation etched upon his face. This disheartening outcome of training was an experience he had endured countless times, and it seemed he had grown accustomed to it. Tang Jia, the control-type Soul Master, felt somewhat disheartened. Achieving the rank of Soul King in their 30s was a rare feat, yet in comparison to Jin Yao, they were utterly outmatched. However, after enduring such setbacks time and again, the sting of defeat no longer lingered as it once had. Even so, Tang Jia could not help but remark, "Captain, every time we measure ourselves against you, we feel like mere ordinary individuals. It seems we have spent over 30 years living like dogs." Feng Nan nodded in agreement, expressing admiration. "Indeed, Captain, the 3 of us Soul Kings can only play a defensive role against you. Your strength must rival that of a Soul Emperor." Jin Yao observed the deference from his 3 teammates and was reminded of 4 years prior, when he too had felt similarly against those 2 extraordinary prodigies. Yet, as time passed, that fervor to compete had faded. Now, he found himself yearning for those days of fearlessness and impulsiveness, when he was blissfully unaware of his own limitations. Shaking his head, Jin Yao chuckled softly. "You are all remarkably strong. You rightfully bear the title of elites from the Spirit Hall. Though my strength and talent may seem preposterous to you, there are individuals within the Spirit Hall who surpass me. In their presence, I cannot even muster the will to resist. The chasm between us is as insurmountable as a vast chasm, instilling a sense of despair. Upon hearing this topic once more, Roya remained skeptical, suspecting that Jin Yao might be uttering these words merely to console them. In his experience, he had yet to encounter anyone with greater talent than Jin Yao. "Captain, are you certain there is someone stronger than you?" he inquired, unable to contain himself. A 15-year-old Soul King possessed a talent that could only be deemed unparalleled, worthy of standing above the entire continent. If there were someone with even greater talent, they could hardly be considered ordinary. Such individuals, like those from the divine heritage factions on the continent, favored by the gods, had begun to transcend human capabilities, rendering them incomparable to mere mortals. "Indeed, Captain, could such a person truly exist?" Feng Nian echoed with doubt. Since Jin Yao had taken the lead, he frequently spoke of this mysterious individual. Initially, they believed him, but the absence of evidence had sown seeds of skepticism. "How could I deceive you?" He entered the law enforcement hall at the tender age of 6 and immediately usurped my position as captain. At that time, I felt much like you do now, unwilling to accept it. As Jin Yao reached this point, Luo Ye and the others felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. 2 years prior, when Jin Yao was appointed as their captain, none of them held him in high esteem. Although they had heard of his prodigious talent, they remained skeptical. After all, the Spirit Hall was replete with talents. It was hard to believe that someone so young could outshine them. However, the reality proved harsh, as evidenced by Jin Yao's current role as captain. Continuing his discourse, Jin Yao seemed to recall something significant and, in an effort to bolster his credibility, revealed a shocking piece of information. "By the way, aren't you curious why the leader of the evil spirit masters, MOU, was absent during the demon-slaying operation 2 years ago? According to the investigation from above, he was the one responsible." Observing the serious demeanor of Jin Yao, Luo Ye and the others felt their doubts waver once more. Could it be that what the captain said was indeed true? Yet, such a notion was utterly astonishing. Throughout the history of Douluo Continent, they had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Even the child of the world had not been so excessive. Noticing their expressions, Jin Yao chose not to press the matter further and seamlessly shifted the topic. "Enough of that. In time, when you encounter him, you'll naturally come to believe me. Now, on to more pressing matters. As you ascend to the rank of Soul King, you will have the opportunity to lead your own teams. While I will temporarily withdraw from the enforcement hall, there may be significant movements within the Spirit Hall, so be sure to perform admirably." Despite his youth, Jin Yao's authoritative tone was remarkably polished. Upon hearing this, Luo Ye immediately pledged, "Rest assured, we will not bring shame to you, Captain." Although he may not match Jin Yao, he was confident in making a name for himself across the continent. Tang Jie, who had previously appeared dejected, now radiated confidence, stating, "Indeed, perhaps we will be promoted even faster than you, Captain." Feng Nian echoed this sentiment, filled with optimism. Jin Yao nodded in satisfaction, relieved to have alleviated another burden from his mind. At the very least, he need not worry about these 3 companions, with their exceptional talents. They were destined to become the backbone of the Spirit Hall and enjoy a brilliant future. Now, everything was in order, and there was nothing left to weigh on his mind. It was time to confront his own issues. As this thought crossed his mind, Jin Yao's smile gradually faded, his previously buoyant disposition darkening. The pressures from his family could no longer be concealed, and their hostile attitude became increasingly apparent. To make matters worse, his great-grandfather was in seclusion, leaving him without anyone to consult. Family, Spirit Hall. What path should he choose? Jin Yao. A familiar voice called out from a distance, jolting Jin Yao from his thoughts. The voice sounded distinctly familiar, as if he had heard it before. In a moment, he recalled that it belonged to Qing Yang. However, it merely sounds a touch more mature. Jin Yao instinctively yearned to turn around, to ascertain whether the voice truly belonged to Qing Yang. Yet, upon making the slightest movement, he abruptly stiffened. What if it were not him? Although the Spirit Hall had tirelessly searched for 4 years and had found evidence that Qing Yang was indeed alive, no one could guarantee his safety. After all, no one had laid eyes on him. Even Jin Yao, who firmly believed in Qing Yang's survival, felt a surge of trepidation at that moment. He feared that his hopes might shatter once more. "Captain, it is Elder Lien Yu. And there is another boy I do not recognize." Luo Ye's expression was one of delight. For the members of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lien Yu was an idol. Especially since the demon-slaying campaign 3 years prior, a trend that had only intensified since. Even though Lian Yu had stepped down from his position as the hall master. Succeeded by a sole Douluo, the admiration remained unabated. Chapter 44. An engaging discussion. Captain, what is the matter with you? The sharp-eyed Feng Nan turned around and noticed something amiss with Jin Yao's demeanor, voicing her confusion. Yet, Jin Yu was not preoccupied with such concerns. He urgently inquired. What did you say? Is he truly a boy? Is he younger than me, possessing an instinctively likable charm? Indeed, Captain, what is wrong? Is something amiss? Feng Nan was taken aback by Jin Yao's demeanor, finding it increasingly perplexing. Simultaneously, she was astonished by how precisely Jin Yao could describe the boy. There is indeed something unusual. Look at Elder Lian Yu's demeanor towards that boy. It appears quite intimate. Luo Ye exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. That is indeed the case. Tang Jie glanced over, conducting a cursory observation before arriving at the same conclusion. Moreover, it seems that boy was calling out to the captain. Luo Ye stroked his meticulously groomed chin, speaking uncertainly. That does appear to be the case. Tang Jie nodded in agreement, listening to his two companions. Feng Nan grew more perplexed and turned back, uncertainly asking, Captain, do you know that boy? A profound transformation occurred on Jin Yao's typically composed visage. A smile began to unfurl at the corners of his mouth, growing ever more pronounced, and the joy radiating from his brow was evident to all. Yes, it cannot be mistaken. It must be him, Jin Yao murmured to himself, bolstering his confidence. He suddenly pivoted, gazing at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure. Even though some changes were apparent, he recognized him at once. At long last, Jin Yao could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Of course I know him. How could I possibly not recognize him? This boy is none other than Qin Yang, the very one I have told you about. Ordinary words, yet laden with profound impact, momentarily left the three in a state of astonishment. The individual whose innate talent surpassed that of Jin Yao, evoking no sense of comparison and possessing the formidable capability to vanquish a title Douluo, was none other than the seemingly composed youth before them. Could it be that Jin Yao was not jesting? Luo Ye, Tang, and Feng Nan exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Jin Yao had already darted forward, swiftly encountering Lian Yu and Qing Yang at the entrance of the training ground mere moments later. Qing Yang, it is truly a relief to see you safe and sound. No, at this moment, I should express my heartfelt welcome back. Jin Yao's voice, tinged with excitement, revealed an unmistakable joy that could not be concealed. The remnants of a long-buried melancholy within him found a complete release at this moment, rendering his outward demeanor utterly transformed. As he approached with brisk steps, Qing Yang beamed widely in return. Jin Yao, you have fared exceptionally well over the past 4 years. I witnessed your progress just now, and I am astounded to learn that you have ascended to the rank of Soul King. Truly remarkable. Jin Yao, rarely one to exhibit shyness, scratched his head, a gesture at odds with his usual composed demeanor. Had the new members of the enforcement hall witnessed this side of Captain Jin, they would surely be left in stunned disbelief. The once impeccably mature and composed Captain Jin, often perceived as cold and aloof, now displayed such a warm expression. Enough about me, Qin Yang. Please, regale me with tales of your own experiences over these past 4 years. After your sudden disappearance, we were profoundly concerned for your well-being. It is evident that you must have undergone extraordinary adventures. Jin Yao instinctively drew Qin Yang towards a nearby seat, eager to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Momentarily disregarding even his longtime superior, Lian Yu, Qin Yang once again felt the warmth of enthusiasm, and unwilling to refuse, he was drawn over once more. Confronted with Jin Yao's inquiries and curiosity, Qin Yang did not hold back, gradually recounting the experiences of his years. There was little to elaborate on. The span of 4 years had merely encompassed an unimaginable battle, after which he succumbed to a deep slumber, devoid of any extraneous experiences. Thus, despite the absurdity of the battle piquing Jin Yao's immense interest, it took no more than 3 or 4 minutes for Qin Yang to conclude his tale amidst the astonishment and bewilderment of his companion. From Qin Yang's lips, Jin Yao learned for the first time about the entirety of events in the far north. Beyond the already known demise of MOU, there were also the unrecognized suppression of formidable soul beasts, leading to cataclysmic disasters that shattered the very earth. These occurrences surpassed the imagination of all. Even though Jin Yao was somewhat prepared psychologically, he could not help but be awestruck by these shocking events. Upon discovering that Qin Yang had suffered grave injuries and had no choice but to sleep for 4 years, his concern deepened. However, He found solace in the fact that Qingyang had now returned safe and sound. Qingyang's experiences are few, yet the impact they wield is profoundly terrifying. Beneath his calm and lucid narration, a mere handful of words suffices to convey his tale. However, Jinyao, still yearning for more, could not let this moment slip away so easily after their long-awaited reunion. Thus, he delved into the complexities of the Douluo Continent situation over the past 4 years. The internal strife and transformations within the Spirit Hall, as well as his own personal journey, covering a myriad of topics. In particular, he emphasized the demon extermination campaign and the tragedy of angels, placing special focus on these events. As he spoke of the decline of the Spirit Hall, his tone instinctively grew heavier. Qingyang had long been aware of the significant events that had transpired in recent years through the accounts of passers-by. Yet hearing them from Jinyao, a member of the Spirit Hall, rendered them far more vivid and tangible. The insights and interpretations offered by Jinyao, marked by extraordinary discernment, allowed Qingyang to grasp the essence of these events deeply. In that moment, a spirited conversation blossomed between the two. Even when Jinyao's 3 companions, Luo Ye, Tang Jie, and Feng Nan, approached, he merely waved them off, paying them little heed. This left the trio, eager to witness the legendary figure described by Jinyao, in a rather awkward position. Indeed, they regarded Qingyang's exploits against Mou as nothing short of mythological. The tale of a youth who vanquished a tidal Douluo and single-handedly subdued countless soul beasts, causing cataclysmic disasters reminiscent of annihilation in the northern lands, seemed to belong only to the realm of legends. Yet now, it appeared that this myth had encroached upon reality. "Why do I feel like our captain is acting like a fanboy?" remarked Luo Ye, in his early 30s, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Perhaps. But that description is somewhat imprecise. It would be more accurate to say he is an admirer," Tang Jie suggested uncertainly. Hey, the crux of the matter isn't that. Can you not see how astonishing it is that this youth named Qingyang accomplished such feats? Isn't that rather excessive? Feng Nan interjected, incredulously chastising his companions for missing the point. Chapter 45. Assistants who could have imagined that the little brat who once relied on my care would grow to be so formidable? From a distance, Lianyu stood quietly, her voice tinged with nostalgia and relief, choosing not to intrude upon the long-awaited reunion of the two. Beside her, Su Yixue stood 2 meters away, parallel to Lianyu, observing Qingyang with a gentle smile and a tender gaze that never wavered. Upon hearing Lianyu's words directed at her, Su Yixue maintained her serene smile, her flawless visage remaining exquisitely beautiful. In a slightly dreamy, almost reverent tone, she softly remarked, "This is my master, how utterly enchanting." Lianyu paused momentarily, then broke into a silent laugh, shaking her head in acknowledgement, unable to deny that the statement made by the remarkably beautiful young lady, Su Yixue, was indeed accurate. Qingyang possesses a certain captivating quality that is both admirable and aspirational, radiating like a brilliant light, yet devoid of any harsh glare. However, has this stunning girl, who even she finds remarkable, truly chosen to follow in Qingyang's footsteps? Lianyu hesitated for a moment, then spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Qingyang is an exceptionally outstanding individual, naturally attracting many admirers. I perhaps should caution you, should you encounter that person in the future. In an instant, Su Yixue's smile vanished, her demeanor turning cold and distant, reminiscent of confronting the chilling, desolate darkness, evoking an instinctive sense of fear. The previously harmonious atmosphere dissipated in an instant, transforming with such swiftness that it felt almost surreal. Or perhaps this was her true self. The serene smile she had just displayed was merely a facade. And perhaps only Qingyang could truly elicit her genuine smile. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Su Yixue's tone was icy, even somewhat cutting, as if Lianyu's words had sullied the light within her heart, igniting a profound animosity. "The master has never lingered on trivial matters. Why would you presume I entertain such thoughts?" Her voice, as straightforward as a statement of fact, left Lianyu at a loss for words. Lianyu realized her misjudgment. Su Yixue was not merely a follower of Qingyang, she was also quietly standing guard behind him, alone yet steadfast. Meanwhile, on the other side, after discussing for some time, Jinyao seemed to recall something, sending his teammates away. Once he confirmed that only the 2 of them remained, he turned to Qingyang, his expression earnest, and said, "By the way, Qingyang, now that you have returned, what are your plans for the future?" Qingyang bowed his head, gazing at the pristine, glossy white surface of the table, lost in contemplation for a brief moment. In response, Jinyao did not rush him but remained patiently silent. At length, Qingyang gradually began to speak, Just now, the Pope has conferred upon me the title of the Lord of the Douluo Hall in recognition of my merits, commanding me to establish a new hall. Jinyao's gaze sharpened, having been raised within the Wuhuan Hall. He understood deeply that such an edict was far from ordinary. The Douluo Hall was no commonplace establishment. Yet, Jinyao refrained from expressing impatience, aware that Qingyang had not yet finished. Only by grasping the full context of the events could he render a more astute judgment. As expected, after a brief pause, Qingyang continued, personnel will be selected from the Enforcement Hall and the Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Hall. Each hall must cooperate and participate in a significant operation that is to unfold shortly. Upon hearing this, Jinyao could no longer contain himself. He leaned slightly forward, asking with eager anticipation, what operation? Qingyang cast a peculiar glance at Jinyao. Eschewing any pretense and articulating directly, the first phase of our operation involves cleansing the internal members of the Spirit Hall. Jinyao leaned back, feeling somewhat powerless. His voice dwindling. Indeed, he comprehended that the long-suppressed conflict was inevitably destined to erupt, and regrettably, due to familial ties, he found himself ensnared in this dilemma. Since the untimely demise of Qiang Sunji, Bibi Dong had seized power with fervor, and the constraints imposed by the worship hall had given rise to a faction within the Spirit Hall that harbored ambitions of defiance. Concurrently, many opportunists sought to exploit the situation for their own gain, embroiling themselves in the conflict between the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall, as well as the Worship Hall. Jinyao's family was among them, aligning with the Worship Hall under the pretext of the Second Elder's authority, positioning themselves against Bibi Dong while profiting handsomely. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Second Elder had long since entered seclusion. The family's actions were driven solely by insatiable greed and unwarranted autonomy. When the Worship Hall finally withdrew, they remained oblivious to the pressure exerted by Bibi Dong, unwilling to pay the necessary price for a timely retreat, even entertaining the delusion that invoking the Second Elder's name would compel Bibi Dong to relent. Yet, it had become evident that the Pope had run out of patience, intending to eradicate the stubborn forces represented by his family within the Spirit Hall. Thus, Jinyao found himself in a predicament. Jinyao, you appear quite unsettled. Have you encountered some difficulties? Qingyang naturally noticed Jinyao's distinctly abnormal behavior. At present, he appeared somewhat feeble and despondent, a stark contrast to the composed Jinyao of yore. Jinyao opened his mouth, at a loss for words. After a brief, bitter smile, he shook his head, opting to evade the question. He managed a forced smile, shedding the earlier nonchalance, and shifted the conversation with an air of feigned ease. It's nothing. Congratulations on your recent elevation. The next time we meet, I shall have to address you as Elder. As for the combat personnel, there is no need for concern. With the Pope's decree, we can allocate some from the Enforcement Hall and the Soul Master Academy to construct the framework. Just give me a command later, and I shall assist you in selecting some capable individuals, ensuring they're all elites from the Enforcement Hall. It was evident that Jinyu was considering Qingyang's needs, subtly undermining his own department. Having spent years in the Enforcement Hall, he was well aware of which personnel were most effective. Furthermore, due to Jinyao's standing and authority within the Enforcement Hall, entrusting him with this task instilled a greater sense of assurance. Qingyang was well aware of these matters, and even during his conversation with Lianyo on the way here, he grasped the deeper motives behind Bibidong's command. The Enforcement Hall, having seen the demise of the evil Soul Master organization, no longer required a substantial framework, which was the reason for Lianyo's prior reassignment from his position as a titled Douluo. Now, with Bibi Dong requesting Qingyang to allocate some personnel, it was indeed a fitting arrangement. However, this did not justify Jinyao's actions of jeopardizing his own interests to selflessly assist Qingyang. It is essential to recognize that the resources expended in nurturing an elite soul master are extraordinarily vast. The Enforcement Hall would not willingly allow others to benefit from such significant investments. No one would ever feel they possess an excess of power. In the case of others, a mere allocation of some ordinary soul masters would suffice. Yet Jinyao's actions stemmed entirely from his regard for Qingyang. Such a sacrifice could not be overlooked or taken for granted by Qingyang. Observing Jinyao's earlier demeanor, it was clear he was burdened with worries. Since he was reluctant to speak, Qingyang would not press him. However, he would employ his own methods, which, while perhaps not resolving the issue entirely, could at least alleviate some of the burden. Chapter 46. Qiandala. The Douluo Hall is located in a secluded area of the Spirit Hall, rendering the environment exceptionally tranquil and picturesque, with a vast expanse of land that encompasses more than just a single hall. Apart from the Douluo tomb, there exists a considerable elevated terrain, which is rarely traversed due to its remoteness and the prohibition imposed by the Spirit Hall. Consequently, the Douluo Hall, comprising the Douluo Palace, the Douluo tomb, and the mysterious Highland, rightfully earns its title as one of the three great halls, even in terms of sheer size. At this moment, Qingyang stood alone, traversing the empty hall at a measured pace, making his way toward the uninhabited highland. Along the journey, his mind was a flurry of thoughts, contemplating the current circumstances, his own abilities, the tasks at hand, and the changes that lay ahead. The focal point of his thoughts was undeniably the appointment bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong, the position of the Douluo Hall Master. This represented a formal and monumental establishment at the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall, an unfathomable responsibility. Undoubtedly, the Spirit Hall tasked him with the formidable challenge of reconstructing a functional Soul Master department from the ground up, a daunting endeavor even with Bibi Dong's support. However, should he succeed, the rewards would be beyond imagination. The Douluo Hall is not akin to the various departments within the Spirit City. Once it solidifies its influence within the Spirit Hall, it would inherently possess a legitimacy that allows it to command the authority of the Spirit Hall itself. Thus, the Douluo Hall, as one of the three great halls, enjoys a prestigious standing that allows it to be compared to the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall. In due course, he may even extend his influence under the name of the Douluo Hall into the various halls of Spirit City and the numerous branches scattered across the continent, ultimately intervening in the myriad affairs of the Spirit Hall, wielding a power beyond imagination. Effectively managing the Douluo Hall will serve as the initial step towards his ambition of controlling the Spirit Hall and realizing his ideals. However, several critical prerequisites must be met before this can come to fruition. First, sufficient strength and renown are required to command respect from the eminent figures within the Spirit Hall. Specifically, this entails achieving at least the rank of title Douluo and possessing a reputation that is positively regarded, with widespread recognition throughout the continent. Only under these conditions will the various branch halls be inclined to obey commands rather than merely paying lip service or outright rejecting them. In this regard, Qingyang is confident that he will obtain what he desires in the forthcoming actions of the Spirit Hall. Secondly, the support of Bibi Dong, or at the very least, her neutrality, is essential. Presently, Bibi Dong governs the affairs of the Spirit Hall with an iron hand, as the Pope. And in the absence of interference from the Hall of Offerings, she effectively stands unopposed. Any action taken must navigate around her influence. However, this is not a source of concern for Qingyang, as Bibi Dong's support for his ascension to the position of Douluo Hall Master may well be a consideration for her. Perhaps, in her view, it is more prudent to allow an outsider to assume control rather than relinquishing the Spirit Hall back to the Angel family, especially since the heir, Qianrenxue, would be amenable to following Qingyang's commands. Thus, the true challenge that Qingyang faces lies in the third aspect, securing the support of Qian Daolu, the true master of the Douluo Hall. As a title Douluo of the 99th rank and one of the continent's strongest, he serves as the Spirit Hall's ultimate trump card and the current high priest of the Angel God. These titles attest to his unparalleled status. Since Qian Daolu's failure in the divine examination, he has been overseeing the legacy of the Angel God, the very foundation of the Douluo Hall. Should Qian Daolu oppose Qingyang, he would likely find himself unable to attain even the position of Douluo Hall Master, let alone anything beyond that. Therefore, to achieve his objectives, all three elements are indispensable. Should any one of them fall short, he would be unable to elevate the name of the Douluo Hall beyond mere honor, transforming it into a true and tangible power. Qingyang's journey this time was to meet Qian Daolu, to ascertain his thoughts and garner his support. Without that, all would be mere idle talk. Qingyang paused atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the Soul Master city below. A gentle breeze caressed his dark hair and the edges of his garment, as the fabric fluttered gracefully. At that moment, an enigmatic figure appeared beside him, seemingly materializing from thin air. This individual stood tall, with silvery hair that flowed smoothly, exuding an aura of vitality that belied any signs of age. Despite his indeterminate years, he possessed no ostentatious brilliance. Instead, he radiated a benevolent and gentle demeanor. He was none other than one of the three most formidable beings on the continent, the 99th ranked title Douluo, Qian Daolu. Clad in a robe of ancient design and pristine white hue, he epitomized an ethereal elegance. He took 2 steps forward, aligning himself with Qingyang, both of them surveying the Soul Master city below. "My young friend, what do you see?" he inquired in a tone that was both serene and kindly. devoid of any trace of the formidable aura typically associated with such power. I see light, Qingyang replied. Qingyang cast a fleeting glance at Qian Dalu before retracting his gaze, once again focusing on the harmonious and tranquil scene within Soul City below. Qian Dalu, taken aback, murmured in perplexity a single word, light? Qingyang's gaze, though seemingly tranquil, concealed a subtle delight as he looked towards the spirit city. Unlike Qian Dalu, who towered above like a deity, gazing down upon the insignificant and powerless figures below, Qingyang's perspective was imbued with a sense of warmth. Beneath Qian Daolia's benevolent and gentle exterior lay a profound indifference. Indeed, Qingyang's gentle visage bore a subtle smile, and beneath his gaze lay the inhabitants of Spirit City, a community that could be deemed the happiest on the continent. Every household was blessed with ample wealth, their faces frequently adorned with smiles, and their conversations were imbued with a vivacity that starkly contrasted the numbness and emptiness often encountered elsewhere. The spirit and vitality of these individuals were unparalleled. The squalid slums, so common across the continent, were conspicuously absent in Spirit City. Even the most impoverished here possessed a home and a means to adequately support their families. Perhaps the Spirit Hall, with its formidable power, has amassed significant wealth to achieve this, yet the undeniable happiness of its residents surpassed that of all other regions. How wondrous it would be if the scene here could resonate throughout the continent. The brilliance of order, the radiance of humanity, and the splendor of civilization shone resplendently, illuminating the past and beckoning toward the future. Qingyang's words seemed to possess an inexplicable melody, drawing one irresistibly into profound contemplation and reverie. How amusing this notion is. Qian Dalu chuckled softly, refraining from voicing any objections. For one who has traversed the sands of time, he has long since cultivated his own thoughts and ideals. The perspectives of others can no longer sway his steadfast heart. Qian Dalu, having experienced both the zenith of glory and the depths of disappointment throughout his life, has witnessed the ephemeral nature of grandeur. Now, his sole aspiration is to nurture a true divine angel. He has placed all his hopes upon Qianrenxue. Qingyang thus captured his attention. Chapter 47, The Divine. Although I, an old man, do not fully comprehend, I can discern from your words a profound ambition to change the world. Qian Dalu averted his gaze and turned to Qingyang, expressing his admiration with a countenance brimming with satisfaction. In just a few brief sentences, Qingyang left an indelible impression on Qian Dalu. He exuded no ostentation. Instead, his demeanor was composed and his resolve unwavering, concealing within him a steadfast pride and determination. It is hard to fathom that such remarkable qualities could manifest in a mere boy of just over 10 years, a truly exceptional prodigy. Yet, what is most astonishing is Qingyang's prowess, which left even Qian Dalu in awe, and this is what he valued most. Thus, he felt reassured. Since Qianrenxue has made her choice, there is no need for further obstruction. Such an outstanding individual is destined to belong to the Spirit Hall, to the angel family. You flatter me. These are but my musings. Qingyang did not feel elated by Candeliu's praise, for to him, it was not a matter of great distinction. The youth need not feign modesty. Individuals of your caliber are seldom encountered by one as aged as I. Candelia could not help but delve into reminiscence, recalling two individuals who were his equals, yet even they seemed not to possess the extraordinary brilliance that Qingyang exhibited. However, it was not long before he regained his composure and, with a benevolent sigh, remarked, as one ages, there is a tendency to reflect upon the days of youth. By the way, you must have discerned my identity by now, have you not? Qingyang nodded, recognizing that there was no need for concealment in this matter. Although Qian Dalu appeared to be shrouded in mystery, many within the Spirit Hall were well aware of his existence. Particularly, Qianrenxue had once shared information about this esteemed elder with ulterior motives, which allowed Qingyang to discern Qian Daolia's attitude towards him. This understanding was what emboldened him to venture alone to meet Qian Dalu. Given this context, I shall not regard you as an outsider, Qian Dalu expressed. Long ago, he had contemplated the desire to meet Qingyang. While he remained oblivious to Bibidong's initial intentions, he could infer certain aspects upon learning of her arrangements. Nevertheless, confident in the power of the angel spirit, he held no other thoughts regarding it. Rather, he welcomed the opportunity, wishing to prevent any misfortune similar to those that befell Bibidong and Qianxuanjie. Qian Dalu was aware of the pride hidden within Qianrenxue's character, as he recognized that every member of the angel family possessed such traits. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, Qian Dalu seamlessly incorporated Qianrenxue into Qingyang's team, beginning to take notice of him. However, he never anticipated that their very first mission would yield such significant unforeseen events. The image of Qianrenxue, frantic and tearful as she implored for his assistance, remained etched in Qian Daoliu's mind, revealing to him that matters had slipped beyond his control. Consequently, he took it upon himself to journey to the northern territories, yet despite his efforts, he found no trace of Qingyang. He was familiar with Mou, even possessing knowledge of the information regarding that malevolent deity. He had initially intended to eliminate it personally upon Qian Xuanjie's return, yet events unfolded in ways beyond his imagination. Subsequently, driven by a desire to avenge his granddaughter, he championed a continent-wide campaign against evil, which he fervently propelled forward. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Qian Daoliu's mind. And after enduring numerous tribulations, he had finally realized his wish to meet the youth whom Qian Rinxue missed dearly. Do you understand why the Douluo Hall has been able to ascend as one of the 3 great halls of the Spirit Hall? Qian Daolu inquired, intending to share certain secrets with this remarkably gifted youth, all for the sake of his granddaughter's future. I am eager to hear more, Qingyang replied. Qingyang harbored a conjecture, one that was likely close to the truth. Nonetheless, in such moments, it was prudent to align with Qian Daolu's words. This continent, due to certain peculiar circumstances, prevented all soul masters from transcending the 100-level threshold. Qingyang nodded, fully aware that this 100-level checkpoint is also referred to as the divine level. Surpassing this threshold would result in a transformative leap, elevating one to the status of a so-called deity. Qian Daolu's voice was calm and measured as he continued. Across the continent, there exist numerous enigmatic locations, each a sanctuary of legacies beyond the 100 level. Those who inhabit these realms possess unfathomable power, thus designating themselves as gods. Beneath the Douluo Palace, this elevated terrain conceals the heritage of the angel god. Qingyang furrowed his brow slightly. Although Qian Daoliu's remarks were not without merit, he could not help but feel that he had divulged too much. It is important to note that numerous factions across the continent remain utterly oblivious to such matters. Only those ancient and profound powers possess even the faintest records of it. Moreover, these select few would not casually disclose such classified secrets internally. Not even the Spirit Hall would do so. Yet, here was Qian Daolu, revealing everything to him. For a moment, Qingyang found it challenging to fathom the other party's intentions. After a brief pause, he finally inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" Qian Daolu chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by Qingyang's reaction. Indeed, this information could be deemed confidential, known only to a scarce few across the continent. However, what I am about to disclose next is likely beyond the knowledge of most. Qingyang could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. Aside from this point, could there be other secrets hidden within the Spirit Hall? Qian Daolu gazed towards the vast sky, his expression gradually sharpening, and an aura of increasing intensity enveloped him, as if he were invoking an invisible force. Yet, moments later, the brilliance that had shone from Qian Daolu was once again concealed, replaced by a barely perceptible air of despondency. With a faint sigh, Qian Daolu chose not to keep Qingyang in suspense and divulged this little-known information. The original deities were entities born of the world, inherently powerful beyond measure. However, as time flowed, many of them succumbed to slumber or perished. The subsequent gods mostly relied on their legacies to transcend that barrier and inherit divine status. Yet, a rare few did not follow this path. Those exceptional and unparalleled beings broke through the invisible barrier through their own cultivation, thus becoming entities that rivaled the primordial gods. As Qian Daolu spoke, he turned his gaze back to Qingyang, as if seeking to see through him entirely. From that look, Qingyang discerned a multitude of emotions: helplessness, envy, despair, and hope. Qingyang, your talent is the most extraordinary I have ever encountered. Your strength is truly unparalleled, and throughout the history of this continent, there has certainly been no one like you. If anyone could transcend that barrier through self-cultivation and become an existence not inferior to the original gods, I believe it could only be you. Chapter 48. Action content is still being processed. Please try again later. Chapter 49. Selection: The Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy, adhering to the prevalent regulations across the continent, is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The distinction lies in the fact that all 3 tiers of the Soul Master Academy are situated in the same location, under one roof, with only the levels differing. Today, an unprecedented major event is taking place at the Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy, generating immense anticipation among numerous students. The lively and fervent atmosphere has persisted without respite. Ever since the announcement of a grand competition a week ago, the entire academy has been preparing for it. Teachers, students, and the Spirit Hall have all taken part. Aside from the content being somewhat simple, It can be said that this is a rare spectacle. Now, not only is the venue ready, but all Soul Master students have also adjusted their states, eagerly anticipating a chance to achieve remarkable accolades today. For instance, among the bustling crowd are two students. Brother, I heard that today's competition was requested by the mysterious master of the Douluo Hall to select future members, exclaimed a delicate girl with an alluring charm, tugging at the arm of a young boy beside her, her tone brimming with excitement. Ah, I know, but what does that have to do with us? The boy was being pulled along by the girl, compelled to quicken his pace. Supporting his head with an air of resignation, he sighed heavily, utterly exasperated by his younger sister. Ever since the news had arrived, she had been anything but tranquil. Brother, how can you be like this? That Lord is our savior from back then. The girl, noticing her brother's indifferent demeanor, immediately positioned herself in front of him, gazing at him with indignation. Her expression conveyed an intensity that seemed capable of vanquishing her own brother, yet her delicate beauty evoked no fear whatsoever. Xiaoyu, accustomed to such encounters, deftly reached out and tousled Hulaina's hair. As her expression softened slightly, he promptly admitted, I stand corrected, dear sister. However, we are merely soul masters. While he has ascended to the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall, becoming one of its highest authorities. Even if he wishes to repay us, there is little he can do. Upon hearing this explanation, Hulaina reluctantly acquiesced, though her dissatisfaction lingered. How can that be? If we join the Spirit Hall, we could assist him. Brother, why do you lack ambition? Xiaoyu offered a wry smile. This was not his fault, but rather a reflection of the immense gap between them and that esteemed lord. No matter how hard they tried, it seemed improbable that they could offer any significant aid. Yet, he could not voice such thoughts. For his sister had always drawn motivation from this very aspiration. To utter such words might dampen her spirit, and he could not allow Hulaina to succumb to despondency, even if the odds were slim. Therefore, Xiaoyu encouraged her, saying, you must strive diligently. In this upcoming competition, each of the 3-level Soul Master Academies will select 10 candidates based on merit. We have only recently enrolled, and the challenge is formidable. Humph. I will not be outdone by them, not even by that fire-wielding individual. I'm not afraid at all. Hulaina turned to face the stage, puffing out her chest with unwavering confidence. Yet, in her exuberance, she failed to notice her surroundings and collided with a fellow classmate. Annoyed, Hulaina immediately engaged in a heated argument with the female student. Xiaoyu stood between them, harboring no desire to intervene. He observed his sister, mirroring the same spirited defiance as her classmate, a smile gracing his lips. This was just as it should be. This was sufficient. The misfortunes of their past had receded, allowing her to cast aside sorrow and embrace genuine smiles. The future was sure to be filled with hope and brilliance. Xiaoyu turned his gaze toward the distant platform, where a few figures were gradually making their way forward. Among them was a familiar silhouette, one that had changed yet remained unforgettable. Qingyang, for years have elapsed, and you have grown ever more formidable, yet you still radiate like a beacon of hope. I wonder if you recall those 2 frail children, teetering on the brink of death beneath the ruins of despair. Upon the grand and solemn dais, you don your specially crafted, resplendent robe and stride towards your seat alongside a few others. With your entrance, the atmosphere of the venue seems to invigorate, as eager gazes filled with fervent anticipation are cast from the students below. The arrival of the esteemed Master Qingyang graces our Spirit Hall Academy, and all faculty and scholars eagerly await your guidance. Beside you walks an elderly figure, his skin lined with evident wrinkles and hair streaked with silver, betraying his age. Yet the glimmer in his eyes suggests that his spirit remains undiminished. This is Shan, the esteemed dean of the Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy, a formidable Soul Douluo of the 89th rank. Let us dispense with the trivialities and delve into the current circumstances. Qingyang was entirely indifferent to the flattery, resulting in a demeanor that was neither warm nor cold. Shan's smile faltered, as he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Qingyang's brusque tone. However, being seasoned by the passage of time, he merely sensed a hint of discomfort, yet he was well aware of how to navigate interactions with someone like Qingyang. Compliance was the key. As for this competition, it is divided into 3 zones: the primary, intermediate, and advanced academies, each occupying its own area. In accordance with your wishes, we shall adopt a free-for-all format, Shan remarked, gesturing toward the 3 expansive regions below as he elaborated for Qingyang. As he had indicated, this competition did not follow a team-based or individual combat structure, but rather the chaotic brawl that Qingyang had proposed. Such a contest not only tested the innate talents and strengths of the Soul Masters, but also demanded astute judgment of the situation, with even a measure of luck coming into play. After all, the Douluo Hall sought individuals not merely to participate in structured matches, but to engage in authentic Soul Master combat. I am confident that the exceptional talents filtered through this method will be nurtured well by Lord Qingyang, allowing them to truly realize their potential. Yet, despite his words, Shan harbored uncertainties within. This selection process, while seemingly splendid, had not undergone any practical trials, leaving its actual efficacy shrouded in doubt. Indeed, in this world, it was not uncommon to encounter scenarios that appeared promising but revealed themselves to be otherwise upon closer examination. Qingyang discerned the uncertainty in Shan's voice. He offered a faint smile and replied slowly, "Let us await the outcome with bated breath." Chapter 50. The captivating reward. As all the participants gathered at the designated location and the spectators took their places, a dashing host gradually emerged from the lift. In an atmosphere charged with anticipation, the host sauntered a few steps, testing his voice before addressing the crowd with a resonant declaration. "Esteemed genius Soul Masters of the Wuhuan Academy, your presence here is a testament to your exceptional talents. Today marks the moment to showcase your true prowess. The top 10 from each competition zone will earn the privilege to join the Douluo Palace, thereby receiving more profound training. Upon joining the Douluo Palace, all resources for cultivation will be at your disposal: herbs, wealth, mentorship, soul beasts, and even soul bones. Everything you could possibly need will be provided." Standing near the center, the host's tone was fervent, and his excitement stirred the flames of aspiration within the hearts of all participants. Though the resources of the Wuhuan Palace Soul Master Academy are unparalleled across the continent, they remain limited for each individual. With such an opportunity now before them, how could they not seize it with fervor? Now, let us welcome the newly appointed master of the Douluo Palace, Elder Qingyang, to address everyone. As the host concluded, the eager gazes of all the participants converged upon Qingyang. Instantly, upon recognizing him as the master of the Douluo Palace, the audience erupted into a fervor of excitement. Qingyang, not much older than they are, evoked boundless astonishment and curiosity within them. "This is your time, please share a few words with everyone." With a standard smile adorning his face, Shan addressed Qingyang. Qingyang nodded. Although this was not entirely unexpected, it was not a matter of great significance. It was a perfect opportunity for these students to become acquainted with him and to gain recognition within the lower echelons of the Spirit Hall. Qingyang rose to his feet and surveyed the assembled students below. A formidable aura of golden soul power materialized, pressing down gently yet palpably. In an instant, the atmosphere within the venue fell into profound silence. Simultaneously, this soul power seemed to possess a soothing quality, enveloping the crowd in warmth and comfort. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the spectators at the podium, he spoke, "Esteemed students, I am Qingyang, the master of the Douluo Hall. This grand competition of the Martial Soul Academy has been convened at my behest, with modifications to the regulations, all aimed at identifying the most exceptional talents to join the Douluo Hall under my leadership. Consequently, in addition to the rewards announced by the host, I shall personally bestow a singular opportunity for soul evolution. It is imperative to note that this is an opportunity for soul evolution, and it is granted only once. Thus, among the final 30 victors, one will be afforded the chance to evolve their martial soul." Upon concluding his proclamation, Qingyang regarded the eerily silent assembly, nodding in satisfaction. He then returned to his seat, ceding control of the stage back to the host. However, below him, the crowd had descended into utter frenzy. Even the host was momentarily taken aback before regaining composure. Soul evolution. While other academies may have been oblivious to its implications, the Soul Masters of the Martial Soul Hall fully comprehended the significance of this announcement. They could scarcely fathom that Qingyang possessed the ability to offer such an opportunity. "Master Qingyang, surely you jest?" Shan, observing Qingyang settle into his position of authority, cautiously crafted his words, unconsciously adopting a tone of respect. For him, soul evolution was a mere concept he had only heard of. Should he attain it, he might finally break through the daunting level 90 barrier that had confined him for over a decade, ascending to become a true title Douluo, one of the continent's most elite beings. "Do you truly think I would jest?" Qingyang retorted. Shan offered an awkward smile, tinged with a hint of servility. Given Qingyang's prowess and standing, he would naturally disdain to utter falsehoods. Upon realizing this, Shan's demeanor grew even more respectful. Qingyang is able to offer this reward because Jin Yao provided him with a hint during his 4-year slumber, particularly in the final year when his will gradually awakened. Through this rare experience, he engaged in profound communication with the heavenly principles to gain a deeper understanding of this ability. He comprehended and mastered it entirely, with Su Yixue being the first to wield this power. However, the evolution of martial souls demands an immense expenditure from Qingyang, rendering it impractical for casual use as a regular ability. Nevertheless, even in this limited capacity, it remains remarkably formidable. In the audience, a group of senior students huddled together, engaged in hushed discussions. Among them, a stern-looking young man had a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. "Cairo, did you hear that? Martial soul evolution." Beside him, a male classmate, barely able to contain his excitement, eagerly shook his shoulder. Upon hearing his words, others in their close-knit circle turned their attention towards them, clearly holding Cairo in high esteem. Cairo nodded coolly, directing his gaze towards Qingyang on the podium. "More than that, I wish to know what qualifications he possesses to occupy that seat." His classmates gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. "Surely you must have seen it. Even if you didn't, you should have felt it. That profound and tangible soul power is something ordinary people cannot possess. Are you really considering challenging him? Cairo, you are indeed audacious." With a bemused shake of his head, he clearly harbored little faith in his companion's ambitions. "Indeed, Cairo, you should reconsider. The gap between you and that esteemed individual is unfathomable." Another classmate concurred, urging him to relent. Cairo scoffed dismissively, turning away with disdain. "Humph, is that all the ambition you possess?" Instantly, many students around him sighed in exasperation, puzzled by Cairo's sudden bout of bravado. However, another group of students, predominantly female, brightened at Cairo's words, their eyes glimmering with admiration for their idol. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. Regardless, at this moment, the Martial Soul Academy was ablaze with competitive spirit across all three competition zones. No one wished to forfeit the coveted reward, and everyone aspired to join the Douluo Palace. Gaining fame in the competition was merely a secondary concern. Chapter 51. Captivating attention as time gradually approached, and all the students assembled to proceed to the designated arena. This rare competition was finally set to commence. The host, utilizing an advanced podium, soared around the arena before the eager gaze of the crowd, and slowly took the microphone to speak. "Allow me to remind everyone that this contest is unprecedented in its chaotic nature. Thus, once it begins, it shall not cease unless only 10 participants remain. Esteemed students, I urge you to carefully assess the situation and conserve your spiritual energy. It is my fervent hope that among the final 10 standing, your figures will grace the stage." The host paused, surveying the throngs of anxious participants across the three arenas. After ensuring that all were adequately prepared, he pressed his lips together and proclaimed with authority, "Let the competition commence." With the host's command, the stage erupted into brilliance, as countless soul rings swirled and danced in the air, with every student revealing their martial spirits. The advanced zone was particularly dazzling, as each participant boasted a minimum of 3 rings, with many possessing 4. Not a single white soul ring was to be found amidst the vibrant yellow and purple hues. Furthermore, due to their elevated ranks as soul masters, their martial spirits manifested with remarkable transformations, rendering the advanced zone akin to a fantastical realm of monsters. However, true to their elite training at the Spirit Hall, the students in the advanced zone were well versed in the competition's rules, remaining vigilant and refraining from reckless actions. Yet, it was not long before the chaos of the junior and intermediate zones began to unfold, prompting some of them to lose their composure. The situation escalated dramatically when an unfortunate student was ambushed, triggering a cascade of soul rings that spiraled into pandemonium. On the stage, Sean observed the lively spectacle below, a smile creeping onto his face. One must admit, this chaotic melee was far more exhilarating than the previous individual and team battles among soul masters. In a mere moment, many had been eliminated in exasperation. "Master Qingyang," Sean remarked, "I must say, this method of chaotic competition indeed brings forth a lively atmosphere. I wonder if you have already identified any promising candidates in your mind?" he inquired, noticing Master Qingyang's contemplative gaze fixed upon the fray below. Qingyang regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he focused his gaze on the 2 figures before him. "I believe those 2 children exhibit remarkable potential. They may very well stand out." "Oh?" Sean, filled with curiosity and surprise, shifted his attention to the junior area. There, 2 astute children had successfully gathered a small group, struggling valiantly together. The numerous other participants present, wary of their considerable numbers, refrained from attacking them, opting instead to target another group. Even those whose blood ran hot with excitement were no exception. They displayed a semblance of wisdom. Witnessing this scene, Sean could not help but express his admiration. Meanwhile, in a less conspicuous corner, four eminent figures from the Spirit Hall were intently observing the arena. Pope Bibi Dong, along with Ju, Ghost Douluo, and Lianyu. It was indeed hard to fathom that such esteemed elders and the Pope herself could spare the time to attend an event of this nature. Qingyang's innovative approach certainly held merit. Perhaps the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy could adopt this format for future competitions. After a careful observation, Bibi Dong remarked with a tone of appreciation, "Could this be the opinion of the Pope as well? After the competition, I shall take it upon myself to propose this novel format as a competitive style for the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy. I am confident the Dean will not refuse." Lianyu, feeling elated, cheerfully accepted the task. Bibi Dong nodded lightly, her gaze shifting towards the two exceptional children in the junior area. One cannot deny that this unconventional competition had indeed unearthed outstanding talents for the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to Hulina and Xiaoyu, their impressive performances had already garnered the attention of numerous high-ranking officials. Even the renowned genius from the senior area, Cairo, found himself overshadowed by their prowess. "Yen, can you endure?" Xiaoyu glanced at Hulina, who was perspiring and panting heavily, before turning to Yin with a determined expression. As the number of competitors in the junior area dwindled, the pressure on their makeshift team increased significantly, despite their efforts to band together. Yin spat out a few fiery droplets, responding defiantly, "I'm still fine, Xiaoyu. Just protect your sister." Just then, an unseen soul skill struck him. And under the intense crackle of lightning, he trembled violently for a moment. Though his formidable Fire Lord's spirit prevented him from being entirely incapacitated, it effectively restrained him, leaving him momentarily unable to recover. In a state of urgency, Xiaoyu pulled Yin back, wielding her moon blade to occupy his position and fend off the attacking participants, striving to maintain the formation of their temporary team. "This is untenable, Xiaoyu. There are only 3 teams left in the arena. If we do not eliminate one, we shall not withstand the onslaught from the other 2 for much longer." As Sun Chuantao seized the moment during the exchange, he barely withstood the onslaught of 3 fellow students. Observing the unfolding situation within the arena, a wave of frustration washed over him. Naturally, Xiaoyu comprehended the gravity of their predicament. With numerous students retreating, the junior segment was left with only 3 teams, including theirs, that possessed any hope of victory. However, the overwhelming strength of their makeshift team incited a joint opposition from the other 2 groups. The disparity in power was a conundrum he found insurmountable. Was defeat imminent? Xiaoyu pondered bitterly, his visage becoming increasingly sinister. At that moment, the clear and resolute voice of Hulina jolted him from his reverie. "Brother, use that move." Xiaoyu was taken aback. Then, incredulity washing over him, he turned sharply to admonish, "Liana, do not jest. We have yet to master that technique fully. Employing it now will inflict significant harm upon ourselves." He understood precisely what his sister referred to. The 2 of them possessed a trump card, the martial soul fusion skill. Once unleashed, its explosive potential could catch their adversaries off guard, allowing them to eliminate a team with little difficulty. Yet, the cost of such an action was considerable. Beyond the debilitating aftermath that would render them incapable of resistance, the physical toll it would exact left him in a state of hesitation. The instructors at the Martial Soul Academy had specifically cautioned against recklessly using the fusion technique before one's body was fully developed and proficient, as it could lead to detrimental effects. "Brother, I do not wish to squander this opportunity." Hulina's tone was unwavering, imbued with a stubborn determination. Her fox-like eyes now brimming with resolve. Even Yin, observing from the sidelines, could discern the depth of her conviction. "Though I am unsure of the specifics, Xiaoyu. If Lina is intent on this, perhaps you should acquiesce," Yin suggested softly, his cheeks flushed as he instinctively defended Hulina. "Silence. What do you understand?" Xiaoyu, already irked, felt his anger spike further upon hearing Yin's thoughtless words. This muscle-bound firebrand had no grasp of the situation's severity. "Humph, what a nuisance," Yin muttered in response, feeling deflated under the rare fury emanating from Xiaoyu. He grumbled softly, contemplating that had this individual not been Hulina's brother, he would have ensured Xiaoyu understood the consequences of such unwarranted ire. "Brother, everyone cannot hold on much longer. We cannot afford to waste any more time." Hulina, for once, displayed a rare firmness as she swiftly approached Xiaoyu and grasped his hand. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly, and as their soul powers intertwined, growing ever more resplendent, he let out a resigned sigh. Yin and the other students diverted a portion of their attention to the unfolding scene. Intrigued by the conversation between the two and curious about the hidden cards they might possess. Once the brilliance faded, a formidable surge of soul power instantaneously exerted pressure across the entire novice zone, drawing countless gazes in this direction. The temporary captains of the other two teams were visibly taken aback as an indescribable figure, emanating a mysterious wave of soul power, materialized on the competition stage. This was the soul fusion technique. The audience erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated witnessing such a rare display of the soul fusion technique in this somewhat peculiar tournament. It is worth noting that even Xiaoyu and Hulaina's class instructor could not ascertain whether they would be capable of executing it at such a young age. It seems they have indeed discovered some exceptional talents. Wouldn't you agree, Dean? Upon witnessing the ethereal manifestation of the martial soul fusion technique, Qingyang comprehended that the outcome of the preliminary competition had been irrevocably determined. This was not solely due to the rare spectacle of the martial soul fusion technique, but also because the students from the lower academy possessed a markedly limited reservoir of soul power, rendering them incapable of enduring prolonged combat. Furthermore, for the still maturing junior students, the formidable nature of the martial soul fusion technique proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Most of them were merely at the first ring, wielding feeble soul skills that scarcely differed from the ordinary attacks of adults, thus failing to elicit any immediate impact. The Lord of Qingyang remarked that the individuals he endorsed were indeed exceptional, truly standing out in their prowess. Sean promptly nodded in agreement. Then, with a hint of probing, inquired, "Given your high regard for them, did you perhaps possess prior knowledge of the existence of a martial soul fusion technique between the two?" He could not help but pose such a question, as those talented students had left a significant impression on him as the academy's director. Although Xiaoyu and Hulaina were exceptionally gifted, there were others who could rival them, such as Yin from the preliminary area, who was equally formidable. Moreover, in this chaotic battle mode, especially among the students of the lower competition zone, even if one possessed slightly superior talent or a higher level of soul power, it would not wield decisive influence under the prevailing circumstances. Thus, Qingyang's prior conjectures took on a distinctly unique significance. Perhaps, Qingyang's mood was somewhat elevated as he spoke vaguely, resuming his observation of the arena. In Sean's heart, a shiver ran through him. Regardless of the circumstances, Qingyang's image in his mind grew increasingly enigmatic. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was astonished by the soul fusion techniques displayed by the two. Such phenomena were exceedingly rare on the continent, with decades sometimes passing without a single occurrence. Especially when the participants possessed formidable talent and strength, making it even more extraordinary. For instance, the two elders, Ghost and Zhu, when they unleashed their soul fusion techniques, could even influence a title Douluo at level 96. It seemed that our spirit hall had produced individuals as exceptional as these two elders. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the two elders beside her, who remained relatively loyal, her tone remarkably calm. Ghost and Zhu exchanged silent glances, their bodies slightly bowing. For them, at this moment, Xiaoyu and Hulaina posed no threat to their status. Achieving the title Douluo rank was no simple feat. Even if the two possessed incredible talent and had not met an untimely end, it would still require decades of dedication to reach such heights. Indeed, Your Holiness, Qingyang is quite fortunate, having chosen such outstanding members right from the start. I find myself feeling a tinge of envy. Lianyo, however, was indifferent to the subtle thoughts exchanged between the two parties, commenting with genuine interest on the matter at hand. Yet, this was merely idle talk. Now that she had relinquished the position of the law enforcement hall's leader, there was little for her to envy, unlike in the past. Not to mention, at that time, her law enforcement hall had boasted the unparalleled talents of Qian Rengshu, Jin Yao, and Qingyang. If envy was to be considered, it should have been Qingyang envying her instead. As anticipated, with the emergence of the soul fusion technique, the alluring presence of the demon began to demonstrate a clear advantage in the preliminary area. Most of the participants were still novice soul masters, whose soul abilities could barely affect the demon, while each attack from the demon went unchallenged. Even those whose strengths lay in defense were not exempt. Only a handful of powerful soul masters could manage to engage the demon, albeit just to hasten the soul power consumption of Xiaoyu and Hulaina. This ultimate technique, and they did not share it with me, treating me as an outsider. Yin, witnessing the demon wielding the moon blade and wreaking havoc, felt a surge of indignation as this thought crossed his mind. As for other concerns, the youthful Yin subconsciously dismissed them. Yin, what are you doing? Come and help. Xie and Hulaina are merely soul masters. With their soul power, they cannot hold out for long. At this moment, Sun Chuantao displayed remarkable insight, quickly identifying the shortcomings of the two individuals. At his behest, the remaining 9 members of the team promptly advanced, sharing the burden of firepower and supplementing the damage. In just a few breaths, the ethereal figure of the enchantress began to fade, and with their soul power depleted, Xie and Hulaina separated, their faces pale. Nevertheless, their achievements were exceedingly fruitful. Originally, over 40 opponents stood on the field, but after the assault of their martial soul fusion technique, only a mere handful remained. This included the members of their makeshift team. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 10 slots in the novice zone were effectively secured. Before long, 10 victors emerged from the novice zone. Even though Hulaina and Yin had exhausted their soul power due to the martial soul fusion technique, the remaining battered forces were insufficient to vanquish the team they had previously consolidated. It must be noted that the ability to swiftly devise a strategy of unity amidst the hastily announced rules demonstrated the agility of the students' minds. In an ordinary novice soul master academy, chaos would likely ensue without a leader from the outset. Yin, feeling somewhat weak, slumped onto the arena floor. This fray posed a formidable challenge for him as a powerful assault-type soul master who had stood at the forefront of the team from the very beginning, enduring considerable firepower. However, it was all worth it. With this thought, Yin took a few deep breaths and, brimming with excitement, rushed to the 2 individuals to convey the joyful news. Xie, Hulaina, we have triumphed. Supported by another female teammate, Hulaina rose to her feet. Seeing Yan's exuberant expression, she too revealed a joyful smile. We saw it. Yan, thank you for your assistance this time. Xie managed to lift himself up, his sinister face betraying an unmistakable fatigue. Although his body remained exceedingly weak, with the aid of the support soul master, he could barely stand. Xie glanced towards the audience, where numerous teachers, academy officials, and members from various halls of the Spirit Hall applauded for them. Many of those they had defeated, as well as some students who had not participated, cheered for their success. Even those engaged in battles in the intermediate and advanced zones occasionally cast glances their way. At this moment, the spotlight and attention of the entire arena were drawn predominantly to them. Esteemed students and teachers, as well as the honored spectators from the Spirit Hall. The novice competition of our Spirit Academy has concluded, revealing 10 outstanding scholars, the host announced, maneuvering the floating platform in a sweeping circle before proclaiming loudly. They are Xie, Hulaina, Yin, and Sun Chuantao. Now, let our staff escort these top-tier talents from the Novice Academy to the rest area to await further proceedings. As names were called one by one, and a few individuals gradually departed from the arena towards the resting area, the atmosphere within the venue grew increasingly vibrant. Even the ongoing battles in the intermediate and advanced zones felt the effects, hastening the pace of combat. Observing the situation, it seemed that the 10 participants in the intermediate zone were also on the verge of reaching a decision. The Lord of Qingyang, one must admit, has implemented a remarkably swift selection process. Had it been a contest of soul master teams pitted against one another, it would have taken at least a fortnight. Shan, witnessing the decisive outcomes achieved in less than a day's time, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Qingyang expressed his dissatisfaction softly, stating that had it not been for the nascent establishment of the Douluo Palace, coupled with a shortage of personnel on the pressing timeline, he would not have opted for such a simplistic and futile arena. Replacing it with treacherous and intricate terrains such as forests or mountains would undoubtedly yield a far superior experience, perhaps even. Qingyang shook his head and refrained from continuing. In his view, it was even conceivable to take them into the Soul Beast Forest or the treacherous Sunset Mountain Range for practical training. However, such content diverged somewhat from the knowledge the students had acquired and was more suited for the advanced training of combat personnel after their graduation. After all, the primary focus of the Soul Master Academy was to instruct students on the art of cultivation, supplemented by teachings on the combat applications of soul skills. Competitions designed for sparring were sufficient for the students. Upon hearing these words, Shan was taken aback. Qingyang's proposed method seemed rather harsh for these children. It was not merely about selecting students with exceptional Soul Master talents, but rather akin to selecting elite members whose comprehensive abilities met all standards. However, as Shan contemplated the mission of restructuring the Douluo Hall, he couldn't help but acknowledge that perhaps this approach was indeed more fitting. The students who gained admission to the Wuhuan Hall Soul Master Academy undoubtedly possessed remarkable talents, so Qingyang need not worry in that regard. thus rendering their overall combat capability even more significant. Your proposed method is quite astonishing, Sean thoughtfully expressed, recognizing that they were merely children, ordinary students, not true warriors. Observing that Qingyang did not appear angered, he felt a sense of relief. This practice was common among Soul Master academies across the continent, despite their formidable combat prowess. The academies did not cultivate them in the direction of combatants. Perhaps this was related to the long-standing peace prevailing on the continent. The academy resembled a foundational training institution, allowing Soul Masters to develop freely after graduation, without any further standardized progression paths. Within the Wuhuan Hall, apart from the establishment of a Soul Guidance Research Hall due to his past mission, there were no other detailed training directions. The wondrous power of martial souls, capable of influencing various aspects of daily life, seemed to have garnered little genuine attention regarding its other potential uses. After a brief pause, Sean continued to share his opinions. He realized that consistently opposing Qingyang was not prudent, thus softening his tone. Your approach indeed offers numerous benefits to the students. However, for safety's sake, it may necessitate the accompaniment of several formidable instructors. Qingyang nodded thoughtfully and remarked, in my opinion, this approach is only suitable for training combat personnel. The costs associated with safety are indeed substantial, and there are numerous unforeseen factors to consider. However, for the time being, this chaotic combat mode will suffice. As for the remaining comprehensive combat capabilities, let my Douluo Palace take charge of the instruction. Sean, relieved that Qingyang had not altered the academy's stance, felt as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. If they were to proceed as Qingyang suggested, just the financial implications alone would be considerable. Given the opportunity, he preferred that the other party not interfere excessively with the academy. Meanwhile, the attendees were engaged in animated discussions, oblivious to the content of Qingyang and Sean's exchange. To them, it appeared as if both parties were merely sharing insights regarding the 10 victors from the primary zone, akin to their own conversations, unaware that Qingyang had, in that brief moment, conceived a notion to transform the current Soul Master training system. I have a dream, he thought, that we shall transcend the limits of the primary zone. Chapter 54. The strength of Cairo. The preliminary zone had been settled, and now the intermediate zone was nearing a resolution. Yet here they were, mired in a stalemate. Cairo gradually advanced to the forefront, dismantling the apparatus affixed to him as he walked. With each step, the sound of falling objects echoed around him. Observing companions noticed his demeanor, their faces lighting up with joy and confidence, as if they harbored an almost blind faith in Cairo's abilities. Cairo, have you finally ceased suppressing your strength? Asked Zheng Hao, his closest ally, who promptly positioned himself beside Cairo to face the students ahead. They understood Cairo's circumstances better than anyone. Having removed the burdensome gear and the soul power suppressor, Cairo could no longer contain his full potential. With his competitive spirit, he refused to allow anyone to surpass him. Cairo fixed his gaze ahead and instructed Zheng Hao, make sure they cooperate with me. Without waiting for a response, he quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the forefront of the temporary team, entering the center of the numerous advanced zone participants. Among the crowd, there were those who calmly analyzed the situation, silently observing him. As they witnessed Cairo's intent to take the stage, one could not help but shout sternly, Cairo, even if you are the first in our advanced academy's individual competition, it is impossible for you to challenge so many of us. I advise you to withdraw promptly, or else we shall unite to deal with you first. As the words of this individual fell, a significant number of people responded immediately, halting their assaults. The situation, which had been escalating, strangely began to ease. It was evident that they all intended to eliminate the others first before focusing their combined strength on Cairo, or, should it come to pass, to concede a spot to him. The mere presence of one person was enough to instill such apprehension in so many, even affecting the ongoing chaotic melee. However, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the battle commenced, it would undoubtedly intensify. Cairo stood at the center with a smirk of disdain and mockery, surveying the tense gazes fixed upon him. Cairo, Senior Soul Master of the Spirit Hall. Level 48 Assault System Soul Master. Please enlighten me. His clear and resonant voice sent a tremor through the senior ranks. Qianquan's expression grew increasingly grim. Though reluctant to admit it, Cairo was indeed a formidable adversary. In the past, he might have retreated upon witnessing Cairo's formidable demeanor. But this opportunity was rare and exceedingly favorable for him. He was resolute in his desire not to yield any further. Are you determined to make a name for yourself? Qianquan's tone was unfriendly, his dragonfish spirit manifesting, with 4 optimal soul rings emanating a faint glow, rendering him increasingly ethereal. Cairo scoffed, clearly dismissing the leader before him. Perhaps you're unaware that numbers are an advantageous factor for me. An ethereal figure resembling shattered warrior armor enveloped Cairo, exuding an aura of slaughter, ferocity, and coldness. Martial spirit, spirit of war. Given that, we cannot be blamed. Qianquan snorted lightly, exchanging glances with the others before they all advanced in unison, encircling Cairo, who had strayed from his team. Their weakest member was a soul sovereign, and all their soul rings were optimally configured, with over 20 soul masters among them. In the next moment, a stark contrast in strength led to an unexpected confrontation. Third soul skill, binding. Countless threads materialized from Cairo, crawling relentlessly toward him. An inconspicuous student in the corner, witnessing the effectiveness of his soul skill, let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had successfully created an advantage for the others. The remainder was now up to them. However, in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. Third soul skill, war, spear. Cairo erupted with countless sharp blades, tearing through the threads that ensnared him, and with a mere gesture, he directed them into the crowd. Instantly, many were injured and fell, while vigilant teachers swiftly intercepted the potentially fatal assaults, escorting the defeated students away. At this moment, Cairo took a deep breath and prepared to act once more. First soul skill, war, red. As the soul skill was unleashed, all hostile students within the advanced zone found their soul power seemingly siphoned away. It transformed into a crimson radiance that adhered to Cairo, rendering him a fearsome figure akin to a blood-soaked war god. Empowered by this rare and substantial influx of soul energy, Cairo lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes radiating brilliance. A formidable aura, nearing that of a soul king, emanated from his very being. What is happening? I have never heard of such a soul skill, nor its application. Qianquan was taken aback, genuinely astonished by Cairo's prowess. In previous team battles, he had merely thought Cairo's first soul skill was a standard enhancement, never realizing it could strengthen with the increase in numbers. There are many things you remain unaware of. Cairo's tone carried a hint of wistfulness as he reveled momentarily in the unprecedented power coursing through him. However, it was only a fleeting moment before he launched his next assault. The second soul skill, war, slaughter. The blood-red light enveloping Cairo surged violently. Quick, stop him. Having already witnessed the devastating power of this move, the students' expressions shifted dramatically as they activated their own soul skills, attempting to impede Cairo. Yet, this was precisely what Cairo anticipated. As expected, his teammates seized the opportunity, capitalizing on the disarray and confusion of the opposing formation to eliminate several 3-ring soul venerables positioned at the periphery. Meanwhile, Cairo unleashed the might of his formidable soul skill. The incessantly boiling blood-red light took the shape of a semicircular arc, and a fragrant red crystal blade surged forth, colliding fiercely with the various soul skills rushing towards him. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and Cairo was caught in the aftershock, hurtling backward for a distance before being caught by his friend, Jiang Hao. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his entire demeanor appeared chaotic, rendering him incapable of wielding his formidable soul skills. In stark contrast, his opponents, a group predominantly composed of soul masters at the 4th ring, merely staggered back 2 paces before halting, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. However, Qianquan's expression darkened significantly. The mere presence of Cairo had cost them over 30 soul lords and a considerable expenditure of soul power. This exchange was evidently a substantial loss for them. Yet, with Cairo's active engagement, the battlefield situation became remarkably clearer. Chapter 55. Victory. Subsequently, Cairo's team established a commanding advantage within the arena. As time progressed, the strength of the advanced zone dwindled, and the small factions fighting independently were steadily consumed, with even some soul master-level students being eliminated. A handful of soul lords, acutely aware of their disadvantage, formed tighter alliances while cautiously managing their soul power expenditure. Thus, an unusual scenario emerged within the advanced zone, where soul masters and soul lords each comprised half of the total participants. Most of the soul master teams consisted of around 10 members, while the soul lord teams surprisingly boasted even greater numbers. Seizing this opportunity, Cairo regained some of his stamina and soul power. He then stepped away from his teammates' protection, donning a confident smile as he approached Qianquan, stopping a short distance away. The tide has turned, Qianquan. I concede that your strength is commendable. However, regrettably for you, You have encountered me. Surrender now, and at least you may exit with some dignity. Should you end up looking like a battered pig? Do not blame me for not warning you. Qianquan clenched his teeth, anger flaring as he beheld Cairo's demeanor. Nevertheless, he retained a sliver of rationality. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed a smile, a plan forming in his mind. Cairo, although our temporary team has faltered, it does not signify that I cannot emerge victorious. Before his words had fully settled, Qianquan dashed towards a nearby student who had distanced himself from Cairo's team in pursuit of others. The moment that student saw Qianquan charging toward him, his expression shifted in alarm. Disregarding the struggling soul master before him, he swiftly retreated while activating his soul skills to impede Qianquan's advance. Aware that he was outmatched, he understood that the only way to avoid elimination was to seek assistance from his teammates. Coincidentally, Qianquan shared this sentiment. Since the victors would inevitably be chosen from Cairo's team, why could he not eliminate these individuals? As long as there were 10 remaining in the end, that was sufficient. Moreover, this could instill renewed confidence in others, transforming the current disarray into a unified front against Cairo's team. While victory was uncertain, at the very least, it would lead to a mutually detrimental outcome. Ultimately, it would depend on individual prowess. Whoever could endure until the end would claim victory. The third soul skill, Dragon Dance. With a resolute determination, Qianquan's expression hardened as he boldly unleashed his soul technique. His body shimmered with illusory scales, exhibiting an elusive and unpredictable agility akin to that of a swimming dragon. While countering the soul skill, he swiftly closed the distance to the fleeing individual. Stay back. The retreating student, in a moment of panic, squandered his soul power even further, rendering his soul technique increasingly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, Qianquan finally reached him. The second soul skill, Dragon Strike. The ethereal tail of the dragon, infused with profound soul power, took shape in Qianquan's right hand. In the next instant, as the air became saturated with the water formed by his soul power, an overwhelming force propelled the student out of the arena. The temporary team of Kai Luo had successfully reduced their numbers by 1, which sparked a glimmer of hope among the other students present, all eager to seize the opportunity. However, many turned their gaze towards the remaining members of Kai Luo's team. If they could not best Kai Luo, could they contend with these individuals? Kai Luo, typically a lone wolf, lacked allies of comparable strength. How dare you do this? Kai Luo's expression turned icy, yet his heart seethed with fury. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking immediate action, instead settling into a meditative posture to diligently restore his soul power and physical stamina, activating his first soul skill once more. He understood that Qianquan's actions had transformed a team battle back into a personal contest. If he could not regain a sufficient level of strength, he too risked elimination. As for the temporary team members, apart from his close friend Zhang Hao, they were likely of little concern. Kai Luo, I will do my utmost to shield you for a while. The rest is up to you, Zhang Hao said gravely as he positioned himself in front of Kai Luo. He recognized that with Kai Luo's capabilities, it was impossible to safeguard all 8 of his teammates under the watchful eyes of so many students. Consequently, he had to make a choice and sacrifice some. This Qianquan certainly proved to be an intriguing adversary. Qingyang witnessed the transformation of the advanced district and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the situation had seemed utterly hopeless, yet his intervention breathed new life into it. Shan, stroking his beard, concurred from the sidelines, his gaze towards Qianquan infused with admiration. It can be said that Qianquan's actions played a pivotal role in reversing the tide. Having triumphed in the preliminary and intermediate districts through a temporary squad, the advanced district experienced such an unexpected turn of events. This was truly unforeseen by many. It exemplifies a kind of wisdom. Without a keen perception of the battle dynamics, one would hardly recognize the opportunity to break the deadlock. This individual does indeed possess considerable talent. Qingyang nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards the advanced area, where the outcome of the contest was gradually being confirmed. As anticipated, the prolonged stalemate was nearing its conclusion. Congratulations to the Lord of Qingyang, for he has gained yet another exceptional disciple, Shan chuckled, extending his heartfelt congratulations once more. Amid their conversation, the few remaining individuals in the advanced area confirmed the final victor. Those who remained on the platform had exerted every ounce of their strength, visibly exhausted, gasping for breath as they slumped on the stage. Each bore wounds, with many bravely enduring despite their injuries. In stark contrast, the junior and intermediate areas had been marked by peaceful exchanges, hardly qualifying as true battles. Kai Luo, Qianquan, and Zhang Hao appeared quite disheveled at that moment, However, the light in their eyes shone brightly, their faces adorned with unmistakable joy as they had successfully persevered to the end, achieving a hard-fought victory. At this juncture, the host returned to the center stage precisely as the audience desired, drawing all eyes towards him. He grasped the microphone, his smile and excitement even more pronounced than that of the victorious students. Esteemed students and educators, along with the audience from the Spirit Hall, our Spirit Academy competition has finally reached its conclusion, having selected the 30 finest students. They shall become the inaugural members of this cohort to join the Douluo Hall, receiving superior training. Let us offer these students a resounding round of applause. Thunderous applause and fervent cheers erupted, filling the air as no one held back their enthusiasm and excitement. With the assistance of the staff, Kailuo and his companions made their way to the rest area. Witnessing such a scene, particularly the rare sight of prominent figures from the Spirit Hall applauding and smiling at them, each was flushed with emotion, overcome with excitement, eager to express their feelings in any way possible. Even the typically composed Qianquan and the proud Kailuo were not exceptions. Chapter 56 rewards. Bibi Dong cast one last glance at the selected students and the now composed Qingyang on stage, a sense of reflection washing over her. This child has truly grown. After a moment of silent contemplation, she returned to her usual demeanor of detachment. Let us depart, Bibi Dong instructed, turning away and leading Ju and Ghost Douluo slowly from the venue. The selection competition had concluded flawlessly, without any unforeseen events, and the academy officials had wisely refrained from causing any trouble. Throughout, Qingyang had maintained complete control over the proceedings, requiring no assistance from her, rendering her presence unnecessary. Is the Pope not going to the podium to greet the victors? Lianyo inquired softly, observing Bibi Dong's retreating figure. Bibi Dong paused momentarily, not looking back as she replied, I shall refrain from overshadowing the moment. Now is Qingyang's time to shine. As her voice faded, Bibi Dong continued her procession, followed closely by the two elders. Departing from the scene, after a moment of contemplation, Lianyu suddenly burst into laughter and likewise exited in the direction of the trio. Suspended in midair, the host, clad in a resplendent robe and wielding a microphone, was concluding the event amid the eager gaze of the crowd. Now, let us welcome the esteemed leader of the Douluo Palace, the venerable elder of the Spirit Hall, Qingyang, together with the organizers of the competition. He shall bestow rewards and honors upon our victors. The host proclaimed loudly, and upon finishing, he manifested his martial spirit, gracefully descending from the floating platform to a spacious corner of the main stage. The attention of the audience shifted accordingly, particularly that of the 30 victorious students, whose eyes sparkled with fervent emotion. At the main stage, Qingyang and other leaders from the Spirit Academy rose to their feet, with Qingyang, due to his esteemed position, taking the lead. Since its establishment, this grand arena had designated the main stage as a pivotal location, with every action here garnering the undivided attention of the entire assembly. Qingyang gazed at the eager faces of the assembled students, a smile gracing his lips. After this competition, the individuals from the Spirit Hall Soul Master Academy would acknowledge his presence, as well as that of the Douluo Palace, bestowing upon them an esteemed status. The prestige of Qingyang within the Spirit Hall shall commence from this very moment. Esteemed students, in this competition, you have all demonstrated your formidable strength and intellect. Perhaps some of you did not reach the final stages, yet the spirit of endeavor and perseverance you exhibited is worthy of emulation by all. In recognition of your commendable performances, I hereby declare. Qingyang paused momentarily, surveying the silent assembly of students whose eyes brimmed with anticipation. Amplifying his voice with soul power to ensure clarity for all, he proclaimed, for the next 2 days, the students of the Wuhuan Temple Soul Master Academy shall enjoy a holiday, free to organize their time as they wish. Within the span of a week, all ordinary cultivation resources within the academy will be supplied free of charge, and the prices of rare cultivation resources will be halved. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone absorbed the astonishing news. Indeed, it was not just the students who were taken aback. Even the academy officials, including Dean Shan, were left speechless by this announcement. Such a generous gesture was nothing short of extraordinary. In the next moment, the hall erupted with jubilant cheers. As students expressed their heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Qingyang, their excitement akin to that of fervent devotees before their idol. Previously, these individuals, having faced setbacks, had resigned themselves to a lack of rewards, but little did they expect that Qingyang had not forgotten them, bestowing such substantial benefits instead. It is essential to recognize that most students at the Wuhuan Temple Soul Master Academy are exceptionally talented individuals discovered among the common folk across various regions. While many possess formidable soul powers, financial means are often scarce. In a place such as the Wuhuan Temple, monetary resources are perpetually insufficient. The exquisite cultivation resources available are limited to individual quotas and various rewards, leaving many to merely covet what they cannot attain. Yet now, Qingyang has offered such generous rewards. With this singular act, his esteemed image in the hearts of these students has soared to unprecedented heights, solidifying his revered status beyond question. Qingyang did not deter the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Instead, he spoke in a voice audible to all, proclaiming, "To the 30 victorious students, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, I bestow upon you the silver medals. Furthermore, in addition to a singular opportunity for soul evolution, the Douluo Hall will offer unparalleled and generous rewards, which will be distributed to you shortly." As Qingyang's words resonated, the atmosphere fell silent, as if everyone feared to disrupt his speech. Yet, despite the absence of detailed explanations regarding the other rewards, envy was etched on their faces as they cast glances toward the rest area, where the likes of Shiyue and Cairo resided. It was clear to all that the rewards bestowed upon those 30 victors far surpassed anything imaginable for the eliminated participants. Moreover, in the future, with every passing session, the Douluo Hall will continue to select outstanding students from the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy. To all those who did not prevail, I encourage you to prepare diligently. Continue your training, for you are forever the prodigies of the Spirit Hall. Qingyang spoke at a measured pace, his voice neither harsh nor severe, but rather imbued with a gentle warmth. Yet, his words, alongside his prior actions, provided immense encouragement to the listeners. Many of the more sensitive students found their eyes welling with emotion. Meanwhile, some teachers seated a little further back could not help but engage in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Unlike the dignitaries of the institution, they held no significant authority and were merely part of the audience, rendering them largely unnoticed, especially in such moments. Listen to this new lord. He truly possesses a grand demeanor. Without delving into other matters, merely the casual use of training equipment over the past 2 days is reminiscent of that training room, which must cost at least several 100,000 gold soul coins. Not to mention the precious herbs, the training realms, and even the newly developed soul guiding devices, along with various other resources for cultivation. The resources of our Spirit Hall are certainly not as inexpensive as those of other academies. 7 days? This approach alone would lead to the expenditure of several 100,000 gold soul coins. Hearing such sardonic remarks, an older teacher with graying hair, shaking his head in a manner reminiscent of one filled with sorrow, lamented, "Our Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy has always relied on funding to sustain itself. This approach is indeed unsustainable." Listening to the complaints of the elder teachers, the younger faculty members in the 2 rows ahead felt disdain and whispered amongst themselves, "With so much funding, have these old-timers not received enough? They occupy so many of the Academy's resources, not to mention the students' funds, which is nothing short of tarnishing the Spirit Hall's reputation." Chapter 57. The Silver Medal. Regardless of the opinions and discontent circulating among others, the proceedings within the venue continued unabated. Under the gaze of the multitude, Qingyang, alongside the somewhat uncomfortable members of the podium, personally awarded medals to the 30 victors, bestowing upon them ample honor. "You performed admirably," he remarked with a smile as he gazed at the blushing Hulaina. He then took a silver medal from the exquisite tray held by Shan and personally affixed it to Hulaina's chest, handing her a silver token along with the relevant certificate. "Thank you. To receive your recognition is the greatest reward for me." Hulaina's gaze reflected admiration, her tone imbued with a fervent excitement that left her momentarily speechless. In response to her gratitude, Qingyang offered a warm smile, gently stroking her long hair and providing a few encouraging words. Once she departed, he proceeded to bestow the silver medal upon the next recipient. The medal system of the Spirit Hall is a unique reward designed for all mid to low-level soul masters, boasting substantial value that can be deemed a coveted prize for all soul masters, both current and former. The silver medal, within the Spirit Hall, represents a significant tier of honor, alongside the bronze medal, golden medal, and purple medal. These accolades are not merely symbols of honor. They also confer numerous benefits and privileges. For these students, the silver medal is tantamount to a scholarship from the Spirit Academy, offering not only a prestigious credential, but also a monthly reward of 1,000 gold soul coins, as well as discounts and access to various resources within the Spirit Hall. In the pursuit of selecting the inaugural members for the Douluo Hall at the Martial Soul Academy, Qingyang has spared no expense. A feat largely attributed to the unwavering support of Bibi Dong. After all, no newly established hall possesses such substantial resources. Take the Law Enforcement Hall, for instance. Aside from the substantial annual allocations it receives, all other resources are acquired through its own endeavors. The smaller halls, which are of lesser significance, are even more pitifully allocated resources. At this moment, it is Cairo's turn to step forward, though for reasons unknown, his movements appear somewhat rigid. The Martial Soul Hall takes pride in you. Qingyang gazed upon the remarkable youth before him, endowed with exceptional prowess and a unique martial spirit, who was slightly his senior. Without a hint of discomfort, he offered a sincere compliment. Subsequently, he resumed his actions, retrieving the gleaming silver medal from the elegantly crafted tray held by Sean, who stood nearby with an awkward smile, still recovering from the moment. Cairo, positioned directly in front of Qingyang, maintained an impassive expression, though a trace of nervousness lingered within him as he stood rigidly, allowing Qingyang to adorn him with the medal. Only after the completion of this ceremonial act did he exhale a sigh of relief, accepting the silver token and certificate. Even as he descended from the stage, he uttered not a single word. This demeanor led all but Jiang Hao, who understood Cairo better, to instinctively perceive him as aloof and indifferent. Little did they know, he too was beset by anxiety, merely resorting to his habitual posture. It was not until Qingyang had conferred medals upon the final recipient that he concluded this task. Fortuitously, only 30 individuals had been selected. Otherwise, considerable time would have been required to navigate this segment. Following the awards ceremony, the remaining rewards, deemed unsuitable for public disclosure, would be administered within the Douluo Palace. The proceedings were then handed back to the host, who adjusted his attire and cleared his throat before grasping the microphone. Let us extend our gratitude to the master of Douluo Palace, Qingyang. He has secured such generous rewards for our students at the Martial Spirit Academy. I trust that all students will repay your efforts through diligent training. The next selection for members of Douluo Palace will undoubtedly see even more exceptional students participating in this rare event. Thus, the Soul Master competition jointly hosted by Douluo Palace and the Martial Spirit Academy is hereby declared concluded. I kindly ask the esteemed members on the podium to exit first. The host stepped forward, lowering his tone as he announced the end of the competition amidst the reluctant gazes of numerous students. Instantly, the atmosphere within the venue grew somber. Yet despite this, the students remained content. Particularly those who had narrowly missed victory watched the 30 departing individuals with a mixture of envy and determination, silently vowing to join Douluo Palace in the future. Outside the venue, the administrators of the Martial Spirit Academy exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Some approached Qingyang with cheerful expressions, eager to introduce themselves, while others remained indifferent. For them, as administrators, there was no need to curry favor. Qingyang responded graciously to all, paying little heed to those who overlooked him. Master Qingyang, your actions have certainly taken us by surprise. In the future, many of these children will likely aspire solely to join Douluo Palace, disregarding all other halls. Sean walked at the forefront alongside Qingyang, unable to suppress a deep sigh as he recalled the events that had just transpired. The rewards, in particular, felt akin to slicing into the very flesh of the Soul Martial Academy. The interests entangled within were extensive and far-reaching. Qingyang paid little heed to this matter. Although he had never stepped inside to study, he was, after all, a senior figure in the Spirit Hall and was well aware of the underlying issues. It could be said that each year, a considerable amount of funding and precious resources from the Spirit Hall were surreptitiously consumed by this group of individuals. However, the Spirit Academy held significant meaning, and the timing was not right. It would be prudent to wait until the Pope turned against them and initiated a purge, at which point a suitable excuse could be found to intervene. Thus, Qingyang softened his tone, imbued with a sense of understanding and comfort as he stated, I am also aware of the difficulties faced by the Spirit Academy. This time, the funding for the rewards for the students will be shouldered half by the Douluo Hall. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the frowning Sean finally revealed a hint of joy. He dared not offend Qingyang, not even resorting to underhanded tactics. Initially, he had planned to make some sacrifices to leave a favorable impression, but he was pleasantly surprised by Qingyang's proactive approach. That may not be necessary. The Douluo Hall is undergoing reorganization and has far greater financial needs. The Spirit Academy, at least, has some reserves, and we can certainly manage to provide these resources. As the conversation neared its conclusion, Sean found himself involuntarily growing more reserved, his mind racing with various calculations. Qingyang waved his hand decisively and stated, "It is settled. From now on, during each annual recruitment at the Douluo Palace, I hope to retain these rewards. Of course, the resources expended will still be shared equally between the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Palace, and I kindly ask for the Dean's continued cooperation in this matter." Upon hearing this, Sean was taken aback, his mouth opening in surprise, yet he remained silent until Qingyang departed with his entourage. Regardless of his reluctance, under Qingyang's firm stance, the decision was made. Chapter 58, Douluo Palace. After leaving the venue, Qingyang parted ways with the personnel from the Spirit Hall and personally led 30 students to the Douluo Palace. The significance of the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy is undeniable. Hence, its location is among the 3 principal halls, situated quite close to the center and not far from the Douluo Palace. Otherwise, the distance would be considerable, necessitating special means to expedite travel. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Douluo Palace, one of the 3 grand halls of the Spirit Hall, passing through several exquisitely adorned pavilions. Qingyang guided the students into a solemn and grand auxiliary hall of the Douluo Palace, where they came to a halt. Here, logistics personnel awaited them, mostly women, healthy and fair in appearance, many of whom were relatives of those within the Spirit Hall. Due to their often limited aptitude as soul masters, they were assigned to less significant roles, yet even so, their treatment was considerably better than that of ordinary civilians. Is this really the Douluo Palace? I've only ever seen it from the outside before, never allowed to enter. Can we finally go inside? Hulaina exclaimed, her little face brimming with curiosity. As she noted, access to the Douluo Palace had previously been restricted, only granted to those bearing special orders. Even the Pope could not enter without such privilege. The reason for this newfound access was undoubtedly due to Qian Daoluo's influence. It's nothing particularly special, it's just a larger and slightly more attractive space, Yin remarked nonchalantly, showing no regard for the solemnity of the place. Other children, like them, shared a sense of curiosity and indifference, while the older students appeared somewhat restrained. For instance, Kai Luo seemed to speak less after arriving, and even Qian Quan instinctively withdrew his gaze from his surroundings. Esteemed guests, I would like to inquire one final time. Have you all made the decision to join the Douluo Palace? Qingyang turned around, his expression becoming a touch more serious as he gazed at the students before him, inquiring with a slightly stern tone. The students, momentarily overwhelmed by the opulence of their surroundings, found themselves momentarily stunned in response to Qingyang's question. Fortunately, their composure prevailed, and they quickly regained their poise. I wish to join the Douluo Hall. I am willing, of course. The responses came in a flurry, tinged with a hint of urgency. And not a single voice opposed the notion. After all, the privileges associated with the Douluo Hall were evidently far superior to those of the Soul Master Academy. None would forsake such an opportunity. Excellent. Qingyang nodded in satisfaction, gesturing to the logistics personnel behind him. These individuals would assist you in selecting your accommodations and distributing the attire of the Douluo Palace. For any daily resources or life-related inquiries, you may approach them. As time was of the essence, he advised them to follow along and choose their rooms to rest. He reminded them not to wander indiscriminately and to gather here in the morning, where he would issue them their identity tokens for the Douluo Palace. After briefly introducing the arrangements to the students, Qingyang instructed the waiting logistics personnel to escort them to their quarters. The older women, in their 20s and 30s, approached with standard yet warm smiles, guiding the students inward. Some younger children were led by the hand, appearing somewhat bewildered, while the women playfully teased them, sharing insights about their new surroundings. Shi Yue and his sister followed an older sister up the circular staircase, distancing themselves from Qingyang, allowing him the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Although Qingyang exuded no oppressive aura and his authority was not overly imposing, he nonetheless inspired an instinctive awareness in others to refrain from behaving frivolously in his presence. Unlike Shi Yue's calm demeanor, Hulaina was quite lively, leveraging her youth to engage in cheerful banter with the older sister. Sister, how long have you been here? What is life like in this place? Hulaina asked, her eyes sparkling and her expression radiating innocent charm. The older sister chuckled at her enthusiasm and gently pinched her cheek. I have been here for several years now, she replied with a reminiscent tone, smiling warmly. I'm mostly occupied myself with cleaning, organizing items, nurturing plants, and maintaining the beauty of the gardens. Unlike talented individuals like you, my tasks were quite humble. However, with so many hands around, it wasn't overly tiring, and I had plenty of free time. Life here is certainly better than before. She continued, her voice imbued with gratitude. The Spirit Hall has been a benefactor to me. Without it, given my family's circumstances, we might have faced dire straits. Sheyue and Hulaina, observing her expression, could not help but contemplate their own backgrounds and the misfortunes of their parents. They wondered if their parents had been able to enter the Spirit Hall. Perhaps they would have fared better. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Sheyue found solace in the fact that his sister was not ensnared by sorrow, which brought him considerable satisfaction. Hulaina's face brightened once more as she playfully swung the older sister's hand. And what of the Douluo Palace? What do you think of Lord Xingyang? The elder sister regarded Hulaina with unabated curiosity, a gentle smile gracing her features. She did not conceal much. And with measured steps, she gradually articulated her thoughts to the two. The esteemed status of the Douluo Palace meant that few ventured here. Yet this recent transformation was truly unexpected. Nonetheless, for you, it could be considered a fortuitous turn of events. The prestige of the three great palaces is unparalleled. It is likely that here, you will receive superior training. Pausing momentarily, she tilted her head in contemplation. The master of the Qingyang Palace, I've never encountered such a youthful leader. It is said that he can even surpass titled Douluos. If it is indeed he will undoubtedly usher in a remarkable transformation for the Douluo Palace. As she spoke these hopeful words rather than mere evaluations, Hulaina's smile blossomed even brighter. At that moment, the trio, having ascended the stairs, noticed a door ahead swing open. Through the illuminated entrance, a magnificently spacious and opulently adorned room was faintly revealed. A somewhat youthful yet mature individual emerged from within, displaying an expression of surprise upon seeing the three. Missen, are these three also members who have joined the Douluo Palace? They appear to have recently emerged from the Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Palace, do they not? Has the recent influx been rather lackluster? Chapter 59. Evolution of the Wuhuan. Golden Crocodile King Roy observed the trio, his gaze particularly resting on the two children, their uniforms unmistakably signifying their identities. Having graduated from the Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Palace and joined the Enforcement Palace himself, he was certainly no stranger to such attire. Indeed, Mr. Roya. These two are, like yourself, members who have joined the Douluo Palace. His demeanor towards Roya was notably more respectful. I see. Roya nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Xieyu and Hulaina, offering a gentle smile akin to one given to children. Since we are all future members of the Douluo Palace, let us introduce ourselves. I am Roya, formerly a member of the 7th Squad, 10th Team of the Enforcement Palace. A rank 51 Assault System Soul King. Xieyu was momentarily taken aback, yet upon witnessing Roya's friendly smile, he extended his hand to clasp the larger hand of Roya. Not wishing to be outdone, Hulaina stepped forward and grasped Roya's other hand. I am Xieyu, a student of the Junior Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Palace. A rank 14 Assault System Soul Master. I am Hulaina, also a student of the Junior Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Palace. A rank 13 Control System Soul Master. A youthful yet commanding voice resonated. Roya glanced at the two individuals, Xieyu, filled with fervor for battle, and Hulaina, whose stubborn eyes reflected her unwillingness to yield, feeling a deep sense of helplessness within. After managing to extricate himself, he scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for the appropriate expression, and continued the previous topic. Upon joining the Douluo Palace, you must devote yourselves to diligent training. Your current strength is insufficient to offer any assistance. By the way, should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek my aid. Miss Anna, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, young ones. With that, before the trio could respond, Roya decisively slipped away, watching his hasty retreat. Xieyu and Hulaina were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Anna spoke gently. Mr. Roya is truly a commendable person. As he mentioned, if you face any difficulties in the future, perhaps you can seek his support. Xieyu nodded, acknowledging Anna's words. But his sensitive mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the earlier conversation. Roya, the Soul King. This implied that one must attain such strength to be of use within the Douluo Palace. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed a formidable challenge. In a certain courtyard of the Douluo Palace, Qingyang is currently collaborating with Jinyao to strategize the forthcoming rewards to be issued. Once the first batch of combat personnel has been selected and the handover procedures are duly managed, a brief period of acclimatization will allow them to embark on their missions. Naturally, the main force will predominantly consist of members from the Law Enforcement Palace and Advanced Soul Master students from the Martial Soul Palace Academy. As for the soul masters from the junior academies, their focus will primarily remain on cultivation, with their involvement limited to executing routine tasks at most. How does that sound? Qingyang withdrew his hand, which had been hovering above Jin Yao's head, his expression tinged with fatigue. As the imperial armor receded, it emanated an inexplicable wave of energy, while the vibrant five-colored radiance that had enveloped them both gradually dissipated. He felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Jin Yao exhaled deeply, a visible white mist escaping his lips. In that moment, under the manifestation of his martial spirit, his robust physique was enveloped in a tangible, dark golden layer of thick scales that emitted a chilling, profound light. His increasingly majestic form was surrounded by an unimaginable reservoir of soul power, the potent waves creating ripples even in the void. His exposed beastly eyes gleamed with a fierce brilliance, instilling a deep sense of dread. Though he remained seated, there was an unmistakable aura reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast, growing ever more intense and terrifying. Qingyang meticulously observed Jin Yao's martial spirit, circling around it twice, even extending his hand to touch it, sensing the surging power contained within. Ultimately, he felt a sense of relaxation and confidently remarked, "It seems you have succeeded. Your martial spirit has evolved from the Golden Crocodile to the Golden Crocodile King, significantly enhancing your strength compared to before, and your cultivation speed will accelerate accordingly." Upon hearing this, Jin Yao's face lit up with joy. He retracted his martial spirit, nimbly flipping onto his feet to further experience his transformation. As his body swayed from side to side, performing various complex movements, a series of explosive cracking sounds emanated from his bones, and faintly, the sounds of tigers and leopards could be heard. Jin Yao swiftly changed his movements, throwing punches with a whooshing sound piercing through the air. An array of extraordinary actions, beyond the capability of ordinary individuals, continued to manifest, and his expression grew increasingly exhilarated. This robust and powerful physique, surpassing all expectations, filled him with uncontainable excitement. My physical condition has improved at least twofold compared to before, even without my martial spirit. I am confident I could defeat a great soul master. Jin Yao gazed at his body, his expression a blend of joy and disbelief. As a soul master himself, he was fully aware of the remarkable transformation he had undergone. The qualitative enhancement following the evolution of his martial spirit seemed to propel him beyond the limits of humanity. It appears that the improvements brought by the elevation of his martial spirit are comprehensive, not only enhancing the martial spirit itself, but also significantly boosting his physical prowess. Qingyang observed Jin Yao, contemplating thoughtfully. Jin Yao appeared oblivious, yet Qingyang distinctly perceived that Jin Yao had grown taller, now surpassing him by nearly half a head. Moreover, Jin Yao's visage was luminous and radiant, his skin rosy, seemingly flawless, exuding an aura of vitality and health. The profound transformation of Jin Yao, coupled with the recent evolution of his martial soul, resonated with the knowledge that lingered in Qingyang's mind, leading him to deeper reflections. After a considerable time absorbing this sense of novelty and the surreal shock dissipated, Jin Yao regained his composure, beginning to acclimatize to his metamorphosis. "Thank you, Qingyang. Perhaps in this lifetime, I might even reach the threshold of level 98, something I never had the confidence to aspire to before." Jin Yao approached Qingyang, patting his shoulder with sincerity. His words echoed a truth well understood among many soul masters. This world truly values innate talent, a reality from which none can escape. If a soul master's talent, namely, their martial soul, is lacking, their lifetime achievements are destined to be limited. Attaining the title of Douluo is impossible even for those with slightly inferior martial souls, let alone reaching the realm of extreme Douluo, which is reserved for those with exceptional martial souls. Unless one encounters fortuitous opportunities to enhance themselves postnatally, yet how many such opportunities exist in this world? Fortunately, Jin Yao was lucky to have met Qingyang. Chapter 60. Finance in the Spirit Hall. At the Finance Hall. This hall serves as a crucial hub within the Spirit Hall, overseeing all financial resources. Although it is an administrative institution, no aspect of the Spirit Hall can function without its involvement. Consequently, this hall is arguably the most bustling within the Spirit Hall. While other halls may often remain deserted, the Finance Hall is perpetually active. For instance, early this morning, a crowd had gathered, embroiled in heated disputes, the commotion surpassing that of previous days. Had it been anyone else, the Finance Hall would have dispatched personnel to disperse the crowd, but today, the individuals confronting them were of no ordinary status. "Supervisor Liu, we are merely requesting 100,000 gold soul coins. Is that too much to ask? Do you really refuse to part with even this little?" The exaggerated and frivolous words of the man opposite Lu caused the newly promoted supervisor to fume slightly. Had it been anyone else, his notoriously volatile temper, honed in the finance hall, would have led him to unleash a tirade. However, he could not afford to respond harshly, for they hailed from the family of the second worshipper. Jinyu, I have told you countless times, the Pope issued a decree not long ago, without the relevant hall's endorsement. No one is permitted to withdraw even a copper soul coin. You stand here empty-handed, demanding money from me. How could I possibly comply? Director Lu's stern and decisive declaration merely prompted the flamboyant Jinyu to dig at his ear and flick his hand dismissively, wearing an air of nonchalance. Beside him, Jean Li smirked disdainfully, while others from the Jean crocodile family echoed with laughter. This mocking mirth flushed the faces of the young individuals accompanying Director Lu, their eyes wide with indignation. What did he say? No allowance for extraction? When our family previously approached for funds, did they not comply obediently? Am I mistaken? A mere 100,000 gold soul coins should suffice to honor you. Do not compel us to seek the second offering, for at that juncture, even 1,000,000 gold soul coins would be insufficient. Such degrading remarks struck deeply at Director Lu's heart. Although he recognized that the other party would never actually pursue the second offering, who would not concern themselves with such trifles. Nevertheless, the others from the finance hall failed to contemplate these matters, or rather, feigned ignorance. During these tumultuous years, it was a free-for-all. The entire finance hall resembled a sieve, where even a hint of influence allowed one to take what they desired. Even now, the situation had only improved marginally. Jinyu, regardless of others, declared, in my presence, without formal legitimacy, you shall not extract a single copper soul coin from me. Director Lu took a deep breath, clinging to his last vestige of resolve, fully aware that this determination appeared so feeble in the eyes of his adversaries. Jinyu scoffed lightly, casually responding, very well, you maintain your integrity. I shall not make things difficult for you, Director Lu. At this juncture, he turned to another individual who had been watching the unfolding situation and beckoned him over with a subtle gesture. As the person approached with a slight bow, Jinyu, casting a derisive glance at Director Lu's grim countenance, spoke to the newcomer without turning. Director Li, our family is currently in need of funds. Might we borrow a little? Instantly, Director Li's expression shifted, but it quickly morphed into one of obsequiousness as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to say, this might not be appropriate. The Pope's decree. Before he could finish, Jean Li interrupted impatiently, exclaiming, the Pope, the Pope. Stop invoking the Pope at every turn. What if the Pope said so? Why are you so foolish, unable to navigate around the issue? Director Li immediately felt awkward, his voice wavering as he replied. But the 3,000,000 gold soul coins currently held by the Spirit Hall have already been allocated to the Douluo Hall. There are truly no surplus funds. Oh, a glint of sharp insight flickered in Jean Yu's eyes, though he adeptly concealed any trace of intrigue. Yet, Jean Li could no longer contain himself, urgently commanding, what are you waiting for? Quickly fetch 100,000, no, 20,000, and deliver it to our family. You will reap the benefits, and the Pope, in consideration of the second offering, will undoubtedly overlook it. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Supervisor Lu and the two fiery-eyed newcomers behind him, Supervisor Li lowered his head and softly acquiesced, turning to return to the finance hall to mobilize the necessary funds. Jinyu observed this scene, wearing a smile that suggested he had everything under control, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling emptiness. Just as in countless previous instances, this situation was no exception. Despite the presence of a formidable figure like Supervisor Lu, it would not alter the course of events. As for the Pope's subsequent inquiries, anyone of a certain standing within the Spirit Hall would know that the true authority lies with the high-ranking elders of the Worship Hall, followed closely by the ordinary elders of the Spirit Hall. The Papal Hall? It ranks third. The elders have always devoted themselves to cultivation, unwilling to let mundane matters hinder their progress, thus delegating all affairs to the Pope. This position was originally established for distinguished individuals from outside the angel family, allowing them to serve as overseers within the Spirit Hall. The Grand Worshipper and the Judgment Elders are, in fact, the true proprietors of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Jinyu, Jean Li, and the entire Jean Crocodile clan, bolstered by the residual influence of the Second Worshipper, held little regard for Bibi Dong, who had been suppressed since her recent appointment. However, this perspective was shaped prior to the Worship Hall's concession to the Pope. Now, the Jean Crocodile clan increasingly sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as Jinyu regained his composure, preparing to return home and wait patiently, a soft yet icy female voice interrupted. I'm afraid the funds of the Douluo Hall cannot be taken at your discretion. Jean Li was momentarily stunned. He turned around to see which young woman dared to speak so boldly. Yet, upon catching sight of Sui Xue, he was captivated by her beauty, momentarily appearing entranced. "What do you mean by that, my lady?" Jean Yu, unlike his younger cousin, was no longer at an impressionable age easily swayed by external influences. Noticing Sui Xue's unfriendly demeanor, especially given the strength he could not fathom, he became more serious. Sui Xue, however, paid him no mind. Walking straight to Supervisor Liu and handing over her identification and a set of documents. "I would appreciate it if you could expedite the disbursement of the Douluo Hall as funds." Supervisor Liu, taken aback, accepted the documents and scrutinized them closely. Soon realizing that this young and beautiful woman was a member of the restructured Douluo Hall, he promptly responded, "The paperwork is in order, please leave it to me. And I assure you it will reach the Douluo Hall without a hitch." With that, he glanced at the hesitating Supervisor Li and the furrowed brow of Jean Yu, feeling a sense of vindication as he led the newcomers back to the finance hall. The name of this hall may lack elegance, yet I shall amend it when a more fitting term comes to mind. Chapter 61, A Complete Impasse Chief, that is the sequence of events. Jean Yu stood respectfully in the family hall, reporting to the clan leader. The previous conflict with the Douluo Palace had remained contained under his control. Although the clan members still harbored resentment, they had no choice but to obey the leader's commands once he was invoked. Yet, what merit did those arrogant and short-sighted clan members possess to be sustained by the family? The clan leader, with his hair graying, nodded gently. His gaze, though somewhat clouded, retained a sharpness as it turned towards the other members present in the hall. Those qualified to be here were the core of the family. Not only strong in abilities and broad-minded, but also entrusted with significant responsibilities. At this moment, they were all contemplating the implications of the event at hand. The results of their probing had emerged. How did the elders perceive it? The clan leader's resonant voice shattered the temporary silence. After Jean Yu concluded his report, he sought a secluded corner to observe discreetly, lowering his head in submission. All decisions made here were beyond his purview, and merely being allowed to listen was a testament to his exceptional capabilities. The situation seemed evident. Various signs indicated that the Pope still harbored discontent towards them, showing no inclination for mutual compromise. After a long pause, one of the elders finally spoke. Jean Yu nodded subtly. He shared the same sentiment. Several months had elapsed since the conflict with the Pope, and during this time, Bibi Dong had never mentioned returning the resources the family had acquired, nor allowed them to retain any resources belonging to the Spirit Hall. The family had extended goodwill on numerous occasions, and even after it proved ineffective, had committed several egregious acts, intentionally leaving grounds for the other party to exploit, hoping to preserve their leader with minimal repercussions. However, Bibi Dong seemed oblivious to it all, refraining from any comment and deliberately ignoring the family. Such an attitude clearly indicated that they were to be sacrificed. This impending blow would threaten the very existence of their clan. This had been confirmed repeatedly. The pressing question now was how they would confront it. The clan leader remained non-committal, continuing to inquire. This question rendered the hall even more silent, enveloping it in a deeper stillness. All present instinctively refrained from responding. Ultimately, it seemed someone could no longer endure the atmosphere and spoke up urgently. "What about the enshrinement hall? Our actions over the past 2 years have been tacitly approved by them. Can they truly disregard us like this? We are working for them. Are they genuinely planning to abandon us? Indeed, if it were not for the enshrinement hall's acquiescence, would they dare to act in such a manner? In days of yore, the angel family presided over the Spirit Hall, and such audacious acts were inconceivable, as if they were deliberately courting animosity." As soon as his words fell, it was as though a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of emotions within the hall, infusing the atmosphere with palpable tension. A cold snicker echoed, followed by a voice tinged with disdain. "Do not harbor any hopes for them. Ever since they conceded to Bibi Dong, we have become pawns, destined to serve her purpose." In their eyes, only the angel family mattered, followed by their own interests. As for us, what utility do we hold for them? Everything they possess is bestowed by the Spirit Hall. In their perception, we are merely a matter of familial concern. Such merciless words forced everyone to confront this stark reality once more. Yet, regardless of their thoughts, a solution remained elusive. Jean Yu furtively glanced at the elders, whose faces were marred by heaviness, oppression, and profound confusion, for the future appeared shrouded in obscurity. What of the second elder? Can he not assist us? After all, we are of the same lineage, cautiously inquired a somewhat younger middle-aged man, his hair a striking blend of white and black. As his words lingered, the elder's eyes flickered momentarily, only to dim once more. Even the clan leader shook his head, elucidating, setting aside the second elder's lack of any particular need for us. There exists no rationale for him to extend aid. Moreover, that blood relation is, in truth, rather tenuous. He raised his gaze to the elders and reiterated a truth they had deliberately avoided. It has been but a century since the events transpired. And the family records clearly state that we are merely a group of ordinary individuals with golden crocodile martial spirits, not even the esteemed golden crocodile itself. In the past, the family merely repaid a debt of gratitude to the second elder, seeking to establish a connection. He is truly a commoner, having only attained the golden crocodile king through an anomalous mutation of his martial spirit. The expressions of the elders inevitably darkened. Jinyu sighed inwardly. This fact, which could be concealed within the family and remained unknown to the common folk, now appeared achingly cruel. They bore no significant relationship with the second elder, in his eyes. They might not even be as important as a mere passerby, except for one individual. Jinyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and he could not help but exclaim, "What of Jinyu? He is the true embodiment of the golden crocodile martial spirit. And the second elder has held him in high regard over the years. Perhaps we could implore him to intercede. There may yet be hope." The clan leader gazed at Jinyu with a look of astonishment, yet his countenance bore no trace of joy. He refrained from pursuing Jinyu's rudeness and let out a sigh, as a flicker of hope in his eyes gradually succumbed to disappointment. Jinyu had informed me that the second elder was currently in seclusion, refusing to see anyone, and moreover, Jinyu himself was hesitant, not fully aligning with our side. Upon reflection, it is understandable. He has grown up within the Spirit Hall for many years, receiving all resources from the second elder in the Spirit Hall, which naturally engenders little emotional attachment to us. Were it not for the fact that his parents belong to our clan, he likely would have no desire to involve himself at all. The assembled elite from various families remained silent, devoid of words. They found themselves utterly helpless in the face of a seemingly hopeless situation. No matter how they contemplated, no solutions could be conceived. Furthermore, it was their lack of conviction and almost indulgent attitude that led the lower echelons of the clan to be beguiled by the present Fayade, becoming increasingly arrogant. They remained oblivious to the fact that the more they persisted in this manner, the closer they drew to their own annihilation. When the Pope commenced the reckoning, the accumulated evidence of their transgressions would be sufficient to cast them into an abyss of irreparable ruin. It was unexpected how formidable that woman, Bibi Dong, truly was. We had all underestimated her previously. Now, faced with despair, the only recourse left was to swallow their pride and beseech Jinyu to exert every effort to aid the clan. For surely he would not wish to see this situation persist. The burden of the clan weighed heavily on the leader, who appeared as though a portion of his vitality had been siphoned away, rendering him even more aged. Chapter 62. The Divine Soul Ring. Your spirited demeanor brings me great solace. Qingyang stood before the 30 new members of the Douluo Palace, gazing at their fresh demeanor with great satisfaction. The newly designed uniform of the Douluo Palace imparted a polished and spirited appearance to these youthful individuals, and the phrase valiant and full of vigor perfectly encapsulated their essence. Their exuberance, vitality, and unwavering determination were strikingly evident in their demeanor. This individual before you is your senior, and I trust that you have all heard his name. Qingyang subtly stepped aside, placing Jinyu in a more prominent position. From now on, in addition to daily training, you shall engage in combat studies, with Jinyu serving as your mentor. Jinyu smiled with ease, confidently advancing towards the group of 30. Unfazed by their curious gazes, he addressed them with charm. Greetings, new members. I shall be your combat instructor from this moment forth. You may call me Jinyu. He paused, lost in contemplation for a brief moment. Ultimately, this inquiry perplexed him, and with a hint of resignation, he added, "Call me whatever you prefer, as long as it suits your tongue." At his words, a few couldn't suppress their laughter, though it was quickly stifled, drawing the attention of others. However, Jinyu merely chuckled, choosing not to dwell on it, as his temperament was far too magnanimous to be offended. This amiable and casual demeanor effectively bridged the gap between him and the new members, earning their affection. Yet, it was not without its repercussions. At least Cairo regarded him with a gaze filled with fierce challenge. Mentor Jinyu, many have spoken of your name. You are the fastest rising advanced student, having been specially recruited by the enforcement hall upon your entrance. I have long been curious about you. May I request a moment of your time for guidance? Cairo's words dripped with arrogance and excessive self-assurance, prompting his peers to instinctively distance themselves from him. Even his close friend, Jiang Hao, tugged at his sleeve in caution. Jinyu, Unperturbed, replied, "Certainly. It will be an opportunity for me to witness the prowess of the renowned genius of the martial soul hall." Qingyang cleared his throat twice, interrupting the dialogue between the two. If this continued, the atmosphere would soon become inappropriate. This was not the time for combat instruction. The 30 new members, exhibiting a commendable sense of decorum, promptly fell silent, standing aside in anticipation of the young and formidable lord's address. As I previously mentioned, the Douluo Hall has an additional reward for you, one that may diverge from your expectations, for it is none other than the Soul Ring. Upon hearing this, Kai Luo felt a flicker of confusion, for even at the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy, soul rings were typically acquired under the guidance of instructors. Was this not commonplace? What kind of reward could it possibly be? However, aside from him, others like Hulaina and Qian Quan, whose minds worked more swiftly, pondered deeper implications. What distinguishes this soul ring? I find it hard to believe that this reward is merely as straightforward as it appears. Puzzled, Qian Quan decided to voice his thoughts directly, asking the question that lingered in his mind. Qingyang nodded slightly, casting an approving glance at him. Indeed, it was something extraordinary. It did not require the slaying of soul beasts and assured the suitability of your martial souls without any risk of absorption. Furthermore, the extent of its longevity entirely depended on your own physical capabilities and willpower. If your strength were sufficient, even 100,000-year soul ring would be insignificant. Thus, you may refer to it as a divine bestowed soul ring. Astonished gazes turned towards Qingyang. Even Jin Yao, who had been privy to this knowledge beforehand, could not help but marvel inwardly. A divine bestowed soul ring? This unprecedented term vividly illustrated its uniqueness. And indeed, the reality was just as remarkable. The most suitable martial soul without any peril? Xiaoyu murmured softly, unable to resist repeating it, as if to reaffirm the veracity of the statement. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate that this divine bestowed soul ring was exceptional. Across the continent, countless soul masters had absorbed soul rings that did not match their attributes, which invariably diminished their strength and stunted their potential. As for those who perished while attempting to absorb soul rings, the numbers were even greater. To not require the hunting of soul beasts and to enhance longevity to the utmost limit one could absorb? Hulaina felt her head spinning as the world appeared surreal, her small hand instinctively reaching for her forehead. This reward surpassed her imagination, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed with shock and delight. The Spirit Hall boasted a plethora of powerful soul masters, unlike solitary soul masters who feared the dangers of hunting soul beasts. However, the factor of longevity remained uncertain. Oftentimes, they merely selected and hunted soul beasts that seemed adequate, never truly reaching their limits. My lord, did I hear incorrectly? A divine bestowed soul ring for all of us? Kair's mind was wholly occupied by the term divine bestowed soul ring, consumed by thoughts of its myriad substantial benefits. Qingyang nodded with a smile, slightly elevating his voice to assure them. Of course, each of you is entitled to one soul ring bestowed by the heavens. As for any further requests, they will need to be exchanged for contributions. The breaths of Xieyue and the others grew heavy, their expressions betraying an unmistakable desire. This, indeed, was the effect that Qingyang sought to achieve. The newly established Douluo Palace, while renowned and abundant in resources, lacked any core advantages. However, from this moment forth, the heavenly soul rings would emerge as the palace's unique and defining strength, drawing in true geniuses from the Wuhuan Palace. To be frank, had it not been for the unwavering support of Qian Douluo and the confidence stemming from his relationship with Qian Richue, Qingyang would not have dared to present such an offering, as the implications were profoundly significant. Even Bibi Dong, despite her kindness towards him, could not provide absolute assurance. After all, who would not covet something akin to a divine soul ring? Even the inheritors of divine lineages would feel a stir of temptation. Without a certain degree of confidence and strength, one would merely be the meat on the chopping block. Palace Master, I apologize for the interruption, but there is an urgent matter that requires your personal attention. Just as Qingyang, with a smile on his face, was about to continue speaking, Anna called out and approached from outside. Upon hearing her words, Qingyang approached with a hint of confusion, making his way to Anna's side. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Anna whispered something to Qingyang, which caused him to adopt a noticeably more serious demeanor. Afterward, Anna departed, and Qingyang returned, seemingly unaffected by the earlier exchange, still wearing a smile as he addressed the group. There are matters I must attend to. In the meantime, please engage in discussion with Mentor Jin Yao. Chapter 63. Betrayal. Upon receiving the notification, Qingyang hastened his pace and soon arrived at the resplendent papal hall. Standing in the spacious courtyard before the grand entrance, he observed a considerable gathering of individuals. Among them were predominantly elegantly featured attendants with poised demeanors, tasked with ushering guests inside, arranging seating, and preparing the necessary materials and documents. "Greetings, Master Qingyang. Allow me to escort you within." A well-mannered young man approached Qingyang. "I appreciate your assistance," Qingyang replied. Qingyang smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. After casting a brief glance at the surroundings, he followed the guide with an air of familiarity as they entered the papal hall. Upon stepping inside, it did not take long for Qingyang to sense a distinct difference. It appeared that due to the larger number of participants this time, the meeting was convened in a different location, unlike the one he had visited previously. This fact perhaps indicated that the matters to be discussed held even greater significance than before. With this notion in mind, Qingyang trailed behind the attendant into the assembly hall. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident that the hall was filled with an assembly of elites, with all present being from the Douluo realm, totaling an astonishing 52 individuals, with not a single soul sage in sight. At the very center, surrounding the exalted chair of the supreme leader, were the opulent seats of the 9 vice chairs, with the remaining seats designated for lesser officials. At the highest echelon of the Spirit Hall, the Pope and the 9 elders were already seated, accompanied by numerous honorary elders, the leaders of various halls from the second tier. It was abundantly clear that a significant matter had arisen, prompting the Pope to summon all those wielding real power within the Spirit Hall. Qingyang took a seat at the forefront, near the position of the 9 esteemed elders. It is worth mentioning that this very spot was once occupied by Elder Guibao, who had also been the one to designate you to this prominent position. A young man softly conveyed information unknown to Qingyang. It is understandable, as this could be considered the front row of the assembly, surrounded by high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. Given Qingyang's reputation, his presence here seems somewhat unmerited. It is only due to the intervention of the elders that it has come to this. "Lord Qingyang, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. This area will be sealed off 10 minutes after the meeting commences, and we shall also take our leave." Qingyang nodded gently and remarked, "I understand. There is nothing requiring assistance at the moment. You may leave now." The young man nodded with a smile, and, seeing that Qingyang had no further instructions, departed on his own. It wasn't long before the attendees had all arrived, the seats nearly filled, and the doors of the venue closed, severing all connections with the outside world. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Expressions instinctively tightened as they awaited the address of the most esteemed figure of the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. Those who had reached this stage were far from foolish. They could sense that this assembly was anything but ordinary. The purpose of calling everyone here stemmed from a recent incident outside the Spirit Hall that had cast a decidedly unfavorable shadow upon them. Seated upon the opulent, classical throne, Bibi Dong surveyed the crowd below. Noticing their lack of expression, she continued, "Not long ago, news arrived from the Spirit Hall of the Heavendo Empire that 3 families have unequivocally allied themselves with the Heavendo royal family. Among them, the strongest comprised 2 soul saints and 1 soul Douluo. Aside from 1 indecisive neutral family, the other 2 have long since pledged their loyalty to the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong's voice rose with rare authority, her slight anger enhancing her allure. Yet, at that moment, no one was concerned with her beauty. They were captivated by her words, many trembling in fear and at a loss for words. The loss of a soul Douluo and 2 soul saints was unprecedented, especially considering that 2 of these families had previously aligned with the Spirit Hall. Such a treacherous act was a blatant slap in the face, demonstrating a complete disregard for the Spirit Hall. "Pope, this situation is indeed unfathomable. While the actions of those lesser families swayed by the Heavendo Empire could be understood, why would these prominent families suddenly take such a bold step? Did they not fear the retribution of the Spirit Hall?" An elder could no longer restrain himself from speaking. As the head of the inspection hall, he bore a significant share of responsibility for this betrayal, as it indicated a failure in internal oversight. He had received no warnings, nor had any countermeasures been prepared, allowing the 3 major families to seamlessly relocate to Heavendo City. Humph! Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Deep in her heart, she understood that someone was deliberately setting traps to trouble her. The Hall of Offerings had already ceased their actions, clearly not being the instigators. But those within the Spirit Hall with lesser power, unable to withdraw entirely, would not simply await their demise. This incident was a clear signal. Yet, to think that they could compel Bibi Dong to bow down so easily was rather naive. She was determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at the bare Douluo beside her. Outrageous! The bear Douluo felt a jolt of alarm and immediately bellowed, pointing directly at the head of the inspection hall. "How dare you question the words of the Pope?" The resounding and grand voice instantaneously altered the atmosphere within the entire assembly hall. The countenance of the inspector's hall master turned pale, rendered speechless and uncertain on how to respond. The formidable magic bear Douluo glared with his piercing eyes, surveying the high-ranking hall masters below. Under his imposing presence, none dared to meet his gaze, save for a select few collaborators. Within the hall, the tension was palpable, as if a pin could be heard falling to the ground. In stark contrast to the astonishing might of the magic bear Douluo, it was his attitude that others found even more difficult to fathom. Had the elder truly defected to the Pope so swiftly? Surely, even without the backing of the worship hall, such a turn of events was unexpected. Many hall masters lowered their heads, their minds racing in shock. The display of dominance left Bibi Dong immensely satisfied. These hall masters had persistently paid her lip service while secretly colluding with other discontented rebels. Within the entirety of the Spirit Hall, her words were often discounted by at least 50%, even in the absence of interference from the worship hall. "Very well, Elder. I trust the master of the inspector's hall merely experienced a momentary lapse, leading to this oversight. There is no need to be overly harsh on him." Bibi Dong's seemingly conciliatory remarks only served to leave the inspector's hall master feeling dizzy. Such words were far from benevolent. They placed the blame squarely upon his shoulders. His intentions to gloss over the matter were laid bare, leaving him with no semblance of grace. At this juncture, our focus should not be on unraveling the origins of this issue, but rather on how we shall resolve it. Esteemed hall masters, if you have any constructive ideas, please feel free to share, she declared nonchalantly, thus establishing the theme and nature of the meeting. The inspector's hall master slumped helplessly in his seat, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Bibi Dong was leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. It felt as though she had meticulously prepared to ensure his thorough condemnation. He opened his mouth, intending to articulate a response, but at that moment, the magic bear Douluo flashed a sinister smile and suddenly unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, pressing down upon him. Under the oppressive weight of this terrifying and dense soul force, his words of defense were forcefully stifled. As a soul Douluo, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting the targeted soul pressure unleashed by a titled Douluo. "Your Holiness, I believe it is imperative that I personally lead the charge to the Heaven Do Empire to eliminate the traitors. Only in this manner can we restore the reputation of the Spirit Hall." The newly appointed leader of the Enforcement Hall, a middle-aged man affiliated with Bibi Dong, stepped forward immediately, his face etched with determination. The palpable aura of menace emanating from his words was perceptible to everyone present. Once he finished speaking, the other hall masters exchanged glances, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. They were all taken aback by Bibi Dong's ruthless display of power, intended to serve as a warning. The formidable soul power of the bear spirit Douluo, though directed solely at the leader of the inspection hall, was unmistakably felt by all present, each of whom was a soul Douluo themselves. Furthermore, the evident threat from the leader of the enforcement hall raised uncertainty about its true target. It was conceivable that any opinions they had just voiced could swiftly lead to their suppression by both parties. In such a scenario, losing their influence would be a minor concern. The more pressing question would be whether they could preserve their very lives. Qingyang observed coldly, perceiving the reactions of these hall masters with keen insight. The tide of Bibi Dong's influence had already solidified, rendering any opposition from these mere clowns futile. It would be prudent for them to remain discreet. However, should they continue to act without awareness of the prevailing circumstances, they would inevitably find themselves as sacrificial offerings in the impending purge. Qingyang pondered for a moment before expressing his agreement with the proposal put forth by the Lord of the Enforcement Hall. He stated that, if necessary, the Douluo Hall could extend its support. Bibi Dong's anger somewhat abated, and a fleeting look of satisfaction graced her exquisite features. She turned her gaze towards Qingyang, her unparalleled beauty adorned with a hint of a smile, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Qingyang, the Spirit Hall is not yet in dire need of personnel. You need not go to such lengths. Simply tending to the Douluo Hall is the greatest assistance you can offer me. By the way, have you encountered any difficulties lately that require my assistance?" Bibi Dong's distinctly unusual demeanor left many in astonishment, including the elders of the Hall of Elders nearby. In that moment, a collective realization dawned upon many, and they began to place the newly appointed Hall Master, Qingyang, on their list of individuals to closely observe. Some of the anxious hall masters even entertained the idea of approaching Qingyang to plead on their behalf. Only Lianyo remained unperturbed by this development, watching the interaction between the two with keen interest. Qingyang found himself in a state of helplessness. The situation was far removed from his expectations. He expressed his gratitude to the Pope for his concern, noting that the Douluo Hall had been flourishing recently, encountering no significant difficulties. He believed that soon it would emerge as a formidable pillar of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 64. Discontent and trepidation. Very well, your sentiments are appreciated. With a cold glare, Bibi Dong scrutinized the various hall masters. Under her frosty gaze, they appeared to awaken to a realization, promptly voicing their allegiance. Your Holiness, I represent the Spirit Guard Hall in supporting all your decisions. Indeed, Your Holiness, these rebels must pay the price in blood. If necessary, allow us to take action personally. In that moment, fervor surged among them. It was as if the three great families had committed an unforgivable transgression against the heavens. Those who had previously remained indifferent, even secretly reveling in the spectacle, abruptly shifted their stance, becoming the Pope's staunchest supporters. Regardless of any collusion or agreements among them, at that moment, none dared to openly oppose her. 4 or 5 official elders, including Gue, Zhu, Mo Xiong, Gue Bao, and Sheng Long, unleashed their full momentum, casting an overwhelming presence. Coupled with Bibi Dong herself, it was evident that the highest echelons of the Spirit Hall had aligned against their adversaries. This scene was both absurd and yet entirely fitting. Bibi Dong observed with an unyielding expression. She was acutely aware that her initial objective had been achieved. From this moment forth, the entirety of the Spirit Hall lay submissive beneath her authority. Strangely, her heart remained devoid of any tumult, lacking even a flicker of enthusiasm. The anticipated exhilaration and joy of seizing control over the Spirit Hall seemed utterly absent. Perhaps this was what one might refer to as emptiness. Casting aside her distracting thoughts, Bibi Dong embarked on her subsequent plan. Since the hall masters were in unanimous accord, the matter of the 3 great families would be entrusted to the enforcement hall. With the hope of yielding a satisfactory outcome, Bibi Dong spoke softly, and the master of the enforcement hall promptly accepted the charge. Your Holiness, rest assured, within 2 months, you shall receive the results you desire. His solemn declaration, coupled with his earnest countenance, compelled an instinctual trust in his assurance. Excellent. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Passing over the matter, this rebellion underscored the diminishing deterrence of the Spirit Hall, which had waned to a critical low after 2 years of decline. Should no changes be made, it was likely that no one would regard the Spirit Hall with any seriousness in the future, and the 2 great empires would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike against them. Therefore, I have resolved that once the 3 great families are dealt with, the Spirit Hall shall initiate a grand operation against the recurrent, hostile forces in various regions, aiming to eradicate the root of the problem entirely. Bibi Dong's incessant discourse, imbued with a chilling intensity and a palpable aura of menace, resonated throughout the chamber. The elders, well aware of their collective agreement, voiced no dissent. Their interests were intricately tied to the Spirit Hall. However, the expressions of the various hall masters shifted to one of discontent. If anyone were to betray the interests of the Spirit Hall for personal or familial gain, it would not be the lower-ranking members, nor the senior elders, but rather those among them, these hall masters, who managed their respective domains yet were not central to the core leadership. Indeed, many present were likely guilty of such treachery. This was a truth well known to Bibi Dong, the elders, and particularly the hall masters. The unspoken reality that had been tolerated in the past would no longer be accepted following her ascension to power. Your Holiness, is this action not overly radical? What if it incites rebellion across the regions? Shan, the headmaster of the Spirit Hall Academy, though gripped by trepidation, found the courage to express his dissent, albeit hesitantly. He did not wish to confront her, yet felt compelled to speak out. Let them rebel then. The Spirit Hall cannot harbor such traitors. Bibi Dong forcefully struck her staff downward, her soul power reverberating with an ominous resonance, making her resolve unmistakably clear to all present. It was evident that a storm of bloodshed would soon engulf the Spirit Hall once again. Silence ensued, or rather a quiet rebellion, yet Bibi Dong remained indifferent to it. With a disdainful huff, she rose and strode toward another exit, her 9 elders rising in succession to follow her. Just as Elder Ghost Leopard was about to step through the door, he turned back to glance at the hall masters, offering a subtle smile. Gentlemen, I urge you not to miscalculate. With that, The grand central seat of the assembly lay vacant. The previously eerie silence erupted into a cacophony of chaos. The atmosphere within the most significant hall of the Spirit Hall transformed into a scene reminiscent of the lowest markets on the continent. What does she think she is? Does she truly believe herself the master of the Spirit Hall? When Qin Xuanji was present, she dared not utter a word. Now she seeks to flaunt her authority over us. Preposterous. Without the support from the various regions, can the Spirit Hall still claim its former stature? Her actions are bound to alienate the hearts of the people. She has truly overstepped, and why do the deities not intervene? How can the elders conspire with this woman in such a disgraceful manner? Qingyang's lips curled into a smile as he listened to the frantic yet fearful words concealed within the chaos. For reasons unknown, he found himself surprisingly pleased. Given the stature of the various temple masters and high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, they ought not to descend to the level of street vendors, vocally cursing and complaining. After years of cultivating their composure, there was still some merit to their restraint. Their actions were solely to display their dissent to the recently departed Bibi Dong. Whether such actions would bear fruit, however, remains a different matter altogether. At this moment, Shan approached Qingyang, his expression rather uneasy. Is it true, Lord Qingyang? What the Pope has said? What does she intend to do against the Spirit Hall itself? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cacophony surrounding Qingyang instinctively quieted, with several individuals discreetly shifting their attention to this exchange. Indeed, the Pope and the elders have made their decision, and soon enough, all shall bear witness to the unfolding events. Qingyang did not conceal his words, further deepening the discontent and anxiety within their hearts. Some astute individuals had already come to the realization that the time had come to take a stand. One must either fully align with the Spirit Hall or become a target for elimination. Shan's brow seemed to crease with additional lines. He sighed, his posture slightly hunched, and silently turned to depart. Clearly, he had made his own plans, yet whether those plans were prudent or perilous remained shrouded in uncertainty. Although Shan had left, others still gravitated toward Qingyang. Your Excellency, the Lord of Qingyang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Our Spirit Hall truly boasts a plethora of talents, and individuals of your caliber are indeed rare across the continent. A somewhat portly man, with a beaming smile, approached. He was the Lord of the Martial Defense Hall, responsible for overseeing the defensive forces of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 65. Division. You flatter me. What brings you here? Qingyang listened to the flattering words with a smile, showing no concern. The slightly plump man chuckled awkwardly and said, Ever since I became aware of the Pope's troubles, I have been contemplating ways to alleviate His Majesty's burdens. However, I find myself at a loss for effective solutions. Therefore, may I request that Lord Qingyang provide guidance to our Martial Guard Hall on how we ought to proceed? Qingyang cast a curious glance at the man, noting his remarkable awareness. He displayed a resolute determination and immediately pledged his loyalty. He even presented the Wu-Wei Hall under his command, which, aside from anything else, demonstrated his adeptness at navigating shifting circumstances. The slightly rotund master of the Wu-Wei Hall smiled courteously, his opulent attire and amiable demeanor rendering him quite affluent in appearance. Qingyang Hall Master. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Ming-Yi. Qingyang nodded thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. He continued, It is commendable that you harbor such aspirations, yet I can only convey your sentiments. The ultimate decision lies with the Pope. Ming-Yi had no objections, for this was indeed his intention. The crux of the matter now was to communicate his stance to the Pope. Hence, the presence of a significant intermediary, one who commands the respect of Bibi Dong, becomes paramount. Having received the desired response, Ming-Yi confidently thumped his chest and earnestly vowed, I am truly grateful. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. This promise carried considerable weight, regardless of its veracity. The sincerity of his attitude was unmistakable. While the two engaged in this amicable discourse, an unexpected incident transpired within the venue. A faction of individuals, increasingly consumed by discontent and resentment, witnessed one of their own, in a fit of rage, vociferously berate Bibi Dong before storming out. This rude and disrespectful act drew the attention of numerous onlookers, and soon others followed suit, echoing similar sentiments. Although the gathering had devolved into a private discussion, with no one pursuing accountability for their impropriety, this interlude served to intensify the already discordant atmosphere. Observing this scene, Qingyang nearly shook his head in disapproval. Such individuals had evidently conspired and opted for a path of defiance. Frankly, Qingyang harbored little faith in their endeavors. Perhaps they too understood that a desperate gamble might still hold a glimmer of hope. I shall take my leave now. The newly established Douluo Palace demands my attention, and I trust that in due time, I shall provide you with a definitive response. Qingyang rose to his feet and bid farewell to Meng Yi beside him. Due to the actions of those individuals, Qingyang found himself in a moment of solitude, as many were lost in contemplation, unbothered by the presence of other temple masters. Seizing this opportunity, he was pleased to take his leave from the scene. Very well, I shall await your good news with anticipation. Meng Yi maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly untouched by external circumstances. Qingyang nodded, turned around, and walked towards the entrance of the venue. Once he passed through the grand doors, someone would undoubtedly come to lead him away. For him, this meeting served merely as a witness to the unfolding events. Meng Yi observed Qingyang's gradually receding figure, retracting his almost endearing smile, his expression transforming into one of near impassivity. At that moment, a throng of individuals suddenly surrounded him, as if they had been awaiting this very opportunity. What is the situation? One inquired eagerly. Meng Yi's gaze flickered as he languidly took a seat, a hint of mockery lacing his words. You all seem to have already gathered the information, so why do you come to me instead of seeking the answers yourselves? He fell silent, offering no response. Another stepped forward and said, Meng Yi, you must understand that the current circumstances differ greatly from the past. They pertain to our very survival. Just as he was about to say more, Meng Yi raised a hand, interrupting him with an air of impatience. Yes, I am aware. While the angel family was in power, they disregarded such mundane affairs, caring only that their commands were executed without obstruction. For them, strength is paramount. But now, the Pope, Meng Yi scoffed derisively at this juncture. The Inspector Palace Master's expression hardened as he stated, Indeed, we are all acutely aware of what she is like. Cold and ruthless, a woman who dares to turn the Spirit Hall into her personal fiefdom. If it were the angel family, I might accept it. But what gives her the right? After all our years of toil, having gained merely a modicum of power, she wishes to reclaim it? Meng Yi, seemingly unconcerned, replied in a leisurely manner, Yes, what of the title Douluo? With so many of us Spirit Douluo gathered, we are not truly afraid of her. Moreover, even if she is a title Douluo, we could easily muster our own. The mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that? The crowd fell into a heavy silence, their innermost thoughts perhaps reflecting this very sentiment. Yet, this was a last resort. Once implemented, victory was uncertain. At the very least, they would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties in a civil conflict, leaving the question of whether they would even live to enjoy the fruits of victory lingering ominously. Regardless, I plan to lead a peaceful life moving forward, so do not seek me out again. Observing their expressions, Meng Yi understood their thoughts. As he spoke, he turned and began to walk away. After just a few steps, he halted, as if struck by a thought. Without looking back, he added, Oh, just a reminder. That new palace master is no simple character. The Grand Offering, the Pope, and the Young Master. These three most esteemed figures of the Spirit Hall are closely allied with him, representing the most formidable power on the continent. If there are any other thoughts, perhaps one could have a conversation with him. After speaking, Meng Yi's figure vanished from their sight. Nevertheless, his final words left many in deep contemplation. According to Meng Yi, Qingyang is indeed no simple character. Perhaps. With a sudden clap of his hands upon the table, the inspector's expression turned grim. What is this? Once a way out is found, one immediately casts us aside and severs ties, without even considering whether Bai Dong would deem him worthy. After venting his frustration with a roar, he turned his gaze towards the few individuals beside him. His reddened eyes resembled a beast poised to pounce. My friends, reflect on the good deeds you have accomplished over these years. We are left with no retreat. If we wish to survive and attain everything, we must take a bold leap. Chapter 66. The Prince of the Papal Palace Qingyang was poised to return to the Douluo Palace, contemplating the issuance of a modest trial task for the 30 new students, a means to determine the allocation of spirit evolution opportunities. The prior mention of the newly established Douluo Palace, with its myriad of affairs yet to be addressed, was no mere pretense. However, not long into his journey, Qingyang spotted Lianyo standing to the side, a smile gracing her features as she waved at him. Her demeanor suggested she was either awaiting his arrival or had matters to discuss. Qingyang did not evade and walked towards her. Is the elder waiting for me? Qingyang directly inquired. Lianyo nodded, then gently tousled Qingyang's hair. Observing his suddenly expressionless demeanor, she could not help but chuckle. Indeed, I have been waiting for you. Please do not wear such a serious expression. It makes me feel quite awkward. You ought to smile more. Lianyo remarked with a hint of bashfulness as she withdrew her hand. Qingyang sighed inwardly, finding himself at a loss when it came to the capricious Lianyo. Nevertheless, this peculiarity allowed Qingyang's typically standardized and somewhat insincere expressions to become more relaxed and amiable. Elder, if there is something you wish to discuss, please do so directly. I have matters to attend to, be stated. Lianyo cleared her throat, concealing her emotions, and her demeanor appeared to shift towards a more serious tone. The Pope has asked me to convey a few words to you, informal in nature, so there's no need for solemnity. Upon finishing her sentence, she seemed to recall something amusing, and a teasing glint sparkled in her eyes. She instructed me to inform you that should anyone seek refuge during this time, you may choose to accept them. If you can manage it, the Pope will designate those sanctuaries beneath the Douluo Hall. What do you think? Is the Pope's support not substantial? Do you not feel quite flattered? Under Lianyo's playful gaze, Qingyang offered no objection, merely nodding in acknowledgement. If upon their initial meeting with Bibi Dong he could slightly gauge her intentions, now, Qingyang could hardly fathom the true thoughts of Bibi Dong. Why was she so benevolent towards him? Was this attention and favoritism not excessively profound? Lianyo smiled softly, unfazed by Qingyang's reaction. This question, it seems, is also a source of curiosity for many within the Spirit Hall. Did you know? Recently, among the lower ranks of the papal court, you have been bestowed with a private moniker, which, I believe, will soon garner universal acknowledgement. Qingyang cast a peculiar glance at the other party, only to behold Lianyo wearing an expression that seemed to teeter on the brink of laughter, yet she restrained herself with great effort. Although Lianyo possessed an extraordinary beauty accompanied by a distinctive aura that rendered her unparalleled among all women, her current demeanor was undeniably comical, leaving Qingyang at a loss for words in his appraisal. A sense of doubt arose within Qingyang, yet he refrained from exhibiting any pronounced reaction. Elder, your expression has undoubtedly piqued my curiosity. Might you be willing to share with me? Following the implication of the other, he posed the inquiry. At this moment, Lianyo could no longer contain herself and burst into unrestrained laughter, devoid of any semblance of restraint. Her laughter, tinged with exasperation, even carried a hint of a choke, and tears began to glisten at the corners of her eyes. They actually refer to you as the Prince of the Pope's Hall. Haha, is this a joke? It's utterly hilarious. Qingyang, taken aback by Lianyo's unabated mirth, found himself momentarily speechless. This title indeed reflects a certain esteem for me. After a considerable pause, he managed to recover from his stupor. Setting aside other matters, the implication of this moniker is astoundingly precise. At such a tender age, to preside over a hall, especially one as esteemed and uniquely positioned as the Douluo Hall, is no small feat. An initial allocation of 3 million gold soul coins was granted as the inaugural funding. He was permitted to select individuals from the Law Enforcement Hall and the Soul Master Academy at his discretion. Not to mention the myriad of other extraordinary displays in the Pope's profound favor, this title of Prince of the Pope's Hall indeed encapsulates it perfectly. You must know, from my perspective, even if the Pope does not regard you as a child, it is likely close enough. I wonder how the young master will react upon learning this. Lianyo remarked with a feigned seriousness, then could not help but clutch her stomach, her mouth partially covered. The laughter that was stifled continued to escape. I cannot help but laugh at the thought of Qian Rengshu's expression. If it were anyone else, she would undoubtedly seek to behead him. However, your reaction, frustrated yet helpless, perhaps even slightly aggrieved, promises to be quite entertaining. This evident wicked amusement vividly illustrated Lianyo's character. A sudden stir of emotions surged within Qingyang. Perhaps there is truth to this notion. Qian Rengshu has long yearned for the affection of her parents, particularly from Bibi Dong. If she were to realize the extent of Bibi Dong's behavior towards her and reflect upon her own childhood experiences, the scenarios described by Lianyo might indeed come to fruition. How intriguing this situation is. Qingyang shook his head, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Elder, if Xiaoxue were to witness your schadenfreude, I dare say you would be her first target. At last, Lianyo managed to stifle her laughter, regaining her composure, shedding the uncharacteristic demeanor she had displayed. Taking several deep breaths to steady her uneven breaths, she addressed Qingyang with a composed demeanor. All right, no more jesting. Although I concur with their assertions, you need not worry about the forthcoming events. Those aligned with the Pope have already been determined. Aside from those who harbor distrust towards the Pope and seek to align themselves with you, the remaining diehards are the primary targets to be eradicated. With Lianyo's elucidation, Bibi Dong's more intricate plan became unmistakably clear to Qingyang. He was astounded to discover that Bibi Dong had classified the Spirit Hall into 3 factions: the Pope's forces, her own faction, and the dissenters. While the title of Prince of the Papal Hall elicited merely a chuckle from him, Bibi Dong's categorization truly astonished Qingyang. This transcended mere support. It signified her intent to cultivate a new power that could rival the Pope's Hall. In other words, Bibi Dong did not regard him as a subordinate at all. Why would the Pope devise such a scheme? If she were to openly declare her stance and welcome the allegiance of the neutrals, surely they would not resist. Qingyang voiced his inner doubts. In his perspective, Bibi Dong had no need to act in such a manner. Taking over all the forces of the Spirit Hall would suffice, without the necessity of creating an additional faction. Lianyo, however, appeared entirely indifferent to this. Who knows? Chapter 67, The Soul Guiding Device Research Institute. Ultimately, Qingyang remained unable to fathom Bibi Dong's true intentions. Yet, it mattered little. Bibi Dong harbored no malice towards him, having shown him kindness throughout his life, even displaying considerable care. This was a positive aspect. Recognizing this was sufficient, and there was no need to delve deeper. The current developments represented a most auspicious beginning for Qingyang, and the ensuing impact would undoubtedly be monumental. After bidding farewell to Lianyo, Qingyang chose not to return to the Douluo Hall. On his journey, he recalled a minor issue, prompting him to alter his course. Qingyang wishes to establish a set of rewards for the upcoming trials of the 30 new members. Otherwise, apart from one individual who will receive the reward of soul evolution, the remaining 29 will find the situation rather unfriendly. Even within the enforcement hall, there exists a system of task contribution points, which can be exchanged for numerous resources. Qingyang could not allow these new members to return empty-handed after completing their tasks. While it was not entirely unreasonable, the repercussions would be unfavorable. Thus, Qingyang redirected his path towards the Soul Guidance Device Research Institute, a newly established and unique department. Not only was he eager to discover whether any valuable innovations had emerged, but he also wished to observe the development of this seldom-mentioned division. Upon arriving at a substantial complex, Qingyang was halted by the guards. Halt! This is the Soul Guidance Device Research Institute of the Spirit Hall. If you have no business here, please refrain from approaching. The two guards remained expressionless, embodying a demeanor of strict professionalism. It was only natural. Without rules, there could be no order, and this was hardly surprising. Qingyang did not succumb to negative emotions. Instead, he produced the identity token of the Douluo Palace and displayed it to the two men, inquiring, "I am Qingyang, the Palace Master of Douluo. I wonder if I possess the authority to enter? If not, I shall seek a decree from the Pope." The two guardians exchanged glances, their surprise evident. After all, Qingyang was quite young and had not made frequent appearances within the Spirit Hall, making it difficult for one to associate him with the title of Palace Master. While the mid-level officials were somewhat aware of his presence, those of lower ranks were more inclined to regard him as merely a student or the offspring of someone prominent. "Please hold for a moment," one of the men said apologetically, retrieving an object that exuded a sense of advanced technology. It was square and emitted a faint red glow. He aimed the device at Qingyang's token, and a subtle wave of soul power emanated forth. In the next instant, the red light transformed into green, and a voice resonated from the device. "Identity confirmed. Qingyang, Palace Master of Douluo, Honorary Elder. Permanent access granted. Highest level." The emotionless and distorted voice prompted the two men to step aside, their expressions respectful as one of them said, "We sincerely apologize, Palace Master Qingyang. You are authorized to enter without the Pope's decree. I am Chen Xian. May I offer my company?" Qingyang shifted his gaze, tinged with curiosity, away from the instrument. Or rather, the soul guiding device. Truth be told, it was evident from this soul guiding device that the Soul Guiding Instrument Research Institute had indeed produced a plethora of intriguing innovations over the past few years. Within him, anticipation regarding this sudden endeavor began to blossom further. "Then, I shall trouble you with this." Qingyang smiled at Chen Xian and said, "You are too kind." "It is my honor." Taken aback by the compliment, Chen Xian immediately took the lead, guiding the way while introducing Qingyang to the surroundings. He elaborated on the environment, highlighting the peculiar experimental soul-guiding devices that were scattered throughout. "Our Soul Guiding Device Research Institute was established 4 years ago with the initial approval of the Pope. At that time, we were modest in scale, with limited funding and only a handful of researchers. It was not until 2 years ago, following the confiscation of a substantial amount of research materials and personnel from the malevolent soul masters, that our institute began to expand, reaching its current stature." Qingyang nodded thoughtfully, indicating that this was one of the changes he had brought about. Without his presence, the mission of 4 years ago, relying solely on Jin Yao, would have been fraught with uncertainty, and the demon extermination operation 2 years prior would never have occurred. At that time, under the relentless crackdown by the enforcement hall, the malevolent soul master who had lost MOU was destined not to be annihilated in one fell swoop, but rather to gradually fade into oblivion. However, under such circumstances, the related information on these soul-guiding devices would also be doomed to remain undiscovered for the foreseeable future. The greater likelihood was that amidst the ongoing turmoil and strife, they would vanish entirely. Master of the Hall, behold that experimental sweeping soul-guiding robot. It is a product we have autonomously repaired and developed based on fragmented ancient records. Although the ancient soul-guiding civilization was remarkably advanced, we are by no means inferior. Just like these soul-guiding robots, they are truly groundbreaking creations. Qin Xian pointed to a short distance away, where a dozen oddly shaped, robust big winter melons were moving across the pristine stone-paved ground, his voice imbued with excitement and pride. With them, we possess the means to liberate human labor and transform the Douluo Continent. Qingyang was somewhat taken aback, astonished to discover such advanced technology in the crafting of soul-guiding devices throughout the history of the continent. His previous assumptions led him to believe that soul-guiding devices were primarily utilized to enhance combat prowess or serve as formidable weapons. How, then, is such a robot-like soul-guiding device achieved? As Qingyang contemplated expressing his thoughts, 2 soul-guiding robots collided with a resounding thud, fortuitously crashing into one another and positioning their cleaning apparatuses against each other, engaging in a standoff. The corners of Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly, and the fleeting thought in his mind vanished in an instant. Amidst the relentless collisions of the 2 soul-guiding robots, each attempting to eliminate the other in a cacophony of erroneous prompts, a sudden flash of red light appeared, accompanied by a sharp beep. In an unexpected turn of events, both soul-guiding robots abruptly ceased all movement, rendering them as still as if they were lifeless. Upon witnessing this, Qingyang hesitated slightly and remarked to Qin Xian beside him, "What you've stated appears to be somewhat inaccurate." Qin Xian, with an awkward smile, hurried over to the 2 soul-guiding robots, pressed a series of buttons, and successfully rebooted them. The robots ceased their earlier conflict and rejoined the ranks of the cleaning brigade, meandering across the pristine and orderly floor. When Qin Xian returned, his face tinged with a faint blush, he sheepishly remarked, "After all, they are experimental subjects. It is quite understandable for them to exhibit minor issues. I firmly believe that in the future, our master of soul-guiding devices will undoubtedly resolve these trivial problems." Qingyang nodded. Based on the recent performance of the soul-guiding robot, it is evident that a considerable amount of time is still required for research and modifications before these devices can be applied on a large scale. At the current level, they are simply not presentable. Chapter 68, The Testing Ground. By the way, Master Qingyang, do you have any specific needs for your visit to the Soul-Guiding Device Research Institute? After the earlier incident, Qin Xian walked alongside Qingyang for a while before suddenly recalling this question at a fork in the road. He couldn't help but turn around, his expression awkward as he looked at Qingyang. Qingyang found it amusing and remarked, "I wish to see the soul-guiding devices that the Research Institute has developed over the years. If possible, I would like to represent the Douluo Palace in selecting and procuring a few." Procurement? That implies an order. It involves money. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's eyes lit up with excitement, as though Qingyang's words were a long-awaited revelation for him. He immediately retrieved an unremarkable communication talisman from his pocket and activated it with his soul power. As the talisman ignited and vanished, a faint and unique soul energy was perceived by Qingyang. It seemed that over the years, in addition to the still immature robots, many intriguing innovations had indeed been developed here. As Qingyang pondered this, Qin Xian finally turned to him, wearing an apologetic smile as he explained, "I apologize, but these matters are beyond my control. Therefore, I have informed the Vice Dean, who will personally guide you for a tour shortly. For now, please follow me to the Soul Guidance Device Testing Ground, where we possess a variety of well-developed soul guidance devices that will surely meet your needs." With that, Qin Xian took the lead, somewhat eager, guiding Qingyang down another path. The Soul Guidance Device Testing Ground is one of the key venues of the Soul Guidance Device Research Institute. Whenever a new type of soul guidance device is developed, it is brought here for testing. However, both research and testing require substantial resources. Thus, despite the Institute's considerable financial budget, it is perpetually insufficient for their needs. Under Qin Xian's guidance, they encountered no interruptions or inspections, allowing them to smoothly enter the testing ground. To be honest, The scene before Qingyang was vastly different from his expectations. The first thing that struck him was the sight of various exposed mechanical instruments and an array of metallic materials. Additionally, an assortment of ores and equipment was carelessly strewn about in corners, with some peculiar soul guidance devices, charred and damaged, discarded haphazardly aside. The center, however, remained a vast open space, while the rest of the area was quite a sight to behold. Are you certain this is the testing ground of the Soul Guidance Device Research Institute? It feels more akin to an abandoned factory, he remarked. Qingyang steadied his mind. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. In his imagination, a place brimming with advanced technology should at the very least resemble the sophisticated and awe-inspiring environments of the information age, or at the very least, exhibit the orderly grandeur and pristine cleanliness characteristic of the post-industrial era, infused with a stunningly alternative aesthetic. However, the scene before him was utterly perplexing. It resembled nothing more than the haphazard workings of a makeshift workshop. Although it may not appear impressive at first glance, I assure you that this venue is indeed functional. Furthermore, not all locations share this disarray. At least the research laboratory boasts an exceptionally impressive environment. Chen Xian felt a wave of embarrassment, his voice instinctively dropping a notch. Perhaps he too recognized that the sight of this place would be unbearable to others. To have it juxtaposed with the solemn and grandiose Spirit Hall would undeniably tarnish the public's long-standing perception of such a revered institution. Well, considering it has only been established for 4 years, I suppose I can find some understanding. Qingyang nodded, reluctantly convincing himself to acknowledge the other party's perspective. The magnificent faade of the Soul Guide Research Institute, emblematic of opulence and grandeur, when juxtaposed with such an internal environment, indeed delivers a striking visual impact. Chen Xian, what brings you here today? Have you developed a new soul guide? Nearby, amidst a chaotic array of instruments, a person tinkering with a bracelet-like object noticed them and greeted Chen Xian. The person's face bore the marks of past encounters, streaked with patches of black and white, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. Were it not for the long hair and the voice, Qingyang might have mistaken them for a male. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Xian displayed no surprise, as if accustomed to her presence, having anticipated her arrival here. He courteously returned the greeting, saying, I brought someone for a visit today. Not to test the soul guides. Senior sister, please continue your research. You needn't mind us. Upon hearing this, the woman's bright gaze shifted towards them, scrutinizing the two. Realizing that they did not possess any soul guides, her interest swiftly waned, and she resumed her work with various instruments, delving into the soul guide in her hands. Chen Xian took the opportunity to introduce Qingyang, saying, This is my senior sister. She has always been this way, devoted to the study of various soul guides. Recently, however, she seems to be particularly enamored with spatial soul guides, tirelessly researching and testing day and night, which accounts for her somewhat disheveled appearance. Qingyang curiously observed the woman. Perhaps this was the epitome of a true researcher. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled man, resembling a scholar, hurriedly entered from outside. Calling out in an urgent and loud voice, Chen Xian, where are you? Upon seeing this spirited man in his 40s, Chen Xian's expression was clearly replaced with one of joy. He waved in that direction and raised his voice, exclaiming, Mentor, over here. The man quickly approached, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Qingyang, yet upon noticing her appearance, his brow furrowed slightly. For someone of her age, it was indeed incongruous. Engrossed in his research on soul-guiding devices, he was oblivious to the recent happenings in the outside world. Nevertheless, he did not voice his thoughts, for he held great confidence in the identity testing conducted by his Soul Guidance Device Research Institute. He had yet to encounter anyone bold enough to deceive within the halls of the Martial Soul Hall. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Abit, the Vice President of the Soul Guidance Device Research Institute. Abit's demeanor was not particularly warm, yet he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, perhaps out of respect for the gold soul coins involved. Qingyang paid little heed to these matters. Under the introduction of Chen Xian, they exchanged a few pleasantries, thus establishing a cordial acquaintance. He then proceeded directly to the crux of the matter, inquiring, Vice-Dean Abite, might I ask if, over the years, the Spirit Guidance Institute has developed any spirit devices capable of enhancing the survival and combat prowess of spirit masters? Qingyang's words stirred a sense of discontent within Abit, causing his expression to grow increasingly frosty. He muttered under his breath, another individual solely fixated on combat soul devices. Although the remark was uttered softly and swiftly, well concealed, Qingyang discerned it with clarity. Chapter 69. Soul Devices. It appeared that this vice president harbored thoughts divergent from others. Upon witnessing the soul device robot earlier, Qingyang felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically, in a continent where soul masters dominate, the perspective embedded in Qingyang's words should align more closely with the prevailing sentiments of soul masters. Conversely, those who disregard combat soul devices seem all the more exceptional. Before Qingyang could pose an inquiry, Abbott raised his hand, infusing it with a subtle flow of soul power. With a flicker of light, a modest object materialized in his palm. Clearly, the unassuming, dark gray, antiquated ring adorning his middle finger was a rare storage soul device. Abbott gestured to Qingyang, holding up a box-like soul device, noticeably more refined and meticulously crafted. He elaborated. This soul device is referred to within our research institute as the Type I miniature soul power compression launcher. It is a remote attack type soul device that we developed based on ancient texts and our own modifications. It has undergone small-scale usage and enhancements in both experimental and testing phases, resulting in a fairly mature offensive soul device. Recently, the Pope placed an order for 500 units. As he spoke, the graying hairs of Abbott's beard perked up slightly, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. For him, even if he held a slight aversion to offensive soul devices, securing an order from the Pope was undoubtedly a significant endorsement for the Soul Device Research Institute. With the Pope's support, the institute could flourish, and Abbott was acutely aware of this fact. Upon hearing this, Qingyang gazed with great interest at the soul-guiding device in the other person's hand. Fortunately, although Abbott was not particularly fond of him, he did not hesitate. He took out another soul-guiding device from his ring and casually tossed it over, allowing Qingyang to hold it and examine it closely. This so-called small-scale soul power compression launcher appeared rather unremarkable, yet its exterior was significantly superior to the items present in the vicinity. Though it did not reach the level of a work of art, it also lacked the typical roughness associated with the Research Institute, which often clashed with the style of the Spirit Hall. Clearly, this mass-produced soul-guiding device had been meticulously designed and crafted. Stop looking. You won't discern anything significant. Next, I will demonstrate its power and explain its usage. Abbott interrupted Qingyang's inquiry rather brusquely, leaving him little dignity. He then proceeded to the open area in the center. After pressing several buttons on the intricate control console nearby, a few mechanical constructs resembling humanoid figures arose within the arena. At this juncture, Abbott glanced at Qingyang and cautioned, "Pay close attention." In the next moment, with soul power infused, Abbott aimed the small soul power compression launcher forward. With a resounding bang, a fist-sized charred mark appeared on the chest of one of the humanoid figures, even releasing wisps of blue smoke. Upon closer inspection through the explosive gaping hole in its chest, one could discern the internal structure of the construct. The force of this strike was astonishingly formidable. Aside from Qingyang, no one else could clearly identify what had caused such significant damage to the target. Qingyang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Infusing his soul power, he concentrated and compressed it, hastening its release. This seemingly simple manipulation of soul energy achieved a level of effectiveness that many soul masters found elusive, significantly amplifying its lethality. Had this been a soul master specialized in defense, it would likely require at least a third ring to withstand a fatal blow, while a fourth ring might barely endure. Ebi, who was adjusting the soul-guiding device, paused momentarily before turning to Qingyang, regarding him with a distinctly peculiar gaze infused with astonishment. "I never imagined you possessed such insight." Indeed, even the most rudimentary techniques for handling soul energy, when perfected, can yield tremendous results. Moreover, for soul-guiding devices, this intricate endeavor, demanding exceptional experience and control, merely adheres to pre-established standards. Ebi's words were laced with a condescending disbelief towards soul masters and an underlying pride that ran deep. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Qingyang found himself momentarily unable to refute her assertions. In certain respects, soul-guiding devices indeed surpassed the capabilities of soul masters. Furthermore, as history progressed, society's dependence on these devices grew exponentially, giving rise to remarkable innovations that were once deemed inconceivable. This soul-guiding device is quite impressive. Is it available for mass production, and what is its unit price? Qingyang paid little attention to the words of the other party and inquired of Abbott. In response, Abbott did not answer Qingyang directly but engaged in a series of increasingly intricate operations on the control panel. Before long, the remaining biosynthetic beings in the center of the arena were enveloped in thick, impenetrable steel armor, perfectly fitted with not a single flaw in sight. From a distance, they resembled small, formidable iron lumps that would deter any onlooker from engaging. The defensive capabilities of these biosynthetic beings now rival that of an average soul defense sect. Let us take a closer look, Ibit remarked, adjusting the soul-guiding device in his hand to target a random humanoid model. As a more potent soul power surged forth, a minuscule energy sphere flickered briefly at the device's emission port. In the next instant, with a thunderous explosion, the humanoid model was obliterated. Billowing clouds of dust emanating from the site of the blast, affecting the vicinity within a 2-meter radius. Qingyang was taken aback, astonished that this soul-guiding device could actually modulate the intensity of its power. Albert, with a proud smile, remarked, "How could the invention of my disciple be so simplistic? Even an attack-type device must possess its own intricacies. This particular soul-guiding apparatus, at its minimum power, can be wielded even by soul masters, akin to the level you first observed. However, a soul master can only utilize their soul power for 1 or 2 instances at this level. Beyond that, it exceeds the expectations of this tier. Its maximum potential, however, could even pose a threat to a soul king. Though such a level of power necessitates the control of a soul sect practitioner, as lower-tier soul masters simply lack the requisite soul energy." Filled with curiosity, Qingyang instinctively grasped his compact soul power compression launcher Type 1 and activated his ability. A fleeting golden shimmer illuminated his gaze, transforming his perception entirely. In that moment, the intricate structure of the soul guide became vividly apparent to him. He comprehended the processes of storage, transformation, condensation, expansion, and release with remarkable clarity. The various techniques, functionalities, and applications, as well as the characteristics of the materials, were unmistakably revealed to him, and he even identified several imperfections within the design. Chapter 70. Purchase in Qingyang's mind. A certain clarity dawned upon him. Although his understanding of soul-guiding devices was limited, his perceptive insight allowed him to conduct a certain analysis of this particular apparatus. Following the method demonstrated by a bit earlier, Qingyang directed the launcher towards a bionic being shielded by robust steel armor. After infusing a modest amount of soul power to fill the energy reservoir of the device, he pressed the button to activate it. At that moment, time seemed to slow in Qingyang's perception. Every intricate pattern of the device's components, their functional effects, and the transformation of soul power flowed effortlessly under his gaze, revealing no secrets whatsoever. He could even distinctly observe how the soul power he infused underwent a transformation within the device. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed through the air. Qingyang retrieved the soul guide device and pondered for a moment. The concepts and philosophies embedded within the device had profoundly inspired him. He felt a vague notion stirring within, suggesting that perhaps he could employ a unique method to manifest another set of light and shadow armor. "How much do you require for this soul guide device?" The Pope procured it at the price of 3,000 gold soul coins, a bit inquired, observing Qingyang's contemplative expression, mistakenly believing he was awestruck by the device's power. Seizing the opportunity, he casually posed his question and then turned his gaze away, feigning indifference. Yet, his incessantly tapping fingers betrayed his anxious thoughts. After all, one could hardly afford to disregard monetary matters. The research projects at the Soul Guide Research Institute were notorious for their insatiable appetite for funds, and the meager allocation provided by the Pope was woefully insufficient. However, lacking resources was not an option, thus, they had no choice but to seek alternative means to generate income. Chen Xian, who had been silently observing, grew increasingly anxious at his mentor's pretentious demeanor. Losing Qingyang as a client would necessitate further frugality in their research endeavors. Recalling their past impoverished existence, he could no longer restrain himself and boldly approached Qingyang with fervor, passionately extolling the virtues of their soul guide devices. "Lord Qingyang, I trust you have recognized the superiority of our soul guide. 3,000 gold soul coins is truly a modest sum, barely covering material costs. If it weren't for the internal procurement at our spirit hall, this price would easily surge threefold, if not 5, without room for negotiation." Chen Xian's voice resonated with emotion, his face flushed as if Qingyang were reaping an immense bargain. Although the reality may not fully align with his claims, there was a possibility that Qingyang could indeed benefit in the future, albeit merely a potentiality. As Chen Xian continued, noticing Qingyang's lack of significant reaction, he decided to intensify his pitch. He snatched the ring from his mentor's hand and seized his senior sister's bracelet. Returning to Qingyang with both items in hand, their expressions a mix of exasperation. With a beaming countenance, Chen Xian eagerly resumed, "Moreover, should you choose to acquire the additional 2 compatible soul guide devices, we can reduce the price to 2,500. Not only that, but the prices for the accompanying products will also be lowered. I assure you, the efficacy of those two devices will not disappoint. Qingyang held a certain admiration for Chen Xian, whose ability to seamlessly adapt his role for the needs of the research institute was remarkable. He truly embodied the essence of a valuable asset to the institution, ready to be deployed wherever necessary. Not only was he proficient in research, but he also excelled in combat and security and appeared to possess considerable skill in sales and promotion as well. His versatility and comprehensive development rendered him, in a certain sense, an extraordinary talent. Qingyang thus arrived at a conclusion. The Soul Guidance Device Research Institute is in dire need of funding. While he would not hesitate to provide additional financial support to expedite and enhance the research of soul guidance devices, it is imperative that he does not incur losses in the process. The two types of soul guidance devices that can receive your endorsement must possess their own unique advantages. Could you perhaps demonstrate them for me? Qingyang's words filled Chen Xian with delight, prompting him to eagerly move closer for a detailed explanation. Observing this scene, Abite let out a scoff and unceremoniously pushed Chen Xian aside. Meeting the latter's slightly aggrieved gaze, he remarked, "Allow me to handle this. You, young rascal, have much yet to learn." With that, he produced his own ring and cast a glance at the irate woman nearby, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossing his face. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. "This is a storage soul guide developed by my disciple. I trust you understand the significance of this. It can contain items not exceeding 2 cubic meters, yet due to certain technical limitations we have yet to master, it cannot accommodate living creatures, nor even plants." Qingyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the storage soul guide is indeed a necessity. With it, any endeavor becomes significantly easier. Previously, soul masters were encumbered by cumbersome packages and often limited by their carrying capacity. The widespread adoption of storage soul guides would undoubtedly bring about substantial changes. Abit continued to elaborate. This bracelet is a defensive soul guide, notable for its ability to activate protective functions autonomously, provided that soul power is stored within. Unlike soul skills, which require activation to take effect, this device can provide immense protection in the event of a surprise attack. Just as Abit was poised to further expound on its advantages, he was met with the eagerly anticipated proposal. "Let us acquire 100 sets of each of these 3 soul guides for the Douluo Hall. If their practical efficacy proves satisfactory, we shall consider additional procurement." Qingyang made a rough estimation and stated the figure. Among them, there are sets for 30 students from the Soul Master Academy, a set for 20 elite members transferred from the Enforcement Hall, and the remaining 50 pieces are just right to serve as spares. At this moment, a distinct joy illuminated Abit's face, and suddenly he recalled something. Inquiring, "Should we not assess the defensive capabilities of this soul-guided defensive device?" Qingyang chuckled softly and shook his head, responding, "The efficacy of items must be personally assessed by a soul master. This is, of course, due to my faith in the Institute's technology." Abi nodded thoughtfully, finding no particular significance in this statement. Beside him, Chen Xian could no longer contain his impatience. Numbers flashed through his mind, leading him to a swift conclusion. "Master Qingyang, the total is 750,000 gold soul coins, with the price of the launcher at 2,500, the storage soul guide at 2,000, and the defensive soul guide at 3,000. Thank you for your patronage." Observing Chen Xian's beaming smile, Qingyang inexplicably recalled the ubiquitous grin of merchants. Fortunately, the second tranche of funding from the Pope was about to be dispersed. Otherwise, he would have lacked the means to purchase such advanced equipment as soul guides. Chapter 71, The Trial in the City of Kinur, situated at the intersection of the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire, and the Star Do Forest. Trade routes were not perilous, resulting in minimal expansion or construction of the city. Had it not been for its strategic location, the city might not have existed at all. However, this once unremarkable city welcomed a multitude of unfamiliar yet youthful faces today. "Master Qingyang, everything has been arranged," Luo Yu remarked, noticing Qingyang's momentary distraction. "Oh, very well. I shall join you shortly. Please assist me in maintaining order in the meantime." Qingyang regained his composure and, with a tone of apology, addressed Luo Yu beside him. Although Luo Yu was filled with confusion, he possessed the wisdom to know when to retreat. Thus, he merely nodded and turned to depart. There were still 30 vibrant newcomers awaiting their attention. Qingyang's gaze once again settled upon the letter in his hand, the intelligence contained within evoking a long-forgotten sense of discomfort. It was this very sentiment that compelled Qingyang to momentarily depart from the Spirit Hall, thereby orchestrating an unforgettable practical lesson for 30 new recruits. He hoped that these sheltered blossoms would not be intimidated by the realities of genuine combat, for the inherent brutality was far from the simplicity of academic competitions. After softly murmuring to himself, Qingyang's demeanor regained its composure, and without further delay, he turned to exit through the grand doors. In the courtyard, the 30 new members stood in unison, engaging in hushed conversations amongst themselves. "Brother, why do you think Master Qingyang has brought us here? Given our lack of strength, shouldn't we be focusing on our training?" Hulaina discreetly nudged her companion, Xieyu, and queried him softly. Xieyu remained still, pondering his sister's question, equally perplexed. Just as Hulaina suggested, what could a child with the cultivation of a spirit master possibly accomplish? "I'm not certain. Let us wait and see." "Master Qingyang will be out shortly," he replied, but soon noticed his companions around him suddenly displaying signs of alarm, followed by an immediate hush. He glanced ahead and, as anticipated, Luo Yo emerged, with Qingyang following closely behind. Thus, he promptly sealed his lips, joining his peers in quietly observing the unfolding scene. After establishing order, Luo Yo stepped aside to grant Qingyang the central position before the newcomers. Qingyang cast a glance around, observing the new members standing in an orderly fashion. Their previous chaotic conversations now silenced, and could not help but secretly commend them. "Esteemed new members of the Douluo Palace, you have been brought here to acclimatize yourselves to the tasks that the Douluo Palace will soon undertake. The challenges may seem somewhat daunting for you at this moment, however. In the future of the Douluo Palace, such endeavors will become commonplace. Thus, consider this as a trial, a test of your ability to adapt to the rhythm of the Douluo Palace." Upon the conclusion of Qingyang's words, the 30 individuals below exhibited signs of anxiety, their expressions far from tranquil. "The trial? Might it prove excessively arduous? If we falter, shall we be expelled from the Douluo Palace?" Many were consumed by trepidation, their hearts inexplicably heavy with unease. They remained oblivious to the precise implications of Qingyang's discourse. And in the face of the impending uncertainty, a sense of panic inevitably crept in. After all, they were merely children. Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, those whose names were called, shall be grouped together to undertake a task. Qingyang cast a glance at them. These 10 individuals were the victors from the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy. Consequently, after assembling them into a team, the tasks assigned were relatively straightforward. However, this simplicity was relative. If they were to act carelessly, Qingyang was certain they would meet with failure. To the north of Qinur City lies a remote village named Sanha, which has recently been plagued by a notorious bandit. Your mission is to eliminate him. As anticipated, Qingyang noticed the expressions on their faces shift from tension to relief. As if they had exhaled a long-held breath, many even wore nonchalant looks, dismissing the trial as trivial. In response, Qingyang chose not to offer any warnings, merely smiling gently. The task assigned to the second group was to eliminate a defector, a former soldier. According to intelligence, he was currently located in the nearby town of Nailin. As these words were spoken, a faint sigh of relief escaped the crowd, clearly indicating that they did not foresee any difficulties with this trial. While the defector was stronger than the bandit, the second group comprised victors from the central region. Among the 10, each possessed a soul power level starting from that of a Grand Soul Master. It was improbable that this assembly could not handle a single defector. Finally, attention was drawn to the third group. Qingyang spoke as he turned to face Cairo and his companions. Under their eager gazes, he issued the task. "You possess the highest levels, hence the difficulty of your mission is also the greatest. Within the city, there is a soul master who, having violated the law, is currently in hiding. Your objective is to eliminate him." Cairo responded with a confident smile, his voice resonating. "We shall accomplish the task without fail." Qianquan curled his lip, feeling quite discontented with Cairo's demeanor. However, he chose not to voice his dissent. Rather, throughout their years at the academy, he had been compelled to adjust to Cairo's presence. And by now, a certain degree of compatibility had developed. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of displeasure. Qingyang clapped his hands, drawing their attention once more. "All right, this trial task imposes no restrictions on methods. Use whatever means necessary to accomplish it. Upon completion, I shall select one among you based on your performance to receive the reward of martial soul evolution. Fear not. For those who also succeed in the trial will receive a reward that I believe will pique your interest." Having successfully ignited the curiosity of the new members, Qingyang refrained from elaborating further, allowing them to harbor their anticipation. "Now, embark on your tasks. The quicker you complete them, the higher your score will be." In concluding his remarks, Qingyang, perhaps influenced by Lianyo, playfully teased the newcomers in a manner reminiscent of her. At that moment, the previously composed new members of the Douluo Hall rushed out in a frenzy, calling to their companions to regroup, as if fearing that the task objectives would be snatched away by others. Once everyone had departed, Luo Yu could no longer contain his concern and approached Qingyang, inquiring, "Master, is this truly the right approach? With their current attitude, they may very well encounter danger." Qingyang nodded slightly, fully aware of the circumstances. Thus, he would soon be relying on them, hoping they would not let him down. Chapter 72. A reenactment. After bidding farewell to the still naive 30 new members of the Douluo Hall, Qingyang waited in place for an hour. During this time, the elite members of the former Law Enforcement Hall, now part of the Douluo Hall, adjusted their states and equipment before setting off on their journey. Luoya, Tang Jia, and Feng Nan, 3 exceptional soul masters personally trained by Jin Yao, each led a team, secretly executing their protective duties. With these individuals keeping watch, Qingyang felt a sense of reassurance. In the realm of soul masters, beyond its apparent beauty, lay numerous shadows and hidden dangers. The fledgling students, encountering those seasoned veterans, were bound to stumble significantly. Once he confirmed that everyone had departed, Qingyang commenced his own actions, leaving the area to observe the city alone. His selection of Coiner City was not without reason, as the city's Spirit Hall branch was one of his intended destinations. Along the way, most shops lining the streets were closed, with only a scant few open establishments, rendering the lengthy street exceedingly sparse. Furthermore, the nearby foot traffic was remarkably scarce, devoid of the bustling scene typical of a city. In fact, in the dim corners, numerous individuals, wrapped in thick, tattered clothing, leaned motionless against the walls, striving to conserve their energy. Were it not for the faint signs of breathing, one might easily mistake them for the deceased. Among them, a few gazed skyward, their eyes revealing a murky and hollow emptiness, reminiscent of soulless beings devoid of hope and purpose. An eerie silence enveloped the area, broken only by the whisper of the wind, creating an atmosphere that made Qingyang feel as though he had stepped into another world. Qingyang pressed his lips together. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the stark reality of the scene was difficult for him to accept. Not having walked far, he came upon a stone platform at the roadside, where he spotted a ragged, dirt-covered child of indeterminate age. The child was crouched amidst the grass, facing a large tree, carefully concealing a morsel of food in his hands as he lowered his head, engrossed in voraciously devouring it. After a moment's contemplation, Qingyang softened his footsteps and approached the boy. At that moment, the child seemed to sense his presence, turning warily and lifting his gaze. Hastily hiding the piece of bread behind him, Qingyang endeavored to avoid arousing the other's suspicion, patiently waiting until the individual's actions were complete before gently crouching down and inquiring, "Is food truly so scarce now? Child, how long has it been since you last had a meal?" Observing the other's silent demeanor and watchful gaze, Qingyang produced a piece of candy from his pocket and extended it towards the child. The young one regarded the offering with a look of confusion, but soon recognized the sweet treat. A wave of joy illuminated his face as his hand moved with remarkable swiftness to seize the candy, swiftly retreating it to hide alongside an unfinished flatbread behind him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke in a somewhat hoarse yet tender voice. "Thank you. You are just like the kind older siblings from earlier. You are good people." Qingyang nodded gently, reaching out to caress the child's disheveled hair. Unperturbed by the evident filth upon it, a warm and gentle essence of soul energy flowed from Qingyang's hand into the child's body, nourished by this vital force. The child's emaciated and cracked skin began to regain vitality, his pale countenance gradually blossoming with color, and even his lethargic spirit started to show signs of improvement. Although the child still appeared soiled and tattered on the outside, under Qingyang's nurturing touch, his physical condition had markedly improved. Qingyang withdrew his hand, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his once stiff face. If my memory serves me correctly, during the famine, the Spirit Hall had already mobilized a supply of grain, and the Xingluo Empire's border provinces had urgently drawn from military rations. Why then does your existence remain so bleak? Listening to Qingyang's words, which seemed to express confusion and introspection, the child shook his head and produced the unfinished piece of flatbread, taking a vigorous bite and chewing it with meticulous haste. After swallowing, he reluctantly tore off a generous portion of the bread and, with careful movements, offered it to Qingyang. Mother said that when one receives help from others, one must be grateful. I have nothing else to give, only this. Can you accept it? The smile of Qingyang, which had just blossomed, faded away as he accepted the small, cold cake, marred by teeth marks and saliva, in silence. The child, oblivious to the reasons behind Qingyang's discontent, pondered with his limited understanding, yet found it incomprehensible. I do not grasp the meaning of what you have said, but it has been nearly a month since we have had anything to eat. Had it not been for the few older siblings who just shared this cake with me, I too might have succumbed to a sleep of death here. The child spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, following the direction of his gesture. Qingyang beheld several elderly figures huddled in the corner, motionless and bereft of breath, or rather, lifeless remains. Qingyang clenched his fists, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. An indescribable sensation. Yet, his voice emerged softer and more gentle. What about the orphanage? And the nursing home? Others may remain silent. But surely these two establishments funded by the Spirit Hall must exist in this city. Why have I not seen them? This utterance seemed to activate some hidden mechanism. As the previously placid child's expression contorted in an instant. The Spirit Hall is no benevolent entity. The Xinglua Empire is no different. There are no virtuous souls among them. My parents were slain by a soldier. The orphanage is a place where death occurs daily, to grant me an escape. My friend perished right before my eyes. Observing the child's face, suffused with rage, Qingyang understood that no further inquiries were necessary. The reality here was far worse than described. Reaching a point where starvation was commonplace, not to mention the nearly brazen malevolence at play. If this situation persisted, the order of this city would soon collapse. Chaos would inevitably return. This was not a scheme or destruction wrought by malevolent soul masters. It was a manifestation of humanity's unbridled desires, deeply rooted within. I comprehend now. Qingyang rose to his feet, gazing upon the desolate city. I cannot bear your pain, yet from this moment onward, the tragedies of the past shall not be repeated. At that time, I hope you can once again bestow a modicum of trust upon the Spirit Hall and others. The child picked up the identity token that had fallen into his hands, inscribed with the character for determination, and looked on with a sense of bewilderment. At this moment, however, Qingyang had already turned and departed, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 73. The locale, Shiyue lamented the difficulty in locating an individual, as inquiries yielded nothing but ignorance. Yin absent-mindedly plucked a blade of grass, grumbling as he chewed on it, his words muffled. Upon hearing this, Shiyue finally set aside the notebook containing detailed intelligence on their target. He scratched his head, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. But his lack of experience rendered him at a loss for solutions. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, the intelligence indicates that the target frequently appears in Sana village. However, our unfamiliarity with this area necessitates assistance from the locals. Moreover, that individual in the tavern earlier seemed to be concealing something. Do you not find it peculiar? In an ordinary village, where various establishments are lacking, even a bakery is absent, how is it that a tavern exists? Hyena listened attentively to her brother's words, finding some merit in his reasoning. Upon seeing the bartender's countenance, she sensed he was not a man of good character, his shifty eyes and the shadow of malice evident in his demeanor. He seemed to look down upon them, children, his expression barely veiling his disdain. When they inquired about the target's name, the bartender's surprise was unmistakable, prompting Hyena to harbor doubts about him. Brother, I believe the bartender is suspicious. His demeanor clearly indicates he knows something. Yet, we cannot extract specific information regarding our mission from him. Hyena articulated her thoughts. Falling into contemplation, a vague understanding began to dawn upon her. This trial task might not be as straightforward as it initially appeared. Observing Hyena's pensive expression, her youthful face radiating an unconventional charm, Yin felt his heart skip a beat. His cheeks flushed inexplicably, and he instinctively turned away, avoiding her gaze. However, visions of enticing fantasies began to dance within his mind. Nana, a companion beside Yin, noticed his dazed smile and, in a state of confusion, gently nudged him, unaware that the grass he had been chewing had fallen from his mouth. Yin, blushing with indignation, glared at the companion who had roused him. What are you doing? Perhaps it was due to the shattering of his illusions that Yin's voice became somewhat elevated, consequently drawing the attention of all those around him. Faced with the bewildered gazes from the 9 pairs of eyes, Yin seemed to have just regained his composure, releasing his companion beside him. He cleared his throat awkwardly, diverting the conversation with a semblance of nonchalance. Why overthink? Just subdue him and interrogate him directly. After all, we possess the identity tokens of the Douluo Hall, and the village chief is obliged to cooperate with us. As he spoke, Yin suddenly realized that his words bore a semblance of wisdom. Thus, his voice grew increasingly robust, the burgeoning confidence swiftly eclipsing his earlier embarrassment. Observing Yan's escalating enthusiasm, Xiaoyu nodded, somewhat surprised. Yan, you speak with conviction. We have been overly entangled in our methods. Perhaps, in moments like these, your approach is indeed the most effective. Noting Xiaoyu's rare commendation, Yan couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. A bashful smile spreading across his face. Particularly upon sensing the astonished gaze of Hulaina directed at him, he stood a little taller. With a suppressed giggle, Hulaina covered her mouth, attempting to stifle her laughter. Yan's foolish demeanor was simply too endearing to resist. All right, Xiaoyu interjected, aptly interrupting their interaction and drawing the attention of the group. Having made our decision, let us return. This time, we must acquire valuable intelligence. Meanwhile, intriguing events unfolded within the tavern of Sanha village. The empty establishment was suffused with the aroma of barley wine, and at the somewhat unkempt bar, a man with a partially disabled right hand sat idly. Before him, the bartender languidly polished a wooden cup, his indifferent demeanor indicating a lack of concern for the situation. Creak. The two boards at the entrance of the tavern were pushed aside, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth, as a formidable man entered, illuminated by the slanting sunlight. Ah, our wolf, Mr. Stone, what brings you to my humble tavern today? Might it be to bolster my business? The fierce man cast a somewhat exaggerated grin at the individual seated at the bar, his tone rife with mockery. The man at the bar, incensed, took another hearty swig of his barley wine, suppressing the anger boiling within him. He turned to face the newly arrived Shi Wu, his voice gravelly and resounding. Shi Wu, what is there to be so proud of? Currently, it is merely the Campbell family that requires you. You are but a dog in their service. Once they tire of you, you will find yourself in a predicament like mine. Shi Wu chuckled nonchalantly, reclining comfortably in his chair. Legs stretched out as he took hold of a mug of beer, savoring it slowly. After finishing one cup, he pushed it toward the bartender. Casting a glance at the disabled man before him, whose suppressed rage only heightened his amusement. Indeed, the Campbell family required my services, which rendered you, the former leader, immediately obsolete, at the cost of an arm. However, does this not also signify that my prowess surpasses yours? With a smile, Shi Wu produced a small pouch of gold soul coins from his pocket, the clinking sound echoing as he tossed it to the bartender. He then turned provocatively toward the once feared disabled man. You, who have been cowed into submission by the Spirit Hall, incapable of rendering any benefit to the Campbell family. What purpose do you serve? This town and its vicinity are all under the Campbell family's dominion. Even within the city, their words carry weight. And you, what are you? Have you not gauged your own worth, daring to defy their intentions? Shi Wu's voice grew louder as he brazenly chastised his former superior. Relishing the sight of the man's daring glare toward him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The fantasies of yesteryears had indeed materialized, and that exhilarating sensation still thrilled him immensely. Boss, it seems someone has been inquiring about you lately. The bartender, having pocketed the pouch of gold soul coins destined for the Campbell family, returned to refill Shi Wu's mug before offering a reminder. Oh? Shi Wu turned around, his face alight with curiosity, no longer paying heed to his former leader. In this 100-mile radius, someone dares to take an interest in me? Who is it that wishes to cross paths? The bartender chuckled lightly, continuing to polish the wooden cup, appearing rather unimpressed by the matter. I don't know. It might be some overzealous new soul masters. After all, I've never seen a group of children sent to inquire like this. Shi Wu scoffed, ready to express his thoughts when, once again, a familiar group entered the rough tavern. Chapter 74. A sudden strike as Xiaoyu and the others stepped into the tavern, they were met with the sight of the notorious figure, mug in hand. Turning to face them, confronted by Shi Wu's formidable and scarred visage, which could frighten a child, Hulaina and the others instinctively tensed, though merely an unconscious aura. The palpable bloodlust, hardened by trials, and resolute demeanor proved overwhelming for those young souls, sheltered within their ivory tower. This man looks fearsome. One of the companions whispered their thoughts aloud. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart raced as he fixated on Shi Wu. Armed with intelligence, he had already recognized this individual. He was none other than the notorious bandit documented in their mission objectives. At this moment, Shi Wu stood motionless, fixating on the uninvited guests. His gaze, akin to that of a ferocious wolf, instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiaoyu and the others, although Shi Wu was unfamiliar with these young intruders. The malevolent aura they exuded was unmistakable to his seasoned and sensitive perception. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the children with quiet vigilance, and an oppressive silence enveloped the air. It was as if he were the target of their mission. One individual gasped, inadvertently revealing Shi Wu's identity. His expression shifted dramatically, In that fleeting moment, he swiftly retrieved a green vial from the pouch at his waist. Without hesitation, he brought it crashing down onto the wooden floor before Xiaoyu and his companions. Bang! Crash! The sound of shattering glass was accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted as he urgently pulled his teammates away, shouting frantically, "Fall back!" A noxious green mist emanated from the broken vial, rapidly obscuring most of their vision and eliciting anguished cries from the unfortunate soul closest to it. Seizing the fleeting opportunity amidst the dispersing toxins, Xiaoyu managed to drag his panicked companions out of the fog-laden tavern. Gripping the arm of a comrade who was writhing in pain and losing the ability to move, he tore open the fabric of the injured one's sleeve. The exposed arm, having come into contact with the poison, was already beginning to rot and emit a foul odor, as the intense mist possessed corrosive properties. The agony must have been excruciating. Damn it! Yan's expression twisted with rage as the spirit of the Flame Lord surged within him. Beneath the molten lava, the yellow first spirit ring flared brilliantly. With a fierce invocation of his first soul skill, Hellfire Lava Surge, his soul power transformed into an erupting torrent of fiery magma, incinerating the toxic mist and igniting the entire tavern. In an instant, smoke billowed upward. Though the toxicity diminished as intended, visibility was further compromised. At that critical juncture, those within the establishment seized the opportunity, loosing arrows towards their previously noted positions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sharp sound of projectiles slicing through. As 3 arrows, glowing with a ghastly green light, surged from the fog, the group was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, reacting instinctively to evade the impending danger. In an instant, 2 individuals fell to the ground with anguished cries. The arrows were laced with poison. Sun Chuanao exclaimed in horror. Xiaoyu turned sharply, only to see that blood flowing from the thigh of a fallen teammate bore a hint of green. This was undeniable proof that the 3 arrows had carried a potent toxin. Hulaina rushed over, her expression one of panic, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Despicable and shameless. She gazed upon her injured and anguished teammate, a tinge of sorrow lacing her voice as she uttered a fierce curse. In a flurry of urgency, she commenced the first aid, her hands moving with utmost care and gentleness as she tended to the wound. "Ai, come assist with the treatment. Everyone else, protect yourselves," Xiaoyu bellowed, rousing the bewildered healing soul master and the panicked teammates who stood frozen by the scene before them. He then turned to Yan, whose face was a mask of fury, and spoke in a voice imbued with suppressed intensity and frigid resolve. "Yan, we advance." Yan, momentarily breaking his gaze, felt a slight easing of his heart, responding decisively without a hint of hesitation. "All right. That scoundrel dared to make Nana weep. Absolutely unforgivable." Fueled by a fierce determination, Yan, confident in his Fire Lord martial soul's resilience and dual elemental attributes of fire and earth, charged into the inferno. He harnessed his martial soul to absorb the flames along his path, creating a more favorable environment for Xiaoyu to follow. "Lena, I leave the command to you for now. Ensure your safety," he instructed briskly as he observed his teammates regaining their composure and reorganizing. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyu resolutely followed Yan into the fray. The 2 of them aimed to draw attention at the forefront, buying precious time for Helena and the others to react. Otherwise, amidst the ongoing chaos, their team would surely collapse under the pressure. "Brother, Yan, do take care." Helena wiped her tear-streaked eyes and turned to direct the team. Under her leadership, Ai and the injured were shielded in the center, while those capable of combat maintained a vigilant perimeter. Sun Chuantao, wielding his distant blade martial soul, stood guard at the outermost edge, casting a glance at his injured comrades. Uncertainty gnawed at him, mingling anger with sorrow. Each of them was a prodigy of the Spirit Hall, the rising stars among soul masters. Yet here in this humble Sana village, they had suffered such a blow. A mere common thug, devoid of any soul master abilities, had nearly decimated them with base tactics, leaving them unable to even graze the hem of his garment. Inside the tavern, where flames were rapidly encroaching, Xiaoyu entered only to find a desolate scene of scattered chairs and tables, with the bartender and Shiru nowhere to be seen. "No, there is still one person missing. Where is Shiru?" Yan's fury intensified, and with unrelenting force, he struck the face of the leader, who had lost an arm. The searing heat and sturdy earthiness of his blow sent a sharp sting through the leader's visage. They fled through the back door. In a bid to evade torment while simultaneously seeking retribution, the once malevolent wolf hesitated not for a moment, contorting its visage as it sold the two individuals. Upon observing the scene, Xiaoyu discerned a concealed back door not far off, had it not been for the surrounding chaos and the persistent flames. This escape route would have remained elusive. Grasping the incapacitated former leader, Xiaoyu proceeded onward, while Yin had already dashed towards the back door. With a resounding crash, the sudden noise caused Xiaoyu to halt abruptly. Before him, at the entrance of the wooden cabin's rear, a sizable pit had emerged on the familiar dirt path, brimming with sharpened bamboo stakes. Yin had already fallen into it, struggling to extricate himself. Indeed, a trap. Xiaoyu reassured himself, such trifling tricks cannot inflict harm upon me. Yin forced a smile as he clawed his way out of the pit. Had the trap contained iron implements, or if the pit had been deeper, he would have surely sustained grave injuries, perhaps even becoming ensnared for an extended period. Unscathed, Yin gazed at the rudimentary trap, his heart swelling with gratitude. Chapter 75. Abandonment and Pursuit. Yin surveyed the desolate path, frustration flooding his senses as he stomped emphatically on the muddy ground, venting the tempest of emotions within. The two individuals had undoubtedly fled. What should we do now? Should we pursue them? A sense of suffocating discontent enveloped Yin, as he felt the sting of being capable yet utterly impotent in this situation. After suffering a sudden ambush and incurring significant losses, they had failed to capture even a single person. How could he account for this to his comrades, and how could he justify the training received from the Douluo Palace? Xiaoyu meticulously scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of immediate danger before retracting his martial spirit, to ensure he would not fall victim again. He had enveloped his body in soul power, albeit its efficacy was minimal for a soul master. Nonetheless, it offered some defense against toxic mist and dust. Those underhanded tactics, once dismissed as inconsequential, had now compelled him to adopt a more vigilant stance after this profound lesson. However, maintaining this state proved a considerable burden given his limited soul power. Having lost all trace of the two, Xiaoyu ultimately resolved, albeit reluctantly, to return for safety's sake. In a fit of rage, Yin slammed his fist against a nearby tree trunk, causing the branches to tremble and shed a multitude of leaves. With one last resentful glance at the path's end, he turned to follow Xiaoyu back. The little-known path, rarely traversed by others, once again fell into tranquility. After a prolonged silence, the tree bearing the imprint of Yin's fist inexplicably shuddered. In the next moment, two figures leapt down from the branches, their expressions dark as they watched the retreating forms of Xiaoyu and Yin. Boss, why didn't we eliminate those two brats just now? Although they are soul masters, an ambush would have been quite feasible, wouldn't it? The muscular yet somewhat slender bartender, after brushing off the remnants of tree debris from his body, cast a puzzled glance at Shiwu. He appeared to possess ample confidence, believing that even without being a soul master, he could contend with Xiaoyu and Yin. Shiwu remained silent, his gaze lingering on the spot where Xiaoyu had departed for a considerable time before retracting his eyes. Simultaneously, his taut muscles, akin to a poised leopard, gradually relaxed. Did you think I hadn't considered it? If I had truly acted, we would likely be dead by now. The bartender looked at him in astonishment, incredulously asking, no way, are those two little brats really that formidable? I didn't notice at all. Shiwu snorted coldly, brushing off the remnants on his clothing and shaking his coat. He then donned his coat once more and strode forward. Once the bartender caught up, he calmly elucidated. Just as I was about to make a move, a hidden powerhouse suddenly warned me with soul force. It was because of him that I refrained from acting. Upon reflection, given the youth of those brats, they must be soul masters. Their identities are undoubtedly not simple. Had I truly resorted to violence, I would have met my demise on the spot. The bartender was taken aback, realizing through Shiwu's analysis that they had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Shiwu's extraordinary presence, he would surely have met his end there. Contemplating this, the bartender grew anxious. What should we do next? It's clearly impossible to summon our brothers for revenge. They are obviously targeting us. Shiwu's expression hardened, the previous mirth completely vanished. He had to consider the ramifications of his potential defeat. Now, we must seek the Campbell family. We can only rely on them. If they cannot handle the situation, we might as well save our money for coffins. Upon the return of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, they discovered someone was already waiting. It was Luoya. In a brief span, Luoya had appeared, and Xiaoyu immediately understood that he had been secretly protecting them to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Brother, Yin, are you hurt? Hulaina, seeing Yin's clothing riddled with holes, immediately grew concerned. Having grasped Shiwu's prowess, no one dared to underestimate this fierce figure. At that moment, witnessing Yin's injured state, her worry surged uncontrollably. I'm fine, Laina. It seems you do care about me. Yin foolishly flexed his arm, showcasing his unscathed muscles. His gesture relieved Hulaina's anxiety. Presently, they could not endure any further setbacks. Senior Luoya, may I inquire about the condition of my teammates? As the malevolent moon approached Luoya, observing the pallid expressions of his companions, a wave of discomfort washed over him. In this operation, they had been overly complacent, forgetting that the outside world was not as harmonious as the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall, especially while undertaking a mission for the Douluo Hall. This unchanged mindset, upon discovering that their target was merely an ordinary individual devoid of spirit master potential, bred further arrogance. Ultimately, it resulted in a significant setback for them. You have returned at an opportune moment, Luoya remarked, his countenance grave, devoid of the carefree banter he typically shared with familiar faces. Their injuries were manageable, but the poison was of a peculiar nature. The standard antidotes provided by the Spirit Hall could only alleviate their symptoms temporarily. However, there was no need for concern, as the master of the Qingyang Hall would be able to resolve the poisoning issue. In contrast to that, you are now faced with another critical decision. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and the others raised their heads to look at Luoya, confusion evident in their expressions. Luoya continued to explain, according to the regulations of the trial, these four have lost their capacity to continue the mission, which constitutes a failure. Thus, it falls to the remaining 6 of you to decide whether to withdraw or to persist in the task. After Luoya spoke, he scrutinized their faces, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Xiaoyu remained silent. This question, posed immediately after experiencing the sting of failure, was particularly daunting. Hulaina bit her lip, at a loss for words to restore the morale of a team that had already lost its spirit. Is there even a question? Of course, we must continue. If we don't take down that scoundrel, my name Yin will be divided into 3. Yin, unable to contain himself upon seeing his companion's silence, was the first to step forward and declare his stance. Regardless of how others felt, he was determined to reclaim their honor. I concur. We cannot let this grudge go unavenged. Sun Chuantao hastily joined in, expressing his position. I believe we should abandon the mission and retreat for now. Having already suffered nearly half our number, the hope of completing the trial appears bleak. I think it would be prudent to withdraw, he concluded, with Yin speaking first. The others gradually voiced their opinions. Luoya gazed upon these young souls and suddenly smiled. In them, he seemed to see a reflection of his own naive self when he first entered the law enforcement hall, caught in a similar dilemma. Chapter 76. Unfortunate. Regardless of what choice you make, none are wrong. Those who opt to abandon the mission need not feel ashamed. You have made a sound judgment based on the current situation by choosing to withdraw temporarily. In future official missions, should you encounter circumstances that are insurmountable, you may report them and seek reinforcements. Remember, the Spirit Hall has never been about solitary endeavors. For those who choose to persist, your commitment to prioritizing the mission and your unwavering belief in its completion are commendable. With an encouraging smile, Roya addressed them. The 6 individuals gazed at him, their expressions devoid of blame, instead revealing astonishment. Particularly affected were Ai and the other 2, who had chosen to withdraw, their heads lowered in shame, wearing looks of utter disbelief. They had anticipated Roya's criticism. After all, retreating was, in essence, somewhat dishonorable. To put it bluntly, it could be deemed as cowardice. However, Roya deftly sidestepped the topic, understanding human nature and recognizing that dwelling on failure was not conducive in the present moment. Given their youth and wavering resolve, Xiaoyu and his companions were particularly susceptible to the demoralizing effects of defeat. What they needed most was encouragement and solace. Assigning blame was entirely unnecessary. Thus, he concluded with a blessing. Very well, Xiaoyu, I wish you success in your mission. After the recent lesson, you should no longer underestimate your opponents. Xiaoyu and Hulaina felt their cheeks flush slightly, embarrassed by Roya's words. As for Yan, he was not preoccupied with such thoughts, believing instead that their adversaries had been exceedingly treacherous. In a fair confrontation, even an adult would not suffer such a significant loss. I shall take the injured away now. And I hope to hear good news from you when we meet again, Roya said with a smile. As he finished speaking, 5 more individuals emerged around him, all elite members drawn from the enforcement hall. These elites had managed to conceal themselves flawlessly, evading detection, an impressive display of professional stealth. Together with them, each carrying an injured comrade, Roya beckoned Ai and the others to follow, then turned to wave at the 4 who remained behind. Under the watchful gaze of Xiaoyu and the others, their figures grew increasingly diminutive until they vanished from sight. Ultimately, only Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yan, and Sun Chuantao were left. After a moment of silence, Sun Chuantao broke the awkward stillness. What should we do next? The four exchanged glances, their inexperience evident as they struggled to refocus after losing their objective. After all, they were still students, their tracking abilities yet to be honed. Shiyue, didn't we capture a man with a severed arm earlier? Why not inquire with him? Yin suggested, looking at the three with curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Shiyue instinctively turned to meet the gaze of the man who was preparing to sneak away not far off. The one-armed man offered an awkward smile, quickening his steps. It seems you were right. We should be able to obtain the information we seek from him. In the secluded streets of Koinea City, the moonlight whispered softly as three figures conspired to seal their surroundings. Three larger youths were embroiled in a furious dispute, or rather, a one-sided tirade. What a disgrace. It is utterly humiliating. Cairo, can you not use your brain? You've exposed all our secrets. Look. The entire squad was ambushed, 6 of our members eliminated. If it weren't for someone's protection, 6 of our comrades would have perished. Cairo sat silently on the ground, leaning against the wall, his head bowed in silence. Motionless. He resembled a lifeless corpse, lost and despondent, casting a pall over his entire being. Jiang Hao, unable to bear such a sight, attempted to defend him. It's not entirely our fault. Who could have known they were traitors from the Spirit Hall? Otherwise, how could we have recklessly leaked information? Qianquan, redirecting his ire, turned from Cairo to glare at Jiang Hao, his words dripping with disdain. Enough, Jiang Hao. Do you even have the audacity to speak? Have you not read the regulations of the Douluo Hall? It is clearly stated that we are only accountable to our superiors. No other departments have the right to interfere, especially not a regional branch. And you? You carelessly divulged all the mission details. Where did your vigilance vanish? Under the weight of such scorn, Jiang Hao fell silent, obediently standing aside, mimicking Cairo by lowering his head like an ostrich. They were indeed at fault. Who could have anticipated that members of the local branch would masquerade as allies and abscond with their mission intel? Ultimately, they had colluded with their targets, ambushing all 10 of them. Had it not been for someone taking the injured away, none would have escaped. Qianquan inhaled deeply, striving to quell the raging tempest within. If it were a matter of strength, he could have accepted it, but this blunder was extraordinarily foolish. The mere thought of it set his emotions ablaze. Stop with your pitiful demeanor. What good does it do? Where were you when we needed action? Didn't you always consider yourselves formidable? Show me that bravado now. We are down to just the 3 of us. Let us discuss what we should do. After casting a fierce glance at the two, Qianquan ceased his tirade, awaiting their responses. Jiang Hao glanced at the still silent Cairo, then turned to speak, his words somewhat tangled. I believe there is a problem with the Spirit Hall here. With only the 3 of us, completing the mission seems rather daunting. Generally, in such unimportant cities, the bishop is at the Soul King level, which implies there are at least 3 soul ancestors and over 10 soul masters. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he cast a quick glance at Qianquan, noticing that his complexion had improved slightly, which brought a faint sigh of relief to his heart. It was only now that he realized how terrifying Qianquan could be when provoked. At least you possess some intellect, enough to analyze and judge. Upon finishing his words, Qianquan turned his gaze towards Cairo, who sat on the ground with his head bowed. And you? Are you merely playing dead here, waiting for the mission to fail? Cairo's body shifted slightly, but he ultimately returned to his previous demeanor. Huh. Qianquan let out a mocking cold laugh, turning away without a backward glance. I have devised a plan to rectify my mistakes. Rise and follow me. If you wish to decline, consider my words unspoken and continue to embrace your defeat as if you were a lifeless corpse, acknowledging your own worthlessness. Jiang Hao observed Qianquan's departing figure, contemplating for a moment before suddenly coming to a realization and following suit. It was only after a considerable time, when the silhouettes of the two were no longer visible, that Cairo lifted his head to gaze in the direction they had vanished. Chapter 77. The Bear in the territory of the Campbell family is situated in Maple Leaf Town, a locale that arguably owes its very existence to this family's presence. Over a century ago, the ancestors of the Campbell family successfully ascended to the rank of Soul King. They seized the opportunity presented by the conflicts between the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire to acquire a parcel of land in the city of Koinea. Initially a barren wasteland, this land gradually flourished due to the prosperity of trade over the years. Consequently, within this moderately sized area, the Campbell family can be regarded as the undisputed sovereign. At this moment, in the attic of the family estate, an elderly man and a youth were leisurely engaged in a game of chess in a cool pavilion. The chessboard was starkly divided into black and white, with the two players intermittently making their moves. The young chess player, facing the elder's skillful maneuvers, found himself either in deep contemplation or lost in thought. The elder played with deliberate calmness, and only after making another move did the young player realize, to his dismay, that he had unwittingly lost the entire game. "Grandfather, your skills are indeed exceptional. I am truly humbled as your grandson," the young player admitted with a wry smile. Returning the piece he had held back to its original place in acceptance of defeat. The elder nodded gently, stroking his graying beard, and remarked, "Liang Li, although the art of chess is vast and profound, it is ultimately not the main pursuit. Do not become overly engrossed in it. A casual engagement during your leisure is sufficient." Liang Li nodded, his tone tinged with a sense of reflection. "I have always remembered your counsel, grandfather. In the end, this world is still dominated by soul masters." The elderly man nodded in satisfaction, harboring a genuine affection for his grandson. Possessing a keen sense of judgment and an understanding of the broader situation, he was particularly impressed by the extraordinary talents of a soul master. This was undeniably a divine opportunity bestowed upon the Campbell family for rejuvenation. Henceforth, the family had ardently supported Liang Li, sparing no effort in utilizing various resources and connections, which had finally begun to yield commendable results. In pursuit of enabling him to join the Star-Crowned sect, the family had exhausted their resources, nearly depleting their foundational wealth to amass the required 50,000 gold soul coins for the donation fee. Although this was merely an outer quota, it sufficed. Had it not been for the ancestral kindness shown to a descendant of the Star-Crowned sect, such an opportunity would have remained unattainable. As the old man manipulated the chess pieces, his voice gradually took on a somber tone. To pave the way for the Star-Crowned sect, the family had adopted a predatory approach, siphoning wealth from their territory through various unscrupulous means, exacerbated by the chaotic circumstances within the city. Just to gather these gold soul coins, it was no exaggeration to say they had strained their very essence if they could not secure the desired returns. The decline of the Campbell family would become inevitable. Rest assured, grandfather, once I join the Star-Crowned sect, I am destined to break through to the Soul Emperor level, or even ascend to greater heights. The family's current choice is undoubtedly the right one. Liang Li observed the veiled concern in his grandfather's gaze and promptly stood up, earnestly pledging his commitment. He understood the depth of sacrifice his grandfather had made, not only due to his own innate talent, but also because he was his beloved grandson. This was the fundamental reason why the elder had disregarded the opposition from several clan elders, resolutely advocating for him with unwavering support. Hearing Liang Li's words, the old man broke into a gratified smile. After such an extensive period, he had finally arranged the chessboard into a semblance of order. Perhaps the days to come would indeed be more leisurely and relaxed. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps outside drew their attention. While they had instructed the guards not to disturb them unless there was a matter of great importance, it was clear that something extraordinary had occurred that warranted immediate attention. However, Liang Li had miscalculated. The situation appeared to be of even greater significance, as the newcomer was not one of the family's guards. Before long, a sharp and competent steward, impeccably attired, approached them with a joyful expression. After bowing respectfully, the steward exclaimed, "Master, splendid news. The governor of the northern province of the Douluo Empire has sent an accompanying secretary bearing documents and credentials, declaring that you are to be ennobled as a baron. He mentioned that should you travel to the northern province, the Marquis himself is willing to personally conduct the ennoblement ceremony, announcing it to all within the empire." The elderly head of the family, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment. He was not blinded by the apparent benefits. Although the baron's title could elevate them from mere local tyrants to genuine noble lords, it also meant their irrevocable allegiance to the Douluo Empire. While they would gain an authentic title, they would simultaneously forfeit their opportunities for maneuvering. Such blatant inducements indicated something unusual. It seemed as if they were revealing their final price, allowing others to choose how to exploit them, a method that was not in keeping with the Marquis governor's typical miserly demeanor. "Grandfather, it appears the Douluo Empire intends to seize this opportunity to probe the Spirit Hall." Liang contemplated for a moment, confident in his ability to discern the underlying motives and seize the forthcoming advantage. "Oh, pray tell, what are your thoughts?" The elderly head of the family, appearing contemplative, nodded to encourage him to continue. Liang, undeterred by the presence of the steward, calmly articulated his analysis. "There are only a handful of titled Douluos on the continent, a mere few in number. The Spirit Hall has lost 3 titled Douluos in recent years, resulting in a significant decline in both strength and prestige, rendering it insufficient to deter the ambitious Douluo Empire. Concurrently, the conflicts within the Spirit Hall between the Pope and conservative factions have deepened, nearing a level of notoriety. A great upheaval seems imminent. The Douluo Empire will undoubtedly seize this chance to conduct subtle maneuvers. Observing the Spirit Hall's reactions to ascertain whether it has truly fallen from grace. At this juncture, Liang's gaze shifted toward his grandfather, the family patriarch. In such circumstances, any trouble directed at the Spirit Hall would receive unwavering support from the Douluo Empire. The steward found this difficult to believe. What seemed to him a fortuitous opportunity appeared to the young master as a convoluted scheme. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "So, you mean to say they are merely exploiting us?" Liang shook his head with a wry smile. "You overestimate our significance. We are likely nothing more than a pawn in their game. I believe the nobles within the city must have similar sentiments. The Marquis, it seems, harbors ambitions to completely engulf this city." Chapter 78. Calamity. Annie took a piece of pristine white cloth and draped it over the large bamboo basket prepared by his wife. He walked around the basket, taking a few steps to ensure there were no significant gaps, and then carefully lifted it onto his back. After exchanging a brief greeting with his wife and receiving her heartfelt blessings, he departed from the relatively decent accommodation assigned by the Spirit Hall. As an esteemed elder steward of the regional Spirit Hall branch, he usually headed to work at this hour. However, recent upheavals had been too sudden. The core administrators within the Spirit Hall had lost all motivation to work, influenced by their attitudes and the famine sweeping the city. Many ordinary members had already submitted their resignations and fled from the chaotic realm of the Spirit Hall. Were it not for his advanced age and the emotional ties he had developed with the city, he too might have sought refuge elsewhere. "Steward Annie, you have finally arrived." A voice filled with urgency and anticipation interrupted Annie's reflections. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the front of the Spirit Hall. As he gazed upon the dense crowd, seated on the ground in the expansive square, he noticed many individuals cradling children, with the faint sounds of weeping occasionally breaking the silence. Annie sighed inwardly, adjusting his mindset, suppressing his discontent, and allowing a smile to grace his face. Under the delighted gaze of a fellow cultivator beside him, he handed over the bamboo basket. Before long, the cultivator returned to the forefront of the square, placing the large basket alongside various other makeshift storage items on a large table. Next to the table stood other cultivators who had not yet departed, forming a spontaneous gathering, diligently opening sealed packages to reveal steaming loaves of rye bread and boiled potatoes, among other sustenance. They took up knives to slice the food into smaller portions, setting them aside for storage. At that moment, others would collect the food and venture into the crowd to distribute it in small quantities. Annie retracted his gaze and walked towards the starving populace. He understood that, like himself, this spontaneous act of kindness was ultimately a mere drop in the ocean, incapable of affecting meaningful change. Countless souls in the city were suffering from hunger. The provisions and funds distributed daily from the Spirit Hall were woefully insufficient for such a multitude, let alone the exorbitant prices of grain in the local shops. He did not know how to fundamentally alter this dire situation, but he could only persist in his quiet efforts. "Steward, my poor child seems to be ill. Could you lend your assistance?" A woman seated on the ground extended her hand, grasping Annie's with eyes brimming with hope. Annie halted his steps and crouched down. The boy cradled in the woman's arms appeared somewhat pale, his breathing labored and restless. After a moment's contemplation, he revealed his sensing martial spirit, channeling his soul power to assess the child's condition. Drawing upon his ample experience, he discerned that the boy was suffering from a cold. Although the city's daytime temperatures were typically moderate, the nights could be quite chilly, and the child's frail constitution rendered him vulnerable, a commonplace occurrence. Though it was a minor ailment, in such dire circumstances, compounded by a scarcity of medical resources and insufficient vitality, the situation could easily worsen. "Madam, ensure that your child rests adequately. I believe he will recover," Annie said with a kind smile, feeling powerless yet striving to console the distressed woman. Upon hearing his words, the woman's initial panic gradually dissipated, replaced by a weary yet reassuring smile. Annie procured a cup of warm water from a fellow practitioner. Observing as the child cradled it in his small hands and sipped cautiously, a look of comfort crossing his face. He then retrieved from his pocket a steamed bun and a small piece of salted meat, wrapped in his duty cloak, and offered them to her. "Thank you ever so much, esteemed steward. I am truly grateful," the woman exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, even attempting to bow in gratitude, though Annie gently halted her. At that moment, he felt he had done all he could. As he departed from the area, despite having witnessed it numerous times before, a sense of sorrow still gripped his heart. None could predict how much longer they could endure, or if, by tomorrow, more bodies would line the roadside. The city's nobility plundered indiscriminately, utterly indifferent to the plight of the common folk, evidently having secured their next destination, intent on stripping the land bare before absconding with the last vestiges of wealth. And he, a mere steward, felt utterly powerless amidst the chaos. "Hello, Steward Annie. Could you lead me to meet the bishop here?" A youthful, vigorous voice called out from behind him. Annie turned in astonishment to find a remarkably distinguished young man clad in the resplendent robes of a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, gazing intently at him. "Are you from the Spirit City?" Annie asked, eyeing Qingyang with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. He could hardly fathom that such a gentle youth could possibly be a significant figure within the Spirit Hall. "Indeed, I am Qingyang, the master of the Douluo Hall." "Steward Annie, might you take me to meet the bishop here?" Qingyang presented the token, offering it for verification, while inquiring once more, through previous observations. Although it was impossible to ascertain whether these individuals posed a threat, it was evident that this particular steward possessed a greater measure of benevolence. Annie received the token, scrutinizing it meticulously, cross-referencing it with the various discernment methods she had learned, ultimately reaching a reluctant conclusion that it was indeed authentic. However, was it merely from the Douluo Palace? Could it be that something significant had transpired within the Spirit City? With this puzzlement in mind, Annie returned the token to Qingyang and, with a hint of sorrow, remarked, "I regret to inform you that the esteemed bishop passed away half a month ago. Currently, Lord Sidwa is acting in his stead." "Sidwa?" Qingyang furrowed his brows slightly. Just as before, there was no mention of this information in the reports received by the Spirit Hall. This unusual situation further convinced him that there were significant issues within this branch. According to the hierarchical structure of the Spirit Hall's third-grade sanctity, the members of a regional branch must consist of at least one bishop, accompanied by no fewer than 3 deacons and several stewards. It is these individuals who manage the multitude of cultivators and determine all affairs within the branch. The deacon, positioned beneath the bishop, is indeed capable of acting in the bishop's stead in their absence. If that is the case, then please take me to meet this deacon. Qingyang temporarily withdrew his thoughts and set aside his doubts, offering a smile to Annie. Although he sensed no other forces present within this hall, he believed that any issues here would become clear upon further investigation. Particularly, the matter regarding the 2 batches of disaster relief grain must be clarified. "Please hold on for a moment. There are numerous affairs to attend to. I shall convey some instructions, and I hope for your understanding." Seeing Qingyang's determination, Annie did not refuse. After obtaining his consent, she proceeded to the front of the square to confer with another steward. Only then did she return to lead Qingyang onward. Chapter 79. The Bishop Joseph's lips curled into a relaxed smile as he returned to the exclusive chamber of the bishop within the Spirit Soul Division. Along the way, numerous cultivators bowed and greeted him, making his steps increasingly lighthearted. He felt a great sense of joy lately. The long-anticipated position of bishop was within his grasp, and the heightened respect from fellow cultivators, coupled with the admiration from the common folk, filled him with delight. He had waited 8 long years for this day, and now he had finally dealt with that troublesome old man. Yet, alas, the Spirit Soul Hall had been deteriorating of late. The title of bishop was beginning to lose its luster in his eyes. As he settled into his seat, a hint of disdain crossed his features as he mused aloud. Perhaps this is the nature of desire, longing for something unattainable, only to find it lacking once it is within reach. Knock, 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 followed by the familiar and irksome voice of an elderly man. "Sir Priest, a distinguished lord from Spirit Soul City has arrived, and I have brought him here." Joseph felt a surge of irritation and instinctively reprimanded. "Steward Annie, please refer to me as the vice bishop or acting bishop." After a brief pause, he regained his senses, momentarily bewildered. "Wait, what did you just say?" At that moment, the sturdy and secure door to the bishop's chamber swung open for reasons unknown. 2 figures entered. One was Annie, whom he already knew and disliked, and the other was a complete stranger, adorned in a resplendent platinum robe, exuding an air of noble sanctity. An invisible yet palpable aura of power radiated from him. Each regional division of the Spirit Soul Hall is entitled to appoint a vice bishop to assist the bishop in local governance, and in the bishop's absence, he may assume the role of acting bishop. Although the vice bishop does not require papal consecration and can be arranged locally, a relevant record must still be submitted to the headquarters. Qingyang slowly approached Joseph's desk, his voice calm and untroubled, devoid of any trace of negativity. However, to my knowledge, within the city of Kinawar, the bishop has not submitted any relevant reports to the Spirit Hall. Thus, might I inquire, esteemed vice bishop, who exactly appointed you to this so-called position? Qingyang gazed at Joseph with a smile that rendered him rigid, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The hall master? Joseph stammered, instinctively mumbling, at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of the weight this title carried. Each hall master held dominion over a significant department of power, residing at the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall hierarchy. Their sole master ranks were no lower than that of a sole Douluo, with some having ascended to the esteemed rank of title Douluo. Casting a quick glance at Annie, who respectfully trailed behind, Joseph understood that this individual would never trivialize such matters. Yet, he pondered, when had the Spirit City dispatched personnel to this location? Why had neither he nor his allies received any inkling of this development? No, he must not allow Annie to uncover those matters. The very thought sent a chill coursing through him. How should he address this hall master? His earlier slip of the tongue was merely a momentary lapse, indeed, just that. Perhaps you are unaware, but following the passing of the esteemed bishop, all members of the sub-hall have submitted a request to the Spirit City, unanimously agreeing to my appointment as vice bishop. Hence, my excitement manifested in an uncharacteristic display. Joseph forced a somewhat awkward chuckle, swiftly calming the flutter of panic within. His years of cultivating formidable psychological resilience, coupled with his abundant experience, enabled him to craft a response that was relatively fitting. Generally, the vice bishop is not appointed by the Spirit City but is designated by the local bishop. Thus, while some issues linger, they are not of great consequence. However, Joseph's evasive demeanor and refusal to acknowledge the situation caused Annie to furrow his brow. The Spirit Hall required individuals of substance, not sycophants. Though such characters are never in short supply, they invariably provoke disdain, particularly from someone as upright and obstinate as Annie, an elder steward. Enough of this idle chatter, Annie declared. You are surely aware of the issues plaguing this city. Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Qingyang no longer lingered on the triviality of titles. He cast an inquisitive gaze toward Joseph, subtly intensifying his tone. Joseph, with a sheepish grin, inadvertently let his fingers, concealed behind him, twitch slightly, rather than revealing his predicament. Safeguarding these items to precedence, they must be destroyed at all costs. Qingyang gently turned her head, casting her gaze upon the elegantly minimalist wooden office desk and the surrounding filing cabinets. In the next moment, a fierce flame erupted from within, rapidly expanding. Within just a few breaths, it had incinerated a portion of the paper documents along with their carriers, leaving nothing but ashes. Strangely, after devouring these materials, the flames did not spread further. Instead, they extinguished as if they had been preordained to do so. Qingyang observed the unfolding scene with great interest, harboring no intention of intervening. What is happening? And exclaimed, eager to approach and discern the situation, yet restrained by his position and hesitant to draw near. In this main chamber, every document held a certain significance. Even fragments of text, however meager, were beyond the casual perusal of a mere steward. The materials housed here were likely of little consequence. The truly vital information must reside elsewhere, a realm inaccessible to me. Joseph, under Qingyang's scrutinizing gaze, felt an inexplicable tension rise within him as he listened to Qingyang's calm and composed remarks. This master of the hall must surely be a spy from the Starfall Empire, responsible for these misdeeds. Joseph's facade of anger masked his true thoughts. For years, they had been surveilling this city, and even the esteemed bishop had fallen victim to assassination. It was unfathomable that they would now resort to such treachery here. Beside them, An's outrage was palpable. The mere recollection of the city's dire state and the plight of the innocent civilians caused him profound distress. It was the Starfall Empire that had wrought this havoc, those cruel and selfish beings. Where had the relief supplies from the Spirit Hall gone? Surely the Starfall Empire had appropriated a portion as well. Do not tell me these resources have simply vanished into thin air? Qingyang remained noncommittal and inquired once more. My lord, I am aware that due to the recent scarcity of provisions in several cities, this batch of grain has been sourced from the main city, transported by the merchant caravans of the local nobility. However, it appears that, for reasons unknown, it has been intercepted along the way. As for the circumstances in the Xinglua Empire, I am not particularly informed. Annie relayed the information he had gathered, prompting a grateful glance from Joseph, as this was knowledge shared by many. Qingyang nodded, recognizing that the assassination of the bishop, the obstruction of rescue efforts, and the ensuing chaos must be orchestrated by a significant force, likely the Starry Empire. However, he found it hard to believe that the Hall of Punishment was entirely uninvolved. Just then, news from the trial team arrived. In an instant, a woman appeared, presenting a report to Qingyang. The atmosphere in the martial Soul City had grown increasingly tense. Unbeknownst to many, even the most ordinary citizens sensed the unease. Shops within the city became even more desolate, prices of goods climbed slightly, and the nobles, usually full of pride, were expressions of concern. All signs indicated a shift in the political landscape, while they were uncertain of the reasons. Instinctively, they understood it was not a harbinger of good. In the very heart of the city, within the grandiose martial Soul Hall, prominent figures who grasped the gravity of the situation appeared more animated. In a bright and spacious hall, a multitude had gathered. Although the martial Soul Hall did not forbid revelry and banquets, such occurrences were still rare. Sean, alone in a discreet corner, engaged in solitary drinking. The vibrant atmosphere around him felt utterly disconnected from his somber demeanor. With each glass, his troubled expression gradually melted away under the influence of a gentle intoxication. "You're not young anymore. Although your soul power is profound, it would be wise to limit your drinking," remarked an old acquaintance. Sean cast a sidelong glance at him, disregarding the warning, and raised his glass once more, drinking deeply. The rich, amber-like liquor spilled over, splattering onto the tables and floor, releasing a fragrant aroma. In response to his actions, the Inspector Hall Master fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "The Northern Legion of the Starry Empire is fully prepared. The governor has assured us that once the chaos begins, he will restrain the southern forces of the martial Soul Hall for a time." Sean paused, his hand halting midair, his slightly clouded gaze lifting to meet the somber expression of Inspector Hall Master Lloyd. The once jet-black hair of his companion now bore streaks of gray, and his slightly dilated pupils were tinged with bloodshot hues. He gazed intently at Sean, akin to a cornered beast prepared to fight to the death. As the banquet reached its zenith, filled with music, dance, and sumptuous feasts, captivating the attention of all, the duo remained undisturbed, enveloped in a gloomy silence. As if they dwelled in a shadowy realm, pregnant with ominous foreboding. Over a dozen influential hall masters had reached a consensus with us, while nearly half assured me of their neutrality. Thus, our strength stands unyielding against hers. Shilong and the two elders, C.I. Shui, journeyed to the Tiando Empire to undertake a clandestine mission. Upon receiving the news, Elder Gui Bao made his way towards the southern command of the Soul Master Legion. Elder Zhu, Elder Gui, and that arrogant woman, Elder Emo Xiong, dispatched them all, and I am fully aware of her intentions, yet this may be our sole opportunity. Lloyd's speech quickened, his words more fervent, as the deeply suppressed fury within him began to seep through, threatening to disturb those nearby. "It is futile," Sean interjected. "This will not alter anything." After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, Sean reaffirmed with a tone of certainty. Lloyd slightly raised his head, tilting his chin to urge Sean to be more explicit. "We both understand that the true depth of the Spirit Hall lies within the Worship Hall. Their opinions are the crux of all decisions. Have you perhaps secured their tacit approval?" Sean placed his wine cup down, his previously despondent demeanor evaporating as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Lloyd, questioning him without reservation. "Tell me, Lloyd, after all this time of active connections, I trust you are well prepared." Taking a deep breath, Lloyd nodded slowly. "Through the Genie family, I have discerned the opinions of the worshippers. They have tacitly approved our actions, but demand that upon our victory, the young master ascends to the position of Pope." Suddenly rising, Sean's smile broadened uncontrollably, the gloom in his heart dissipating entirely. Bibi Dong has held the papal position for merely a few years, and has been suppressed until now. What she relies upon, aside from her limited power, is the subtle support of the worshippers. It was indeed their stance that had previously left him feeling so desolate and powerless. "I promise you, once the young master is in power, the Spirit Hall will remain unchanged," Sean declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Lloyd smiled with satisfaction, and several figures concealed around the assembly hall revealed themselves, their faces graced with smiles. In the Church of the Spirit branch within the city of Kurinua, a prison has been established. At this moment, in a dark and somewhat disheveled cell, Joseph sat with his hands bound behind him, expressionless as he gazed at the figure before him. Since realizing that he was in the presence of the master of the Douluo Hall, he held no hope of remaining concealed or escaping from this place. "As far as I know, as a member of the inspection hall and holding the position of chief judge, you should be one of us. Why then are you assisting that child?" Wang Tao smiled, unfazed by the inquiry. Long ago, he had never anticipated that he, originally part of the Law Enforcement Hall, would be transferred to the Inspection Hall. Only recently, as the situation grew increasingly clear yet chaotic, did he gain insight into the matter. Thanks to you, I suspect that after this purge concludes, I shall become the Grand Chief Judge and perhaps even aspire to the role of Master of the Inspection Hall. Upon hearing this, Joseph's expression darkened with ambiguity. Wang Tao's implication was clear. There were already individuals orchestrating schemes within the Inspection Hall, intending to swiftly seize the fruits of victory post-triumph, thereby minimizing losses. He felt that his conjecture held a modicum of truth, yet he pondered why these individuals were so convinced of their assured victory. If the situation were indeed so transparent, how could he have opted for an alternative path, aligning himself with the Star Luo Empire at this juncture? Wang Tao disregarded Joseph's thoughts. Holding a record book, he perused it briefly before turning to Joseph and stating, "Joseph, according to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, the presiding judge possesses the authority to arrest and interrogate all members below the rank of Archbishop, provided there is sufficient evidence. It appears you have committed numerous offenses. Therefore, I shall inquire one last time. Are you willing to confess everything and cooperate with the investigation to mitigate your transgressions?" After speaking, Wang Tao straightened his posture, his countenance becoming more solemn as he produced paper and pen, preparing to document the forthcoming information. According to the inquiry of the Douluo Hall, you conspired with the nobility within the city and the Star Luo Empire to assassinate the former archbishop, seizing resources from the sub-hall while betraying the interests of the Spirit Hall, and even contemplating treachery. Do you acknowledge this? Wang Tao routinely posed the question. Joseph's expression fluctuated, and under Wang Tao's increasingly impatient gaze, he ultimately exhaled a long sigh. Yes, I confess. Chapter 81. The Capture Not Far from the City. Nestled in a picturesque manner surrounded by serene landscapes, a tidy gravel path led into the city. Even during such tumultuous times, servants diligently maintained this thoroughfare. Fengnan and Luoya traversed this path towards the manor. Before even entering, they could faintly hear the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter emanating from the courtyard. Nobles congregated in small groups, whispering and occasionally erupting in laughter, while servants scurried about, bearing various items to cater to the guests' every need. Chefs, maids, musicians, and performers were visible throughout the courtyard and the manor. Yet, all present, be they nobles, servants, spirit masters, or commoners, seemed oblivious to the two as they passed through this lively scene. It was not until they entered a secluded, tranquil room that Luoya and Fengnan paused in their steps. Lord Chris, have you heard? It seems that personnel from the Spirit Hall headquarters have appeared in the city. If that is indeed the case, they will surely uncover something, remarked one of the three individuals seated in the sparsely adorned room, where a rotund, affluent man inquired intently of another. Chris lounged comfortably in a high chair, chuckling lightly, seemingly dismissive of the comments. Perhaps, but even if they discover something now, it is too late. The Lion Legion has officially set out this morning. It won't be long before they seize control of this city. Over the past 2 months, thanks to the assistance of everyone involved, the city guard, the Soul Hall, and the common folk have all been dealt with. The Lion Legion entered the city without hindrance, and each of your contributions is significant. Listening to Chris's confident words, the others gradually eased their concerns. This was merely a casual remark. They did not foresee any unforeseen events arising from the current situation. Observing their alleviated doubts, Chris smiled and said, "The purpose of gathering you all here today is to discuss our future plans. As outsiders in the Star Luo Empire, we are ultimately unfamiliar with this land. Therefore, it would be prudent to establish an alliance, allowing us to band together for mutual support." President Ael and Baron Henry. What are your thoughts on this? The portly Ael felt a stir within him, poised to respond when he suddenly noticed 2 individuals who had appeared beside him without his awareness. Their high-ranking Soul Hall attire caused his pupils to widen in shock. Mayor Chris, President Ael, Baron Henry, it seems that the resolution of all matters here rests with you, said Roya in a cold tone. His words momentarily stunned the other 2, who then quickly realized that 3 members of the Soul Hall had unexpectedly materialized in this clandestine location. Guards, protectors, are you blind? Come here at once. Baron Henry shouted loudly, hoping that the Soul Master Protectors stationed nearby would hear him. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Roya approached the half-closed door behind him and gently pushed it open. Inside the even smaller room, 7 protectors lay unconscious on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you can comprehend the current situation before you. There is no point in futile resistance. Stand up now and follow us out of here. I find this hidden, shadowy place quite unsettling. Fengnan stepped forward, his expression stern as he issued a commanding tone to the three. Chris clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and ultimately decided against resisting. Given the unclear circumstances, the Soul Hall members had managed to infiltrate this location undetected and subdued their Soul Master protectors. Such prowess was beyond his capacity to oppose. With this thought, he stood up first, following the lead of this individual as they exited the secretive room. Perhaps others outside would be able to assist him in his predicament. Ael and Anri exchanged furtive glances, reluctantly trailing behind Chris. Seeing this, Roya nodded in satisfaction. Turning to lead the way out, with Fengnan bringing up the rear, vigilantly monitoring the three to prevent any attempts at subterfuge. As they approached their destination, the sounds of the main event grew increasingly distinct. The once exquisitely arranged venue had been replaced by chaos, with tables, chairs, and food scattered haphazardly. I have committed no crime. On what grounds do you apprehend me? A gaunt man, his hands bound behind his back, was forcefully pressed against a table. His face turned to the side as he shouted defiantly. The inspector, serving as the adjudicator, stated that explanations were unnecessary, compliance was all that was required. Once the binding was complete, one of the adjudicators swiftly used a tablecloth to muffle the man's protests. I refuse to submit. You cannot arrest me. Take me away. No one shall escape. Keep your eyes sharp, he declared. You cannot treat me this way, not even the Spirit Hall. I will lodge a complaint against you. I will take this to Spirit City. The cacophony of chaos and tumult left Chris in a state of shock. To his horror, he realized that this estate had been completely overwhelmed in a matter of moments. Not far from the city of Koinaer, a vast plain had already been transformed into a formidable encampment of considerable size. Qingyang has departed from the city, arriving at this pivotal location that influences the southern situation. A modest piece of stationery is clutched in his hand, the intelligence it bears having been thoroughly perused, now reduced to ashes, one page at a time. According to tracking investigations, the local nobility appears to have forged clandestine agreements with the northern governor of the Star Luo Empire, the Lion Legion commander, and Marquis Loston. It is surmised from the intelligence obtained that the nobles are offering assistance to the Star Luo Empire in seizing and controlling several cities belonging to the Spirit Hall, in exchange for noble status and corresponding protection. This intelligence was voluntarily provided by a local wanted fugitive, a defector from the Lord's Manor, while the second trial team, which was defeated by him, has officially declared their mission a failure. Furthermore, we have uncovered that the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall in this city have been co-opted, and together they are conspiring to murder a bishop. Some of the traitors had recently made contact with the third trial team, upon discovering their identities and intelligence. They eliminated 7 members from their ranks. Notably, 3 members distinguished themselves, ultimately sacrificing their own well-being to successfully eliminate the target, a liaison of the Star Luo Empire, a wanted soul master. Additionally, it has been confirmed that the current famine is a man-made crisis, orchestrated to sow chaos and weaken the Spirit Hall's grip on the region, thereby facilitating the Star Luo Empire's takeover of the city. As for the 2 batches of grain you inquired about, their fates have been traced. The Spirit Hall's provisions have long been appropriated by the nobility, while the Star Luo Empire's relief supplies have been dispatched to the Lion Legion's encampment. Given the gravity of the situation, I have personally traveled south to investigate. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would indicate that I am unable to extricate myself. As the final traces of ink were consumed by flames, dissipating into the vastness of heaven and earth, Qingyang had already entered the military camp. The 2 characters that signed the document bore the unremarkable name Tangjia. Chapter 82. A visit in a sprawling temporary encampment that stood majestically upon the plain. Despite its transitory nature, the facilities for defense and daily living were remarkably well-equipped and meticulously organized. From a distance, it resembled a slumbering behemoth of war, poised to seize upon the opportunity to devour flesh and blood. This was the renowned marching camp of the Lion Legion of the Star Luo Empire, on the continent. A military encampment that is fully equipped and possesses robust defenses, in conjunction with a well-trained army clad in armor, is more than sufficient to exert control over a region, instilling fear in the hearts of all who might consider acting rashly. Even a titled Douluo would weigh their options in such circumstances. For an army is, without a doubt, an immensely formidable force. Even in a world dominated by soul masters, the majority, save for a few at the pinnacle, cannot confront an army head-on. Compared to the Tiando Empire, the Star Luo Empire does not boast the unparalleled strength of the 3 supreme sects that command respect across the continent. nor does it possess the numerous soul master legions akin to the Spirit Hall or the truly elite powerhouses. The Star Luo Empire's ability to contend with both of these powers, even subtly overshadowing the Tiando Empire, is attributed to its vast numbers and well-trained military. Not to mention, the Lion Legion stands as the elite northern force of the Star Luo Empire, composed entirely of formidable soldiers who are low-ranking soul masters, perpetually engaged in confrontation with the Spirit Hall. Outside the camp, a two-man patrol team vigilantly surveyed the vicinity, clad in gray iron armor that concealed most of their forms. Their visages were nearly indistinguishable, wielding broad, hefty steel sabers. With each step they took, a pronounced thud echoed as their feet struck the ground, compressing the earth beneath them, indicating the considerable weight of their gear. Yet, despite this, the two men appeared accustomed to the burden, showing no signs of struggle. To achieve such resilience, one must not only engage in rigorous daily training and maintain a high standard of nutrition, but also possess soul rings to enhance their physical capabilities. Only through such cultivation can they transform into nightmares for their adversaries on the battlefield. In times of combat, this equipment is sufficient to withstand the majority of attacks from soul ancestors, and with the support of soul power, they exhibit no significant deficiencies in endurance. To label them as machines of slaughter would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Qingyang observed all the virtues of the Star Luo Empire's military. To be candid, if confronted in a straightforward manner, the Soul Master Legion of the Spirit Hall would likely find itself outmatched by these professional soldiers. Even though the Spirit Hall boasts numerous soul masters, the soul sects and their more powerful entities are not as abundant as ordinary strong men. Not to mention the exorbitant costs of their training. Ali, this time your military achievements should be sufficient for your promotion to squad leader, should they not? Unexpectedly, it seems to be satisfactory. Although this time no confrontation arose, the merit gained from occupying the city is indeed substantial. I find myself wishing for such circumstances to occur more frequently. After all, to gain accolades from merely a display of armed procession is a rare stroke of fortune. Perhaps an unforeseen event will transpire shortly, rendering our efforts futile? How could that possibly be? Since we are outside the encampment, we can afford to be a tad more relaxed, devoid of the usual gravity. And thus it is not out of the ordinary for the two to engage in conversation while on patrol. In fact, for them, it constitutes a rare moment of respite. Suddenly, the two halted, their voices falling silent. Before them, Qingyang traversed swiftly, appearing to move in slow motion as he advanced towards the camp's entrance behind them. Halt. This is a military zone. Entry is prohibited. The two clad in heavy armor sternly bellowed, hoping to deter him while hastily pursuing. Should this individual approach the camp, the two patrolling guards would bear a portion of the responsibility. Fortunately, after pursuing for a short distance, although they could not intercept him, they managed to catch up at the entrance. The soldiers guarding the camp's gate swiftly drew their weapons, glaring at Qingyang with unwavering resolve, showing no signs of underestimating him due to his youth. From the heights of the arrow towers and the lofty stone walls, and from various well-concealed locations, a flurry of arrows, both visible and hidden, began to converge upon the unsuspecting Qingyang below. The ability to conceal scouts and approach silently to this extent already indicated that the opposing force was extraordinary. Please inform Marquis Loston, the esteemed elder of the Martial Soul Hall, that Qingyang, the master of the Douluo Palace, has come to pay a visit. Qingyang halted his steps and gazed upwards at them, his understated voice resonating with a subtle yet palpable energy, ensuring that all present could hear him clearly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura, imbued with a terrifying pressure, abruptly descended upon the assembled crowd. This intangible force, centered around Qingyang, swept away the surrounding dust and fallen leaves, causing the soldiers, who were poised for action, to involuntarily bend their knees, imprinting deeper into the earth beneath them. The unsolicited arrival of this presence served as a direct and effective means to deter any reckless actions from the onlookers by demonstrating his formidable prowess. The burly captain perched atop the camp wall, fixated intently on the diminutive figure below, his expression concealed beneath his mask now replaced entirely by fury and astonishment. He had no doubt regarding the veracity of the words spoken, for the nearly tangible might emanating from Qingyang stood as the most compelling proof. Please wait. Do not advance any further, the captain bellowed from above, simultaneously instructing a nearby guard to hasten back and report. The subsequent course of action was beyond his purview. His sole responsibility at present was to keep a vigilant watch over the incoming visitor from the Spirit Hall. Though Qingyang's declaration had somewhat alleviated the tense atmosphere, The soldiers of the Lion Legion remained on high alert, eyes fixed warily upon him, unfazed by the multitude of weapons drawn against him. Qingyang's countenance exhibited no sign of disturbance. He retracted the immense pressure he had released, allowing the soldiers to exhale in relief as they quietly awaited his next move. Chapter 83. Reinforcements. Davis, His Majesty has requested your presence with the army merely to acclimate you to the military environment. There is no need for you to take it so seriously. Marquis Loston, having just returned from an external inspection, found Davis fixated on the vast simulation sand table at the center of the tent. He was scribbling notes in a notebook, murmuring to himself and occasionally jotting down observations. It was this sight that prompted the Marquis to offer gentle encouragement. Ever since joining the Lion Legion, Davis had maintained this intense demeanor for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Davis set aside his writing instruments, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, and, with a hint of fatigue, rubbed his eyes before responding earnestly. This is a rare opportunity bestowed by Father. I must cherish it. I have heard that Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire has garnered significant support from many court officials, and I cannot afford to lag behind him too much. Loston smiled knowingly, finding no surprise in Davis's earnestness. He approached the sand table, rolled up the map affixed to a large wooden board, and set it aside. Then, he guided Davis to a nearby chair and, once seated, personally poured him a glass of water. Davis accepted the drink with gratitude, taking a gentle sip as he listened to the Marquis's seasoned analysis. The Tiando Empire is ultimately different from us. Furthermore, in my view, there is no need for you to rush. As the Crown Prince, your age is inherently an advantage. Loston spoke in a calm and measured manner. Perhaps in his youth, his temper had been rather fiery, but now, with the passage of time, he had instinctively tempered his character, becoming more serene. Reflecting on his brothers, he realized that, compared to them, their soul master talents were not necessarily superior, and in other aspects, they were rather unremarkable. In every regard, he held a considerable advantage. As Davis listened to the Marquis, his sense of urgency eased slightly. The imperial succession law of the Douluo Empire was exceedingly harsh and cruel. Since he became aware of his circumstances, he had been under immense pressure. In this respect, he had always envied the gentle nature of the Tiando Empire, particularly the character of Xue Qinghe. However, Loston was indeed correct. He had been cultivating for a longer period than his younger brother, given their similar talents. This was an undeniable advantage in the contest for the throne. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, an unusual commotion caught his attention. Commander, I have important intelligence to report. A clear and resonant voice rang out amidst hurried footsteps. Loston's expression turned to one of surprise. Could this important information signify some unforeseen development? Recalling the formidable soul master who had been gathering intelligence earlier, he felt a flurry of speculations arise. Come in and elaborate on this intelligence, he instructed. Upon receiving the response, the messenger promptly entered the main tent. He quickly scanned the room to ensure no outsiders were present. Under Davis' curious gaze, he began to explain. At the camp entrance, a youth named Qingyang, the youngest master of the Spirit Hall, has requested to visit you. My brothers have confirmed that his identity is likely genuine. Loston furrowed his brows in contemplation, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Qingyang, I know him. He is the youngest master in the history of the Spirit Hall. When this news first reached the intelligence department, they had been quite skeptical. Since he wishes to visit me, I shall see him. It will be intriguing to discern whether this young prodigy is indeed an unparalleled genius or merely a jest of the Spirit Hall. Having settled his thoughts, Loston found himself not angered, but rather amused by the prospect. He turned to Davis and said, Davis, you should accompany me. This young man is of a similar age to you. Davis paused momentarily before promptly responding, Certainly, my lord. As they approached the entrance of the tent, Loston suddenly halted. For reasons unknown, a wave of unease washed over him. This sensation was reminiscent of the moments faced on the battlefield when encountering life-or-death crises. After a moment's reflection, he decided it prudent to make some preparations. Wait, he commanded, let us gather the legion. Several individuals paused momentarily, exchanging no words, but instead turned aside and proceeded in another direction. The urgent assembly posed little challenge for the Lion Legion, and it was believed that the esteemed Qingyang could afford to wait. To the south of the Spirit Hall and to the north of the Douluo Empire, in a distant large city from Qinor, an elite squad of over 100 soul masters had just completed their gathering. Under the leadership of a titled Douluo, they convened at the local Spirit Hall, preparing to head towards Qinor City to quell the ensuing chaos. As some of the few elite soul masters within the Spirit Hall, each of them possessed ample experience in warfare. In silence, they awaited the command of their leader. Linya was not clad in her usual elder's robe, opting instead for a well-fitted training attire predominantly in black. This choice not only facilitated combat but also preserved her dignified appearance. With a leisurely demeanor, she exited the hall, greeted by the respectful smile of the Grand Bishop. However, an unexpected interruption caused her to halt. Elder Ghost Leopard, the latest news. A figure emerged from the crowd, presenting an unopened report with bowed head. Lianyo leisurely unfolded the document, swiftly scanning its contents, the rustle of pages echoing clearly. Before long, the information was firmly imprinted in her memory. Noting the Grand Bishop's anxious curiosity, she spoke. The Soul Master Legion shall remain on standby. Grand Bishop, disband the summoned Soul Masters. With that, she casually tossed the report to him and returned to the Spirit Hall, seemingly unperturbed. The Grand Bishop, taken aback, hastily unfolded the document to read it meticulously. A prominently marked section bore a striking line: Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall, Master of the Douluo Palace, Qingyang, is currently situated in Qinghua City. Upon reading this, the Grand Bishop felt a sense of clarity mixed with confusion. The Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall and Master of the Douluo Palace should be an individual of considerable maturity and strength, thus explaining Lianyo's ease in returning. The recent situation in the chaotic realm of Qinghua City was undeniably complex, even for him, the direct overseer. Only someone of Qingyang's esteemed status and formidable power could possess the confidence to resolve such issues. Yet, the question lingered: who exactly was Qingyang? Why had he never heard of this person in all his years within the Spirit Hall? Chapter 84. A convergence of three. Since the messenger was dispatched to deliver the news, Qingyang had been standing here, patiently awaiting the response. Given that this was a makeshift encampment, there were naturally no seats or provisions for shade or wind protection. Thus, Qingyang found himself enduring the elements alongside the soldiers. A rare experience for him. Although the wait was somewhat prolonged, he exhibited no signs of impatience or irritation, which relieved the soldiers assigned to monitor him. After all, while they held no fear of his status, any potential issues arising from him would inevitably complicate matters. Approximately 15 minutes later, under the watchful eye of a small detachment of soldiers, who were ostensibly there to protect him, Qingyang entered the encampment. At some point, a rudimentary platform had been erected in a spacious area of the camp, furnished with plain wooden chairs and a square table. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, stood alongside a golden-haired youth, both observing Qingyang intently. Surrounding the platform were the silent, regimented soldiers of the Lion Legion, immobile and forming a circle around the hastily constructed platform, their presence amplifying the oppressive silence that enveloped the scene. Qingyang's expression remained unperturbed, as calm and composed as ever. As he strode forward with purpose, Lost-On's demeanor shifted, and he suddenly commanded with authority, "Salute." His resonant voice, devoid of any sign of age, reverberated powerfully, exuding gravitas and poise. The soldiers of the Lion Legion responded in unison, executing their movements with precision as they offered a military salute to Qingyang. The clash of their armor rang out with a resonant clang, echoing with intensity. Those who harbored timidity and fear in their hearts would likely find themselves trembling in the face of such a display, rendered utterly at a loss. Was this a demonstration of might, or did they merely perceive me as a child? Qingyang merely smiled gently, seemingly indifferent to the situation, his steps unwavering. A flicker of surprise crossed Lost-On's eyes before he quickly approached, wearing a friendly smile, and remarked with a commendation that was flattering yet not excessive, "Your Excellency Qingyang, you are truly a remarkable young man. Your intellect surpasses that of ordinary folk by a considerable margin. I am the commander of the Lion Legion, and this is His Highness Prince Davis of the Starfall Empire." As Lost-On spoke, he brought the golden-haired youth forward, introducing their respective identities. Davis offered a polished noble smile, nodding at Qingyang, concealing the myriad thoughts swirling within his mind. Although he was aware that the Lord's arrival likely heralded no benevolence, he insisted on hospitality, urging the guests to be seated, lest others perceive the Starfall Empire as nothing more than brutish warriors engaged solely in conflict. With a hint of annoyance, Lost-On turned and made his way to the head seat. The jesting words from the other party somewhat alleviated the tension that had gripped the temporary venue due to the earlier display of power. A table was set with 3 chairs, reserved for the 3 individuals of the highest standing present. Despite Davis's lofty status as the crown prince in such a context, he served more as an accessory. The principal figures remained Qingyang and Marquis Lost-On. Once the attendants brought forth the freshly brewed tea, Lost-On finally spoke. Your Excellency Qingyang, you may speak freely now. Your personal visit suggests that your intentions are rather significant, would they not? Lost-on-'s gaze bored into Qingyang's eyes, which were as tranquil as a deep pool, revealing nothing of their depths. Upon hearing this, Davis also perked up, listening intently. My intentions, as the Marquis has surmised, are likely to be unpalatable to you. Qingyang took a delicate sip of tea before setting the cup down. She raised her head, locking eyes with the piercing gaze of Rostan, her calm demeanor dissipating in that moment, revealing an unmistakable sharpness in her presence. I hope, Your Grace, that you will withdraw your troops. Rostan slightly narrowed his eyes, studying Qingyang as if he had not quite caught her words. Did I mishear you? What was it that you just said? Qingyang remained unyielding, reiterating with fervor, I implore you, Marquis, withdraw your troops. As his incisive words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the platform. The intangible atmosphere plummeted, akin to the biting chill of winter or the sweltering heat of summer, causing a cold sweat to cascade down Davis's brow. He was perplexed by the audacity of the Douluo Palace's master. Did he not comprehend that he was ensnared within the encirclement of the entire Lion Legion? One must understand that the Lion Legion was no trifling force. Its illustrious reputation was built upon the grim achievement of slaughtering a seven-ring soul sage under the command of Marquis Rostan. This feat was accomplished a decade prior, and their current prowess could only be more formidable. A wry smile curled upon Rostan's lips, though devoid of any warmth. It betrayed an anger simmering just beneath the surface. The fact that he had not erupted in rage was a testament to the composure he had cultivated over the years. A military expedition would never return empty-handed. The 8,000 fierce warriors below were eager for glory, and for Qingyang to assume that a mere utterance could compel them to retreat was, indeed, naive in the extreme. Rostan rose, surveying the ranks along the edge of the elevated platform. Wherever he cast his gaze, soldiers brandished their weapons, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In response to Rostan, the soldiers unleashed their martial spirits, a resonant surge of soul power creating an overwhelming aura that left Davis gasping for breath. For distinct colors of soul rings floated densely beneath the platform. Although most were soul masters and soul venerables, this silent declaration was more potent than any eloquent words. Qingyang, how do you intend to persuade them? Rostan inquired, turning to face the formidable collective force of the Lion Legion, a perplexed expression adorning his countenance. After a brief moment, Davis too shifted his gaze, eager to witness how this youth, only slightly his junior, would respond. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard Qingyang as a rival of equal stature to Xue Qinghe. Chapter 85. The Legion's combined assault. Qingyang lowered his gaze, remaining unmoved by external influences. The dispute with Lost-on was devoid of right or wrong. It merely stemmed from differing positions. Regrettably, the city of Qinouer had become a pawn in the clash between the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. And to both parties, everything occurring there was merely a necessary sacrifice. Had it not been for Qingyang's journey, regardless of the outcome, both sides would have incurred far greater costs. The very fact that I dared to arrive alone indicates my confidence in persuading you all. Qingyang also rose, meeting Lost-on's gaze with unwavering composure. In his pure eyes, there was not a trace of fear, but rather an excess of calm confidence, as if he had not the slightest regard for those surrounding him. Lost-on observed him with a chilling stare, eager to discern what response Qingyang could possibly muster under the siege of the army. Even a titled Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, would need to contemplate their next course of action when enveloped by the Lion Legion, let alone someone of Qingyang's status. Merely a lord of a single hall within the Spirit Hall. Marquis Lost-on, perhaps you have never considered that what you perceive as your advantage, in my eyes, amounts to nothing more than a horde of crumbling and scattered remnants. Qingyang raised his hand, and a brilliant tricolor radiance gradually manifested upon it. He remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he observed the light in his palm. However, such seemingly mundane words, devoid of embellishment, infuriated Marquis Lost-on beyond measure. In a fit of rage, he laughed derisively, unable to tolerate Qingyang's excessive arrogance any longer. His right hand morphed into a claw-like formation and lunged fiercely towards Qingyang. I shall see what emboldens you, he declared. As his words echoed, the majestic lion spirit instantaneously enveloped him, and a powerful, ethereal claw, glistening with a chilling brilliance, descended upon Qingyang's right hand. 8 soul rings materialized around him, imbuing him with formidable strength. Though he was unaware of the specifics, he understood that the opponent's intent was clear. Destruction was all that mattered. Xingyang's expression remained unchanged as he gracefully raised his right hand in response. Before him, the exalted and sacred armor materialized from the void, each piece coalescing into substantial form, one after another. Tricolored radiance flowed and intertwined, gold, silvery white, and pure black, illuminating the armor as it enveloped his right hand, morphing into an extraordinary gauntlet. Remarkably, this transformation occurred in an instant, with unwavering momentum. Xingyang faced the oncoming claw strike and gently tapped forward. A resounding clash of soul power erupted, sending ripples through the void that swiftly expanded. This violent surge created a fierce wave of energy, which, as it radiated outward, crushed the hastily constructed platform beneath, causing it to sink by a meter. The soldiers encircling the scene struggled to maintain their footing against the onslaught of force, their long blades trembling as they swayed left and right. Even the most fundamental balance eluded them, were it not for their status as soul masters and the stability afforded by their heavy armor. Many would surely have been toppled to the ground. An 8th-ring soul Douluo, with a soul power level of 81, seemed somewhat unsteady, as if he had recently broken through. Overall, his strength was commendable. Lost-On took 2 steps back to steady himself, and upon hearing a particular remark, his expression transformed dramatically. He lifted his gaze to find Xingyang maintaining a poised finger-pointing stance, as the armor pieces gradually vanished into the void and his right hand was slowly retracted. It appeared that the earlier collision had left no discernible impact on his opponent, a fact that left Lost-On feeling quite embarrassed. Your prowess is indeed formidable, initially. I found it hard to believe that someone so young could possess the combat strength of a soul Douluo. Yet, it seems this position of lord is truly well-deserved. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within him, akin to a searing blaze of soul power, Lost-On now regarded Xingyang with newfound respect. Recognizing him as a genuine expert of the spirit hall, one who could stand on equal footing with himself, rather than a mere figure elevated by special contributions to the esteemed title of elder. However, to expect the Lion Legion to retreat based solely on this was still far from sufficient. Lost-On's voice retained its vigor, though the earlier arrogance had dissipated. As his words fell, the soldiers seemed to receive an unspoken command, quickly regaining their stance to face Xingyang head-on. In the next moment, beneath the dilapidated platform barely standing, countless soul rings ignited suddenly, and in a blinding flash of light, the soldiers of the Lion Legion unleashed their soul skills, showcasing a dazzling array of white, yellow, a smattering of purple, and even a rare hint of black. Countless soul techniques, imbued with negative states and accompanied by immense fluctuations of soul power, descended upon Xingyang. The gravity intensified, the speed diminished, imposing restrictions, intimidation, and terrifying glares enveloped him. In a bid to fully exploit the advantages of the heavily armored battalion, the soldiers of the Lion Legion exhibited an astonishing uniformity in their soul techniques, all leaning towards supportive attributes. Amidst the influence of thousands of coordinated soul techniques, even a soul saint appeared insignificant. A mere slip could lead an ordinary soul Douluo to a bitter demise. Davis, propped against a pillar, observed this scene with a sense of profound astonishment. He finally comprehended the true nature of the Lion Legion, composed of low-ranking soul masters, and how they had rendered a soul saint powerless to flee, leading to an undignified downfall. In this scenario, it was not just the soul saint, but even the soul Douluo, and even the title Douluo, who had to retreat from the spotlight. For even a title Douluo could not completely disregard the presence of ordinary individuals. The vast legions of the Star Luo Empire possessed the capacity to prevail through sheer numbers. Furthermore, how often could the 8th and 9th soul techniques, capable of altering the battlefield, be executed? The Star Luo Empire boasted legions so numerous and formidable that even he struggled to recall their exact count. This, indeed, was the foundation upon which the Star Luo Empire stood firm in the Douluo Continent. Xingyang felt a sudden weight pressing down on him, as the world before his eyes transformed into a surreal haze. A faint ringing echoed in his ears, accompanied by an inexplicable, profound sense of dread that burgeoned from within his heart. Various sensations overwhelmed him, rendering him nearly immobile. The Lion Legion, seasoned by countless battles, had faced high-ranking soul masters and even vanquished them. Yet, in his youthful exuberance, he had overestimated his own capabilities. Since being repelled, Lost-On's previously stern visage finally broke into a smile. He approached Xingyang with measured steps, gazing at this paragon of talent with deep admiration. Raising his hand, he concentrated his soul power, manifesting a colossal, almost tangible claw shadow that was vividly apparent. He had resolved to bring this farce to a definitive conclusion. At that moment, Qingyang's senses, hearing, smell, touch, sight, and taste, were all compromised. As Lostan advanced, guided by an enigmatic intuition, Qingyang managed to lift his head with great effort. Were he to merge with the Emperor armor, fortified by its protective embrace, the negative effects of these soul techniques, even if they amassed a soul power rivaling that of a soul Douluo, would still hold little sway over him. This was due to the ephemeral nature of low-ranking soul masters' soul power, which lacked the solidity and quality possessed by their higher-ranked counterparts. However, even without such strength, one could not overlook the significance of quantitative changes, even if one was a title Douluo. The Emperor martial soul, in stark contrast, embodied an unfathomable might. Even in its pure soul form, it could significantly diminish or even nullify these adverse conditions. Nevertheless, he was not devoid of options. All things are governed by the 5 elements, and the power of these elements can, to a certain extent, be understood as the essence of all existence. The Emperor's command over the 5 elemental forces does not imply that one must wield the armor to manipulate them. Rather, it is the mastery of these elemental powers that grants one the status of an emperor. Qingyang is currently walking along this grand avenue. Marquis, is it not premature to draw conclusions at this juncture? Might it be an underestimation of others? Even in a state of disarray, Qingyang remained remarkably composed. His demeanor calm and unruffled despite the evident difficulty in his movements, earning the silent admiration of all who observed him. Meanwhile, Lostan had no time to appreciate Qingyang's exceptional qualities. Upon hearing his words, a wave of unease washed over him, as if a foreboding omen loomed on the horizon. With a disdainful snort, he hastened his assault, opting to remain silent in an effort to avert any unforeseen complications and bring this confrontation to a decisive conclusion. At that very moment, an unexpected transformation unfolded. A profound azure-green light erupted around Qingyang, accompanied by 2 radiant halos that repelled the myriad forces assailing him. Under the influence of this newfound power, Lostan was astonished to find that his formidable and razor-sharp claw strikes could not penetrate this barrier. The youthful spirit hall master, it seemed, harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. This realization deepened his unease and apprehension. Recognizing that further engagement would be futile, Lostan promptly withdrew, a decision that Qingyang's subsequent actions would soon validate. With the invocation of the wood element and the water element, 2 rings imbued with arcane runes coalesced into a spherical shield, enveloping Qingyang and shielding him from all attacks and disruptions. Purification, guardian of life. Following this, the pure essences of water and wood, guided by Qingyang's will, surged into his being through the 2 halos, cleansing him of all discordant states. Under the influence of these elemental forces, the increasingly blurred vision before Qingyang gradually became clearer. The oppressive soul skills and the chaotic energies that had troubled his mind were systematically eradicated, leading to a remarkable revitalization of his overall condition. Qingyang turned his gaze towards the Marquis of Lostan, whose countenance bore a most unsightly expression, devoid of joy or sorrow, rendered so flat that it evoked a sense of fear. Within the palm of his hand, a dark crimson halo had materialized unbeknownst to him, slowly rotating and expanding, ascending until it enveloped the entirety of the encampment. Subsequently, the azure and emerald rings surrounding his body began to merge into the rising aura, blending harmoniously with the immense red glow. Marquis, I implore you to open your eyes wide and observe keenly. This power is beyond your imagination, unfathomable to your understanding. The softly spoken words drifted into Lostan's ears, and in the next moment, his expression transformed into one of sheer horror. Before him unfolded a spectacle so profoundly shocking that it would be etched into his memory forever. The quintessence of the 5 elements, the will of heaven, a radiance, excessively incandescent yet infinitely gentle, seemed to obscure the very sun at this moment, exuding an overwhelming sense of supreme oppression that illuminated the entire camp. This pure white light appeared to take the form of a halo, resembling an unblinking eye, devoid of any emotion, coldly surveying the beings below. It bore no lethal intent. However, under its luminous gaze, an instinctive tremor emanated from deep within their souls, causing every individual to change countenance dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, a profound sense of terror and trepidation arose in their hearts. It was a fear more harrowing than the collapse of the heavens or the earth. An extreme panic that was utterly overwhelming. Simultaneously, their bodies seemed to succumb to the weight of the world, emitting faint groans under the unbearable burden, yearning to move, to escape this abyss of despair. Yet, they discovered that even the most trivial of actions had become insurmountable. Their bodies, minds, wills, and souls were all ensnared in this abyss. This was a supreme oppression more ruthless than the might of the most fearsome dragons upon the continent. A despair that rendered them utterly hopeless. 1 second, 2 seconds. The renowned Lion Legion could no longer withstand the terror that gripped their hearts, nor the oppressive weight upon their bodies, and one by one, they bent their knees and lowered their heads. It was as though they stood before a magnificent existence, incomprehensible and irresistible, and instinctively submitted in reverence. In an instant, it vanished. That sense of utter despair quickly receded from their bodies, minds, and spirits. And only then did the soldiers realize that they had been drenched in sweat, resembling hapless fowl that had fallen into water, their plumage soaked. What could it possibly be? Alex's spirit trembled, his expression dazed, eyes blankly fixed upon the compacted earth beneath him, as if he could not comprehend the enormity of what had transpired. I do not know. Is that lord truly human? Beside him, another patrolling soldier leaned weakly against the ground, his voice a faint murmur, exuding an aura of despair. His combat boots were nearly engulfed by the earth, covering his ankles, leaving deep imprints that bore witness to his struggle against the divine will. Surrounding the collapsed high platform, not a single soldier stood with vigor, their heads held high. Countless lay in a state of unconsciousness, fear, trembling, submission, and surrender. The once indomitable pride of the Lion Legion had been utterly crushed in this moment. Both high-ranking officers and squad leaders bowed their heads. Even the slightest flicker of humiliation and resentment concealed within their hearts dared not surface. Davis's throat felt parched. He swallowed hard, unable to meet the indifferent, vast gaze of the heavens above. At this moment, he even felt a strange sense of gratitude that Qingyang had allowed him, a prince, to maintain a semblance of dignity, enabling him to stand here, unlike the soldiers around him. One man had subdued an entire army. Davis surveyed his surroundings, his voice trembling slightly as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. This tale, a mere figment of noble fables and poetic narratives, an absurdity in the annals of the continent's history, was unfolding before my very eyes. In the aftermath, a living legend would surely emerge on the continent, though regrettably, it would not belong to the Starfall Empire. With cautious reverence, Davis cast a gaze filled with fear, complexity, and admiration towards Qingyang, who basked in the pure light, as if at the center of the world. Chapter 87. Respited as I who have lost. Lost.'s voice lacked its usual vigor, and he seemed to age significantly in an instant. He stood dazed upon the platform, surveying his once proud legion, still unable to fully recover from the brutal reality of their defeat. Having exhausted his efforts and drained his family's resources, the Lion Legion, which once dominated the continent, had indeed fallen without a fight, defeated by a single individual, a mere boy of not yet 10 years, who bore no title of Douluo. Yes, you have been defeated. Qingyang cast a fleeting glance at the bewildered Loston, and in a tone of unremarkable calm, reiterated his words. With a flick of his hand, he gestured towards the eye of the storm in the heavens, and in an instant, the celestial spectacle transformed into 3 distinct rings of light, merging into his being. The sun's warm rays, once obscured, poured forth anew upon the earth, bestowing vitality upon all living things. The suffocating weight of despair and trepidation finally dissipated from the vast military camp. Yet, everything here could never revert to its former state. The entire encampment was shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid of life. The sounds of human voices, the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, and the roars of beasts were almost non-existent, slowly returning but sparse beyond measure compared to the past. As Loston absorbed Qingyang's words, a jolt of realization surged through him. He regained his composure and turned to face Qingyang, his expression no longer one of despondency, but illuminated by a radiance of self-sacrifice and a profound sense of responsibility. Loston had come to a resolution. Despite the catastrophic defeat, there remained a final mission yet unfulfilled, and he could not succumb to despair. He must at the very least restore the heritage of his family, the foundation of the governor's office, and the elite force of the Lion Legion, whose might still resided within. He would willingly shoulder all responsibilities, accepting the emperor's and minister's stringent punishments. For without the Lion Legion's imposing presence, not only would he face dire consequences, but the entire ducal estate, and even the northern provinces under his family's control, would undergo tumultuous changes. The political adversaries within the empire would not let such an opportunity slip by. Retreat, provisions, even reparations, whatever you desire, I shall provide, Loston began, hesitating briefly before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Upon reopening them, his gaze was resolute. I implore you, do not seek our total annihilation. Allow us to depart from here and return to the Starry Empire. A hint of pleading colored his voice, a notion once utterly unimaginable to him. Once upon a time, Lost.On had scoffed at such appeals on the battlefield, believing it better to fortify oneself than to rely on an enemy's mercy. Who would have thought that he would one day lower his proud head and beseech for the enemy's magnanimity? How deeply ironic. Xingyang fell into a moment of silence, devoid of any joy regarding the situation. In Lost.On, he perceived the tragic fall of a once resplendent star. The illustrious reputation he had cultivated over the years, along with his spirited prowess that had allowed him to traverse the continent, had all been extinguished in a single day, reduced to mere stepping stones for his own ascent. Even if he were to return to his homeland, such a defeat, within the martial atmosphere of the Xingluo Empire, would be sufficient to strip him of everything, leaving him bereft of all that he held dear. I had no intention of this. Let this conflict come to an end. Xingyang let out a faint sigh within his heart. The armor on his right arm gradually faded, dissipating into light. This brief skirmish had indeed demanded his utmost efforts. Confronting an elite legion of 8,000 warriors head-on, resorting to such cunning tactics was necessary. Otherwise, even if victory were attainable, the cost would be exorbitant. He turned a glance at Davis, who had remained uninvolved, and with a thought, several indistinct and peculiar images surged into his mind, as though they were omens of the unknown bestowed by fate. Frowning in contemplation, Xingyang seemed to attain some understanding and spoke. If your future is destined to be fraught with misfortune, perhaps you might consider visiting the Spirit Hall to attempt altering that destiny. Having uttered these words, without waiting for Davis's astonished response, Xingyang took 2 steps forward, slightly raised his head, and under a burst of radiance, vanished from sight. What did he mean by that? Could he truly perceive my future? As Davis surveyed the ravaged scene, confusion enveloped him. Given Xingyang's status and prowess, every utterance from him should not be dismissed lightly. Indeed, it would be an understatement to say otherwise. He could not fathom that someone like him would utter meaningless drivel. Yet, despite his musings, clarity eluded him entirely. Nevertheless, Davis etched Xingyang's words deeply into his memory. Upon witnessing Xingyang's disappearance, Lost.On felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him, only to be swiftly followed by an overwhelming fatigue that left him dizzy and disoriented. He had not been impervious to the earlier turmoil, rather, as a high-ranking soul master, his resilience was merely somewhat superior. However, the toll exacted by the divine will upon his psyche, unopposed, was nothing short of terrifying. To have endured until now was a testament to his profound foundation and indomitable will. Davis prepared to mobilize the previously allocated supplies and provisions and send them into the city. Once the Spirit Hall accepts them, we shall retreat. He continued, moreover, release all the captives after such a defeat. Their contributions hold no value. Such is the nature of politics. Lost.On's lament was laced with exhaustion and helplessness, prompting Davis to suppress his inquiries for the time being. After some consideration, he resolved to gently remind Lost.On of a matter he had overlooked in the aftermath of his profound setback. My lord, the headquarters of the Spirit Hall is poised to take action. Now that our operation has failed, we cannot assist those individuals. What shall we do next? Lost.On paused, then nodded in agreement, stating, that is indeed a concern. Let us send someone to the Spirit Branch to inform them, ideally reaching the Lord Xingyang. If I recall correctly, he aligns with the Pope's faction. Perhaps we might secure a favor from him, which could serve as a form of gratitude for his leniency towards us. Having spoken, Lost.On gazed down at the gradually rising, disheartened Lion Legion and sighed, dispatching someone to convey the news. Regardless of the circumstances, this operation was concluded for them. Whatever turmoil may arise within the Spirit Hall henceforth would no longer concern them. Even the Douluo Empire, in the near term, lacked the capacity to take any action against the Spirit Hall. Apart from the northern provinces, mobilizing forces would require considerable time, should they attempt such a maneuver. It would no longer be a mere test that could be concealed. Chapter 88. Influence. A few days later, outside the city of Quinoa, the Campbell family, due to their territory being situated outside the city, had temporarily escaped disaster. In the past, this position would have signified exclusion and a lack of integration within the circles. Yet now it had fortuitously turned to their advantage. In the study, the elderly patriarch examined the intelligence in his hands, his expression grave. No longer the calm demeanor of yesteryears. Before him, Liang Li recounted the current situation. The nobles within the city, led by the Lord, had all been apprehended in one fell swoop, with the chief judge of the Spirit Hall leading an inspection team, scouring for accomplices. Reports from scouts outside the city indicated that the Lion Legion after a personal visit from a powerful figure of the Spirit Hall, had abandoned their advance and was retreating back to the Douluo Empire. At this juncture, Liang Li's tone inevitably carried a note of incredulity. Just a short while ago, this city, along with several neighboring ones, had been steeped in a sense of control, yet now, within a mere blink of time, the tides had dramatically shifted. Now, the prospect of achieving glory under the Douluo Empire seemed distant. The very question of preserving their lives and safeguarding their families loomed large. The Spirit Hall would not treat traitors with leniency. Grandson, your decision was indeed wise. Your reluctance to hastily align with any faction drew criticism from the elders. Yet now they have all fallen silent. Thus, they had managed to survive the initial wave of the Spirit Hall's purges. And the old patriarch set aside the intelligence upon the teacup. Closing his eyes, he reflected upon the recent events, swiftly evaluating and seeking any advantageous circumstances. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, a note of resignation in his voice. Alas, this is still far from sufficient. Liang Li nodded in silence, sharing the same sentiment. Although the Spirit Hall had refrained from immediate action against them, it did not signify the conclusion of their troubles. Such a favorable situation, if not seized upon to enact a thorough cleansing, was simply unimaginable. Pondering further, he broached another matter. What shall we do about those young yet formidable talents of the Spirit Hall? Upon the mention of this matter, the clan leader sighed heavily, tapping his forehead, the lines on his face deepening with worry. Not long ago, a group of young children, emboldened by their affiliation with the Spirit Hall, had the audacity to come to their doorstep, demanding the surrender of an individual without a shred of respect for the Campbell family. Their brazen demeanor was such that, had they not been associated with the Spirit Hall, he would have ensured that those impudent youngsters would never see the light of day again. Those troublesome little brats. He mused with a sigh, lamenting, now, we have no choice but to acquiesce to their unreasonable demands. The Spirit Hall is not an adversary we can confront. Liang Li, perceiving his grandfather's discontent, spoke up in a comforting tone. Grandfather, this situation is not insurmountable. Given that Shiwu has lost his utility, it would be more prudent to grant them a favor rather than allow him to squander our resources. A Shiwu devoid of value is not worth sacrificing our family for. In the face of these children's coercion, we can easily shift the responsibility onto the Spirit Hall, thus preserving our dignity. The clan leader, resting his hands on the armrest of his chair and rubbing it thoughtfully, ultimately had to concede that this was indeed a viable strategy. With a resolution forming in his heart, he clenched his teeth and stated, that alone will not suffice. My grandson, you shall personally escort Shiwu to the Spirit Hall division to offer our apologies to those children. Only by demonstrating our sincerity can our family navigate this calamity unscathed. Liang Li, surprised by his grandfather's resolute demeanor, fell silent, slowly nodding his head, a weight settling upon him. While the reality was harsh, he understood that, in light of the family's decline, this might indeed be the most prudent course of action. In a chamber designated for the bishop, Annie meticulously perused a document. His recent elevation to the position of acting bishop, granted by the hall master of the Douluo Hall due to his efforts in calming the populace during previous turmoil, afforded him the privilege to access this space. The sudden promotion did not fill him with joy. Rather, it compelled him to work with even greater diligence, fearful of making any errors that might betray the hall master's expectations. Vice Bishop Annie, here is the inventory list from the Spirit Hall division. Thanks to the supplies brought back by the Lord of the Qiyang Hall, the conditions within the city have improved significantly, reported an elderly priest, his weathered face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he stood obediently before Annie, presenting his report. After confirming the accuracy of the information, Annie nodded, casting a glance at the once senior priest who had been indifferent to his responsibilities. The initial relief supplies were now prepared, and it was imperative to scrutinize the distribution process closely to prevent any misconduct or embezzlement. Remember, this is of utmost importance. The Lord of the Qiyang Hall is still within the city, watching our every move. Annie meticulously expressed her concerns, even fearing that her influence might be insufficient, thus elevating Qingyang's stature. The old priest promptly acknowledged her words, for the renown of the Douluo Palace's master had recently reverberated throughout the city. Individuals of even modest standing were aware of the monumental deeds accomplished by him, suppressing the Spirit Hall branch, purging the city's aristocracy, and single-handedly repelling the Lion Legion. Each of these feats, when considered individually, is remarkable, let alone the cumulative achievements of Master Qingyang. The current vice priest owed his successful appointment to the unwavering support of this formidable figure. It would not be long before, pending the official decree from the Pope of the Spirit Hall, this fortunate individual named Annie would ascend to the esteemed rank of bishop, a position coveted by countless souls, representing the pinnacle of power within the city. Moreover, the master had recently undertaken the revitalization of various crucial industries, including the diverse factories and academies that had once thrived within the city, and it was believed that their functionality would soon be restored. Please arrange for the unparented children to be sent to an orphanage and ensure that those capable of work are assigned appropriate employment. We must expedite the restoration of this city. The old priest immediately produced a paper and pen he had been carrying, diligently noting down her instructions while secretly astonished. The master's influence was far greater than he had previously imagined. Not only was his strength formidable, but his financial resources were equally staggering. Shouldering the economic revival of an entire city was no ordinary feat. Without substantial wealth and support, even a titled Douluo would find it insurmountable. Once he concluded his notes, the old priest closed his notebook and, with a face full of agreement, remarked, "It seems the vice priest is indeed deeply favored by the master, with such robust support. We shall undoubtedly restore this city in no time." This statement caused Annie to furrow his brow, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, even though he believed that both he and this city had become part of Qingyang's faction. Chapter 89. Arrangements since his visit to the Lion Legion. Qingyang had remained in the city of Koinal, diligently managing various affairs. Although he had alleviated the crisis here, the subsequent tasks proved to be quite formidable. Leaving aside other concerns, merely restoring a semi-abandoned city to its former trajectory had been a source of considerable frustration for him over an extended period. After many days of tireless effort, he had barely managed to construct a framework. Among the various matters, he entrusted the establishment of the Spirit Soul branch to the newly appointed Vice Bishop Annie, who had spent many years working at the grassroots level in this city and demonstrated commendable capability. Most importantly, he possessed a selfless compassion, which was a quality that Qingyang greatly valued. He believed this opportunity would enable Annie to fully harness his abilities and contribute significantly to the revival of the city. Simultaneously, the critical yet nearly abandoned industries within the city were only set on the right path with the urgent assistance of Sui Xue. It was essential to restore these industries to full production so that the residents could secure lasting employment, thus providing for their own sustenance and wealth. Relying on the relief from the Spirit Soul Hall for an extended period was not a sustainable solution, considering Sui Xue's demonstrated capabilities during this incident. Qingyang was confident that she could effectively manage the arrangements for the city's populace without significant errors. However, this made Qingyang even more curious about Sui Xue's background, as such exceptional talent could not emerge from an ordinary household. He chose to keep this thought to himself for the time being. At least now, with the collaboration between the Spirit Soul Hall and Sui Xue, the situation in the city had stabilized. Nonetheless, to achieve even greater success, beyond the previous measures, there was an aspect that could not be overlooked: the cooperation of the nobility. Regardless of their social standing, they remained an indispensable component of the current mainstream society, holding sway over various sectors. Without the involvement of the nobility, many matters would become exceedingly complicated for Qingyang, which was precisely why he found himself in a predicament regarding their issues. As he pondered this, 2 firm knocks echoed at the door, followed by a male voice from outside. "My lord, a direct descendant of the Campbell family is waiting outside, requesting an audience with you." Qingyang set aside his work and departed from the room where official matters were handled. Outside the door stood a young man of unremarkable appearance, his demeanor somewhat reserved. Upon seeing Qingyang, he slightly bowed his head. Qingyang recalled the individual before him, a rather diligent steward from the Spirit Hall, who had previously been closely associated with Annie, assisting her in various matters. Not long ago, due to his own pressing affairs, Qingyang had summoned the steward to aid him in managing the myriad trivialities within the city. This family was familiar to him. They were among the few who had not participated in the recent insurrection. Since someone had arrived, he decided to lead him to the reception hall for a meeting. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyang did not decline the invitation, as he found himself in need of a symbol to establish his standing among the nobility, and unexpectedly, this opportunity had presented itself. After issuing his instructions, he proceeded to the reception hall to await his guest, utilizing this time to organize his forthcoming endeavors, particularly regarding the various arrangements concerning the nobility within the city. Before long, the young steward entered, accompanied by an outstandingly attractive young man, who stood before Qingyang. Once the door was closed, the steward withdrew, leaving the space for the two of them. I am Liang Li of the Campbell family. Since the Lord of the Hall arrived in Koinaer City, and due to the numerous affairs within our family, this is my first visit. I hope you will not hold it against me. He continued, to make amends for our tardiness, our family has prepared a modest gift, which has already been donated to the Spirit Branch Hall. Should you require anything, the Campbell family will do its utmost to fulfill your needs. As he spoke, Liang Li bowed his head in apology, adopting a very humble demeanor, even prepared to offer compensation. In the presence of a renowned figure like Qingyang, it seemed prudent to exhibit respect. After all, there is wisdom in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. The Campbell family indeed demonstrated their sincerity. Qingyang softly uttered a name, then turned to Liang Li with a curious gaze. Why does your family bear such a name? Is there a particular reason behind it? Liang Li hesitated for a moment, an awkward expression crossing his face. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly explained, the first head of our family was originally a commoner, who had a penchant for reading novels and biographies. This name was derived from a family he admired in one of the biographies he read. However, we do not actually share that surname, which renders it somewhat incongruous. Once Liang Li finished his explanation, he appeared quite embarrassed. Particularly, Qingyang's slightly surprised look only deepened his inexplicable discomfort. The revelation of such a less than glorious anecdote about his lineage, especially to an outsider, was bound to incite amusement. Yet they found themselves unable to refute it and could only endure. Consequently, members of the Campbell family typically avoided discussing this topic. And if the inquirer were anyone other than Qingyang, he too would deftly sidestep the matter. It seems, Qingyang remarked, that your ancestor was quite an intriguing individual. Qingyang smiled serenely, suggesting that this young lord had no intention of utterly annihilating our family, though the cost required to resolve this situation remained uncertain. It was undoubtedly preferable to the decline or even destruction of our lineage. From Qingyang's demeanor, Liang Li discerned this message and felt a slight alleviation of the hidden anxiety that had been weighing on his heart. By the way, I happen to have some matters for which I require your assistance. As Qingyang shifted his discourse, Liang Li's previously relaxed demeanor immediately turned tense, fearing that the other party might present an excessively burdensome request due to prior purgings. The city lord's residence was now nearly devoid of personnel to manage affairs within the city. If it would not be too much trouble, the Campbell family could take the lead in the city, recommending some outstanding individuals for positions here. What did he just say? Is he suggesting that the authority of Koinaer City be shared with our family? The surprise, bordering on shock, left Liang Li utterly bewildered by Qingyang's intentions, even leading him to question whether the other was testing him. This was precisely what the Campbell family had longed for. Ever since they had been excluded from the upper echelons of the city, they had relentlessly pursued a higher status. The prospect of arranging for oneself to enter the Star-Crowned sect had been deemed unlikely, prompting a shift in strategy towards acquiring status through power instead. Even the earlier invitation from the Star-Luo Empire was deliberated upon with utmost caution. Yet now, the other party so effortlessly offered what the family had yearned for. Chapter 90. Transformation. We must ensure that the Campbell family exerts every effort for the master of Qingyang. Liang Li's expression grew solemn as he spoke with righteous conviction. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure of Qingyang's proposal, for the terms set forth by that esteemed master were undeniably generous. In the current circumstances, none could rival the other's magnanimity. This was a rare opportunity for the family that must not be squandered. That being said, there are certain matters I must bring to your attention. Qingyang's smile faded, and his expression grew somewhat serious, reminiscent of a superior addressing a subordinate to convey important matters. Liang Li felt a jolt of alertness and immediately focused his attention, listening intently to the forthcoming words, which were all crucial for analysis and documentation. In the wake of the initial chaos in the city, I cannot permit any actions that contravene the law. Even the dealings of your family must be thoroughly resolved. Liang Li did not hesitate for long. He nodded earnestly in agreement. This was not an unacceptable demand for the Campbell family. Following this, the Campbells would emerge as beneficiaries of the established order, thus upholding the rules became imperative. As for the unsavory, gray tactics employed by individuals like Shiwu, they paled in comparison to the benefits at stake and could easily be relinquished. Rest assured, my lord, Liang Li assured with unwavering resolve. I have come here with the assistance of several remarkable young talents from the Wuhuan Temple, and we have captured a notoriously vicious bandit. I have brought him here specifically, believing that such malevolent occurrences will no longer plague this city. His assurances were resolute, and in the presence of Qingyang, he severed ties with those unsavory elements. Though the reality had undergone some distortion, at least on the surface, all parties appeared commendable, and the ultimate objective remained virtuous. Leaving no one inclined to pursue the matter further, Qingyang cast a penetrating glance at Liang Li, remaining silent. He held a firm belief that the other party would eventually discern what actions were appropriate and what were not, should they once again stray from the righteous path. He would not hesitate to eliminate this mistake born from his own influence. Regardless, Qingyang had preliminarily achieved his objective, enlisting the Campbell family to take the helm and thereby acquire the resources and connections of the remaining nobility within the city. The synergy of the common populace, noble resources, and the prestige of the Spirit Hall would facilitate a swift restoration under the influence of these three formidable groups. In due time, the liberated city of Koinair would serve as a powerful fulcrum in Qingyang's hands. Henceforth, the Douluo Hall would wield significant influence not only in the headquarters of Spirit City, but would also extend its reach locally. At the very least, the position of bishop in this city would belong to the faction of the Douluo Hall. Upon exiting the Lord's Manor, Liang Li felt somewhat disoriented. The events that had transpired seemed dreamlike. Remarkably, the Campbell family had not only escaped unscathed, but had advanced further amidst the city's tribulations. However, he grasped one truth. From this moment forward, the family's interests would align with those of the Spirit Hall. The better the Spirit Hall thrived, the more secure its standing, allowing the family to maintain a premier position within the city and even potentially infiltrate other cities utilizing the Spirit Hall's influence. In that eventuality, the family could genuinely ascend, transforming into a formidable lineage, far removed from the mundane and resilient against decline. As his spirits gradually lifted, Liang Li quickened his pace, eager to return to his family and share this auspicious news with the patriarch and the elders. Standing outside the Lord's Manor, he halted, glancing repeatedly around the vicinity, yet failing to spot his intended target. A wave of perplexity washed over him. Where had my coachman and carriage disappeared to? The scene before him revealed only sparse crowds and a few individuals engaging in roadside trades, with nothing else in sight. The absence of his coachman and carriage was particularly troubling. After all, it was a family carriage, and under normal circumstances, the coachman would not leave without cause. For family rules were not mere formalities. Yet, here he was, confronted with this peculiar situation. At that moment, three youthful figures emerged from the nearby Spirit Branch Hall, making their way towards the Lord's Manor. Among them, a brazen red-haired boy strutted with audacity, even going so far as to provoke Liang Li with a dismissive gesture as he passed. The other two showed no inclination to apologize, seemingly reveling in the spectacle, their demeanor far from amicable. Observing their behavior, Liang Li's mind raced with suspicion. It was no doubt these rascals, with whom he had a previous conflict, who were responsible for this predicament. "Xiaoyu, have you seen my carriage?" Reluctantly, Liang Li inquired of the child, who appeared somewhat more composed. Xiaoyu glanced at him, his gaze slightly unfocused, his lips twitching momentarily before he conveyed his answer. "We previously observed those two horses, for reasons unknown, suddenly going wild, taking your carriage with them, as if they were racing towards the outskirts of the city. By now, they may have galloped off to some distant corner." Liang Li paused, realization dawning upon him. It was undoubtedly the mischief of these little rascals seeking revenge. When he had handed over Shi Wu, the three vengeful children had shown him no kindness, and now they resorted to such childish antics. They truly lacked any understanding of political finesse, falling far short when compared to the Lord of Qingyang. As Xiaoyu finished speaking, Hulaina could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Noticing Liang Li's gaze upon her, she quickly covered her mouth, stifling her amusement and turning her head away. Yin, on the other hand, displayed no restraint and laughed loudly and exaggeratedly. Liang Li's brow twitched involuntarily. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to hold grudges against children. "Well, since the carriage cannot be retrieved for the time being, I shall seek a coachman by the roadside to rent a carriage for my return. I must also express my gratitude to the Lord of Qingyang for the city's restoration." Had this been a few days prior, the streets would have been filled with disaster victims, making it impossible to find a coachman. Lost in his thoughts, Liang Li smiled and bid farewell to the three, saying, "You are headed to meet the Lord of Qingyang, are you not? He is inside. This operation to apprehend Shi Wu owes much to your assistance, and I believe this merit will serve you well in your endeavors within the Spirit Hall. I shall take my leave now, and I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Without a hint of nostalgia, Liang Li departed with an air of elegance, leaving the three somewhat astonished. He bore no ill will.